Blue Star worker Lu Yu collapsed and died from overwork. A small vial he wore around his neck transported him to the realm of celestial cultivation, Qingyun Continent. By chance, he saved a foundation-building cultivator and subsequently embarked on the path of cultivation, accompanied by a beautiful companion, treading the road to immortality. Chapter 1. Crossing into the world of immortals. I am but a blacksmith apprentice. Where is my blanket? Feeling a chill, Lu Yu reached for his blanket only to find emptiness. It dawned on him that he had traversed realms, no longer residing in an apartment on Earth. This was the third day since Lu Yu's arrival in this new world. Once an ordinary worker on Earth, Lu Yu was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, surviving solely by his own efforts. His merciless employer had relentlessly exploited him, leading to his untimely demise in his rented room. Now, Lu Yu stared blankly at the dilapidated wooden hut before him, a single tear escaping his eye. The individual who occupied this body was also named Lu Yu, now 16 years old, and likewise an orphan. Lu Yu's parents had been slain by bandits on their way to the city, leaving the 8-year-old Lu Yu to fend for himself. At that tender age, he was unable to sustain himself and relied on the compassion of the townsfolk to survive. Essentially, Lu Yu had grown up on the charity of others. The townspeople lived in modest circumstances, with scarce resources to spare for Lu Yu. Once he regained his composure after the loss of his parents, Lu Yu found work as an errand boy in the local blacksmith shop to support himself. Initially, the blacksmith, Master Nyo, was reluctant to take in young Lu Yu. The town was small and customers were few. The blacksmith's wares were not in high demand. However, many residents petitioned on Lu Yu's behalf, and Master Nyo, with no other choice, accepted him as an apprentice. Despite his gruff demeanor, Master Nyo had a good heart. He provided Lu Yu with meals and a modest monthly stipend of 15 copper coins. Understanding the gravity of his situation, young Lu Yu resolved to be self-sufficient. Most of his days were spent laboring and learning in the blacksmith shop, returning to his humble wooden hut only after the day's work was done. Years passed, and young Lu Yu gradually matured. Lu Yu redirected his gaze from the ceiling, recalling that the previous occupant of this body had succumbed to malnutrition and prolonged labor, resulting in a fever that ultimately claimed his life. By a stroke of fate, Lu Yu had crossed over and occupied this body. Initially bewildered by his circumstances, he meticulously examined himself, finding nothing unusual. The only peculiarity was the small vial pendant that still hung around his neck. This pendant was something he had purchased from a street vendor, captivated by its beauty, and had worn ever since. Recalling the vial, Lu Yu quickly reached for it, retrieving it from his chest. The vial was no larger than a fingertip, and upon closer inspection, he noticed it possessed an ancient charm, adorned with unique patterns. What is this? As Lu Yu peered into the vial, he sensed something within. Before he could discern its nature, a drop of liquid unexpectedly fell from the vial into his mouth. Yuck! Lu Yu spat uncontrollably. However, before he could expel it fully, the drop had already dissolved within his body. Panic surged through Lu Yu as he sprang from the bed. Fearing he had ingested something harmful, he dashed to a cup of water, intending to rinse his mouth, but upon grabbing the cup, he discovered it had shattered in his grip. Staring at the broken fragments, Lu Yu was utterly stunned. The cup was made of a glass-like material, not plastic. How could it have been crushed so easily? When did I acquire such strength? Could it be that drop of liquid? With this thought, Lu Yu picked up the vial again, this time inspecting it from above, noticing a faint glimmer of liquid still remaining inside. Should I try again? If it truly has an effect on my body, it could change my life. Weighing the risks, Lu Yu decided against further consumption, opting instead to observe for any adverse reactions. He opened the door and stepped outside. To his astonishment, his vision seemed enhanced. He could clearly see the antennae of an ant 20 meters away. The fever's aftermath left him feeling invigorated, his body brimming with vitality. I've struck gold. Lu Yu's heart raced with excitement. Realizing his enhanced physical condition, he hurried back inside, secured the door, and retrieved the vial once more. This time, without hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank the remaining drop of liquid, which he fancied had a hint of sweetness. Afterward, Lu Yu approached an iron ball he had previously brought back from the blacksmith shop. He lifted it effortlessly as if it were a mere pebble. This iron ball, once used for strength training, weighed at least 40 pounds, yet felt weightless in his grasp, an undeniable sign of his newfound strength. What a treasure! Lu Yu exclaimed, casting aside the iron ball and once again marveling at the vial, which now seemed imbued with mystery. I wonder when I might see more of this liquid. Lu Yu reclined on his bed, pondering. Tomorrow, I shall investigate further. If this vial continues to produce its enigmatic liquid, my future could be bright. As he contemplated his situation, he recognized that he was merely an apprentice in a blacksmith shop, with little prospects ahead. Having arrived in this world, he felt compelled to explore, especially since it appeared to harbor cultivators. What if he too could cultivate? Lu Yu's thoughts swirled as he drifted into a light slumber, planning to visit the blacksmith shop the following morning to earn some travel funds for a trip to the Grand City. The next day, he rose early and made his way to the blacksmith shop, where Master Nyo was already present. Leaning on the counter, he appeared lost in thought, observing the passers-by with an expression of contemplation. After greeting Master Nyo, Lu Yu did not proceed to tidy the tools as usual, but instead shared his aspirations of visiting the Grand City. What? Master Nyo looked up in surprise, fixing his gaze on Lu Yu. You intend to go to the Grand City in a month? Yes, I wish to see the Grand City. Having grown up here, I have never ventured beyond. I am curious about the world outside, Lu Yu replied earnestly. Well, while the outside world may not necessarily be better, you have grown. It will be good for you to explore, Master Nyo conceded, seeing Lu Yu's determination. For the following month, Lu Yu aimed to determine whether the mysterious vial would continue to yield its enigmatic liquid while acclimating to this new environment, as he would be living here henceforth. He quickly realized that business at the blacksmith shop was quite slow, given the town's small population of around 1,000. The blacksmith, a burly man in his 40s, did not comment much on Lu Yu's plans to explore the Grand City, merely advising him to return if it did not suit him. After a day of apprenticeship, Lu Yu returned home, eager to see if the vial would produce more of the mysterious liquid. Upon retrieving the vial, he was elated to discover 2 drops of the enigmatic liquid inside. "Ha! I am destined for greatness," Lu Yu exclaimed, his heart soaring with joy as he gazed at the liquid within a vial. Lu Yu resolved to keep the matter of the bottle a secret, refraining from disclosing it to anyone. After all, such a wondrous treasure, if known to others, would undoubtedly be beyond his grasp. This liquid is truly extraordinary. It enhances one's physical constitution. My vision and strength have greatly improved compared to before. With continued accumulation, it is certainly possible to transcend limits and embark on the path of immortality. In the following month, Lu Yu discovered that the mysterious bottle produced 2 drops of liquid each day. If left untouched, the bottle would contain only those 2 drops, failing to accumulate further. Thus, Lu Yu made it a daily ritual to consume the liquid produced that day. The result was a remarkable enhancement of his physical capabilities, allowing him to effortlessly lift weights of 300 to 500 pounds. He had anticipated that the month would pass in tranquil monotony. However, fate had other plans. On the eve of his departure, having just settled his wages with the innkeeper, Lu Yu encountered a grievously injured man lying not far from his home. After much deliberation, he reluctantly decided to assist the man and brought him into his residence. The individual appeared to be in his 30s, unremarkable in appearance, yet gripping a long sword tightly in his hand. The blade was entirely black, emanating an ominous aura that was palpable. Chapter 2. The rescued immortal. Upon gently placing the man onto the bed, Lu Yu found himself in a predicament. The condition of the man's clothing revealed that he had been grievously wounded, a sword thrust to his chest. If he did not receive prompt attention to halt the bleeding, his life would be in grave danger. Unfortunately, there were no hemostatic agents available in his home. Thus, Lu Yu had no choice but to remove the man's upper garments and carefully bind the wound with clean gauze. Throughout this process, the man remained utterly unconscious, showing no signs of awareness. Had Lu Yu not detected the faintest breath escaping the man's lips, he would have feared the worst. After considerable effort, he managed to secure the bandage. However, he soon realized that it was insufficient as the blood continued to seep through the fabric. What should he do? It was evident that this man had been pursued with malicious intent, and notifying the authorities or transporting him to a medical facility would entail significant complications. As Lu Yu observed the increasing bloodstains on the gauze, he noted the pallor that had overtaken the man's countenance due to excessive blood loss. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yu turned away and retrieved a mysterious vial, from which he dispensed a single drop of enigmatic liquid. After carefully storing the vial, he returned to administer the liquid to the man. Not long after consuming the drop, the bleeding appeared to cease, with no further blood soaking through the bandage, and the man's complexion began to regain some color, no longer as ghastly pale as before. Lu Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the potent liquid had proven effective, averting an even more dire situation. The following morning, Lu Yu rose from his makeshift bedding and approached the man's side to find him in markedly improved condition, his face displaying a hint of rosy hue. Fearing the bandage might cause further injury, Lu Yu refrained from replacing it, instead offering the man a sip of water to quench his thirst. This unforeseen incident had delayed Lu Yu's plans to venture to the bustling metropolis known as Yi City, a place rumored to be home to hundreds of thousands and frequented by lower-tier immortals. The prospect of such a vibrant destination only intensified Lu Yu's desire to depart. Yet the journey was long, and he was not adequately prepared. On the 3rd day, the man finally regained consciousness. Upon seeing Lu Yu, he seemed to deduce that it was Lu Yu who had rescued him. "Where am I?" The man inquired. You are awake. This is Qingyun town, Lu Yu replied, relieved that the man had regained consciousness. Had he remained unconscious for any longer, Lu Yu would have been at a loss for what to do. The man attempted to rise, but Lu Yu swiftly intervened, pressing him back down. Your wound has yet to heal. You must remain lying down. If you need anything, I shall fetch it for you. Clearly still weakened from his injuries, the man complied and reclined once more. After a moment as contemplation, he introduced himself. I am Wang Chun. Thank you for saving my life. May I inquire your name, young brother? I am Lu Yu. You collapsed in front of my home. Without my intervention, you would surely have perished. I cannot stand idly by and let you die. Noticing the man's hesitance to speak further, Lu Yu surmised that he had additional questions, yet their unfamiliarity seemed to stifle his curiosity. Lu Yu chose not to pry, for everyone harbors their own thoughts, and when the time is right, they will express them. In the days that followed, Wang Chen's recovery progressed swiftly. He was soon able to rise and walk. Their conversations grew more frequent, and a sense of camaraderie began to blossom between them. Lu Yu observed that Wang Chun was meditating daily, and though he harbored some suspicions, he kept them to himself. After a week had passed, Wang Chun seemed to have nearly recovered. On this day, he summoned Lu Yu and revealed, I am, in fact, a cultivator. I must depart now. Is there anything you wish for me to assist you with? The world is vast, and we may not have the chance to meet again. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's heart raced with excitement. His suspicions had been correct. Wang Chun was indeed a cultivator, and this opportunity was too precious to let slip away. Although Lu Yu felt elated, he maintained a composed demeanor, for he was merely 16 years old and appeared quite youthful. This month, due to the daily consumption of a mysterious elixir, Lu Yu's physique had strengthened considerably. Though Wang Chun remained unaware that within him resided a soul far beyond the age of 16. I am an orphan and possess little to tether me here. Lu Yu murmured softly, but I have heard from the townsfolk that cultivators can soar through the skies. Might I also become a cultivator? Wang Chun was taken aback by Lu Yu's unexpected response, momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, not everyone can become a cultivator. The foremost requirement is to possess a spiritual root. Having a spiritual root is the most basic condition. Do I have a spiritual root? Lu Yu inquired, eager to discover his own potential. Wang Chun stepped forward, grasped Lu Yu's hand, and utilized his spiritual energy to probe. Lu Yu felt a current of power coursing through his body, immensely pleasurable. Yet, before he could savor the sensation, Wang Chun withdrew his hand and informed him, indeed, you possess a spiritual root. It is of the inferior fire type, with average aptitude. Thus your future achievements may be limited. Initially, Lu Yu felt a surge of joy, but was soon overshadowed by disappointment. He was elated to learn he could cultivate, yet disheartened by the perceived mediocrity of his spiritual root. Before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Chun continued, spiritual roots are typically categorized into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with some rare types such as thunder and wind. They are further classified into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. An inferior spiritual root generally allows one to cultivate only to the foundation establishment stage. The levels of cultivation are divided into qi refining, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, and divine transformation, with even more stages beyond. However, it is said that in our southern domain, the highest cultivation level currently reached is the nascent soul stage. The path of cultivation is a one-way street. It is far more arduous than the lives of ordinary people. Since I began my own cultivation, I have seldom heard of anyone achieving immortality. Most are limited by their aptitude, and upon reaching a certain stage, they ultimately become mere bones. Do you still wish to pursue this path? It is destined to be fraught with peril. Wang Chen's final words were a call to Lu Yu, perhaps a reflection of his own long-held sentiments. I wish to cultivate. After much contemplation, Lu Yu finally declared, perhaps it is my youthful audacity that emboldens me, but I wish to try. The outcome remains uncertain, yet this opportunity is before me. If I do not seize it, I fear I shall regret it for a lifetime. Wang Chun trembled at Lu Yu's words, repeating them quietly to himself. How well said. I used to feel the same way. For many years, I have been trapped at the late stage of foundation building, unable to progress, and I felt hopeless about breaking through. However, upon hearing your words, I sense that the bottleneck of the late foundation stage has loosened. I shall enter seclusion once more, and I am certain I will achieve the golden core. Wang Chun said with a smile. Since you have made your decision and wish to assist me in attaining the golden core, I shall teach you the path of cultivation. Wang Chun declared to Lu Yu. First, I will share some important precautions with you before imparting the cultivation techniques. Although our sect's methods cannot be transmitted outside, I have gathered various techniques during my years of external training sufficient for your cultivation. Thus, Wang Chun began to instruct Lu Yu on the essential precautions and the cultivation technique known as the fire refinement method. According to Wang Chun, this technique was obtained during a secret realm expedition and is quite extraordinary for those with a fire affinity. Chapter 3. The journey of cultivation begins. Lu Yu watched as Wang Chun retrieved a jade slip from a pouch and handed it to him, prompting Lu Yu to eagerly take it. The jade slip contained the records of the fire refinement method. Upon receiving it, Lu Yu immediately placed the slip against his forehead, attempting to read its contents as Wang Chun had instructed. However, he found himself unable to decipher any words. Noticing this, Wang Chun chuckled and explained, "You have yet to begin your cultivation, and your spiritual sense is quite weak. It will be challenging to read the jade slip's contents. You must concentrate and gradually adapt." Feeling slightly embarrassed by his impatience, Lu Yu realized that as a novice in cultivation with no foundational experience, it was indeed a tall order to read the jade slip's contents. Following Wang Chun's advice, Lu Yu once again placed the jade slip against his forehead, focusing his mind and clearing his thoughts to absorb its knowledge. After some time, he finally discerned the 3 large characters fire refinement method, followed by the details of the cultivation technique and its key points. As this was his first encounter with such a method, Lu Yu was cautious and refrained from practicing indiscriminately. He meticulously read and understood each word, consulting Wang Chun to confirm his comprehension before proceeding to cultivate. Wang Chun had previously emphasized that the technique should not be practiced carelessly. One must follow the prescribed route meticulously, as deviating could harm the body's meridians. Lu Yu spent the better part of the day thoroughly grasping and organizing the technique. The first step involved absorbing the fire attribute spiritual energy that lingered in the external environment, then channeling it along specific meridians according to the technique's prescribed path, ultimately storing it within the dantian. After dinner, once he felt sufficiently digested, Lu Yu began his inaugural cultivation session under Wang Chun's vigilant protection. Concerned that Lu Yu might encounter difficulties during his first attempt, Wang Chun remained close by to safeguard him. Observing Lu Yu's earnest practice, Wang Chun gradually relaxed. He had genuinely worried about potential issues during this initial endeavor. This lad shows promise, Wang Chun noted as he saw Lu Yu successfully absorb the wandering fire attribute spiritual energy into his body in less than a quarter of an hour. To achieve such progress so swiftly, he is even stronger than I was during my first cultivation attempt. Unbeknownst to Wang Chun, Lu Yu is a soul from Earth, nearly 30 years old, possessing insights and comprehension far beyond those of this world, thus enabling him to adapt to new experiences with remarkable ease. At this moment, Lu Yu meticulously guided the spiritual energy along the meridian pathways of the refining fire technique, feeling a warm and comforting sensation wherever the energy flowed. It took him an entire hour to complete one cycle of the technique, and only after finishing did he open his eyes. He turned to Wang Chun, who was protecting him nearby, and said, "Brother Wang, I have completed one cycle, and my entire body feels pleasantly warm." Although Wang Chun recognized Lu Yu's commendable aptitude, he cautioned him against becoming overly confident after his first session. "You are still quite average," he remarked. "When I first practiced, I completed a cycle in just half an hour. You must strive harder." As he spoke, a slight blush crept onto Wang Chun's face, though it was hardly noticeable in the evening light. "You should begin your cultivation as well. I will wait for you to reach the first level of qi refinement before I depart. I need to return to the sect to enter seclusion and break through to the golden core stage." Without waiting for Lu Yu to respond, Wang Chun departed. Watching Wang Chen's retreating figure, Lu Yu opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained, pondering that Brother Wang could not remain by his side forever, as he had his own matters to attend to. With a mix of emotions, Lu Yu re-entered his cultivation state, determined to achieve a breakthrough soon. However, after an entire night of practice, he felt that he had only accumulated a minuscule amount of spiritual energy, roughly the size of a hair. At this rate, he wondered how long it would take to reach the first level of qi refinement. The next day, having just concluded his practice, Lu Yu opened his eyes to see Wang Chun meditating nearby. Wang Chun, having also just opened his eyes, looked at Lu Yu and said, "Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will inevitably regress. However, one must not take excessive risks, for the human body has limited capacity for endurance and must gradually acclimatize to spiritual energy. Forcing oneself to practice can lead to dangerous outcomes." Noticing Lu Yu's earnestness and listening, he continued, "The qi refinement stage is divided into 10 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are the early stage. Levels 4 to 6 are the middle stage. Levels 7 to 9 are the late stage, and the 10th level signifies perfection in qi refinement. Upon achieving the pinnacle of this stage, one may attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Beyond the foundation establishment stage, it becomes less complex, differentiated only into early, middle, and late phases." Through Wang Chen's explanation, Lu Yu gained a deeper understanding of the cultivation realms, resolving many of his previous confusions. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from his stomach, prompting him to lower his head in embarrassment, realizing he was hungry. As a master of the foundation establishment stage, Wang Chun naturally heard this and remarked, "Without breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, one cannot practice abstinence from food. During the qi refinement phase, sustenance is still necessary. However, you should aim to consume spiritual plants imbued with spiritual energy, such as spiritual rice, and avoid foods rich in impurities, as excessive consumption of such substances can hinder your progress." After finishing his explanation, Wang Chun retrieved several items from his storage bag, including a small bottle and a few transparent stones. Within the bottle, Lu Yu could see around 10 black pills, while the transparent stones were uniformly sized, about the size of a thumb, with a total of 5. Wang Chun handed the items to Lu Yu, saying, "The pills in this bottle are abstinence pills. There are 18 of them, and consuming one allows you to forego food for an entire day. These stones are called spirit stones, which contain a substantial amount of spiritual energy to aid our cultivation and serve as currency in the cultivation world. We use spirit stones for our transactions." Lu Yu hurriedly accepted the items with both hands. "Thank you, Brother Wang." He examined the fasting elixir and spiritual stone in his grasp, feeling a sense of novelty, as it was his first encounter with such treasures. Observing Lu Yu's fascination, Wang Chun refrained from mocking him. Recalling his own initial experience with the fasting elixir and spiritual stones, as Lu Yu gradually acclimated, Wang Chun began to elucidate the hierarchy of spiritual stones. The one you hold is a low-grade spiritual stone. There are also mid-grade, high-grade, and the legendary top-grade spiritual stones. The higher the grade, the more spiritual energy it contains, and, consequently, the more expensive it becomes. Lu Yu listened intently, captivated by Wang Chen's words. "Brother Wang, are the other spiritual stones similar to the low-grade one? Do you possess any others? Do you think spiritual stones grow on trees? They are quite precious, and the higher the grade, the rarer they are. Most spiritual stones appear quite similar. The distinction lies in the quantity of spiritual energy they harbor. Typically, 100 low-grade spiritual stones can be exchanged for 1 mid-grade stone, and 100 mid-grade stones for a high-grade stone. As for the legendary top-grade spiritual stone, its value is beyond measure, incomparable to the others. Even I have yet to behold one," Wang Chun replied, his expression one of exasperation. Due to the rarity of spiritual stones, one must exercise caution in the outside world. You should understand the principle of not revealing wealth. There are many ill-intentioned individuals. Never let others know you possess numerous spiritual stones, or you may find yourself in dire straits. Wang Chun warned Lu Yu. "I understand, Brother Wang," Lu Yu acknowledged, realizing that the world of cultivation was fraught with peril. where the pursuit of power could be ruthless and where the act of murder and theft was commonplace. This served as a sobering reminder for his future endeavors. Chapter 4. Breaking through to the first layer of qi cultivation in the ensuing days, Lu Yu dedicated himself to rigorous training. Whenever hunger struck, he would consume a fasting elixir. Despite its lack of flavor, it truly sustained him for an entire day without the need for food. Meanwhile, he utilized the spiritual stones to absorb and enhance his cultivation. Remarkably, a single low-grade spiritual stone could reduce his training time by approximately 5 days. The prospect of mid-grade and high-grade spiritual stones tantalized him further. Lu Yu did not forget about his mysterious little vial. He would venture to secluded areas each day to consume the 2 drops of liquid it produced. Although his relationship with Wang Chun had improved significantly, Lu Yu chose to keep the existence of the mysterious vial a secret, sensing its extraordinary nature and potential significance in his rise within this world. After half a month, Lu Yu noticed a marked improvement in his vision. He could clearly perceive objects over 100 meters away, and lifting a 500-pound stone felt effortless. By correlating this newfound strength with Wang Chen's assertion that such power required at least the 3rd layer of qi cultivation, it became evident that the vial held great mysteries. Lu Yu devoted the majority of his time to training, striving to achieve a breakthrough to the 1st layer of qi cultivation as soon as possible. According to Wang Chun, the lifespan during the qi refinement stage is approximately a century, while one can extend their life to around 200 years in the foundation establishment stage. Upon reaching the golden core stage, a lifespan of 500 years is attainable, and during the nascent soul stage, one may live for approximately 800 years. Not to mention the subsequent realms. One day, Lu Yu discovered that his dantian had ceased to accumulate spiritual energy, containing roughly 50 strands of it. After informing Wang Chun of his condition, Wang Chun remarked that Lu Yu had essentially reached the 1st level of qi refinement. In the following days, he advised Lu Yu that daily cultivation for 2 to 3 hours would suffice, and that he would impart some cultivation knowledge during the remaining hours. The next day, Wang Chun summoned Lu Yu and explained that beyond cultivation, the cultivation world also encompasses alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and array formations, among other disciplines. Mastery of these skills garners immense respect, and one need not worry about the scarcity of spirit stones, as many would eagerly offer them in exchange for such knowledge. Once Lu Yu had processed this information, he expressed his concerns regarding his limited talent, admitting that he had only scratched the surface of weapon forging. He pointed to the Xianling sword in his hand, a low-grade sword of the Xian rank, which he had forged himself. Lu Yu recognized it as the very sword Wang Chun had wielded when he rescued him, though it had vanished after Wang Chun awakened, likely stored in his spatial pouch. Despite Wang Chun's modesty in stating that he had only a rudimentary grasp of weapon forging, Lu Yu could discern a sense of pride in his demeanor. Acquiring a skill, though it demands considerable time, is undoubtedly worthwhile. The returns are exponential, far exceeding the initial investment. Observing Lu Yu's yearning expression, Wang Chun felt compelled to interject that not everyone could master alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, or array formations. Such pursuits require both talent and perseverance, as well as a significant investment of time, energy, and resources. He posed a rhetorical question. If one lacks the funds to acquire materials, can they hope to practice? Take weapon forging as an example. Success is rarely immediate and is often the result of countless failures, leading to the wastage of materials and the expenditure of numerous spirit stones to procure them. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu understood that no profession was currently within his reach, as he lacked the spirit stones to support such endeavors. The 5 spirit stones Wang Chun had previously given him had long been expended on his cultivation, or he would have already achieved the 1st level of qi refinement. However, Wang Chun encouraged him not to despair, suggesting that there were indeed ways to learn these skills. He proposed that Lu Yu could join a sect, akin to his own path, where ample cultivation resources abound. Wang Chun shared his thoughts, emphasizing that despite Lu Yu's low-grade fire attribute spiritual root, joining a sect could provide a valuable platform. Through the sect, one could undertake tasks to accumulate spirit stones and cultivation experience, a far more advantageous path than living as a solitary cultivator outside. Lu Yu found this reasoning compelling. Having just embarked on his journey into the world of cultivation, he felt utterly bewildered and realized he possessed nothing. No spirit stones, no resources. If I could join a sect, I would undoubtedly have access to greater resources, and with the aid of the mysterious little vial, I would surely thrive. With this thought in mind, Lu Yu turned to Wang Chun and inquired, "Brother Wang, do you have any recommendations? Which sect should I join? I possess little understanding of the outside world." Wang Chun was not surprised by Lu Yu's desire to join a sect, for it indeed represented an excellent opportunity for him. As an orphan from a small town, lacking both status and background, joining a cultivation sect was the best option available to Lu Yu. As far as I know, in a radius of 1,000,000 miles, there exist 4 major cultivation sects: the Elephant Armor sect, the Qingyun sect, the Snowflake sect, and the Demon Heaven Gate, Wang Chun explained. The overall strength of these 4 sects is relatively comparable, with the pinnacle combatants within each likely at the Golden Core stage, lacking any experts at the nascent soul stage. Among them, the Elephant Armor sect ranks 4th, renowned for its prowess in crafting, particularly its formidable puppets. It is said that their strongest puppet once battled a nascent soul expert without faltering. Yet currently, due to a lack of talented disciples, its strength has significantly diminished. The Qingyun sect claims to be the orthodox sect of the Xianmen, boasting no fewer than 100,000 disciples. It excels in alchemy and formations, securing the 2nd position among the 4 major sections. The Snowflake sect ranks 3rd. It is a rather unique sect composed entirely of women. It is said they were originally part of a significant sect in the western regions, which was later dismantled by enemies, scattering its disciples. The founder of the Snowflake sect arrived in our southern region during that tumultuous time, establishing the sect with her unique techniques and talisman-making skills. Though the Demon Heaven Gate is labeled a demonic sect, it stands as the most powerful among the 4, ranking 1st. Rumor has it that they originated from the eastern region, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. The Demon Heaven Gate is shrouded in mystery, yet its signature technique, Heavenly Demon Transformation, is recognized as the most formidable among the 4 sections. "Brother Wang, which sect do you belong to?" Lu Yu inquired curiously. Having spent considerable time with Wang Chun without knowing his sect affiliation, "I am from the Tai sect." In the southern region, aside from the 4 sects mentioned, there are many lesser-known sects and cultivation families. However, above these 4 major sects exist 3 even more powerful sects: the Tai sect, the Diamond sect, and the Homing sect. Legend has it that these 3 sects were once part of a singular sect, known as the Ta Ching sect, founded by the illustrious Ta Ching Taoist, whose cultivation was unparalleled. His 3 disciples became the founders of the Tai sect, the Diamond sect, and the Homing sect. As Wang Chun spoke, a hint of nostalgia crept into his voice regarding the transformations of the sections. If the Ta Ching sect had not fractured, how powerful it could have been. Even though it has now split into 3 sects, they remain immensely formidable, each boasting numerous experts, with nascent soul cultivators at their helm. Chapter 5. Breaking through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement and proceeding to Xintian sect due to the high entry thresholds of Tai sect, Jinggang sect, and Homing sect, which demand a minimum cultivation aptitude of at least a medium-grade spiritual root. There were no other feasible options available. In light of your circumstances, I recommend you pursue admission to Xintian sect. It boasts an excellent reputation and offers a plethora of techniques and resources. Given your current situation, you should be able to enroll as an outer disciple, and, as your cultivation advances, the possibility of transitioning to an inner disciple or even a true disciple is not out of reach. Lu Yu pondered this carefully and concluded that he had no better alternatives. "When should I go?" he inquired. Wang Chun replied, "From what I understand, Xintian sect will begin recruiting disciples in 6 months. By then, you should have cultivated to the 2nd level of Qi refinement, which will enhance your chances significantly. Your immediate task is to expedite your cultivation to that level." In the following days, Lu Yu diligently followed Wang Chun's guidance, devoting 2 to 3 hours each day to cultivation while allocating the remaining time to learning and broadening his horizons. He possessed 3 jade slips gifted by Wang Chun. The first one provided insights into the customs and culture of this world, detailing that the continent is known as Qingyun Continent, comprising 3 regions and 1 island: the southern region, eastern region, western region, and central island. The immense size of the land rendered it impossible to measure accurately, with the slip merely stating that its vastness is beyond human reckoning. Much of the information was vague, but it outlined that Lu Yu currently resided in a small town governed by Fengji City within the southern region, situated a daunting 200,000 miles from Xintian sect. The second jade slip focused on the art of weapon forging, categorizing the levels into yellow, profound, earth, and heaven, with each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. It also detailed the crafting techniques for some commonly used weapons, specifying the necessary materials and procedural steps. The third jade slip contained Wang Chen's personal cultivation insights and experiences garnered over the years. It was evident that Wang Chen had invested considerable thought into this, which deeply moved Lu Yu. Although he had saved Wang Chen's life, Wang Chen had guided him onto the path of cultivation, thus repaying his debt of gratitude, and had also provided invaluable advice on which sect to join, imparting knowledge far exceeding the scope of a mere life-saving favor. Lu Yu was a person of gratitude, and he resolved to repay Wang Chen's kindness whenever the opportunity arose. 5 days later, Lu Yu successfully broke through to the first level of qi refinement, significantly enhancing his spiritual energy. However, he remained humble, aware that his inferior fire spiritual root would inhibit his cultivation speed compared to others. Thus, he cherished every moment dedicated to his practice, yearning to cultivate tirelessly throughout the day, if not for concerns about his physical capacity. Wang Chen observed Lu Yu's dedication, and although he did not voice his thoughts, he silently acknowledged Lu Yu's efforts. After all, some individuals, despite lacking exceptional talent, could achieve remarkable accomplishments through relentless perseverance, often rivaling those endowed with extraordinary gifts. On the following day, Wang Chen conveyed to Lu Yu that he initially intended for him to return to the sect after reaching the first layer of qi refining. However, he now recommended that Lu Yu journey to the Xintian sect for further cultivation. The road ahead was long and fraught with potential dangers. Even if Lu Yu were to attain the second layer of qi refining by then, his safe arrival was not guaranteed. Therefore, Wang Chen resolved to accompany him on this journey before parting ways. After speaking, he also gifted Lu Yu 20 low-grade spirit stones for his cultivation. Lu Yu, moved by Wang Chen's words, reflected on the fact that he had merely saved Wang Chen's life, yet the latter had shown him unparalleled kindness. Over the next 3 months, Wang Chen continued to bestow upon Lu Yu more than 50 spirit stones. Through relentless effort, Lu Yu finally broke through to the second layer of qi refining. 3 days later, he planned to set out with Wang Chen for the Xintian sect. However, just as they reached the threshold, Wang Chen noticed Lu Yu had halted and inquired if something was amiss. Lu Yu gazed upon the familiar surroundings, his emotions in turmoil. This place was, after all, his first foothold after arriving in this world from Earth, and the thought of leaving stirred a sense of reluctance within him. "Brother Wang, please wait for me a moment. I need to take care of something and will return shortly," he said, before dashing away. Intrigued, Wang Chen followed and discovered that Lu Yu was returning over 100 taels of silver to shopkeeper Niu, requesting him to distribute it to those who had previously aided him. Witnessing this act, Wang Chen was filled with profound sentiments. The silver was a remnant from his past, now rendered unnecessary, as he had initially intended to leave after recovering from his injuries. He had given it to Lu Yu, not anticipating that Lu Yu would express a desire to pursue immortality, thus prompting him to stay for several additional months. Observing Lu Yu's noble character reaffirmed the value of his teachings over these months, and a smile crept across Wang Chen's face. Upon Lu Yu's return, the two set forth on their journey to the Xintian sect. After walking for a quarter of an hour and distancing themselves from the small town, Wang Chen halted Lu Yu. "At this pace, how long will it take us to arrive? If you were to travel alone, I would suggest you head to a nearby cultivation city and take a flying beast. Now that I am accompanying you, we can fly there." With that, Wang Chen produced his Xianling sword. He tossed the sword upwards, and as he cast his spell, The sword began to grow in size until it reached approximately 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, finally hovering 30 centimeters above the ground. Lu Yu stood in awe, realizing that flying swords truly existed. It was only when Wang Chun beckoned him to board the flying sword that he regained his composure. "Rise," Wang Chun commanded softly, and the Xianling sword, now bearing Lu Yu, ascended gently. As they soared higher, Lu Yu felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of falling. Noting Lu Yu's apprehension, Wang Chun raised his hand to conjure a protective barrier, shielding them from the wind. He explained that mastering sword flight typically required reaching the later stages of qi refining. Once one's cultivation reached that level, the internal spiritual energy would suffice to support the sword's flight. The distance one could travel depended on the amount of spiritual energy and one's control over it. Take me, for instance, with my cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment, coupled with the Xianling sword, which I forged myself and is perfectly attuned to me. I can effortlessly soar over 10,000 miles in a single breath. Wang Chun took a deep breath, yet during the battle, it was a different matter, for one must divide their attention to observe the surroundings, which hampered the control of spiritual energy. Noticing Lu Yu's lingering concern about falling, Wang Chun reassured him that there was no need for worry, as he had conjured a protective barrier. This shield not only obstructed the wind, but also possessed a certain degree of defensive capability, ensuring that they would not plummet. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu cautiously extended his hand and, indeed, encountered a membrane at the edge of the flying sword that impeded his reach. Pressing down firmly, he discovered its stability, alleviating his anxious heart. Realizing his legs felt somewhat weak, Lu Yu offered an awkward smile and inquired, "Brother Wang, how much longer until we reach Qingyun sect?" Wang Chun chose not to disclose Lu Yu's unease, replying that at their current flying speed, they would typically arrive in 5 or 6 days. However, it was imperative to conserve one's strength while journeying, avoiding the complete expenditure of spiritual energy lest they find themselves in perilous circumstances. Thus, they would travel approximately 20,000 miles each day, estimating it would take around 10 days to reach Qingyun sect. The following days passed without incident, and Lu Yu gradually acclimated, spending his time on the flying sword, admiring the vast landscapes below. He observed that this continent was indeed immense, far surpassing Earth in scale. Whenever Wang Chun paused to replenish his spiritual energy, Lu Yu would venture nearby to catch some wild game, such as rabbits, to roast and enjoy. With his cultivation at the second level of qi refinement, capturing ordinary rabbits and wild chickens was a simple task. After Wang Chun had tasted Lu Yu's roasted wild chicken on one occasion, he began to join him for meals, remarking that the flavor was quite delightful and worth indulging in occasionally. Chapter 6. Arrival at Qingyun sect, serendipitous finds in the market on the 10th day. Wang Chun and Lu Yu arrived at Qingyun sect. From the flying sword, Lu Yu gazed at the expansive sect, which seemed to stretch endlessly, partially shrouded in mist, exuding an imposing presence that left him awestruck. They disembarked in a bustling marketplace before the sect, likely due to the impending recruitment of disciples. Lu Yu noted the throngs of people surrounding him, and as they entered the market, the air resonated with the sounds of commerce, depicting a scene of prosperity. With approximately 2 months remaining until the official recruitment, Wang Chun found an inn for Lu Yu in the marketplace, paying for a 2-month stay with 10 low-grade spirit stones. "Lu Yu, I shall leave you here. Your future accomplishments will depend on your own efforts," Wang Chun said, placing 50 low-grade spirit stones on the table. "This should suffice for your needs over the next 2 months." Though reluctant to part, Lu Yu refrained from expressing too much sentiment, simply wishing Wang Chun well and stating he would visit when the opportunity arose. The following day, after ensuring Lu Yu's comfort, Wang Chun departed, stating he needed to return for secluded cultivation to break through to the golden core stage. Lu Yu quickly adjusted his mindset and began his own practice. During the day, he would explore the marketplace, gathering information about any updates regarding the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment, occasionally wandering to examine the wares available at various stalls. However, Lu Yu harbored no intentions of making a purchase, for he possessed merely 50 low-grade spirit stones, a sum insufficient for any extravagant expenditure. His sole desire was to broaden his horizons and gain insight into the prices within the realm of cultivation. Throughout these days, Lu Yu had encountered numerous remarkable items, such as the qi-enhancing Peiyuan pills, the Xingyun pills, and a dazzling array of techniques and magical artifacts. Yet, he refrained from making any acquisitions, as his meager finances necessitated prudent spending. The Qingyun sect had announced the criteria for the recruitment of disciples, stipulating that applicants must be under the age of 20. Those possessing low-grade spiritual roots could join the outer sect as long as they passed the sect's trials. Those with mid-grade spiritual roots could enter the inner sect upon successful completion of the trials. Even if they failed, they could still become outer sect disciples. Those endowed with high-grade or exceptional spiritual roots could directly enter the inner sect without participating in the trials, and if fortunate enough to attract the attention of an elder, they might even become direct disciples. Lu Yu spent his days primarily in cultivation, aspiring to enhance his strength as much as possible before the sect trials. However, he found that his progress was painfully slow, likely due to his low-grade spiritual roots. With only 5 days remaining until the trials commenced, Lu Yu exited his chamber and ventured into the marketplace. Upon observation, he noted the increasing throngs of people, among whom were many elegantly dressed young masters and misses, accompanied by attendants. Yet, the majority appeared to be ordinary folk, likely in their early teens, also present to observe the wares in anticipation of the Qingyun sect trials. Suddenly, Lu Yu felt a warmth emanating from the mysterious vial he wore around his neck. Curious, he reached out to touch it through his clothing, confirming that it indeed radiated heat. This peculiar reaction was unprecedented since arriving in this world. The vial had only produced 2 drops of a mysterious liquid that enhanced his constitution daily. Why then was it suddenly emanating warmth? Was something drawing its attention? As he scanned his surroundings, Lu Yu's gaze was drawn to a stone-like object on a nearby stall that seemed to beckon him. "Good sir, how much for this sword?" he inquired as he approached the vendor, bypassing the stone and instead picking up a sword that lay naked upon the ground, devoid of sheath. This was a rusty old sword, its original hue obscured, marred by several notches that were caked with dirt, suggesting it had once been buried and subsequently unearthed. "Young master, you possess a discerning eye. You can instantly recognize this sword's extraordinary nature," the vendor, a burly man in his 40s, exclaimed with a farmer's attire. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly began to extol the sword's virtues. "I retrieved this sword from a secret realm, and it cost me considerable effort. If you fancy it, I can offer it to you at a discount. Spare me your embellishments. This sword appears quite damaged. Whether it is even usable remains in question, and I would need to hire someone to restore it, which would surely require a significant expenditure of spirit stones," Lu Yu interjected, cutting through the vendor's flattery. "Just tell me how many spirit stones you seek." "Ha!" The vendor chuckled, unfazed by Lu Yu's sarcasm. He stated that if you wish to acquire it, you may take it for 40 low-grade spirit stones. 10 spirit stones, in such a dilapidated state, are hardly worth that price. 35 stones, that is my final offer. It is a small-scale transaction, yielding minimal profit. 20 stones. After a round of negotiation, Lu Yu ultimately purchased it for 25 spirit stones. Yet he insisted on receiving 2 additional trinkets, one of which was that small stone. The vendor, recognizing its insignificant value, consented. Having paid the spirit stones, Lu Yu, eager to uncover the object that attracted the mysterious bottle, lost all desire to continue browsing and returned instead. Upon arriving at the inn, Lu Yu promptly locked the door to his room. He retrieved the small stone from his pocket, examining it from various angles, but failing to discern anything remarkable about it. Lu Yu pondered. As expected, if it were readily apparent that it possessed unique qualities, he would not have been the one to acquire it. Surely, someone else would have claimed it first. At that moment, he noticed the small bottle hanging at his chest had grown warmer, prompting him to remove it. As Lu Yu took down the bottle, before he could scrutinize it further, an unexpected force emanated from the bottle, drawing the small stone inside. What was happening? He peered into the bottle's opening to find it utterly empty. How could it vanish? I witnessed the stone being drawn in. Where could it possibly have gone? Could there be some hidden realm within? Lu Yu mused. Suddenly, the bottle emitted another surge of suction, and before Lu Yu could react, he too was pulled inside. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and when he regained his senses, he discovered he was no longer within the inn. Taking a few steps forward, he found himself surrounded by a dense haze, visibility severely limited. Although his vision had been enhanced by the mysterious liquid, he could not see beyond 3 meters in this place. "Hello, is anyone there?" After waiting in vain for response, Lu Yu summoned his courage and ventured into the thick fog ahead. After walking approximately 10 meters, he realized he could not progress further and veered to the side. After several laps, he discerned that he was in a space roughly 30 meters long and 20 meters wide, enveloped in mist, desolate and empty. This must be inside the bottle. How can I possibly escape? Lu Yu mused aloud. I cannot get out. Who is speaking? The voice from behind startled Lu Yu, prompting him to turn around swiftly. To his astonishment, a beautiful woman stood less than 2 meters behind him, having appeared without his notice. Chapter 7. The beautiful Miss Linger, who are you? How come I did not see you earlier? Despite her beauty, Lu Yu hesitated to approach, uncertain of her intentions. This is a small world, though it has become damaged, she remarked, her tone reflecting a hint of melancholy. How did I end up here? And it's so small? With nothing in it, Lu Yu questioned skeptically. Is this truly a small world? It seems rather shabby, does it not? This place was not always as it is now. It was originally forged by a powerful being from the celestial realm. Gradually, through the infusion of various laws, it evolved into a new world. The young woman paused momentarily before continuing. Eventually, that celestial being perished in a confrontation with enemies, and as a result, this miniature world was shattered during the battle, left to drift aimlessly throughout the cosmos until it ultimately found itself on Earth. Do you recall the time when your hand was cut and your blood stained a bottle? The girl reminded Lu Yu, for your blood was absorbed by the bottle, inadvertently allowing it to recognize you as its master. Lu Yu reflected on a moment during his time on Earth when he had accidentally cut his hand and bled profusely. At that time, the bottle had indeed been tainted with his blood, but after tending to his wound, he discovered that the bloodstains had vanished, presumably absorbed by the bottle. Recognized as my master? Yet, why do I feel nothing? Lu Yu pondered in confusion. Since acquiring the bottle, it had shown no reaction whatsoever. The girl explained, given the severe damage to this miniature world, your arrival here was facilitated by its expending all its energy to bring you over. If you had not stumbled upon a shard of the world, it would not have awakened. A shard of the world? Could that small stone be a fragment of the world? Lu Yu recalled the little stone that had attracted the bottle. Indeed, every shattered world leaves behind numerous fragments, which serve as sustenance for the miniature world. The awakening of this small world was due to that fragment, though it is too diminutive to restore much. To rejuvenate the world, more fragments are required. As the spirit of this small world, she was acutely aware of its current state. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu realized that the girl was the spirit of this miniature realm, and as its master, she would not harm him. The challenge lies in the uncertainty of how many more world fragments are needed for restoration. This encounter was merely a fortunate accident, and the future remains unclear. Through their conversation, he learned that the girl was named Linger, a name she had chosen herself. Although she had fallen into slumber after the destruction of the small world, she had awakened while on Earth, utilizing the energy of the miniature realm to bring herself over. Linger, how does one utilize this small world? Lu Yu mused, considering his lack of knowledge as its master, unable even to exit. It is actually due to your insufficient strength, and, at that time, the small world had not yet awakened. Now, you need only to silently invoke it in your heart to enter and exit, Linger elucidated. So that is how it is. Lu Yu thought, mentally commanding himself to exit, and to his astonishment, he found himself back in the inn. Noticing no changes outside, he mentally summoned himself back in, and upon focusing, realized he was indeed within the miniature world. He then repeated the process several times, finding he could freely traverse in and out of the small world, which put his mind at ease. Once they came to a halt, Lu Yu contemplated that he could easily regard this place as a storage space, allowing him to securely stow away items in the future. As he regained his composure, he turned his attention to Ling, Air. who stood approximately at a height of 1 meter 60. Her delicate features resembled that of a porcelain doll, and she donned a stunning beige dress that accentuated her beauty. "What are you staring at?" Ling Er inquired, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Lu Yu's gaze. "Just admiring your beauty," Lu Yu replied with a smile. "It would be a shame not to take a good look at someone as lovely as you. You're such a rogue." "I have no intention of conversing with you further," Ling Er exclaimed before dashing away, disappearing into the thick mist. Lu Yu paid her no mind, deciding that there was nothing left to do here and returned to the inn. He retrieved the sword he had purchased, filling a basin with water to wash away the dirt that obscured its true form. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yu observed that the sword measured approximately 1 meter in length, 3 fingers in width, and exhibited a rich brown metallic luster. The blade bore 4 or 5 nicks, seemingly inflicted by a sharp object. "This sword appears quite attractive," Lu Yu mused, pondering why the vendor had not bothered to clean it before selling. In truth, the sword had indeed been brought out from a secret realm by the vendor, who believed that a touch of dirt would enhance its mystery. The vendor worried that if the blade were thoroughly cleaned, it might not attract any buyers. After toying with the sword for a while, Lu Yu stored it within his small world, as he had not trained in swordsmanship and intended to use it as a temporary weapon. "Oh, I forgot to ask Ling Er about the liquid produced by the bottle each day," he thought, smacking his forehead in realization. However, having missed the opportunity, he resolved to inquire the next time he saw her. In the following days, Lu Yu remained in the inn, diligently practicing and refraining from venturing out, until the day of the trial arrived. The gathering point for the Qingyun sect's trial was located 10 kilometers outside of the city in a forest. By the time Lu Yu arrived, he found a throng of people already assembled, estimating their number to be no fewer than 30,000. Around 9 in the morning, members of the Qingyun sect arrived, traveling in a flying vessel as befitting one of the 4 great sections. The disciples stood aboard the vessel, clad in uniforms of a unified color, exuding an impressive presence. The previously cacophonous scene fell silent upon their arrival, as everyone fixed their gaze on the flying vessel, akin to students awaiting the distribution of examination papers by an invigilator. "Disembark," commanded a voice from the vessel, followed by the descent of dozens of individuals. This was Lu Yu's first encounter with such grandeur, evoking a deep sense of envy within him. Once everyone had disembarked, an elderly man with a goatee let out a gentle huff, causing the vessel to rapidly shrink until it landed in his hands. With the flying vessel secured, the goateed elder leaped onto a nearby elevated platform. He gazed down at the tranquil scene below, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he addressed the crowd. "Welcome, everyone, to the triennial disciple recruitment trials of the Qingyun sect. I am Gutian, the senior elder and steward of the inner sect." Observing the attentive faces of the multitude, Gutian proceeded to enumerate the requirements for prospective disciples. Participants must be under the age of 20 and possess spiritual roots. Without them, cultivation is simply unattainable. Those with inferior spiritual roots may become outer sect disciples through the trials, while those with intermediate roots can ascend to the inner sect. Those blessed with superior or exceptional roots are exempt from the trials and may directly join the inner sect, with the fortunate possibility of becoming direct disciples. Although the audience had already gleaned this information from the sect's announcement, a wave of astonishment swept through them upon hearing it reiterated. Chapter 8. The trials of the Qingyun sect commenced silence. Gutian's voice rang out. The trials would consist of 2 segments, the spiritual root assessment and the trials themselves. As the name suggests, the spiritual root assessment determines whether one possesses spiritual roots. Those who do will advance to the trial stage the following day, while those who do not shall withdraw immediately. Disciples of the Qingyun sect will assist in testing your spiritual roots, and you are to form 20 lines for orderly assessment. Those with roots will be duly registered and permitted to participate in the sect's trials, while those without are disqualified. I hereby announce the official commencement of the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment, Gutian declared, concluding his explanation of the trial process and signaling the start of the assessments. No sooner had his words settled than 20 disciples of the Qingyun sect emerged, lining up with a spiritual root testing stone in hand. The stone, roughly the size of a palm, was entirely white It would reveal different colors corresponding to the type of spiritual root. Inferior roots would emit a faint glow. Intermediate roots, a brighter light, while superior or exceptional roots would radiate a blinding brilliance. Among the throng, Lu Yu learned that he must queue for the spiritual root test. Although he was aware of his inferior fire attribute roots, he adhered to the rules and patiently awaited his turn. As the testing commenced, the atmosphere grew somewhat chaotic. Lu Yu glanced around the line, observing the varied reactions. Those with roots were elated, while those without wore expressions of dejection. Despite possessing only inferior roots, Lu Yu remained undeterred, understanding that life is seldom a smooth journey. In hindsight, one often realizes that past setbacks are trivial. Only those sturdy vessels, weathered by storms, can set sail toward distant horizons. Ling Feng, middle grade fire attribute roots. Lu Jiejia, no roots. Chen Ji, inferior grade earth attribute roots. The pace of the assessments was swift. Yet due to the overwhelming number of participants, it took an entire hour before Lu Yu was called for his test. Placing his hand upon the spiritual root testing stone, he felt no particular sensation. Soon, the stone emitted a faint red glow, confirming his status as having inferior fire attribute roots. After confirming his name, the Xiantian disciple recorded Lu Yu's information in the ledger. Lu Yu, inferior grade fire attribute roots. Upon completing his test, Lu Yu did not depart immediately, but instead stepped aside to observe. Lu Yu was eager to observe the unfolding events, curious about whether any other matters would arise and eager to see how many individuals possess superior or exceptional spiritual roots. Lu Fei, with a superior metal attribute spiritual root, was met with a chorus of cheers from ahead. As soon as the crowd learned of his distinguished lineage, they turned their gaze in unison. Spotting a young aristocrat standing at the forefront, his spiritual stone radiating a dazzling metallic brilliance. "Ah, a superior spiritual root," exclaimed the crowd. After such a long wait, it was evident that superior spiritual roots were indeed rare. "It seems my medium spiritual root is quite commendable," they murmured among themselves. Lu Yu, listening to the discussions around him, discerned the truth. Superior spiritual roots were indeed scarce, boasting immense potential. It was no wonder that those who possessed them could ascend directly to intersect disciples without undergoing trials. Then came the announcement of Feng Qianqian, a beauty with a superior water attribute spiritual root. Another superior spiritual root. Someone exclaimed, "Have you noticed? She's quite the stunning lady." Indeed, as the crowd turned to admire her, the beauty huffed in discontent, embodying the persona of an aloof goddess. Eventually, the excitement subsided, and the atmosphere grew lively with the hope that someone among them might be the next to possess a superior spiritual root. Unfortunately, as the testing concluded, no further superior spiritual roots emerged. After the tests, out of over 30,000 participants, only a little over 300 were found to possess spiritual roots, while the majority remained without. In the end, Elder Gutian did not make another appearance. Instead, a fellow intersect disciple conveyed the message that those who passed the spiritual root test should remember to attend the trials on the following morning. Upon returning home, Lu Yu chose to forego his cultivation, opting instead for a restful sleep to maintain his body in peak condition, preparing for the trials ahead. The next day, he arrived early at the same spot as the previous day, soon joined by others as they trickled in. Elder Gu Tian once again presided over the trials. Addressing the participants directly, he emphasized that the purpose of the trials was to select suitable disciples for the sect, not to accommodate those seeking to waste time. Embarking on the path of cultivation is inherently a defiance of fate, he declared. There is no retreat. One must move forward with unwavering determination. Failure is not an option. If you lack this awareness, you are not suited for the path of immortality. It would be wiser to withdraw and refrain from wasting time. After waiting a while, seeing no one inclined to withdraw, he laid out the rules for the trials. Each participant would receive 2 balls, one red and one white. Seizing a red ball from another would allow passage through the trials, and acquiring additional red balls would earn corresponding sect points upon entry. However, each person could claim a maximum of 5 red balls. Exceeding this limit would result in disqualification. while those who lost their red balls would be deemed unsuccessful. Participants were permitted to employ any means necessary to acquire red balls, but killing was strictly prohibited. Sect disciples would be monitoring the trials, and any deliberate act of murder would result in immediate disqualification from entry. The white orb serves as a signal for the trial participants to call for aid in times of peril. Once crushed, it summons disciples from the sect to render assistance. Yet it simultaneously signifies failure in the trial. As previously mentioned, those who fail are stripped of their eligibility to enter the sect if they possess inferior spiritual roots, while those with intermediate roots may still become outer disciples. However, to ensure fairness, there exists a second chance for those who falter. If they can withstand 3 strikes from a disciple at the 5th level of Qi refining, they may be deemed successful in the trial. In the course of the trial, injuries may occur, and the potential for casualties due to delayed medical attention is a reality that cannot be ignored. By choosing to participate, you implicitly consent to these regulations. With the trial yet to commence, I shall inquire once more. Does anyone wish to withdraw? Gutian inquired. Hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of tension. After all, the threat to life was palpable. Yet, the opportunity before them was too enticing to forsake, for missing it could lead to lifelong regret. Consequently, not a single individual opted to withdraw. With no one stepping back, the distribution of the red and white orbs commenced. Once in possession of their orbs, they were free to depart. The trial zone lay within this forest, and all participants were forbidden from exceeding its boundaries. Those who did would be eliminated, and the trial would conclude by sunset. As the trial was about to begin, participants rushed forward to claim their red and white orbs. Upon receiving their orbs, they hastily set off, eager to avoid being outpaced and having their red orbs snatched away. Lu Yu, having acquired his orb, swiftly left the area, aware that the further back he remained, the greater the risk of theft. Without the absolute strength to protect his red orb, it was prudent to distance himself from the throng. Lu Yu did not intend to immediately seize red orbs. Instead, he retreated to a secluded spot among 3 closely clustered trees. After ensuring no one was in sight, he climbed the central tree to conceal himself. He planned to wait until midday to descend and search for opportunities to claim red orbs. The chaos among the crowd at the onset would likely be overwhelming, making theft a perilous endeavor. However, those remaining would undoubtedly possess strength, necessitating careful consideration in choosing whom to confront, lest he encounter failure. The risks were substantial, yet so were the rewards. Having stolen for so long, they might possess multiple red orbs, leading to significant gains upon successful acquisition. Chapter 9. The Battle Beneath the Trees. The contest for red orbs. Lu Yu waited patiently for over an hour, observing the occasional passerby beneath the trees without making a move, biding his time for the right opportunity. As noon approached, he noticed a promising situation unfolding. Don't run. Hand over the red orb. 2 men were sprinting toward him, the foremost clad in green, desperately fleeing, while a man in red pursued him from about 30 meters behind. Their labored breaths indicated they had been running for quite some time, and fatigue was evidently taking its toll. Eventually, the man in green was cornered beneath the tree not far from Lu Yu. "Huh, you can't escape. Hand over the red orb, and I'll let you go." The man in red laughed triumphantly. "You wish. I will never surrender," the man in green defiantly replied, unwilling to give in. "Toasting with no intention of drinking is akin to inviting punishment. Do not hold me accountable for my lack of courtesy," declared the man in red, as he charged forward to engage the man in green in a barehanded scuffle. However, it quickly became apparent that the man in green was no match for his opponent, as he was struck several times in rapid succession. Within approximately 5 minutes, the man in green found himself sprawled on the ground. And just as the man in red was about to seize the red ball, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind approaching from behind. Startled, he executed a swift roll forward to evade the imminent threat. Rising to his feet, he glanced back to find a young man in gray, around 17 or 18 years of age, standing where he had just been, wielding a wooden stick pointed directly at him. "How despicable! Attempting to ambush me," thought the man in red, realizing the gray-clad individual had indeed sought to catch him off guard. The man in gray, undeterred by notions of decency, believed that achieving his goal of acquiring the ball justified any underhanded tactics. "I've been observing your struggle for quite some time. You must be exhausted from your brawl. You cannot possibly contend with me. So hand over the red ball to avoid any unnecessary pain," he asserted. "Impressive. Very well," replied the man in red, retrieving the red ball from his pocket. "Come and take it." "Ah, but I insist you place the ball on the ground and step back 10 paces. It is not a matter of distrust. Rather, I am simply cautious," the gray-clad man insisted, refraining from approaching the ball immediately. Seeing that his opponent was not falling for the ruse, the man in red reluctantly set the ball down and began to retreat slowly. As the man in gray observed this retreat, a sly smile crept across his lips, reveling in the thought of departing with the ball. For the woods were fraught with danger. As the gray-clad man approached the red ball and bent down to pick it up, a sudden rush of wind startled him, prompting him to rise and look around. Yet before he could discern the source, his vision was obstructed. "My eyes!" he cried out, clutching his face and collapsing to the ground. The man in red, witnessing this, sprang to his feet, shedding his earlier facade of weakness. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his hands were dusted with fine sand. It became clear that his earlier vulnerability had been a mere act designed to deceive the man in gray. His original plan had been to subdue the gray-clad man once he was within range, but the latter's caution had thwarted that strategy, compelling him to devise an alternative plan, which ultimately succeeded. Seizing the opportunity while the man in gray was still disoriented, the man in red swiftly approached and snatched the red ball from him, subsequently crushing the white ball in the process. Though the gray-clad man attempted to intervene, his vision clouded by sand rendered him incapable of doing anything but watch helplessly as his possessions were taken. The man in red then turned his attention to the man in green. However, instead of attempting to seize the latter's ball, he extended the red ball he had just taken from the gray-clad man towards him, who reached out to accept it. It turned out that the man in red and the man in green were already acquainted prior to their trial. Upon hearing the rules, the man in red immediately recognized it as an opportunity, signaling to the man in green as he approached. Though the man in green was uncertain of the man in red's intentions, he accepted the ball and followed suit. When the man in green heard the man in red propose a collaboration to seize the red ball, he readily acquiesced. Lacking formidable strength, he had little confidence in his ability to secure the ball on his own, as he was still preoccupied with overcoming the trial. However, with their combined efforts, their chances of success significantly increased. Most participants in the sect trial were generally without connections, and even those with some cultivation rarely reached the mid-stage of qi refinement. Those who had not broken through to that level were merely marginally stronger than the average individual. Thus, the two men devised a ruse, pretending to be one entity to target another's ball, thereby attracting individuals like the man in gray to attempt to seize the ball. The adversary would assume they had engaged in a fierce battle, completely oblivious to the fact that the duo was biding their time, waiting for their prey to take the bait. By employing this tactic, they had successfully acquired 4 red balls since the trial commenced, with each man claiming 2. Let us return. We have each obtained 2 red balls. After accounting for the one needed to complete the trial, we will have 1 remaining that can be exchanged for sect points, the man in red stated to the man in green. Upon hearing about the exchange for sect points, a flicker of intrigue crossed the eyes of the man in green, though he concealed his emotions and replied, "Then let us return." As they took a few steps, the man in green called out, "You mentioned." The man in red, about to turn back at the sound of his companion's voice, suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and lost consciousness before he could comprehend the situation. The man in green held a wooden stick, and as he gazed at the now unconscious man in red, he mused, "I had no intention of robbing you. It was your own words that inspired me. The more red balls one possesses, the greater the sect points one can exchange. With your contribution, I now have 4 red balls to trade for sect points. As a low-grade spirit root, if I cannot secure more resources, I will inevitably remain at the lowest tier of existence. Thus, I must sacrifice you." After uttering these words, the man in green reached to collect the red balls from his fallen companion. However, before he could revel in his success, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his own head and succumbed to unconsciousness. Liu Yu stood behind the man in green, wielding a wooden stick just as the man in green had done moments before. After delivering 2 strikes and confirming that his adversary had indeed lost consciousness, Liu Yu refrained from engaging in idle chatter. He understood all too well that villains often fall victim to their verbosity, and lingering any longer would only invite greater peril. Once he had gathered all the red balls from the man in green, Liu Yu did not linger to examine them, but instead turned and chose a path that veered away from the main road as he made his exit. Chapter 10. Successfully entering Qingyun sect. Liu Yu was aware that ambushes awaited along the exit route, as those inside would likely rush out to seize the opportunity. Therefore, he opted to bypass the main thoroughfare, deliberately selecting a smaller path to navigate his way out. Though the smaller path presented greater challenges, Liu Yu, possessing only the cultivation of the second layer of qi refinement, had been transformed by the mysterious liquid of the small world, endowing him with a physique comparable to that of a fourth-layer qi refinement practitioner. Thus, this terrain posed no difficulty for him. As Liu Yu walked, he reflected on the experiences he had just encountered. The interactions between the man in red and the man in green revealed that human relationships may pale in comparison to the allure of cultivation resources. Henceforth, he resolved to maintain a degree of caution in his dealings with others, ensuring that he did not place his future in the hands of others, lest he find himself oblivious to his own demise. Throughout his journey, Liu Yu contemplated much, envisioning the life that awaited him upon entering the sect and pondering his own future. Although uncertainty clouded his path ahead, his aspiration for cultivation remained unwavering. For it was through cultivation that he could attain strength and ultimately achieve a state of profound freedom. By mid-afternoon, Liu Yu finally emerged from his trials, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, liberated from the worry of encountering someone who might snatch away his red balls. He approached the registration area, presenting all 7 red balls he had collected, including his own, to the registering disciple. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment at the sheer number of red balls he produced. How could he possess so many? Wasn't he had stated that one could seize no more than 5? Indeed, there were whispers that he must have stolen from 6 individuals. Silence. He has not committed any infraction. He merely took from one person. A disciple from the monitoring team clarified, coming to Liu Yu's defense. As it turned out, this monitoring disciple had returned even before Liu Yu and had already reported the situation. Although Liu Yu had indeed taken 6 balls, it was a unique circumstance. For the individual from whom he had taken possessed 6 balls. Thus, Liu Yu had not violated any rules. Had he attempted to seize more after acquiring 6, that would have constituted an infraction, but he had not done so. Therefore, his possession of the 6 red balls was entirely legitimate. Those just returning from a scene, upon hearing that Liu Yu had garnered 6 balls from one individual, were filled with envy, wishing fervently to be that fortunate soul. "Brother, your luck is truly remarkable," exclaimed a jovial, plump young man who approached Liu Yu, giving him a thumbs up. Liu Yu couldn't help but find a sense of whimsy in the sight of the chubby young man's round hand. Feeling somewhat bored while waiting, he engaged in conversation with the young man. "Not too bad, just fortunate this time," Liu Yu replied. Through their dialogue, he learned that the young man's name was Qingyun, a cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refinement. He hailed from a modest family of cultivators, as his uncle served as an outer elder in the Qingyun sect, which was the reason for his participation in the sect's trials. Liu Yu mentally tagged the young man as a connection of significance, realizing the importance of nurturing a good relationship with him, as he might later rely on Qingyun within the outer sect. Time passed swiftly, and, as the sun began to set, the trials concluded. Elder Gutian, a steward of the inner sect, took the stage to announce the end of the trials. A total of 133 individuals had successfully passed. Those who succeeded would enter the sect together the following day, while those who failed would be granted one final opportunity to prove themselves. If they could withstand 3 strikes from a disciple of the 5th level of qi refinement, they too would be deemed successful in the trials. However, the following day, when the disciples of the sect engaged in their trials, Liu Yu did not witness the event. As dawn broke, those who had passed the examination were welcomed into the Xuantiangong. Accompanying Liu Yu and the others were 2 inner disciples of the 8th level of qi refining. "Esteemed guests, Ahead lies the majestic entrance of Arzentian Gong. One disciple proudly gestured. The group lifted their gazes and beheld a grand edifice, adorned with the illustrious characters of Xuantian Gong swirling elegantly on a plaque. How magnificent! Lu Yu mused within the throng, contemplating, is this indeed one of the four great sects? Xuantian Gong? Truly, it stirs the soul with longing. Upon entering Xuantian Gong, the group was delighted to discover that the spiritual energy within far surpassed that of the outside world. Each breath felt like a divine indulgence. Indeed, joining the sect was a most prudent choice, Lu Yu reflected, recognizing the abundant cultivation resources that awaited them. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, they finally came to a halt before a grand hall. This ancient and exquisite hall bore the inscription Wuji Hall, occupying an expansive area, with intricately carved windows and doors that exuded an aura of timeless elegance. The guiding disciple paused and addressed the more than 100 individuals behind him. The sect master and the elders are awaiting you inside. Please proceed. Only then did the crowd realize that the sect master was to receive them. Immediately, they curbed their inclination to explore, eager not to leave a poor impression on the sect master and the elders. Please enter, urged the leading disciple, prompting the crowd to orderly push open the doors of Wuji Hall and step inside. Once inside, they discovered that the interior of Wuji Hall was indeed vast, accommodating many individuals without feeling cramped. A row of chairs stood at the front of the hall, occupied by 6 individuals, presumably the sect master and the elders. Below them stood a group of 20-some young men and women, among whom 2 were identifiable as possessing high-grade spiritual roots from the recent assessment. Lu Yu surveyed the surroundings, ultimately focusing on the 6 seated figures at the front. The individual in the center was undoubtedly the sect master of Xuantian Gong, appearing to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, embodying an intellectual demeanor. In the realm of cultivation, one cannot ascertain true age merely by appearance. Some who appear youthful may have lived for centuries. To the left of the sect master sat 2 individuals, a Taoist figure, an esteemed elder, and a strikingly graceful woman, whose beauty resonated with Lu Yu's ideal of a partner. To the right of the sect master were 3 individuals, a middle-aged man, a youthful figure in his 20s, and a woman in her 30s. Welcome, esteemed newcomers, to Xuantian Gong. I am Zhang Xuani, the current sect master, the central figure began, confirming his status. These esteemed individuals beside me are the elders of our sect. Through the introductions, Lu Yu learned that the elder to the left of the sect master was a renowned alchemist, responsible for the crafting and distribution of elixirs within the sect. The captivating woman, Chengling Su, was a master of formations, overseeing all matters pertaining to the sect's intricate arrays. The middle-aged man, seated to the right of the sect leader, oversees the administration of punishment within the sect. The young man, who appears to be in his 20s, is, in fact, over 80 years old and is a master blacksmith responsible for forging the sect's weapons. The beautiful woman, who looks to be around 30, is a talisman master, tasked with supplying the sect with talismans. Our Xintian sect boasts a legacy spanning over 10 millennia, and as sect leader Zhang spoke of the glorious days of the sect, pride illuminated his countenance. Chapter 11. Becoming a sect disciple and redeeming sect points in recent years, the demonic path has gained prominence while the righteous path has waned, necessitating an influx of fresh blood, sect leader Zhang proclaimed to the assembly. Upon hearing this, the audience realized that the world of cultivation was not as tranquil as it seemed, gaining a clearer understanding of the current state of affairs within the realm. Among the new disciples being recruited, 2 possess superior spiritual roots, Lu Fei and Feng Qianqian. You 2, please step forward, the sect leader instructed. Lu Fei and Feng Qianqian promptly advanced a few steps, standing before the crowd. Those endowed with superior or special spiritual roots typically cultivate at a significantly accelerated pace, with a purity of spiritual energy far exceeding that of mid-grade or low-grade roots. Theoretically, their potential is immense, the sect leader elucidated to the assembly. Even within our Xintian sect, individuals with superior or special roots are scarce, making them prime candidates for focused cultivation. However, do not be disheartened. As each person's fortune varies, Although your roots may not be exceptional, it does not preclude the possibility of unique opportunities, he encouraged. Fellow disciples, what are your thoughts on these two individuals? The sect leader inquired of the nearby elders. After scrutinizing Lu Fei and Feng Qianqian, the elders exchanged glances and Elder He, who oversees punishments, spoke. This young man possesses a metal attribute spiritual root, primarily adept at combat, aligning well with my punishment hall. I wish to take him as my disciple. The crowd gazed at Lu Fei with envy. Being accepted as a disciple by the punishment elder undoubtedly elevates one's standing within the sect. Lu Fei himself was exhilarated, never imagining he would catch the eye of the punishment elder. Noticing that the other disciples remained silent, the sect leader addressed Lu Fei. Do you wish to take Elder He as your master? I am willing, Lu Fei promptly replied. As for the other individual fellow disciples, who among you wishes to take her as a pupil? The sect leader queried once more. The alchemist, engrossed in potion crafting, rarely engaged in other matters, and had already taken on 3 disciples, thus remained silent. Elder Lu, who oversees weapon forging, observed that the girl was attractive and presumed she would not relish the prospect of laboring with crafting tools, so he refrained from speaking. Elder He, having just accepted Lu Fei, was inclined to let others have the opportunity and, likewise, did not voice his thoughts. The sect leader discerned that the other elders were not suitable mentors for Feng Qianqian and turned to the 2 female elders, Sisters Cheng and Xiao. Which of you wishes to take her under your wing? We are amenable to the sect leader's arrangement, the 2 elders replied. Very well, let her choose for herself, the sect leader declared, and then asked Feng Qianqian, which elder do you wish to take as your master? After a moment of contemplation, Feng Qianqian expressed her willingness to accept Elder Cheng as her mentor to study formations. Very well, shortly, your 2 masters will come to seek you out, while the others will be guided to select their own cultivation chambers, the sect leader instructed before shattering a jade slip. Before long, a middle-aged man entered. Addressing the sect leader, are these the ones? While pointing at Lu Yu and the others. Indeed, please assist them in completing their entry formalities. The sect leader replied to the middle-aged man. Follow me. I will lead you to complete the sect's formalities, the man stated, promptly making his way towards the hall's exit, with the group hastily trailing behind. After they departed, the sect leader and the elders resumed their discussion regarding the current state of the cultivation world. Elder brother, in recent years, the demonic forces led by the Mo Tian men have become increasingly active. It appears that peace will not last much longer, Elder Xingfan remarked. Indeed, elder brother, recent reports from our disciples returning from the outside indicate that the demonic sects are deliberately inciting trouble. Significant upheavals seem imminent, echoed the others. I am well aware of this situation. However, the disciples we have recruited over the years lack exceptional talents. Instead of strengthening our sect, our power has diminished. Our last ranking in the 4 great sect competition was quite disappointing, the sect leader lamented. Furthermore, the number of recruits has dwindled significantly. In the past, we would enroll new disciples annually, often numbering in the thousands. Now, we only recruit every 3 years, and the numbers have decreased drastically, from over 500 to barely 200 this time, with only 2 possessing high-grade spiritual roots. The situation grows increasingly dire. Shortly, each individual will receive their sect identity token, which must be carefully safeguarded as it is of utmost importance. This token serves as proof of your identity and also records your sect's contribution points, the middle-aged man explained as he walked. Each person may select their own cultivation chamber. However, the chambers for inner disciples will undoubtedly be superior to those for outer disciples, for only through competition can the sect flourish rapidly. We have arrived. This is the place, the middle-aged man announced, gesturing towards a grand hall that, while comparable in size to the Wuji Hall, lacked its imposing grandeur. Through the open doors, only a few individuals could be seen inside, and upon noticing the arrival of the group, one of them rose to greet them. Brother Fu, why are you leading the newcomers this time? Where's Brother Wu? The other person, evidently familiar with the middle-aged man, inquired. Brother Wu has some matters to attend to outside, so I have brought them here, Brother Fu replied. I have delivered them. The rest is in your hands, he added, instructing the group to follow the arrangements before taking his leave. Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Chun, the elder responsible for disciple arrangements. Lin Chun introduced himself. With a wave of his hand, a large table appeared beside him, adorned with various items, including small tokens, garments, and a substantial pile of spirit stones. Lu Yu recognized that Elder Lin had retrieved these from a storage bag, while many others marveled at witnessing such a technique for the first time. This emblem serves as your identity token, meticulously crafted in advance, and can be activated by a drop of your blood, Lin Chen instructed, urging everyone to find the token engraved with their name and perform the blood oath. This token validates your identity, affirming your status as a disciple of the Qingyun sect both within and beyond its confines. It is also the sole evidence to record your contribution points within the sect, which you can access through your consciousness. For every additional red orb seized during your trial, you will earn 10 points, which have already been credited to your account. Do not underestimate these 10 points. Sect points are highly esteemed and can be exchanged for numerous cultivation resources. As this is your initial encounter with sect points, the bounty appears plentiful, yet you will soon comprehend the arduous nature of acquiring them. Lu Yu picked up his identity token, activated it with his blood, and, upon focusing his mind, discovered it recorded 50 sect points, consistent with the number of orbs he had collected. Lin Chun gestured towards the garments on the table, stating, "These are the standardized attire of the sect." The inner disciples and outer disciples were slightly different colors, with the inner disciples' garments being darker. Each of you will receive 2 sets. He further elaborated that while you may wear your own clothing on most occasions, adherence to the sect's attire is mandatory during specific events. Chapter 12. Selecting Caves and Teasing Ling Air, depending on your rank. The resources you can claim each month will vary. Consequently, you are also expected to contribute to the sect, Lin Chun explained to the assembly. Inner disciples are entitled to 8 low-grade spirit stones and a vial of enhancement pills monthly, whereas outer disciples may claim 5 low-grade spirit stones and half a vial. The enhancement pills are medicinal concoctions beneficial for those in the qi refinement stage, significantly enhancing and solidifying one's cultivation in the early to mid stages, though their efficacy diminishes in the later stages. The allocation of resources correlates directly with your cultivation level. The higher your rank, the more resources you can claim. For instance, if you are currently an outer disciple and achieve a breakthrough to the 7th layer of qi refinement or higher, you will be elevated to inner disciple status and eligible for the corresponding cultivation resources next month. I am not responsible for distributing cultivation resources. That duty lies with the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. This time, as you are here to receive your identity tokens and sect uniforms, the pavilion has permitted me to distribute this month as cultivation resources as well. Here are your cultivation resources for the month. Lin Chun distributed the resources according to the ranks of inner and outer disciples. And one more thing, Lin Chun added, handing each individual a jade slip. This slip contains essential information regarding the events you are likely to encounter in the early stages of your journey. Please examine it carefully. It is straightforward to use. Simply press it to your forehead to access the contents within. Each of you may select a cultivation cave. The red ones are already inhabited, while the gray ones remain unoccupied. You may choose freely. Unbeknownst to Lin Chun, a map illuminated behind him, densely dotted with numerous red and gray points. The higher one's status, the more options available for selection, with the upper caves offering increasingly potent spiritual energy, thereby enhancing the cultivation experience. Each cave is equipped with basic formations, and one may later augment these. However, the spiritual energy intensifies as one ascends. Lu Yu marveled at the sight, exclaiming about the impressive holographic projection that not only displays information but updates it in real time. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly approached to make their selections, predominantly opting for the upper caves, leaving many lower ones vacant. "I want this one," announced the disciple. "Elder Lin, I choose here," confirmed another. "I am certain it will be here." As Lu Yu was an outer disciple, many upper options were unavailable to him, and he had his own plans. He chose a location at the edge of the outer disciples area, distancing himself from others. Once everyone had made their selections, Lin Chun summoned the two individuals within the hall, instructing Mingyu, Qingfeng, you are responsible for escorting them back to their caves. The sooner they go, the sooner they return. Mingyu and Qingfeng nodded promptly, assuring Elder Lin, rest assured, this is not our first time undertaking this task. We will see to their safe arrival at their caves. Brothers and sisters, follow us, and we shall guide you to your respective caves. Soon, with the assistance of Mingyu and Qingfeng, everyone located their caves and began to explore. Lu Yu stood within his cave, surveying his surroundings. It was rather empty, devoid of furnishings, yet the spiritual energy was significantly denser than outside, likely a result of the gathering formation Elder Lin had mentioned. As Liu took a turn around, he realized the cave was constructed underground, presumably fortified with defensive formations, making it quite secure. His cave was relatively spacious, containing 3 rooms, one main chamber for cultivation or rest, another for receiving guests, and a last presumably for alchemical or crafting purposes, where he could discern remnants of discarded materials. After tidying up the cave, Lu Yu beheld the refreshed space and lay contentedly on the newly crafted wooden bed, contemplating how this would be his home henceforth. He retrieved the 5 low-grade spirit stones recently distributed and, pondering for a moment, took out a small vial from around his neck, emptying its contents. 20. Suddenly, he realized, wait, Brother Wang gave me 50 spirit stones. I spent 25 on a sword, leaving me with 25. Adding these 5 should yield 30. Yet I only count 20. Something is amiss. In a flash of insight, Lu Yu vanished into his small world. Linger, did this small world absorb my spirit stones? He called out. Indeed, it digests spirit stones to enhance itself. Linger materialized before Lu Yu. Where would I dare to place the spirit stones now? If I place them inside, won't they eventually be consumed entirely? Lu Yu exclaimed. Initially, he had intended to store the spirit stones within, ensuring no one would be the wiser. However, now he hesitated to do so. Fear not, for this small world possesses a consciousness of its own. Next time, simply communicate your intentions clearly, and it shall refrain from consuming the spirit stones, Linger reassured him. Moreover, have you not noticed that the spiritual energy here is more abundant than during your previous visit? Lu Yu took a moment to attune himself to the surroundings and indeed found the spiritual essence to be significantly richer than the first time he entered. It absorbs the spirit stones, and in time it will gradually rejuvenate. However, this is an arduous process. To expedite its recovery, we must rely on fragments of the world. The quicker the small world revitalizes, the greater the assistance it shall provide you. Thus, it is imperative for you to diligently seek out these world fragments, Linger elucidated. What use is this small world to me now? Lu Yu inquired of Linger. Every day, it produces 2 drops of earth heart essence, does it not? The earth heart essence can enhance one's constitution. It is a rare and precious treasure. As the small world recovers, it will yield even more earth heart essence daily. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu comprehended that what he had been consuming daily was indeed the earth heart essence, and it explained the remarkable enhancement to his constitution. Linger continued, have you not observed the unique soil beneath your feet? This is spirit soil. Planting spiritual herbs here can significantly shorten their maturation time. As Linger spoke, Lu Yu envisioned a plethora of spirit stones before him. He realized he could easily procure seeds or seedlings to cultivate here, and once the herbs matured, he could sell them, thereby amassing an abundance of spirit stones. However, he understood that this matter required careful consideration. Otherwise, how could he explain the origin of his spiritual herbs to others? If he presented them once or twice, no one would be suspicious. But should he do so repeatedly without a plausible explanation, discovery would lead to considerable trouble. With his doubts alleviated, Lu Yu felt a sense of relief. Observing Linger, who exuded an ethereal charm, Lu Yu could not resist teasing her. Linger, are you in a spiritual state now? If I were to assist you in forming a physical body, would you consider dedicating yourself to me? Ah, Linger was clearly taken aback by Lu Yu's words, her face flushing crimson. Lu Yu, witnessing her blushing visage, found her utterly adorable and could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 13. Selecting treasures at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, encountering world fragments, Lu Yu retrieved the jade slip given to him by Lin Chun and began to peruse its contents. The jade slip contained detailed records, encompassing not only an introduction to the sect and its regulations, but also explicitly addressing the dining arrangements for Qi refinement disciples. The introduction of the sect inscribed upon the jade slip was far more comprehensive than what the sect leader had conveyed. It detailed that since the establishment of the Xuantian Gong, it had witnessed over 50 sect leaders. Among them, the 23rd leader, Shi Hai, was a veritable genius, having cultivated to the nascent soul stage before the age of 40. Unmatched in combat prowess, he led the Xuantian Gong to dominate the other 3 major sects at a time when none could rival him, and appeared poised to elevate the Xuantian Gong to even greater heights. Regrettably, he was never seen again after an expedition into the secret realm. Rumors circulated that the other 3 major sects had conspired to ensure that Shi Hai met his demise within the confines of that realm, though such claims remain unsubstantiated. In the absence of a leader, the Xintian sect hastily appointed a new master. Yet this individual lacked the prowess and cunning of Shi Hai. Since that fateful day, the Xintian sect has been on a downward trajectory, with no figure emerging capable of guiding the sect out of its predicament. On that particular evening, Lu Yu gleaned much from the jade slip. The following day, he collected his breakfast from the entrance of his cave dwelling, delivered by a disciple of the lower ranks. As those in the Qi refining stage cannot yet fast, sustenance is essential, necessitating the involvement of lower-ranking disciples to provide 3 meals a day. These disciples represent the most humble echelon within the sect, often lacking spiritual roots or possessing very weak ones, rendering them unable to ascend even to the status of outer disciples. However, exceptions do exist. There was once an elder of the Golden Core stage who emerged from the ranks of lower disciples. Through a fortuitous encounter, his spiritual root was enhanced, setting him on the path of cultivation. Consequently, numerous lower disciples regard this elder as a beacon of hope, aspiring to find their own opportunities and embark on their cultivation journeys, despite the exceedingly slim odds of such occurrences. The daily meals within the sect primarily consist of various spiritual plants, including spiritual rice and some low-tier edible spiritual herbs. Naturally, these provisions are not offered gratuitously. The jade slip stipulates that during the Qi refining stage, the sect provides these meals in exchange for the disciples' completion of certain sect tasks to offset the costs. These tasks are not overly complex, mainly involving the care of spiritual plants or beasts, with the remainder of their time available for personal pursuits. Spiritual rice, a variety of spiritual plant, bears a striking resemblance to ordinary rice. Despite having been cultivated by countless predecessors, its yield is relatively meager. Lu Yu contemplated the possibility of enhancing the output of spiritual rice through crossbreeding. Should he succeed, it could serve as a lucrative source of income. As he savored the rice cooked from spiritual grains, he found it far more delectable than regular rice, imbued with a unique fragrance that not only satiated his hunger, but also provided a slight increase in spiritual energy, albeit negligible. After finishing his breakfast, Lu Yu resolved to visit the Lingbao Pavilion, intending to exchange some of his 50 points for elixirs to elevate his cultivation. Following the simplified map inscribed in the jade slip, he navigated the expansive grounds of the Xintian sect, making several turns before finally arriving at the Lingbao Pavilion. This structure, resembling a pagoda, boasts 5 stories, and from a distance, the 3 gilded characters spelling Lingbao Pavilion are clearly visible. Upon approaching, Lu Yu noted the vast area occupied by the pavilion, featuring a grand entrance on each of its 4 sides, bustling with people entering and exiting. He entered through the southern gate and discovered the interior divided into numerous sections: a martial arts area, a magical tools section, an elixir zone, a talisman area, and a miscellaneous section, among others, each lined with an array of items. With a clear purpose in mind, Lu Yu made his way directly to the area dedicated to elixirs. The elixir section was adorned with numerous shelves, each meticulously divided into numerous compartments, with each compartment housing a distinct elixir, accompanied by an informative description, showcasing a remarkable degree of user-friendliness. The Peiyuan pill is deemed optimal for those in the Qi refinement stage, possessing the ability to fortify one's foundation and enhance cultivation after consumption. The detoxification pill exhibits commendable efficacy against commonly used poisons, though it proves ineffective against specially crafted toxins. The Qingyun pill is most effective during the early to mid stages of qi refinement, capable of shortening training duration and elevating one's cultivation, while its effects diminish significantly in the later stages of qi refinement. The foundation establishment pill, upon ingestion, increases the probability of successfully establishing a foundation, proving miraculous for those seeking to break through the foundation establishment stage. Liu Yu found himself dazzled by the array of options, but at present, only the Peiyuan pill and Qingyun pill seemed beneficial to him, while the others held little relevance. He noted that the labels indicated transactions could be settled using spirit stones or sec points. For instance, a bottle of Peiyuan pill, containing 5 pills, would require 30 low-grade spirit stones, yet only 1 point if using points, suggesting a conversion rate of 1 to 30 between points and spirit stones. After a brief mental calculation, Liu Yu realized he possessed 50 points, equating to the purchasing power of 1,500 low-grade spirit stones, affirming the considerable value of sec points. Ultimately, Liu Yu resolved to acquire 5 bottles of Peiyuan pill and 5 bottles of Qingyun pill, with each bottle of Peiyuan pill costing 1 point and each bottle of Qingyun pill requiring 2 points, culminating in a total expenditure of 15 points. After this decision, he opted not to continue browsing, choosing instead to reserve his remaining points for future use. Liu Yu signaled to a staff member of the Lingbao Pavilion who passed by, articulating his desire for 5 bottles of Peiyuan pill and 5 bottles of Qingyun pill. The staff member, a fair young lady clad in the pavilion's distinctive uniform, retrieved a special key from her person to unlock the glass door of the shelf, producing 5 bottles of each elixir. "Would you prefer to pay with spirit stones or points?" she inquired. "Points," Liu Yu replied as he presented his identity token. The staff member accepted his token, producing another token from her possession, and promptly deducted the points. Upon receiving his token back, Liu Yu noted that his points had indeed decreased by 15, leaving him with 35 points remaining. As Liu Yu exited and passed by another shelf, he distinctly felt the bottles at his chest sway. Maintaining his composure, he paused and glanced at the adjacent shelf, discovering a sizable stone, which turned out to be a fragment of the world, considerably larger than the previous one, roughly the size of a basketball. This location belonged to the miscellaneous section, where items that were difficult to categorize were placed. The shelf bore an assortment of peculiar items, including this world fragment, labeled as an unknown or noted for its exceptional hardness. It appeared they were unaware that it was a fragment of the world, mistaking it merely for a highly durable mineral. Liu Yu approached the staff member and directly purchased it for 10 points. Liu Yu, with one hand clutching a fragment of the world and the other grasping a medicinal pill, returned directly to his secluded abode, feeling utterly exhausted. He set down his burdens, contemplating his predicament. As a newly initiated outer sect disciple, he possessed neither status nor background. Earlier, he had observed a storage pouch, merely a cubic meter in size, priced at over 2,000 spirit stones, an expense far beyond his means. Moreover, he could not simply stow his possessions within the small world outside, as it would invite trouble if discovered, especially since he lacked a storage pouch. Chapter 14. The Small World's Unexpected Transformation. Cultivating spiritual herbs for profit. Upon securing the world fragment within the small world, a thunderous roar resonated from within. Liu Yu sensed that the small world would undoubtedly undergo significant changes after absorbing this fragment. Such a tumult could not herald anything trivial. After approximately 15 minutes, tranquility returned, and Liu Yu, brimming with anticipation, ventured inside to uncover the changes that had transpired. As he entered the small world, Liu Yu was astounded by its remarkable transformation. Firstly, upon lifting his gaze, he noticed radiant light streaming down from above, illuminating the entire realm. The previously dense mist had dissipated, revealing an expansive area that had seemingly grown to over 1,000 square meters. Secondly, although the black spiritual soil remained unchanged, a spring approximately 1 meter in diameter had emerged, gushing forth water in a lively manner. Gazing at the vast expanse before him, Lu Yu was once again inspired by the prospect of cultivating spiritual herbs to amass spirit stones. With determination, he set out and made his way to a trading market within the sect. Given that the Qingyun sect boasted tens of thousands of disciples with a myriad of needs, spontaneous trading markets had gradually formed. Initially, these markets were established through the voluntary transactions of sect disciples, and as participation grew, they evolved into fixed trading hubs. Transactions within these markets were generally trustworthy, as they primarily involved disciples of the sect, fostering a secure and free trading environment that was highly favored by the community. Upon arriving at the market, Lu Yu was greeted by an array of stalls lining the streets. Vendors called out enthusiastically as passers-by approached, their voices melding into a symphony of sales pitches. Heavenly Spirit Pill enhances the user's spirit capacity. Don't miss out. Young Beast Cub of the Yellow Tier, a rare find. Mystical Grade Sword. Come take a look. No cost to browse. At the end of the thoroughfare, Lu Yu finally spotted a general goods shop, a veritable cornucopia of assorted items. The proprietor, a young man, had been reclining in a chair, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Lu Yu's entrance, he promptly rose to inquire what he required. Lu Yu's eyes fell upon the book that had slipped to the ground, its cover adorned with the image of a captivating maiden from a foreign land. He mused to himself that, regardless of location, such cultural representations remained immensely popular. The other party did not notice Lu Yu's gaze. Upon seeing Lu Yu approach the plant seeds, they spoke. The seeds I have here are the most comprehensive in the entire market. Essentially, you can find anything you desire. Lu Yu inquired, do you have any high-value spiritual herb seeds? Indeed, I do. Varieties such as the shadowless flower, heavenly spirit flower, and tranquil grass are quite valuable. A mature specimen can fetch several hundred, even up to 1,000 spirit stones, and the older the specimen, the higher the value. The vendor continued by coincidence. I recently acquired a batch that includes these spiritual herb seeds. However, I must be honest with you. These high-value herbs have low survival rates and require specific living conditions, which justifies their price. The vendor was evidently a straightforward person and did not exaggerate the qualities of the seeds. What is the price for these seeds? Lu Yu asked, unconcerned about the survival rate, as the small world he possessed would mitigate such issues. On the contrary, learning that these spiritual herb seeds were difficult to cultivate only solidified his decision to choose them, as this would reduce external competition, making it easier to sell the herbs once grown. The shopkeeper replied, you can acquire 5 seeds of the shadowless flower and heavenly spirit flower for 1 spirit stone each, while 2 seeds of the tranquil grass cost 1 spirit stone. Please provide me with 20 seeds each of the shadowless flower and heavenly spirit flower, and 10 seeds of the tranquil grass, Lu Yu decided, handing over 13 spirit stones. The vendor, pleased with the transaction, accepted the stones with a smile and promptly packaged the seeds for Lu Yu. You can return whenever you need more. If I don't have what you seek, just let me know and I can help you find it, the vendor said. Lu Yu appreciated the vendor's sincerity and resolved to prioritize this shop for future seed purchases. After acquiring the seeds, Lu Yu returned to his cave dwelling. With nearly all his spirit stones spent, he needed to promptly cultivate these spiritual herbs to exchange for more spirit stones. Entering his small world, Lu Yu cleared a square patch of land and scattered the herb seeds, watering them with a bit of spiritual spring water. Grow quickly. My future prosperity relies on you, he thought, filled with anticipation as he gazed at the freshly planted seeds. The next morning, upon awakening from his cultivation, Lu Yu could hardly contain his excitement as he entered the small world to check on the seeds he had sown the previous day. To his astonishment, he found that all the seeds had sprouted. Not a single seed had failed to thrive. It seems that my path to wealth lies in this small world. As long as I cultivate more high-value spiritual herbs to sell, I shall never lack for spirit stones again. In the following days, Lu Yu observed the herbs growing faster each day, indicating that maturity would soon be upon him. He also researched some information, uncovering the reasons behind the high value of these herbs. The 3 types of spiritual herbs were essential materials for crafting the low-grade Xiantier channeling pill. Although the channeling pill was merely a low-grade Xiantier elixir, its primary purpose was to assist foundational cultivators in their breakthroughs. In a certain sense, the channeling pill could even rival the mid-grade Xian foundation pill. Due to the high environmental demands of these three rare herbs, the survival rate of their artificial cultivation has remained persistently low. Moreover, their growth to maturity often requires over 30 years, which explains the rarity of individuals undertaking their cultivation. Typically, only sects engage in such endeavors. For instance, the Qingyun sect possesses its own herb garden, managed by dedicated personnel, where numerous rare herbs are cultivated. Many of the medicinal pills distributed within the sect are derived from their own harvests. However, for particularly environmentally sensitive herbs like the Wuying flower, Tianling flower, and Qingyun grass, the Qingyun sect has also struggled to achieve significant growth, often resorting to issuing sect missions for disciples to venture out in search of these plants. These three rare herbs can only be found in specific wild locales, and given the high demand for them, their purchasing prices have consistently remained elevated. Lu Yu also inquired at the Lingbao Pavilion regarding the purchasing prices for these three herbs, which were generally in line with what the seed vendor had mentioned. It is indeed true that each mature Wuying flower and Tianling flower can fetch several hundred to over 1,000 spirit stones, while the price for Qingyun grass can exceed 1,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the longer the age of the herb, the higher the price. Chapter 15. Breaking through to the third layer of Qi refinement and selecting spells that evening, Lu Yu was immersed in cultivation within his small world, guiding spiritual energy along the meridian pathways until it was ultimately stored within his dantian. Unlike the techniques provided by the sect, Lu Yu practiced the refining fire decision given to him by Wang Chun. The sect's prescribed methods only allow advancement to the foundation establishment stage, while the refining fire decision is a technique that permits direct cultivation to the nascent soul stage. Additionally, Lu Yu discovered that the refining fire decision was incomplete, suggesting that further cultivation methods were yet to be revealed. After careful consideration, Lu Yu concluded that the refining fire decision was superior to the sect's offerings, and thus he resolved to cultivate it. As he entered the third cycle of his cultivation, Lu Yu suddenly sensed the barrier of the third layer of Qi refinement loosening. He concentrated all of his spiritual energy to strike against it. Break through quickly, he fervently urged in his mind. As the spiritual power relentlessly pounded against the barrier, Lu Yu felt a faint pain in his meridians, a consequence of an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy exceeding their capacity. The first attempt to break through failed. The second attempt also met with failure. Nevertheless, Lu Yu refused to surrender and persevered, gritting his teeth. If he did not succeed this time, he could only wonder how long he would have to wait for the next opportunity. So close, just a bit more. Lu Yu sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough and summoned all of his spiritual energy. He also gathered the remaining spirit stones to absorb the energy within them. With the inclusion of the spirit stones, the spiritual power exerted against the barrier increased. Yet the sensation of tearing within his meridians intensified as well, with a resounding pop echoing from within. He finally broke through the barrier of the third layer of Qi refinement. As he advanced in his cultivation, his meridians expanded and the pain dissipated, replaced by an unparalleled sense of smoothness. Haha, after all this time, I have finally broken through, Lu Yu exclaimed joyfully. However, he quickly regained his composure from the euphoria of his breakthrough and continued to solidify his cultivation, only stopping after completing 2 full cycles of his practice. The cultivation of the third level of Qi refinement has significantly enhanced one's spiritual energy, at least 3-fold compared to before. Lu Yu carefully sensed his newfound power and discovered a remarkable increase in his spiritual energy. Now that he has reached the third level of Qi refinement, he is finally eligible to learn spells, and he plans to visit the scripture hall tomorrow to select 2 spells. Upon entering the sect, he was provided with the foundational technique Xianling Gong, which allows disciples to cultivate up to the foundation establishment stage, but no spells were taught. Xianling Gong is the authentic technique of the Xintian sect, and most disciples practice it until they break through to the foundation establishment stage before selecting other techniques for cultivation. Techniques enhance one's cultivation, while spells serve as offensive means. Prior to reaching the third level of Qi refinement, Lu Yu lacked sufficient spiritual energy to learn spells. and only upon attaining this level did he meet the basic requirements for spell learning. Thus, the Qingyun sect offers its disciples a single opportunity to learn spells for free upon reaching the third level of qi refinement. Each individual may select 2 spells based on their circumstances, and any further desires to learn additional techniques or spells require achieving a certain level of cultivation or making significant contributions to the sect, which may be rewarded. Alternatively, one could exchange sect points for spells, though this necessitates a considerable amount of points. The following day, Lu Yu arrived at the scripture hall. The hall is a 3-story wooden structure protected by arrays, making it impossible for anyone to sneak in and spy on the techniques. It is said that a spy from another faction once attempted to infiltrate and was unable to even enter through the door. An elderly man stood guard at the entrance, who, after inspecting Lu Yu's identity token, silently waved him in. Upon entering the scripture hall, Lu Yu noticed a wooden board standing in front of him, which introduced the hall and caught his attention with its requirements for ascending to the 2nd floor and above. The board stated that one must possess foundation establishment level cultivation to access the 2nd floor, and only those at the golden core stage or higher could ascend to the 3rd floor. Initially, Lu Yu had hoped to explore the hall, but now it seemed impossible. He could only browse the 1st floor for suitable spells. Lu Yu, are you here to select spells as well? Lu Yu turned around to see Chen Yufei, the chubby boy he had met during the sex trials. Dressed in vibrant red attire and sporting a fan at his waist, one might mistake him for a groom. This was the first time Lu Yu had encountered the chubby boy since joining the sect. Didn't you already reach the 3rd level of qi refinement? Why are you just now coming to select spells? Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Chen Yufei had been at the 3rd level even before entering the sect, so was curious that he had waited so long to choose spells. I came here once before, but after looking around, I was uncertain which spells to choose. I didn't want to waste my selection opportunity, so I refrained from making a choice, the chubby boy explained. This time, I came prepared, he said with a grin. I specifically sought advice from my 3rd uncle, who provided me with plenty of suggestions. As he spoke, he proudly waved 2 jade slips in his hand. Lu Yu recalled that Chen Yufei's 3rd uncle was an outer sect elder with considerable influence within the sect. Observing the plump man's triumphant demeanor, it was likely that his 3rd uncle had guided him to select an appropriate spell, otherwise he would not be so elated. Lu Yu refrained from inquiring about the spell the man had chosen. Firstly, their friendship was not profound enough for such questions, and secondly, it was unwise to pry into matters of this nature. Possessing knowledge of a particular spell was inherently confidential, as it could prove decisive in critical moments. Should an opponent be fully aware of the spells at your disposal and prepare defenses accordingly, your chances of victory would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Conversely, if the adversary remained in the dark about your capabilities and methods of attack, their hesitance would greatly enhance your likelihood of triumph. Noticing that Lu Yu was not holding a jade slip, the plump man understood that Lu Yu had yet to make his selection and stated that he would wait outside. As Lu Yu watched him exit, he turned towards the area designated for fire attribute spells. The sect had classified these spells according to various spiritual root attributes, with the fire-related techniques located to the west. Lu Yu possessed a low-grade fire spiritual root, which aligned him with the fire attribute. However, this did not preclude him from learning spells of other attributes, albeit with diminished compatibility and significantly reduced offensive power. Lu Yu picked up a jade slip from the table and, upon examination, discovered that it contained only an introduction to the spell, while the subsequent cultivation methods were sealed and entirely obscured. Realizing the sect's intention to prevent individuals from deliberately extracting spells, Lu Yu understood that if the cultivation methods were visible, one could simply peruse all spells to memorize them. It seemed the sect was astute. By imposing restrictions on the cultivation methods, they effectively thwarted unauthorized learning from the outset, allowing access only upon lifting the seals. After contemplating this, Lu Yu began his selection process and ultimately chose 3 jade slips. Each slip detailed a distinct spell. The first was a fireball technique capable of producing multiple fireballs, with their potency increasing in proportion to the amount of spiritual energy expended. The second slip detailed a spell known as fire control, primarily utilized in alchemy. The third contained a spell called fiery explosion, a more aggressive form of the fireball technique that allowed the fireballs to detonate, inflicting substantial damage upon the target. Though its cultivation proved more challenging than that of the fireball spell. After some deliberation, Lu Yu set aside one slip and, holding the other two, made his way outside. Chapter 16. Lu Yu aspires to become an alchemist ultimately. Lu Yu decided on the fire control and fiery explosion spells. While fire control may appear to lack offensive capability, Lu Yu held a different perspective. Mastery of fire control could reveal its terrifying potential, allowing manipulation of most flames and rendering it a nemesis to fire attribute techniques. However, achieving mastery in this discipline was exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the ability to employ fire control in support of alchemical processes made this spell tailor-made for Lu Yu. The small world could rapidly cultivate spiritual herbs, and by selling these herbs, he could amass a considerable fortune in spiritual stones. Yet, Lu Yu contemplated even deeper implications. By engaging in the sale of spiritual elixirs, one can amass a considerable fortune in spiritual stones. However, without formidable strength, one would be too fearful to sell in large quantities and must resort to clandestine transactions, lest the secrets of the miniature realm be discovered. Lu Yu conceived of a solution: to become an alchemist. Mastery in alchemy would not only enable him to concoct pills to aid in his cultivation, but also to generate income by selling these elixirs. The profession of an alchemist is lucrative yet costly, as repeated attempts at refining medicines are necessary to enhance the success rate, a process that demands a substantial amount of spiritual herbs. Fortunately, Lu Yu is not lacking in such herbs and could thereby significantly increase his chances of success. Currently, Lu Yu found himself deficient in offensive capabilities, and the technique of fiery explosion would perfectly compensate for this shortcoming. Approaching the entrance, Lu Yu presented a jade slip to the elderly guardian stationed there. Upon receiving the slip, the old man looked up at Lu Yu with a hint of surprise. Ever since the fire control technique had been introduced into the Hall of Techniques, few had chosen this seemingly trivial spell. Most opted for more potent offensive spells. And the more powerful the spell, the greater the number of practitioners. Those who selected the fire control technique could be counted on two hands. Ah, you possess discerning taste, the old man remarked with a grin. Lu Yu was uncertain whether the elder referred to the fire control technique or the fiery explosion, but he surmised it was likely the former. While the fire control technique appeared to lack lethality in its initial stages, its true power would surely manifest at advanced levels. Lu Yu anticipated that the elder would elaborate further. Yet after his brief comment, the old man offered no additional explanations. He waved his hand, dispelling the restrictions on the jade slip before returning it to Lu Yu. Observing the fluidity of the elder's movements, Lu Yu speculated that he must be a senior practitioner of notable skill. Otherwise, he would not be entrusted with the oversight of such an important location as the Hall of Techniques. Upon receiving the jade slip, Lu Yu discovered that the restrictions had indeed been lifted, granting him direct access to the subsequent cultivation methods. Stepping outside, he noticed his rotund companion waiting beneath a nearby tree. Lu Yu approached him, and the moment the chubby fellow spotted Lu Yu, he hurried over. "Lu Gu, it's almost mealtime. Shall we go eat?" he suggested. Lu Yu glanced at the sun, which was nearing its zenith, confirming that it was indeed time for lunch. And he acquiesced. As they made their way to the dining hall, the chubby one curiously inquired, "Lu Gu, what have you been up to these past few days? I haven't seen you around." Lu Yu chose not to disclose his activities concerning the cultivation of spiritual herbs, instead stating that he had been in seclusion, focusing on his cultivation until he reached the third layer of qi refinement. The chubby one did not dwell on the matter, understanding that those with lower spiritual roots often face slower cultivation speeds, prompting many to seize every moment to advance their realms and extend their lifespans. It was Lu Yu's first visit to the dining hall of the Xianling sect, where meals were served by the disciples responsible for menial tasks. To be frank, the scene before Lu Yu differed somewhat from his expectations. The dining hall was only 2 stories high and not particularly spacious, and there were not many individuals present to partake in the meal. Indeed, the pursuits of cultivators diverge significantly from those of ordinary individuals. Once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can transcend the need for sustenance, relying instead on the process of refining their essence. Most cultivators seek longevity, showing little interest in the pleasures of the palate. In contrast, the lifespan of an ordinary person is but a few decades, confined within the predictable rhythm of life, which traps the majority in an unyielding cycle that few can escape. Since arriving at the Qingyun sect, the portly fellow had dined at the canteen a few times. Noticing Lu Yu's curiosity, he offered a brief explanation. The first floor of the canteen is open to ordinary disciples, where meals can be taken without the expenditure of spirit stones. Diners may choose whatever they desire freely. The second floor, however, operates on a fee basis, catering to guest preferences with a variety of exquisite dishes made from ingredients crafted by masters using various spiritual herbs and beast materials. These delicacies not only tantalize the taste buds, but also enhance one's spiritual power. Lu Yu had exhausted his supply of spirit stones and could not afford the second floor's offerings. Although the portly fellow hailed from a minor cultivation family, his status within it was not particularly elevated, and he too possessed scant spirit stones. The two selected a few dishes on the first floor to enjoy. Though the meals here required no spirit stones, they were still prepared from low-tier spiritual plants, ensuring no harmful impurities would affect their health. "Brother Lu, what are your plans for the future?" the rotund youth inquired, swallowing a mouthful of food. Lu Yu contemplated his aspirations, which involved cultivating an abundance of spiritual herbs in the small world, utilizing the unique flow of time to exchange them for resources to enhance his cultivation. However, he refrained from voicing this, as the small world represented his greatest secret, the key to his potential rise, a secret he would guard closely. "I intend to study alchemy and become an alchemist, acquiring cultivation resources through the art of pill-making," Lu Yu replied. Upon hearing this, the portly youth quickly cautioned, "Brother Lu, I understand that the status of an alchemist is esteemed and that it facilitates access to resources, but becoming one is no simple endeavor." Having emerged from a family of cultivators, he possessed a clear understanding of the alchemical profession. He knew that talent was a requisite. Not everyone could become an alchemist, with perhaps only 1 in 1,000 cultivators achieving that status. Fearing that Lu Yu might stubbornly pursue alchemy, he proceeded to recount the situation regarding his family's recruitment of their sole first-tier alchemist. Alchemists are categorized into 5 levels, with the first tier being the lowest and the 5th tier the highest. These levels correspond to various grades of pills: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, and a legendary immortal grade. The portly fellow's family had established itself as a minor cultivation lineage due to an ancestor who had reached the foundation establishment stage, passing down cultivation methods to descendants. Over generations, this lineage had gradually developed into a small cultivation family. In recent years, they had managed to secure an alchemist, albeit a first-tier one, at considerable expense. The family was obligated to provide resources for the alchemist's cultivation each month, and the alchemist claimed a portion of the refined pills produced. Despite the stringent conditions, the family had gritted their teeth and agreed to the arrangement. Even if the individual in question is merely a novice alchemist, capable only of concocting low-grade elixirs, they nonetheless managed to generate a substantial income for their family each month. This illustrates the esteemed status of alchemists, while also subtly indicating their scarcity. They are not as ubiquitous as cabbages. Through the descriptions provided by the corpulent fellow, Lu Yu has come to understand that to become an alchemist, one must possess innate talent, and subsequently, engage in continuous practice to accumulate experience and enhance their success rate. However, Lu Yu remains unfazed, for as a fire affinity practitioner, he is inherently attuned to the elements of fire. With the mastery of fire control techniques and the continuous supply of spiritual herbs from his small world, the path to becoming an alchemist appears rather accessible. Chapter 17. Undertaking sect missions after a hearty lunch, the corpulent companion revealed the purpose of his visit to Lu Yu. The sect does not provide cultivation resources freely. Each member must complete a certain number of sect missions to benefit from these resources. Tasks of greater difficulty can equate to several easier ones, and undertaking missions also grant sect points. The more challenging the task, the greater the points earned. The corpulent fellow's intention was to form a small team with Lu Yu to embark on these sect missions together. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu agreed, finding the corpulent fellow agreeable and recognizing that delegating such trifles would allow him to focus on his cultivation. From now on, we shall be teammates, the corpulent fellow exclaimed joyfully. His delight was palpable upon receiving Lu Yu's consent, as he sensed that Lu Yu was distinct from others. He had an intuition that Lu Yu's journey would not cease here, prompting him to follow in Lu Yu's footsteps. After discussing the details of the sect missions, Lu Yu sent the corpulent fellow off to gather information on available tasks. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Lu Yu eagerly entered his small world, for the spiritual herbs had ripened, and he intended to harvest them for sale. Upon arriving at the field where the herbs were cultivated, he found that the 3 varieties had all matured. While allowing the herbs to age further would enhance their market value, excessive aging could draw unwanted attention. Thus, Lu Yu carefully unearthed the shadowless flower, the heavenly spirit flower, and the tranquil grass, planning to sell them outside when undertaking the sect missions, as the risks associated with selling in the sect's marketplace were significantly higher. 3 days later, Lu Yu emerged from his cave, having gained a preliminary mastery of both the fire control technique and the fiery explosion spell during his seclusion. The first order of business upon his exit was to locate the corpulent fellow. While completing missions was important, the sale of the spiritual herbs took precedence. After explaining his intentions, the two made their way to the sect's mission hall. The mission hall serves as the venue for the sect's task postings, where completing designated missions yields specific rewards. These rewards may include spirit stones, sect points, or various other incentives. In addition to the sect's published tasks, individuals can also post their own missions by submitting a fee. Upon their arrival at the mission hall, Lu Yu and his companion observed numerous individuals perusing the available tasks, some of whom appeared familiar, likely fellow initiates who had entered the sect around the same time. The task hall was adorned with a plethora of assignments, ranging from the search for medicinal herbs to the hunt for mythical beasts, all densely posted on the task board. With their modest abilities, Lu Yu and his companion could only select simpler tasks, spending half an hour ultimately accepting 2. Both tasks required them to venture outside. One involved gathering a herb known as Jinhua, while the other called for the search for a mineral named Yaoshi. Jinhua served as a supplementary medicinal ingredient, enhancing the compatibility of certain elixirs and thereby increasing their success rate in refinement. Yaoshi, on the other hand, was a forging material that, when used appropriately, could augment the resilience of the forged items. Neither task proved particularly daunting, as both Jinhua and Yaoshi could be found in the Spirit Communication Canyon, situated several hundred miles from their sect, allowing them to tackle both assignments simultaneously. Once the two accepted the tasks, the staff at the hall marked them as claimed, preventing others from undertaking the same missions. After understanding the requirements, the duo set forth. Since joining the Xintian sect, it was Lu Yu's first excursion beyond its confines. As he beheld the towering trees surrounding him, he marveled at the ecological splendor of this world. Their journey was undertaken on foot, and with Lu Yu's cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, they could reach their destination in approximately 2 days of swift travel. As night fell, Lu Yu and his portly friend camped outdoors, igniting a fire to roast 2 wild rabbits they had caught along the way. Fatigued from their day's journey, they resolved to dine and rest before continuing their travels the following day. "Brother Lu, is it done yet? My stomach feels as if it's been hollowed out," the portly one complained, rubbing his belly. "Almost there, just a moment longer," Lu Yu replied, skillfully rotating the rabbits until they were perfectly golden on both sides. After a couple of minutes, the rabbits were finally ready. Lu Yu handed one to his companion and took the other for himself. "How delectable!" the portly one exclaimed, his mouth smeared with juices. Perhaps due to the spiritual essence of this world, these rabbits were far tastier than those on Earth. As they rested in the wilderness, for safety's sake, the portly one stood watch during the first half of the night, while Lu Yu took the latter half. The night passed uneventfully. By early morning, they set off again, and as afternoon approached, they finally arrived at the Spirit Communication Canyon. The canyon sprawled over an extensive area, encompassing several dozen kilometers, and was teeming with various herbs and mythical beasts. Due to its abundant resources, humanity had established a trading market at the canyon's periphery, hosting a resident population of around 100,000, with 40% being ordinary folk, while the rest comprised low-tier cultivators. Lu Yu and his companion found an inn to stay at. While the portly one rested in their room, Lu Yu quietly slipped out of the inn. He ventured to a secluded corner, donning a disguise and a pre-prepared black hat. This hat possessed a function to shield one's consciousness, rendering him invisible to prying eyes. Upon entering a nearby shop, he was warmly greeted by the proprietor. "What can I assist you with today, dear friend?" The shopkeeper inquired. "I have a few spiritual herbs. I wonder if you would be interested in purchasing them," Lu Yu replied, producing the herbs he had prepared in advance from his robes. Upon hearing that someone had come to sell spirit herbs, the shopkeeper initially wore a look of disappointment, anticipating yet another assortment of mundane herbs. However, upon glimpsing the precious herbs in Lu Yu's possession, his demeanor transformed instantly. "Of course we will purchase them. Our spirit pill pavilion not only sells elixirs, but also acquires various spirit herbs. My goodness, these are the shadowless flower, celestial spirit flower, and tranquil grass. Each of these is a principal ingredient for the pulse-opening pill, and they are nearly 50 years old. It is rare to encounter someone like Lu Yu who possesses all the essential materials for pill concoction at once, saving considerable time that would otherwise be spent searching for additional components." The shopkeeper meticulously counted 8 stalks of shadowless flower, 6 of celestial spirit flower, and 3 of tranquil grass. Lu Yu, mindful of a need for discretion, refrained from presenting all his herbs at once. Ultimately, the sale was concluded at 800 low-grade spirit stones per stalk for shadowless flower, 700 spirit stones for celestial spirit flower, and 1,100 spirit stones for tranquil grass, totaling 13,900 spirit stones. "What elixirs do you have available?" "I wish to procure some," Lu Yu inquired, intending to purchase supplies in preparation for his venture into the spirit-linking canyon the following day. "Our spirit pill pavilion boasts branches across the entire Qingyun Continent, and we offer a comprehensive range of elixirs, renowned far and wide," the shopkeeper eagerly recommended upon noticing Lu Yu's intent to buy. In the end, Lu Yu acquired an assortment of elixirs, including ascension pills for enhancing cultivation, spirit recovery pills for replenishing spiritual energy, detoxification pills for alleviating poison, and rejuvenation pills to mend injuries, spending over 3,000 spirit stones. The shopkeeper, seeing Lu Yu's substantial purchases, could hardly contain his delight. With both the acquisition of herbs and the sale of elixirs, he felt he had made quite a profit. Chapter 18. Entering the spirit-linking canyon, Lu Yu found himself in a quandary, gazing at the pile of elixirs and spirit stones, as he could not store them in his small world in the presence of others. Noticing Lu Yu's predicament, the shopkeeper suggested he acquire a storage bag from the nearby artifact workshop. With no other options, Lu Yu proceeded to purchase a storage bag with a capacity of 5 cubic meters, spending over 3,000 spirit stones. After a brief refinement process, he placed all his belongings inside. Upon exiting the shop, Lu Yu did not return to the inn, but instead ventured down another street. After confirming that he was not being followed, he entered a store named Source Treasure Pavilion. Earlier, he had observed that this establishment offered a wide array of weapons, talismans, and formations, and it was even more expansive than the Spirit Pill Pavilion he had just visited. Now, with spirit stones in hand, Lu Yu was determined to arm himself adequately. Upon entering the shop, he inquired of the attendant accompanying him about talismans and formations suitable for the Qi refinement stage. "You have come to the right place. We offer a variety of talismans and formations. For instance, the speed talismans, diamond talismans, and earth escape talismans are all usable during the Qi refinement stage. The speed talismans significantly enhance walking speed. The diamond talismans bolster personal defense, and the earth escape talismans allow one to traverse a distance underground. In terms of formations, our store provides a range of formations, including defensive, offensive, and those that assist in cultivation, and we can even customize formations according to our customer specifications." After careful consideration, Lu Yu decided to purchase an assortment of talismans that suited his needs, particularly having purchased 2 explosive talismans of considerable potency. And after hearing the shopkeeper's account of their capacity to severely injure foundational period cultivators when deployed unexpectedly, I spent over 500 spirit stones on these 2 talismans alone. The remaining talismans varied in price, ranging from a mere dozen to several hundred spirit stones each. In terms of formations, I acquired 2 sets, one being a spirit gathering array and the other a comprehensive 5 elements array. The spirit gathering array is designed to absorb ambient spiritual energy to facilitate cultivation, comprising 8 array flags and powered by spirit stones. It can be deployed at any time and in any location, making it exceedingly convenient for external cultivation. This array cost me over 1,000 spirit stones. The 5 elements array, which integrates defense, entrapment, and offensive capabilities, consists of 5 array flags corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This array requires a certain amount of time to set up and is capable of ensnaring foundational period cultivators. It set me back by over 2,000 spirit stones. Upon final reckoning, I had spent nearly 6,000 spirit stones. As of now, the spirit stones from selling medicinal herbs have dwindled significantly. Yet I feel that the value I receive far exceeds the expenditure. After storing my purchases in a spatial pouch, I exited the Source Treasure Pavilion and retreated to a secluded corner to change back into my original attire. Upon returning to the inn, I placed my acquisitions on the table, gazing at the supplies with a sense of awe. Truly, money bestows a certain privilege, enabling one to procure anything desired. However, upon noticing the meager amount of spirit stones left, I lamented their rapid depletion. Unbeknownst to me, even an ordinary foundational period cultivator may struggle to amass several thousand spirit stones at once. The disparity in our circumstances is quite stark. After assessing my items, I stored the elixirs in my spatial pouch, while the flags of the 5 elements array were secured in my small world. I positioned the spirit gathering array flags around the room, consumed a rising yuan pill, and settled onto my bed to cultivate. As the elixir coursed through me, it gradually transformed into a stream of pure energy. I realized that the spiritual energy derived from a single rising yuan pill was equivalent to nearly 10 days of regular cultivation. Indeed, with elixirs, the pace of cultivation is remarkably accelerated. I assert that I am not boasting, but merely testing the efficacy of the medicine. Moreover, I discovered that cultivating within the spirit gathering array yielded a concentration of spiritual energy at least double that of the outside world, meaning that a single day spent within the array equated to 2 days of cultivation externally. I mused that possessing spirit stones indeed brings greater joy. How delightful. On the following day, after retracting the flags of the spirit gathering array and sharing breakfast with my portly companion, I set forth towards the Spirit Communication Grand Canyon. Be cautious once we enter, and do not stray too far from me, I advised my friend. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limitations and will act prudently, he replied, fully conscious of the need for vigilance in unfamiliar territory. Upon entering the Spirit Communication Grand Canyon, we were greeted by a wondrous landscape teeming with spiritual energy and abundant spiritual herbs. However, due to our location on the periphery, all the mature herbs had long been harvested, leaving only the unripe ones behind. I led the way, with my friend trailing behind. After approximately an hour of traversing this enchanting realm, I abruptly halted. Noticing my sudden stop, he approached to peer ahead, only to discover 2 demonic beasts engaged in battle 100 meters away. Upon closer inspection, one beast was a 4th-level Gale Wolf, while the other was a 5th-level Earth Bear. Not far from them stood a spirit herb adorned with yellow blossoms, which both creatures were fixated on, evidently engaged in a fierce struggle for possession of this prized plant. Despite the level disparity, the Gale Wolf's agility far surpassed that of the Earth Bear, allowing it to deliver swift strikes while evading the latter's sluggish attempts to retaliate. Though the Earth Bear sustained injuries, its remarkable defense rendered these wounds inconsequential. Frustrated by its inability to land a hit, the Earth Bear, losing patience, charged towards the spirit herb, intent on consuming it without regard for the pursuing Gale Wolf. Realizing the Earth Bear's audacity, the Gale Wolf hastily followed, unwilling to let its opponent claim victory prematurely. The Earth Bear, aware of the approaching steps behind it, chose not to look back, but continued to lunge at the herb with its formidable jaws. Just as it was about to seize the herb, a searing pain erupted from behind, forcing the earth bear to confront the Gale Wolf. The Gale Wolf had launched a surprise attack, inflicting a grievous wound that left the earth bear bleeding profusely. Observing from a distance, Lu Yu felt a tightening sensation, realizing that any wolf could indeed assume the role of a proctologist. As time passed, the earth bear recognized that the blood flow from its injury was relentless. If it had not staunched the bleeding, it would not survive. With a reluctant glance at the spirit herb, it acknowledged the futility of its desire in the face of mortality and began to retreat slowly. The Gale Wolf, witnessing the earth bear's retreat, refrained from pursuing it further. The earth bear's formidable defenses made it a daunting opponent, and the Gale Wolf wisely decided to seize the moment instead. Once the earth bear had completely departed, the Gale Wolf approached the spirit herb, inhaling the fragrant aroma, ready to devour it in one swift motion. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, leaving the Gale Wolf severely injured with a gaping wound on its back, blood oozing from the injury. Letting out a pain howl, the Gale Wolf collapsed to the ground. Unbeknownst to it, Lu Yu had stealthily approached within 10 meters, having inflicted the wound with a powerful spell. Seizing the opportunity presented by the distracted Gale Wolf, Lu Yu unleashed 2 consecutive fire blasts, a devastating offensive spell he had selected from the cultivation hall of the Qingyun sect. This spell did not disappoint, delivering a crushing blow to the Gale Wolf. Chapter 19. News of the Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivator's Cave. Witnessing the Gale Wolf incapacitated, Lu Yu executed one final fire blast, extinguishing the creature's life. It was only after the battle had concluded that the plump companion rushed over, giving Lu Yu a thumbs up upon seeing the Gale Wolf's lifeless form. After surveying the surroundings and discerning no immediate threat, Lu Yu knelt to examine the spiritual herb. Since his decision to pursue alchemy, Lu Yu had immersed himself in a wealth of knowledge regarding the craft, including the identification of various spiritual herbs. Through careful observation, he concluded that this particular herb was a Tongyu grass, adorned with a yellow bloom, signifying its maturity. The Tongyu grass, characterized by its nature, typically flourished in dense forests, and its consumption by mythical beasts could significantly enhance their cultivation speed. It was no wonder that the Gale Wolf and the earth bear were vying for it. Lu Yu procured a medicinal spade and unearthed the Tongyu grass, subsequently placing it into his storage pouch. The carcass of the Gale Wolf was entrusted to his companion, who decided to discard the damaged fur, deeming it worthless, and instead salvaged 2 of its incisors and a hind leg. The incisors served as a material for refining weapons, while the leg would suffice for their forthcoming meal. Once they had gathered their belongings, they promptly departed, aware that the Gale Wolf's remains would attract other mythical beasts, thus posing a potential danger. "How much longer do we need to walk, Lu Gu?" the plump companion inquired as they proceeded. Lu Yu retrieved the map he had purchased, which bore several distinct markings, information he had acquired in the market for 10 spirit stones regarding locations of Jinhua and Yaoshi. He scrutinized the map and pointed to a marked area, indicating that it was not far ahead, a place where a substantial quantity of Jinhua had previously been discovered. Indeed, after a 5-minute trek, they began to spot the sporadic presence of Jinhua around them. These blossoms appeared to be undeveloped, for had they been mature, they would have long been harvested. Despite its name, the Jinhua did not bloom. It merely resembled a flower, hence its designation. "Fatty, time to get to work. Be cautious while digging, and try to preserve its integrity," Lu Yu instructed as he assumed the role of lookout. Heeding the command, the plump companion exerted himself to excavate the surrounding Jinhua. Once he had successfully unearthed them all, Lu Yu collected the herbs into his storage pouch, satisfied that they had gathered enough to fulfill their mission. The plump companion watched enviously as Lu Yu effortlessly stored the Jinhua, lamenting his lack of a storage pouch. Reliant as he was on carrying everything by hand, "Let's find a place to eat. Until we reach the Foundation Establishment stage, we must rely on food for sustenance," Lu Yu remarked. They soon located a flat area, igniting a fire to roast the wolf's leg they had previously cut. "This leg smells divine. The meat is tender and not all dry." Eating it even enhances my spiritual energy, the plump companion exclaimed, noting a slight increase in his own energy after consuming it. After finishing his meal, Lu Yu was about to lean against a tree for a brief respite when he noticed 5 figures approaching from the distance. "We have company. Stay alert," he warned his companion. In the realm of cultivation, one must remain ever vigilant, for some individuals would go to any length for resources. While there were constraints within cities, the wilderness was rife with instances of murder and theft. The individual approached, halting approximately 10 meters away from the two, scrutinizing them before speaking. "You two must be here in search of the Foundation Establishment Period Cultivator's Cave in the Spirit Communication Canyon as well. Would you care to join our party? This would increase your chances considerably." A cave for Foundation Establishment Cultivators? What on earth? Lu Yu was left bewildered by the statement. He examined the group closely. There were 5 individuals in total, 3 men and 2 women. Besides the leader, who was at the 6th level of Qi training, the rest were at the 3rd or 4th levels. Noticing Lu Yu's silence, the leader continued, "There's no need for you to conceal anything. The news of the cave belonging to a Foundation Establishment cultivator has spread throughout the canyon. Many lower-tier cultivators have already entered in search. I see that both of you possess the 3rd level of Qi training. It would be prudent to team up for mutual support." Lu Yu then realized that they mistakenly believed he was also here to seek the cave. However, he had no intention of explaining himself, for there was no necessity to divulge his purpose. "We prefer to work alone and shall not join your team. You may seek out others." Lu Yu declined their invitation. The opposing group possessed a higher level of cultivation, and given their unfamiliarity, he deemed it unwise to risk becoming cannon fodder. The leader, Huang Su, was taken aback by Lu Yu's outright rejection, his countenance darkening, yet he refrained from further comment. Nevertheless, the 2 men behind him, Yang Wei and Wu Yong, were incensed by Lu Yu's dismissal of Huang Su and stepped forward to voice their displeasure. "Huang is extending you a courtesy. You should not be so ungrateful. Just look at Huang's 6th level of Qi training, extending a hand to 2 novices at the 3rd level, and you still refuse." Upon hearing their remarks, the stout companion of Lu Yu felt an urge to retort, but unexpectedly, a young woman clad in a green dress intervened on their behalf. "Yang Wei, Wu Yong, how can you speak of them in such a manner? Whether they wish to join is their prerogative. One cannot impose such demands upon others." It turned out that the 5 individuals were members of nearby cultivation families who had united to explore the canyon upon hearing of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator's Cave. The leader, Huang Su, was a talented individual of the 6th level of Qi training, regarded as the hope for his family's ascendance, with resources lavishly directed towards him, which had fostered a rather arrogant disposition over time. The 2 men accompanying him, Yang Wei and Wu Yong, belonged to the lesser families among the group, and in pursuit of cultivation resources, they had become Huang Su's sycophants, perpetually trailing him about to exert their influence. The 2 women among them were cousins. The one who had just defended Lu Yu was the younger cousin, Wen Yao, while the elder cousin, Wen Wan, exuded an air of aloof elegance. Both were strikingly beautiful, attracting numerous admirers, yet they regarded them with indifference. Lu Yu noted the beauty of both women. Wen Wan appeared as the quintessential ice queen, while Wen Yao resembled the girl next door. Their excursion was prompted by the rumors of the cave's existence, initially dismissing the notion as beneath them. Due to the limited cultivation resources typically found in the lairs of foundation-building practitioners, the prospect of discovering the lair of the Mad Taoist piqued interest. The Mad Taoist, a nefarious figure skilled in formations and alchemy, had roamed various regions committing heinous acts for decades, mercilessly stealing cultivation resources from others. After slaying several talented disciples from different sects, he became the target of a united manhunt by these sects, ultimately vanishing from all records, presumed dead. Recently, the situation shifted when someone emerged from the Spirit Communication Canyon bearing a substantial quantity of rare spiritual herbs for sale. Initially, this revelation went unnoticed, but an event soon captured everyone's attention. Chapter 20. Discovery of the lair's trace. An individual had invited several formation masters to the Spirit Communication Canyon without disclosing their intentions beforehand. These masters were not naive. Without clarity, no one was inclined to participate. Ultimately, the individual consented to reveal their purpose upon entering the canyon. Once inside, the self-proclaimed Qingyun informed the group that he had discovered the lair of the mad Taoist. However, due to the defensive formations within, he could not dismantle them alone, thus soliciting their assistance in breaching the array. Initially, the mention of the mad Taoist's lair instilled fear among the group. Despite rumors of his demise, none had witnessed it firsthand, and the thought of confronting a potential living threat was daunting for these Qi practitioners. Rest assured, Qingyun reassured them. I stumbled upon this site by chance, and I am confident it is uninhabited. The spiritual herbs within appear to have matured and withered, untouched by anyone. If there were a presence, it would not be in such a state. He noted the abundance of herbs outside the formation, asserting that the treasures within would far surpass those outside. Moreover, the area bore signs of long abandonment. Even if the mad Taoist were alive, he had not returned here. We can take what we find and depart without consequence. Seeing the hesitation among the group, Qingyun divulged all the information he possessed. Ultimately, the allure of the cultivation resources within the lair proved irresistible, and they resolved to breach the formation, motivated by the need for more resources to ascend to higher realms. However, they stipulated that any spoils would be evenly divided. Qingyun reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, on the third day of their expedition into the Spirit Communication Canyon, news of their endeavor inexplicably spread, and as it circulated, it attracted many lower-tier cultivators to the canyon. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and his companion, having declined the invitation from Huang, Su, and his group, continued their quest for the luminous stones of the next marked location, only to find no trace of them. Brother Lu, there are no luminous stones here. We must proceed to the next site, the portly companion lamented. It seems we have no choice. This area must have been thoroughly excavated, Lu Yu replied with a resigned shake of his head. By around 5 in the afternoon, the duo arrived at their subsequent destination. Brother Lu, there are still some luminous stones here, sufficient to complete the task, his companion exclaimed joyfully. As Lu Yu approached, he discovered that the excavated area still contained a few scattered pieces of luminous stone. Though not abundant, it sufficed for their task. The two resumed their previous arrangement. The stout man wielded a pickaxe to extract the luminous stone while Lu Yu stood guard nearby. The only sound that filled the air was the rhythmic clinking of the pickaxe against the stone. This luminous stone is remarkably hard. The stout man grumbled after toiling for a considerable time. The stones varied in size, some reaching half a meter while others were merely the size of a fist. That should be enough, Lu Yu declared as he observed their progress and instructed the stout man to cease his efforts. After storing the extracted stones in his storage pouch, Lu Yu looked up to find that night had already fallen. We'll rest here tonight and continue our journey tomorrow. Traveling at night poses too great a risk. Aware that visibility would be poor in the dark and that encountering a monstrous beast would spell trouble, they decided to take refuge in the trees to evade potential dangers lurking on the ground. In the dead of night, Lu Yu suddenly spotted flickering lights in the distance. It did not appear to be a simple campfire. Rather, it resembled the glow of a battle. Initially, Lu Yu intended to disregard it, but then he recalled the mention of a foundation building practitioner's cave dwelling earlier that day. Could be, with this thought, he gently roused the stout man from his slumber. Stout man, Lu Yu called softly. What is it? Is it dawn already? The stout man replied, still dazed, mistakenly believing morning had arrived. Not yet, but there is something else, Lu Yu explained his reasoning. Let's go take a look. The stout man responded eagerly at the prospect of a foundation building practitioner's cave. No, you stay here. There may be dangerous situations. I cannot ensure your safety, Lu Yu replied, handing the stout man several talismans for protection and instructing him on their use. Holding the talismans, the stout man watched Lu Yu's retreating figure, feeling a surge of anger at his own lack of strength, silently praying for Lu Yu's safe return. Lu Yu's confidence in venturing out alone stemmed from his formidable abilities. Although he appeared to be at the third layer of Qi training, his physique was significantly enhanced due to the continuous consumption of the earth core essence from the small world. Furthermore, he possessed a multitude of talismans and a comprehensive formation, enabling him to escape even from an ordinary foundation-building practitioner. If all else failed, he could retreat into the small world. However, this would compromise its secrets and potentially invite disaster. Affixing a swift movement talisman to himself, Lu Yu found his speed considerably increased, at least twice that of his original pace. Stealthily, he approached the scene and discerned that the light emanated from a cave where over 20 individuals were assaulting a formation. The presence of the formation likely muffled the sounds of their attacks. Otherwise, the clamor from so many would have been deafening. Earlier in the afternoon, several groups had arrived at this location, discovering that Chen Guang and his entourage had yet to breach the formation. It was only upon witnessing the multitude that Chen Guang realized their information had been leaked. As those who arrived later communicated, they learned that Chen Guang and his companions had been present for 2 days, diligently attempting to decipher the intricate formation that surrounded them. The complexity of the formation, coupled with their cultivation at the qi refinement stage, left them utterly at a loss. Ultimately, they resolved to assault the formation, hoping to deplete the energy sustaining it. Not long before, they had noticed a significant weakening of the formation and surmised that its energy was nearly exhausted. Thus, they unanimously decided to launch a coordinated attack. And indeed, the formation appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Outside, Lu Yu observed the ripples generated by their collective efforts against the formation, which grew increasingly pronounced, indicating that its demise was imminent. Soon enough, the formation succumbed to their relentless assault, draining its energy completely. Overjoyed, the group rushed inside, fearing that the resources within might be snatched away. Only after Lu Yu and the others had entered did he emerge, gazing at the cavern before him. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to explore further. Upon entering the cavern, Lu Yu discovered its expansive nature, likely a result of the formation's destruction, which revealed 5 branching paths. A sense of unease washed over him as he regarded the multitude of paths. However, having come this far, he felt compelled to investigate, ultimately choosing to venture down the leftmost corridor. Chapter 21. The enigmatic demon lord seizes Lu Yu. As Lu Yu traversed the left path, he soon discerned its length, taking approximately 10 minutes before he stumbled upon a carved-out chamber. Cautiously, he pushed open one door and found himself in an alchemical room, housing a towering alchemical furnace alongside 3 smaller ones. It appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, as nothing else occupied the space apart from these furnaces. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yu noted intricate array patterns etched upon the furnaces, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship that distinguished them from ordinary alchemical devices. After a thorough examination, he waved his hand, storing the furnaces in his storage bag. The acquisition of these furnaces would spare him the expense of purchasing new ones, and he mused that with these, he could finally attempt alchemy. The subsequent chambers he explored were barren, devoid of any other items. This struck him as exceedingly strange. The size of the place was ill-fitting for a foundation-building cultivator's abode. Moreover, given the number of people who had come through, it was perplexing that not a single figure had been encountered. As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine. The atmosphere was unnervingly peculiar, compelling him to retreat. However, after a prolonged return journey, he found no trace of an exit. Logically, he should have reached the outside by now. Had he unwittingly entered an illusionary formation? Lu Yu pondered. Extending his hand, he conjured a fireball, hurling it forward with his spiritual energy. With a resounding crash, the fireball struck the stone, shattering numerous fragments. Yet, this did not seem to be an illusion. The formation was still operational after all this time. Could someone be manipulating it? With that thought, Lu Yu unleashed additional fireballs, bombarding the surroundings, but only succeeded in dislodging more debris. Lu Yu took out a travel talisman and a diamond talisman, activated them, and affixed them to his body, dashing back in the direction from which he came. However, after running for quite some time, he still did not see an exit. The path seemed interminable. Exhausted, Lu Yu placed his hands on his hips, panting heavily, while his eyes scanned the surroundings incessantly. Suddenly, a radiant light emanated from beneath his feet, and before Lu Yu could react, he experienced a sensation of weightlessness, causing him to vanish without a trace. Where am I? Lu Yu regained his senses and found himself within a grand hall, no longer in the previous location. Before he could take a closer look around, a ball of ghostly fire ignited ahead, startling him. Gagaga! After such a long wait, I have finally found a suitable person. The ghost fire emitted a shrill sound. Who dares to play tricks? Lu Yu shouted defiantly. I am about to emerge, boy. You shall contribute everything to the lustful demon lord. With that, the ghost fire surged toward Lu Yu. He intended to retaliate, but the ghost fire was too swift, entering his body before he could even react. What is happening? Why is there a force of law within you? The ghost fire cried out in agony. As Lu Yu's body radiated a brilliant light, he felt the entity dissipate. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in his mind. Lu Yu, I have vanquished the adversary, but due to my excessive use of the power of law in an unrecovered state, I shall fall into slumber. Linger, linger. Lu Yu called out, but no response came. She had likely succumbed to sleep. After a long while, Lu Yu regained his composure, realizing that it was Linger who had aided him. As the spirit of the small world, she had not fully recovered, and now, having expended all her spiritual energy to save him, she had fallen into a deep slumber. Linger, do not worry. I will gather the fragments of the world swiftly to ensure your early recovery. Previously, Lu Yu had not been particularly invested in collecting these fragments. Believing the small world was sufficient for now, he thought that should he encounter a fragment, he would collect it. If not, he would patiently wait. However, he now felt an urgent desire to gather more fragments to restore Linger. Reinvigorated, Lu Yu moved forward and discovered a skeleton on the ground, adorned with a ring on its finger. A storage ring, he exclaimed. The spatial structure of a storage ring is far more stable than that of a storage bag, and its internal space is significantly larger. Moreover, once a storage ring recognizes its master through blood, it cannot be opened by others unless the master perishes. Even if one possesses great powers, there is a considerable chance that attempting to open it would damage its spatial structure, resulting in the destruction of its contents. It seemed that due to the owner's death, Lu Yu easily established his ownership. Upon opening the storage ring, Lu Yu was utterly astounded by its contents. There were millions of low-grade spirit stones, thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, and 8 spirit stones that stood apart, exuding an extraordinary abundance of spiritual energy. He suspected they were high-grade spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, there were numerous pills, talismans, and weapons, as well as a spirit beast pouch and a myriad of scattered items that were impossible to count. Lu Yu was utterly astonished. What kind of affluent individual possessed such an abundance of cultivation resources? He noticed a jade slip at his feet, picked it up, and with his spiritual sense, discovered that it was inscribed by the owner of the skeletal remains. The text revealed that he was referred to as the incorrigible lustful sovereign, notorious for his insatiable desire for women, boasting over 100 wives and concubines. The incorrigible lustful sovereign was a malevolent cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, whose prowess was unparalleled. However, during an expedition into a secret realm, he fell victim to a curse and ultimately established a cave dwelling here to recuperate. Decades passed without the curse being lifted, and his injuries only worsened. In desperation, he was forced to separate his nascent soul from his physical body to survive. Yet, even after relinquishing his corporeal form, the nascent soul encountered its own complications, rendering it unable to escape this place. Otherwise, it would have long since sought to possess another. Thus, centuries slipped by, during which some individuals ventured here. The incorrigible lustful sovereign attempted to seize their bodies, but each failed attempt was thwarted because the host could not endure the strain. Each possession drained a portion of the nascent soul's strength, further weakening it over time. As time wore on, the lustful sovereign neared the brink of surrendering to his fate, for his power dwindled to the point where he could no longer hold on, threatening his very existence. However, Lu Yu's arrival ignited a glimmer of hope within him. He sensed that Lu Yu's physical form was far more robust than that of other cultivators, capable of bearing the burden of his cursed nascent soul. Yet, he never anticipated that Lu Yu harbored immense fortune, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of Linger, who wielded the power of the laws. The mystery surrounding the mad Taoist was also unraveled, It turned out that decades prior, he had been pursued by several major sections. By chance, he discovered this place, believing it to be the abandoned cave of a powerful figure, and sought refuge here from his pursuers. Thus, traces of the mad Taoist remained, leading to the misinterpretation of this cave as his dwelling. As for the mad Taoist's fate, it goes without saying that he perished after the lustful sovereign's failed attempts at possession. Having comprehended all the revelations, Lu Yu felt a deep sense of sorrow. Even a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator had fallen here, intensifying his resolve to break through his own limitations. Suddenly, Lu Yu heard a commotion from the adjoining chamber. Was there someone else present? Chapter 22. Rescuing Wen Yao and Wen Wan. Following the sound, Lu Yu discovered a cavern, and upon opening it, found Wen Yao and Wen Wan within. "What has happened to you two?" he inquired, noticing that both appeared to be under the influence of a drug, their minds clouded and repeatedly exclaiming about the heat. Surveying the area, Lu Yu finally spotted a lit incense stick in the corner and deduced that it must be the source of their distress. He hurried over to extinguish it. However, unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously inhaled a small amount of the smoke upon entering. 1,000 words omitted here. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Yu, having inhaled only a minimal quantity of the potion, was the first to regain his clarity. Aware that remaining in the same space would render the situation awkward for the two women, he turned and retreated to the outer chamber, intending to allow them a moment of tranquility. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu resumed his examination of the storage ring. The storage ring possessed an expansive space, at least the size of 2 basketball courts. Although it contained numerous items, there remained ample room for more. Lu Yu took out the spirit beast pouch, and upon opening it, he discovered that the spirit beasts inside had perished, leaving only a few skeletal remains. It appeared they had succumbed to the passage of time within the pouch. In a nearby corner, Lu Yu noticed several jade slips. Upon examining them with his divine sense, he found they contained various techniques, as well as comprehensive knowledge on alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and array formations, all seemingly collected by the former lustful demon lord. It turned out that the two women had been searching for the madman's lair alongside the group in the Spirit Communication Grand Canyon. After Lu Yu declined their invitation to join forces, they eventually located Chen Guang and his companions. At that moment, realizing that the situation was spiraling out of control as more individuals arrived, Chen Guang knew he could not defend the lair alone, and thus invited them to break the array, stating that once the array was breached, the treasures within would be claimed by fate. When the array was ultimately destroyed, everyone surged forward with exhilaration, fearing that the good fortune would be snatched away if they delayed. The two women had entered at that time, but became separated from their teammates amidst the frenzy. After traversing a fork in the path for some distance, they were inexplicably transported to this location and had fallen victim to the bewitching poison. "Sister, what do we do now?" Wen Yao inquired of Wen Wan. "I have no idea," replied the typically composed Wen Wan, equally a loss. For a moment, silence enveloped them as the two women sat on the ground, their minds a tumult of thoughts. This tranquility was disrupted when Lu Yu entered the scene. However, none of the three spoke, as they were unfamiliar with one another, having only crossed paths briefly. Given the gravity of their current predicament, they found themselves uncertain of how to break the ice. Ultimately, it was Lu Yu who shattered the impasse. Observing the two women's silence, he spoke. "I understand that you both may find it difficult to accept this reality at first. However, what has happened cannot be changed, and we must confront it. Avoidance will not resolve our challenges. I assure you that I will treat you well from now on." Noticing the discomfort etched on their brows, Lu Yu produced a jade vial containing 10 drops of essence from the core of the world. "Drink this. It will be beneficial for your health," he offered, extending the vial toward the two women. After a moment's hesitation, they accepted it. Upon consuming the essence, they felt a significant improvement in their well-being and a strengthening of their constitution. However, it was clear that they would not be able to fully absorb such a quantity at once, and their health would gradually enhance in the days to come. Chapter 23. Return to the Spirit Communication Grand Canyon. Lu Yu retrieved 2 storage bags filled with spirit stones, medicinal pills, talismans, and other items suitable for the Qi refinement stage. Although he had also discovered several smaller storage rings within his spatial ring, he chose not to take them out. Not out of reluctance, but rather from a fear that their existence might endanger the two women if discovered by others. The storage ring is far more precious than a storage bag, typically reserved for cultivators at the golden core stage and above. For a young girl at the Qi refinement stage, to flaunt a storage ring in public is akin to enticing others into wrongdoing. Take it, it is for you, Lu Yu said to the two women. However, this gesture led to a misunderstanding, as the two women believed Lu Yu was renouncing his previous kindness, treating the resources as though they were a mere transaction. We do not want your belongings. Do not think too highly of yourself, when one rebuked loudly. Meanwhile, Wen Yao felt a pang of sorrow. Despite the situation, Lu Yu seemed intent on distancing himself from them. Lu Yu was puzzled by their reactions. He had merely provided them with some cultivation resources to alleviate their worries regarding training supplies. So why the strange response? Rest assured, we will not cling to you shamelessly, Wen Yao said, unable to hide her sadness at Lu Yu's nonchalant demeanor. It dawned on Lu Yu that the two women had misconstrued his intentions, thinking he wished to sever ties and play the scoundrel. You misunderstand. I have no intention of parting ways with you. Given our circumstances, how could I abandon you? Besides, both of you are so beautiful. How could I possibly forsake my own women? Lu Yu hurriedly clarified. Upon hearing this, the two women realized their misunderstanding, and the notion of being called as women made them blush, wishing for a place to hide. Lu Yu placed the storage bag into their hands, cautioning them to keep their wealth discreet. Initially, they dismissed his warning, but when they opened the bag, they were utterly astonished to find it filled to the brim with spirit stones, elixirs, and other cultivation resources. They speculated that Lu Yu must be a wealthy heir to possess such an abundance of resources. If Lu Yu were aware of their thoughts, he would have corrected them by stating he was a first-generation affluent individual. Seeing the astonishment on their faces, Lu Yu smiled and reassured them, "Do not worry. You shall not face any hardships while following me. I will provide for your future cultivation needs. We cannot accept this. There is far too much. We are not such people." The two women quickly refused once they regained their composure. Ultimately, Lu Yu insisted that he lacked for spirit stones, and that he offered the resources to help them enhance their cultivation and safeguard themselves, which led them to reluctantly accept. As the atmosphere eased, Lu Yu engaged in conversation with the two women, allowing them to learn more about each other's circumstances. Upon discovering that Lu Yu was an orphan who grew up relying on the kindness of others and eventually entered the Xintian sect through fortunate circumstances, they felt a pang of sympathy for him. Lu Yu also learned about their backgrounds. The two women hailed from a modest cultivation family, with an ancestor at the foundation establishment stage, while their parents were cultivators, albeit at the Qi refinement late stage at most. Thanks to the family's protection and their own commendable talents, both women had reached the fourth level of Qi refinement and showed signs of impending breakthroughs. Are you feeling better? Lu Yu inquired. Upon hearing this, the two women immediately flushed crimson, their adorably rosy cheeks captivatingly charming. Lu Yu found the bashful demeanor of the two women to be quite enchanting, and he wished to gaze upon them a little longer. However, this was not the time for admiration. Word of the cave's affairs had already spread, and as time passed, it was uncertain how many cultivators would come seeking it. If a practitioner of higher cultivation were to appear, it would spell trouble. Upon hearing Lu Yu's analysis, the two women agreed that lingering here would only increase their peril. They expressed that after consuming the earth heart spirit milk and resting for some time, their bodies had significantly recovered. After tidying up the surroundings, Lu Yu led the two women to the outer cave chamber. Through a jade slip, he learned that this chamber contained a concealed small-scale teleportation array that could transport them to the outskirts of the Spirit Communication Grand Canyon. Lu Yu placed 10 mid-grade spirit stones within the array, and after a flash of light, the three of them vanished. At the outskirts of the Spirit Communication Grand Canyon, Lu Yu and the two women materialized. He surveyed the area and realized they were less than 5 kilometers from where the chubby man had passed. He promptly guided the two women toward him. When they found the chubby man, he remained in the same spot. Upon seeing them, he hurried over. "Lu Ge, what brings you here?" he asked, pointing at the two women. "These two are your sisters-in-law. You must be mindful of them in the future," Lu Yu proclaimed generously. Who is a sister-in-law? Wen Wan exclaimed anxiously, while Wen Yao shyly lowered her gaze, unable to meet anyone's eyes. Seeing their reactions, the chubby man quickly deduced the nature of their relationship. In just one night, Lu Yu had returned with two sisters-in-law, further deepening his admiration for him. Enough talk. Let's make our way out, Lu Yu instructed. The others had no objections, naturally willing to follow his lead. On their way out, they noticed many people flocking toward the Spirit Communication Grand Canyon, moving in groups of 3 or 5. Once they exited the canyon, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally distanced from danger, the group safely arrived at the inn, where Lu Yu secured 2 rooms for the 2 women beside him. You must be weary. Go rest in your rooms for a while, Lu Yu suggested gently. The chubby man, observing Lu Yu's tender demeanor with the 2 women, internally exclaimed, Does no one notice my presence? After the 2 women retired to their rooms, Lu Yu tossed a storage bag to the chubby man. He instinctively caught it and, upon closer inspection, realized it was a storage bag. Lugu, is this for me? He asked, astonished. Indeed, it also contains some spirit stones for you, Lu Yu replied. Having observed the chubby man's behavior in recent days, Lu Yu felt that since he had genuinely chosen to follow him, he should not neglect his feelings and could appropriately provide him with some cultivation resources. The chubby man excitedly opened the storage bag and discovered it contained 3,000 low-grade spirit stones along with several medicinal pills. Is all this truly for me? He exclaimed in disbelief, having never seen such a bounty of spirit stones at once. Of course, it is yours to use as you see fit, Lu Yu assured him. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lu Gu, the chubby man said, his voice choked with emotion, feeling that no one had ever treated him this well apart from his parents. With tears welling in his eyes, he looked at Lu Yu, affirming that this was indeed true friendship. With a disdainful glance from the rotund figure, Lu Yu swiftly dispatched him with a kick. Returning to his chamber, Lu Yu sat upon the bed, reflecting on the spoils of his recent endeavor. Not only had he fulfilled the sex mission, but he had also unexpectedly acquired cultivation resources from the late-stage, nascent soul of the lustful master. With these resources at his disposal, he no longer needed to worry about cultivation supplies. The spiritual herbs cultivated in the small world would no longer require selling, thus saving him considerable effort. His primary focus now lay in diligently enhancing his cultivation and seeking fragments of the world. Only by becoming formidable could he safeguard all that he held dear. For resources without strength were of little consequence. The quest for world fragments aimed to expedite the completion of the small world, allowing Linger to awaken from her slumber sooner. Chapter 24. Strolling through the night market contemplating Linger reminded Lu Yu of her sacrifice, plunging him into despair. Fear not, Linger. I shall hasten your awakening, he vowed silently. As he relaxed, the exhaustion overtook him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber, awakening only when the evening had arrived. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such restful sleep. Since entering the realm of cultivation, his nerves had remained taut, and this sensation was truly delightful. However, once embarked on the path of cultivation, there was no turning back. Triumph or failure both stemmed from this very pursuit. Regaining his composure, Lu Yu approached Wen Yao's door and knocked. Who is it? Came her groggy voice from within, indicating she had yet to awaken fully. It's me, Lu Yu, he replied. Is there something you need? The voice from inside revealed a hint of nervousness, stuttering slightly. Please open the door. I wish to speak with you, Lu Yu urged. After a considerable wait, the door creaked open, revealing a slightly flustered visage. Once inside, Lu Yu closed the door and settled beside the table. Observing Wen Yao's anxious expression made him want to tease her, yet he refrained, knowing it might startle her. Do not be anxious. I mean no harm. Merely wishing to converse, Lu Yu reassured her. Upon realizing that Lu Yu intended only a chat, Wen Yao's tension gradually dissipated. Yaoer, would you accompany me to Xiantian's sect? Lu Yu inquired. After careful consideration, he had decided to invite both women to join him at the sect, for their commendable cultivation talents had allowed them to meet the requirements, and since he would not frequently return, it was best for them to integrate into Xiantian's sect. When Wen Yao heard Lu Yu affectionately call her Yaoer, a name usually reserved for parents, her heart raced. Ah, well, She hesitated, wishing to be with Lu Yu, yet uncertain if her cousin Wenwan would agree to accompany them. Noticing her glance toward Wenwan's room, Lu Yu surmised her concern for her cousin. Rest assured, I shall speak with Waner. Together we will go to Xiantian sect, ensuring we remain together, Lu Yu promised. Ah, who said they wanted to be with you? Wen Yao shyly retorted. Who will you be with? Lu Yu inquired as he approached Wen Yao. As Wen Yao noticed Lu Yu drawing nearer, a wave of nervousness washed over her, prompting her to close her eyes tightly, unable to resist the sight of her adorable demeanor any longer. Lu Yu gently cupped her delicate face and pressed his lips against hers. Stunned, Wen Yao found herself momentarily frozen, astonished that Lu Yu would kiss her. After what felt like an eternity, she began to feel breathless and instinctively pushed him away, prompting Lu Yu to relent. Wen Yao gazed blankly ahead, her heart racing and her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Yaoer, rest assured, I shall care for you for a lifetime, Lu Yu whispered tenderly in her ear. Wen Yao murmured, resting her head on Lu Yu's shoulder. The two embraced quietly, savoring the moment. After a while, Lu Yu released Wen Yao and invited her to join him for a stroll. He then made his way to the adjacent room of Wenwan, knocking on her door. Mistaking his arrival for Wen Yao's, Wenwan opened the door only to find Lu Yu standing there. She instinctively attempted to close the door, still uncertain of how to address him. However, Lu Yu was determined not to let her shut him out and swiftly squeezed through the door. Seeing Lu Yu enter and close the door behind him, Wenwan, feeling a bit uneasy, asked, What do you want? You're already mine. What do you think I want? Lu Yu teased, noticing her facade of calmness. Don't say such nonsense. Who is yours? She retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. Realizing he had irked her, Lu Yu quickly apologized. I misspoke. It should be that I am yours. As she processed his admission, Wenwan felt a rush of indignation at the implication. All right, I shall not tease you further. The truth is, I will be returning to the sect in a couple of days. Would you consider accompanying me to the Xiantian sect for training? He proposed, looking at her earnestly. Who would want to go with you? Wenwan replied haughtily. Yaoer has already agreed to accompany me back. I cannot leave you here alone. You should come with me. Lu Yu urged. Yaoer, how intimate that sounds, Wenwan remarked, a tinge of jealousy evident in her tone. Recognizing her envy, Lu Yu offered a gentle rebuttal. Waner, if you do not come along, Yaoer will be quite lonely. I'm going to protect Yaoer, not to accompany you. Do not misunderstand, Wenwan retorted playfully. Yes. I understand that you're going to keep Yaoer company, not me, Lu Yu replied, his spirits lifted. Relieved that she agreed to join him at the Xiantian sect, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The passage of time in the realm of cultivation is unpredictable, and he was reluctant to leave her behind. Lu Yu then suggested they explore the market together. Initially, Wenwan hesitated, but upon learning that Wen Yao would also join, she reluctantly acquiesced. Summoning his friend, the chubby one, the four of them made their way to the bustling market. They began their evening by enjoying a hearty meal at a tavern before venturing out into the streets. The market thrived with life at night, as the day's harvest of spiritual herbs and mystical beasts was brought forth for sale. The air filled with the sounds of commerce and haggling. Wen Yao and Wenwan, filled with enthusiasm, wandered from stall to stall, though they primarily reveled in the experience rather than making purchases. Lu Yu followed closely behind the two ladies, while the rotund companion was sent away after finishing his meal. The trio strolled through the streets, with Lu Yu inadvertently playing the role of an observer. Passers-by were captivated by the unparalleled beauty of the two women. Yet, upon noticing Lu Yu trailing behind them, they assumed he was a wealthy young master, believing that no ordinary man could earn the favor of such enchanting ladies. Consequently, none dared to approach them. Waner, Yaoer, shall we explore that shop? Lu Yu suggested, pointing towards a nearby establishment. Upon hearing this, the two ladies halted, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they beheld the array of exquisite jewelry within, for they possessed none themselves. Esteemed guests, what may I assist you with? The shop attendant promptly greeted them as they entered. All the jewelry in our store has been meticulously designed by a master of formations. Not only are they aesthetically pleasing, but they also feature intricate formations etched within. Intrigued, The ladies were astonished to learn that even the smallest pieces of jewelry could incorporate such formations, pushing the boundaries of artistry to an extraordinary degree. Do you have any pieces that can defend against Foundation establishment cultivators? Lu Yu inquired. Indeed, we do. These pieces are inscribed with defensive or offensive formations suitable for those at the Foundation establishment level and above, the attendant replied, leading them to a nearby counter. How beautiful! Exclaimed one of the ladies. Indeed, this necklace is truly stunning, the other echoed, as they marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship. Under Lu Yu's suggestion, the two ladies each selected two pieces of jewelry, one for offense and one for defense, ensuring their safety was greatly enhanced. Wen Yao chose a heart-shaped necklace and a bracelet, while Wen Wan selected a hairpin and a set of bracelets. Once adorned, their already exquisite beauty was further elevated, leaving Lu Yu, who watched with admiration, utterly entranced. Seeing the joy radiating from the two ladies, Lu Yu mused that the expenditure of 20,000 spirit stones was indeed well worth it. Chapter 25. Return to Xintian's sect. Encountering ambush on the way after exiting the jewelry shop, the trio continued their leisurely exploration until they returned to the inn late into the night. Upon their return, Lu Yu knocked on Wen Yao's door, successfully gaining entry into her room under the pretext of inquiring about cultivation techniques. Yao, look at this. How should I cultivate this method? Lu Yu presented a small booklet to Wen Yao. Curiously, she accepted it, noting that such booklets were rare nowadays, as most techniques were recorded on jade slips. This cultivation method was discovered within a storage ring, and there are several similar texts, although most pertain to practices that are beneficial for men but detrimental for women. The following day, Lu Yu found himself a step closer to reaching the fourth layer of qi refinement. In the morning, he requested the two ladies to leave a note for their parents, alleviating any concerns they might have. Meanwhile, he changed into different attire, donned a hat, and embarked on an ambitious shopping spree, acquiring a plethora of qi refinement resources. Lu Yu's motivation for this endeavor stemmed from the realization that, while his storage ring was filled with resources, most were suited for high-ranking cultivators and were currently of no use to him. In the afternoon, the group set forth on their journey back to the sect. As it was the return journey, everyone was in no rush. The group ambled along the way, savoring the moment as though they were on an excursion. At night, Lu Yu and his companions set up camp on a spacious plain, erecting 3 tents, one for Lu Yu, one for the 2 women, and one for the plump man. For safety's sake, Lu Yu drove the 5 elemental flags into the ground and activated the formation, both to prevent any monstrous beast from intruding and a safeguard against malevolent foes. Yaoer, have you developed feelings for Lu Yu? Wen Wan inquired within the confines of the tent, having observed the change in Wen Yao's gaze upon Lu Yu that day. Wen Yao replied softly, her cheeks flushed. Upon receiving her answer, Wen Wan sighed. What about you, sister? Wen Yao asked with curiosity. I truly do not know, Wen Wan admitted, uncertain of her own feelings towards Lu Yu. Initially, they were strangers, bound together by a twist of fate. The 2 women lay in their beds, reminiscing about the moments they had shared over the past few days, until drowsiness gradually overtook them, leading them to slumber. Enemy attack. A sudden cry jolted the 2 women awake. They quickly donned their garments and exited the tent. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, with unidentified flying creatures swooping toward them, though they were thwarted by the formation. It's the demon bats, Lu Yu remarked as he approached the 2 women. Demon bats were a mutated species of bat, known for their gregarious nature. Due to their bloodline, their cultivation rarely surpassed the foundational stage, yet their sheer numbers made even foundational cultivators wary of confrontation. Stay within the formation and do not venture out, Lu Yu instructed the women. Be careful, they cautioned him, concern etched on their faces. Lu Yu reached for a plethora of spirit stones to replenish the formation's energy, then began to manipulate it through the flags. Given the overwhelming number of demon bats, he employed the formation to segregate them into various areas, preventing them from launching a concentrated assault that could breach the formation, and subsequently unleashed a wide-area attack on the bats. The demon bats screeched in agony as they were struck by the formation's assault, resulting in a significant number being vanquished. Curse it, my precious! A figure clad in black, witnessing the demise of the bats, cried out in anguish not far from the formation. Observing the dwindling numbers of the demon bats and the formation remaining intact, he grew furious. Pulling out a spirit beast pouch from his waist and releasing the bats contained within, a swarm of demon bats erupted into the air, among which were several that appeared considerably larger, revealing themselves to be cultivators of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. With their arrival, the formation began to tremble, causing the two women to feel an escalating sense of anxiety. Once the formation is breached, I shall make sure to torment this little brat for the heavy losses I've incurred, the black-clad man thought, noticing the fluctuations in the formation that signaled its impending collapse. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, Lu Yu produced a handful of talismans, which, once activated, shot forth to explode amidst the demon bats, resulting in catastrophic casualties among their ranks. Seeing this, the remaining bats scattered in panic. "Ah, you rogue! How could you possess such an abundance of explosive talismans?" The man in black observed with a heavy heart as the magical bats, which he had painstakingly nurtured, were obliterated by explosive talismans, leaving barely a handful remaining. However, upon noticing Lu Yu pursuing him, his sorrow quickly turned to self-preservation, prompting him to flee without a second thought. Despite possessing a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, his combat prowess was primarily reliant on controlling spiritual beasts, rendering his personal strength quite lackluster. The sight of Lu Yu wielding an array of offensive talismans sent him into a panic. Lu Yu, undeterred, relentlessly pursued him. He had already discerned that his adversary's strength was likely insufficient, otherwise he would not have refrained from attacking. His approach had merely been to confirm this suspicion, and the man's retreat validated his assumptions. Attaching several speed-enhancing talismans and a defensive talisman, Lu Yu significantly increased his pace. After a relentless chase lasting 10 minutes, he finally closed the distance. "You little brat, do not presume I am easily intimidated. It is not too late to retreat when I unleash my fury. Even I fear myself," the man in black threatened, realizing escape was futile. "Come me if you possess the courage. Spare me your incessant ramblings," Lu Yu retorted, recognizing the man's cultivation was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. However, armed with a plethora of hidden cards, he harbored no fear of someone below the foundation establishment stage. Seeking death, the man in black scoffed at the audacity of a mere 3rd layer Qi refiner who dared to speak so boldly, clearly underestimating Lu Yu's resolve. As the adversary brandished a black flag, Lu Yu wisely opted against engaging in close combat, recognizing the ominous black smoke emanating from the flag as a clear warning. Chapter 26. Arrival at Xintian Sect. Two maidens become outer disciples thanks to the enhancement of the speed talismans. Lu Yu outpaced his opponent, choosing to evade direct confrontation while skillfully maneuvering to launch attacks. "You brat, if you have any guts, stop running," the man in black bellowed in frustration. Realizing he could not land a hit, Lu Yu, uninterested in his taunts, seized the opportunity during the man's tirade to unleash a fiery explosion, catching him off guard and injuring his arm. "Behold my ultimate move," the man in black shouted, enduring the pain. Convinced that the man was finally resorting to his strongest technique, Lu Yu prudently retreated slightly, only to turn and discover that the man was fleeing in the opposite direction. "You deceiver!" Lu Yu felt a surge of indignation. The man had not only tricked him, but now sought to escape. How could such a scenario be permitted? With determination, Lu Yu retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch, activating it to transform into a great sword that shot towards the man in black at an astonishing speed. Ah! The man in black could not evade in time and was pierced through by the blade, collapsing to the ground, convulsing before succumbing to his injuries. "This will teach you to deceive me," Lu Yu remarked, noting the formidable power of the sword talisman, worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. He delivered a few forceful kicks to the lifeless body before approaching to claim the storage and spirit beast pouches hanging from the man's waist. In the storage bag, aside from a few spirit stones, there were no other valuable items, but a jade slip piqued Lu Yu's interest. This jade slip contained knowledge about beast taming, including the cultivation methods for demon bats, indicating that the man in black had learned these techniques from this source. While rummaging through the bag, Liu Yu also discovered an ancient token, which bore the character for demon on its reverse side. Could it be that the individual was affiliated with the demonic path? Liu Yu murmured to himself as he examined the token. After ensuring he had thoroughly searched the area, Liu Yu conjured a fireball to dispose of the man in black, so as to prevent any ties leading back to the demonic sect. "Are you all right, Liu Yu?" The two women and the portly man inquired as he returned to the camp. "It's all taken care of, but for safety's sake, we should leave this place promptly," Liu Yu reassured them, choosing not to disclose the man's affiliation with the demonic path to avoid causing them unnecessary worry. Shortly thereafter, they gathered their belongings and set off. Fortunately, they encountered no further enemies along the way, which brought a sense of relief to the group. After a day of travel, they finally arrived at Qingyun sect by evening. Since the two women were not disciples of the sect, Liu did not take them directly inside, but instead settled them in the nearby marketplace, planning to report to the sect the following day. He sent the portly man back to the sect while he opted to stay in the marketplace for the night. Suddenly, Liu Yu felt a new transformation within his body. His meridians had become increasingly resilient, capable of accommodating more spiritual energy. Wen Yao also broke through to the 5th level of qi refinement. "I have also made a breakthrough," she exclaimed with joy. "Yet, I still need to consolidate my cultivation," Liu Yu replied before resuming his training. The next day, Liu Yu approached the outer elder of the sect to explain their situation. "Please wait a moment," the elder said as he went to report to the higher-ups. "Will Qingyun sect accept us?" the two women asked anxiously. "Do not worry. It should not be a significant issue," Liu Yu reassured them. Even if the sect did not accept them, he could keep the two women as attendants until their cultivation improved, allowing them to transition into formal disciples later. Though this would be a compromise for them. Before long, the outer elder returned, informing the trio that, due to the recommendation of an inner disciple, as long as the two women had sufficient aptitude for cultivation to pass the heart's inquiry test, they could join the sect, albeit as outer disciples at first. Upon hearing this, the two women eagerly expressed their willingness to participate in the heart's inquiry test. This test was designed by the sect to prevent hostile forces from inserting spies, and typically, spies would be exposed during this assessment. However, there were exceptions. As long as one's soul was clear of guilt, one could pass. The two women easily passed the test and officially became outer disciples of Qingyun sect. At Liu Yu's strong insistence, they chose to select caves adjacent to his dwelling. "Luca, you're back," the portly man exclaimed after waiting by Liu Yu's cave for quite some time, hurrying over upon seeing the three. He was equally delighted to learn that the two women had become outer disciples. "Indeed, Brother Liu, I have submitted the task. For the next 3 months, there will be no need to undertake any assignments." "That is splendid. During this period, I must diligently cultivate to enhance my abilities," Liu Yu remarked. The meager rewards from completing tasks no longer held any allure for him. He had bestowed them all upon the plump fellow, advising him not to disturb him unless there was something of utmost importance. After the plump fellow departed, Liu Yu tidied up the cave dwelling for the two women and shared some precautions with them. In the days that followed, Liu Yu seldom ventured outside. Eureka! A joyous laughter resonated through the cave, for Liu Yu had been tirelessly attempting alchemy. After several failures, he finally succeeded in refining a batch of enhancement pills. Inside the open alchemical furnace lay 12 plump pills, though 2 of them appeared somewhat dull, indicating that his technique still required refinement, resulting in 2 semi-finished products. While it is said that all medicines possess a degree of toxicity, the finished pills contained minimal poison, and due to the robust constitution of cultivators, any toxins in their bodies would be expelled with each breakthrough, rendering the finished pills largely harmless. In contrast, the semi-finished pills contained a higher level of toxicity, as the medicinal properties had not fully integrated. Consuming too many could indeed be detrimental to one's health. Liu Yu picked up one enhancement pill and inhaled its aroma, confirming that it bore a resemblance to those sold outside. After ensuring its quality, he promptly placed the pill in his mouth, where it dissolved instantly, transforming into a surge of pure spiritual energy. Delightful. Chapter 27. Frenzied cultivation. Since Lu Yu's previous success in alchemy, he had gradually produced several commonly used pills, including foundation pills, detoxification pills, and ethereal pills. Moreover, as he continued refining, his success rate steadily improved, reaching approximately 70%. These pills belonged to the yellow tier, and Lu Yu's ability to concoct them indicated that he had attained the rank of a level 1 alchemist. A month swiftly passed. One day, after storing the refined pills in his spatial pouch, Lu Yu emerged from the alchemy chamber and entered the gentle cave dwelling. "Warner, are you present?" he called out. Boom. Shortly thereafter, the cave door swung open, and Lu Yu entered with familiarity, allowing the door to close behind him. Upon entering, he found Warner just awakening from her meditation. "You have reached the 5th level of Qi cultivation," Warner exclaimed, her eyes widening as she noticed Lu Yu's advancement. "I broke through a few days ago," Lu Yu replied, sitting beside Warner and gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Warner tensed momentarily, but soon relaxed. "Your cultivation speed is astonishing," Warner marveled. "When we first met, you were at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. It has not been long, and you have already surpassed me. I am still at the 4th level, and even Yaoer, who is at the same level as I, has now broken through to the 5th level." Lu Yu spent a considerable amount of time conversing with Warner, and before he departed, he left her a small vial of heart essence. Since the last transformation of the small world, the daily yield of the earthly core essence has surged from a mere 2 drops to an astonishing 30 drops. Lu Yu discovered that the absorption of earthly core essence is capped at a certain threshold for each cultivation level. Once this limit is reached, no further consumption will enhance one's physique or spiritual capacity. He also realized that individual differences in constitution result in varying absorption limits. For instance, at the 4th layer of Qi cultivation, his limit was approximately 100 drops, while the 2 women had a noticeably lower limit of around 40 drops. As one's cultivation level increases, so too does the absorption limit. Now, at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, he had already consumed over 200 drops without reaching his limit. Through this observation, Lu Yu noted that a stronger constitution correlates with a higher absorption capacity. This means that the more one absorbs, the stronger their physique becomes, allowing for a greater capacity for spiritual energy. Upon recognizing this pattern, Lu Yu began to store any surplus earthly core essence in bottles, anticipating the need for greater quantities as he advanced in his cultivation. Initially, he believed he had sufficient supplies, but considering the demands of future cultivation, he now felt that the supply might be inadequate. Nonetheless, he assured himself that as the small world continues to evolve, the availability of earthly core essence would not dwindle. The benefits of absorbing earthly core essence are undeniably evident. It significantly enhances one's physique and spiritual capacity, far surpassing that of opponents at the same level. In pursuit of further understanding, Lu Yu made a special trip to the library, which is akin to a library on Earth, housing a wealth of information. The library is open to disciples of the sect free of charge, though materials cannot be removed. After searching for a while, Lu Yu found a mention of earthly core essence in a book titled Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures. According to the text, earthly core essence is an exceedingly rare and precious treasure of the world, which, when consumed, greatly enhances one's physique and spiritual energy, allowing for challenges against those of higher tiers. The book elucidates the rarity and value of earthly core essence, noting that its appearance often incites chaos and attracts the covetous eyes of high-level practitioners. Upon learning of the preciousness of earthly core essence, Lu Yu decided to provide the 2 women with a regulated supply, warning them not to reveal its existence, lest they invite turmoil into their lives. After leaving Wenwan, he made his way to Wen Yao's cave abode. "Lu Yu, let's go out for a stroll tomorrow," Wen Yao proposed. Since their arrival at Xintian's sect, the 2 women had seldom left their cave and had yet to explore the sect thoroughly. Lu Yu readily agreed, realizing that for over a month, he had been either cultivating or refining pills, hardly taking time to accompany the 2. "What about Wan Jia?" Wen Yao inquired with a hint of concern. She understood the situation between Wenwan and Lu Yu, believing it was merely a matter of time before Wenwan fully accepted him. "It will just be the 2 of us tomorrow," You needn't worry about one. I will explain things clearly to her, Lu Yu replied, wishing to spend some quality time alone with Wen Yao and intending to take Wen out another time. The following day, Lu Yu and Wen Yao began their exploration of the Qingyun sect. Lu Yu, this sect is truly vast, Wen Yao remarked in awe. Certainly, within the southern domain, the Xuantian sect ranks among the foremost sects, far surpassing the lesser factions. Lu Yu is no longer the naive newcomer he once was. Through his experiences over the past days, he has gained a considerable understanding of the Qingyun Continent. The Qingyun Continent is vast, divided into 4 major regions: the Eastern Domain, the Southern Domain, the Western Domain, and the Central Continent, each occupying an immense expanse. An ordinary cultivator would spend a lifetime without ever traversing even a single major region, let alone exploring the entirety of the Qingyun Continent. Currently, interregional commerce largely relies on large-scale teleportation arrays. How I long to see it. Upon hearing of the continent's vastness, Wen Yao yearned to witness the grand expanse of the world. However, she was acutely aware that only by advancing her cultivation could she hope to venture beyond. Otherwise, she would be confined to the southern domain for her entire life. Rest assured, I will take you out one day, Lu Yu confidently promised. With his own small world, he lacked for cultivation resources, and he had recently discovered that the earth-hard essence could not only enhance his physique and spiritual energy, but also, upon reaching its absorption limit, gradually transform his spiritual root. He was currently evolving from a low-grade fire attribute spiritual root towards a mid-grade one. Although each change was subtle, he believed that by the time he reached the foundation establishment stage, he could achieve a mid-grade spiritual root, and with continued cultivation, the transformation to a top-grade spiritual root was not beyond the realm of possibility, indicating that his cultivation level might have no upper limit. Lu Yu conjectured that others remained ignorant of the earth-hard essence's properties due to their insufficient quantities, preventing them from reaching the absorption limit at each cultivation stage. For it was exceedingly rare for them. This is hilarious. A mocking voice interrupted Lu Yu's musings. A mere 5th-layer Qi cultivator dares to speak of venturing out? Does he even know his place? Turning to see the source of the derision, Lu Yu noticed a dandy striding toward them, flanked by 3 sycophants. Clearly the ones who had spoken earlier. My lady, do not be deceived. These days, many lack true talent yet boast extravagantly, the dandy remarked, addressing Wen Yao. Indeed, some individuals are like frogs at the bottom of a well, utterly unaware of the vastness of the world. They haven't even mastered walking, yet they aspire to run. What a lack of self-awareness. The sycophants chimed in. Wen Yao, upon hearing these insults directed at Lu Yu, was infuriated. Having grown fond of Lu Yu during their time together, she could not allow others to speak ill of him. What we discuss is our own affair. It is none of your concern. How irritating, she exclaimed vehemently. The group before them was momentarily taken aback. It was uncommon for a woman to defend a man in such a manner. However, if they were to let Lu Yu off easily, their pride would be compromised. Thus, they persisted in their verbal assaults against Lu Yu, attempting to derive a sense of superiority from belittling him to preserve their own dignity. Are we mistaken? Look at our senior brother Su, a disciple of the 8th level of Qi cultivation, who would never boast so audaciously. Yet here you are, a mere outer disciple of the 5th level, speaking so shamelessly. Isn't that amusing? My dear, individuals like him only talk the talk. They are utterly unreliable. It is someone like senior brother Su who truly deserves your attention. Indeed. The young master smiled as he witnessed a few sycophants extolling his virtues, exuding an air of superiority. Fools, Lu Yu remarked to the group. He regarded them as if they were simpletons, questioning what relevance their words had to him. Yet they continued to prattle on like imbeciles. What? Who are you calling a fool? The group was instantly infuriated, as they had never been insulted in such a manner before. Senior brother Su's expression darkened, shaken by Lu Yu's words. As an inner disciple with an esteemed cultivation level of the 8th stage, he held a certain reputation within the sect, and many sought to curry favor with him. When had an outer disciple ever dared to insult him so brazenly? You seek death. Since I joined the Qingyun sect, no outer disciple has dared to speak to me in such a manner, senior brother Su said ominously to Lu Yu. If you lack skill, then refrained from speaking. Lu Yu had no intention of indulging such a character, who clearly lacked proper upbringing. From the sound of your words, it seems you possess considerable ability. Let us compete in the arena, senior brother Su remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The arena, established by the sect, was originally intended for disciples to engage in friendly competition, overseen by designated elders as judges. Over time, it had also evolved into a venue for settling personal disputes. However, engaging in private duels required the payment of certain spirit stones as judicial fees. The higher the cultivation level of the combatants, the greater the spirit stones required. As fights among those in the Qi stage were adjudicated by Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, while Foundation Establishment fights were presided over by Golden Core stage judges. Lu Yu, he is 3 levels above you. Do not engage with him, Wen Yao interjected. Why should I compete with you in the arena? Lu Yu retorted. Seeing a few onlookers glancing their way, senior brother Su's vanity was immensely gratified. He announced loudly, I possess a vial of essence pills. If you win, they shall be yours. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at senior brother Su's display. Pills are categorized into 5 grades: celestial, earth, mysterious, yellow, and mortal, with celestial being the highest and yellow the lowest. Each grade further divides into superior, middle, and inferior qualities. The essence pill, classified as a superior yellow grade pill, can rapidly enhance one's cultivation when consumed, particularly effective in the mid to late stages of Qi cultivation. Essence pills are notoriously difficult to concoct, and their production is limited, making each pill worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. The vial presented by senior brother Su contained 5 essence pills, valued at 500 low-grade spirit stones. No wonder the crowd gasped. It was rare for ordinary sect disciples to possess such an abundance of spirit stones to purchase pills. Most disciples spent their monthly allocation of spirit stones primarily on cultivation, leaving them with scant savings. Unless one frequently embarks on missions to accumulate resources, or possesses luck as extraordinary as that of Lu Yu, it is rare for anyone to have surplus spirit stones to purchase such high-value elixirs. Everyone is generally struggling to maintain a modest livelihood. So, when senior brother Su suddenly produced a vitality pill worth 500 spirit stones as a wager, it was indeed a source of astonishment. Observing the shocked expressions of those around him, senior brother Su felt a profound sense of vanity satisfied, and his heart brimmed with joy. In truth, this vial of vitality pills was a gift from his elder brother, who is a direct disciple of an esteemed alchemist, boasting early-stage foundation-building cultivation. His brother, being a direct disciple of a Golden Core cultivator and a skilled alchemist himself, was quite affluent and generous towards his younger sibling. Are you daring enough to compete? Senior brother Su arrogantly challenged Lu Yu. Why would I hesitate? Lu Yu replied confidently, unafraid of his opponent. Given the prospect of winning additional elixirs, he saw no reason to shy away from the challenge. Moreover, the beauty of the 2 young women accompanying him was among the finest within the Xintian sect. If he did not showcase his prowess, it was likely that others would seek to trouble him later. It was better to act decisively and intimidate any potential challengers. Even though his opponent possessed an 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivation, Lu Yu felt no fear, despite appearing to be merely at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. His physique had been enhanced by the Earth Heart essence, rendering him impervious to those below the foundation-building stage. In terms of martial arts, Lu Yu had recently acquired 2 new techniques, both discovered within the storage ring of a lustful sovereign. The first was the instant movement technique, a skill allowing rapid transit from one location to another. Mastered to a high degree, it could enable instantaneous travel across vast distances. Currently, Lu Yu had only just begun to grasp it, allowing for swift movement within a 10-meter radius, thereby compensating for any deficiencies in his speed. This technique, however, was quite draining on spiritual energy, and most practitioners would exhaust their reserves after only a few uses. Fortunately, due to the enhancements from the Earth Heart essence, Lu Yu's spiritual capacity far exceeded that of his contemporaries. The second technique was the sword-drawing art, a traditional combat style that enabled a swift draw of the sword after gathering energy, capable of inflicting significant damage upon an adversary. This sword art greatly mitigated Lu Yu's shortcomings in close-quarters combat. Now, equipped with instant movement for speed, sword drawing for melee, and the fiery explosion spell for ranged attacks, along with various talismans and hidden tricks, he felt prepared to face any ordinary foe. Very well, let us meet on the arena. Senior brother Su said eagerly upon Lu Yu's agreement. He was determined to teach those who dared to underestimate him a lesson. Even envisioning the moment when Lu Yu would kneel in supplication. Unable to contain his amusement, he chuckled at the thought. Lu Yu, you are being rash. Although you are formidable, your opponent is 3 levels above you. Wen Yao interjected with concern. Have no fear. I would not engage in a contest without confidence. I shall not be defeated, Lu Yu reassured her. As word spread of the impending duel between the two and the significant disparity in their levels, a growing crowd eagerly gathered to witness the spectacle. Before long, the martial arts arena was brimming with a throng of onlookers, some even engaging in wagers with odds soaring to 5-1. Chapter 29, The Arena Duel. Take a look, observe closely. Bet 1 spirit stone to earn 5. A spirited bookmaker exclaimed. The crowd encircling the arena, upon hearing this, eagerly placed their bets on Brother Su's victory. They had learned that there was a 3-level disparity between the combatants, one being an inner disciple and the other an outer disciple. It was evident that Brother Su would triumph. It was akin to handing out money. Consequently, nearly everyone wagered on Brother Su, with only a handful backing Lu Yu, and even their stakes were minimal. The first to arrive at the martial arts arena was Brother Su, who, upon seeing the multitude below, smiled with delight. He placed a vial of essence pills before the referee and reluctantly paid the referee fee of 30 low-grade spirit stones. Although he was an inner disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he received only 15 spirit stones each month. This meager allowance was hardly sufficient. The accumulated stones were earned through sect tasks. Do not underestimate the sect as provision. As one of the 4 major sects, the Xuantiang sect boasts a claimed membership of 100,000 disciples. While this may be somewhat exaggerated, several tens of thousands of disciples are indeed present. Each disciple receives a different allotment of spirit stones according to their cultivation level, with those at higher levels receiving more. The total distribution of spirit stones by the Xuantiang sect is a staggering figure. Yet, the monthly allocation is often inadequate for the disciples, who must strive to undertake sect tasks or venture out for training to acquire more. After a considerable time, Lu Yu and Wen Yao arrived. Those with sharp eyes recognized Lu Yu as Brother Su's opponent and promptly parted to create a pathway. Wow, that woman is stunning. Indeed, I've never seen her before. Is she a newcomer? It seems the fairy ranking will soon be updated. Yaoer, wait for me here, Lu Yu instructed Wen Yao from the foot of the arena. Be careful, she cautioned. Lu Yu leapt onto the arena, standing opposite Brother Su. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up, Brother Su remarked with a smile. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yu replied, I am a man of my word. When I say I will come, I shall indeed appear. At this moment, the referee interjected. Have you two made your decision? He then turned to Lu Yu. Are you certain about this match? Your opponent is 3 levels above you. Typically, referees refrain from such reminders, having officiated numerous matches and witnessed a plethora of scenarios. However, the apparent disparity in strength this time was striking. The difference in levels was not only 3, but also categorized by the distinction between an inner disciple and an outer disciple, making it seem as though one were bullying a child. I am certain, Lu Yu firmly stated, declining the referee's well-meaning advice, confident in his abilities. The referee, an elder in the foundation establishment stage, bore no ill will at Lu Yu's rejection. Youth often value their pride, and in such circumstances, urging them to withdraw would certainly bruise their ego. With a cheerful smile, he addressed the two, stating that since they had made their decision, the contest would commence. Brother Su was confident of his victory, believing that a mere 5th-level Qi refinement outer disciple posed no challenge whatsoever. He felt assured that his superior rank and spiritual power would effortlessly overwhelm his opponent, bolstered by his extensive combat experience gained through numerous missions. Brother Su had even envisioned the outcome, titling it the outer disciple's arrogance. Inner sect Brother Su teaches him humility. He chuckled heartily at this thought, his laughter echoing like a goose's cackle. Lu Yu regarded him with an expression akin to one observing a lunatic, bemused by his unrestrained laughter, wondering if he had succumbed to some form of hysteria. Unperturbed, Lu Yu casually tapped his storage pouch and retrieved a sword. Upon seeing the sword in Lu Yu's hand, the spectators erupted into laughter, engaging in a flurry of mockery. How impoverished must he be to brandish such a battered sword? What a loss! I thought he was formidable enough to challenge Brother Su and wagered 10 spirit stones on him. This is hilarious. The sword Lu Yu produced was the very one he had purchased during his first encounter with a fragment of the world, bearing several nicks along its blade, which explained the audience's mirth. Wen Yao joined in the laughter, not at Lu Yu, but at the ignorance of the others. Over the past few days, she had observed Lu Yu practicing his swordsmanship, initially believing it to be a mere scrap of metal. However, she was astounded by the sword's sharpness. She had witnessed Lu Yu engage in a duel with a low-grade, mysterious sword, and after several strikes, the latter had shattered, while this battered sword remained unscathed. From that moment, she no longer underestimated this seemingly unremarkable weapon. After all, which ordinary sword could sever a low-grade, mysterious sword? The laughter surrounding him jolted Brother Su from his daydreams. Upon closer inspection, he too could not help but guffaw. "What a peculiar sword you possess," he exclaimed, laughing heartily. Lu Yu replied solemnly, "Soon, you will cease your laughter." In truth, he had been unaware of the sword's true prowess until he recalled this discarded weapon during his training in the sword-drawing technique. When he struck it against a wall, he discovered its remarkable sharpness, leaving deep imprints with ease. A sudden thought struck him. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon a treasure with the 25 spirit stones he spent? He then procured a mid-grade yellow-tier broadsword, but after only a couple of strikes, it was cleaved in two. Subsequently, he purchased a low-grade, mysterious sword, which met a similar fate, shattering after merely a dozen strikes. Thus, Lu Yu speculated that this sword might have once been of earth-tier quality, for it could not have severed a mysterious sword otherwise. Ecstatic, he realized that even a low-grade earth-tier sword would command a price in the thousands of spirit stones. Despite its imperfections, this sword was still worth several thousand spirit stones, making his purchase a significant windfall. Consequently, as he witnessed Brother Su's disdain for the sword, he too chuckled, anticipating the lesson that awaited his opponent for underestimating it. Seeing Lu Yu brandishing his sword in preparation for an attack, Brother Su hastily retrieved his weapon from his storage bag, a long spear of remarkable quality. This spear, classified as a mid-grade yellow-tier weapon, possessed astonishing power. "Do not be frightened, dear junior brother," Brother Su chuckled at Lu Yu. "Wow, a mid-grade yellow-tier weapon. Surely, it must cost over 100 spirit stones," Lu Yu exclaimed. "Over 100 spirit stones? I don't even have a fraction of that. How can they be so wealthy?" "Well, even a fraction of that would suffice to acquire a sword superior to the one that gentleman wields," Su retorted with a laugh. On the arena, the duel commenced between Lu Yu and Brother Su. Su thrust his spear towards Lu Yu, who deftly sidestepped the attack. Undeterred, Su unleashed his martial technique, bellowing, "The spear emerges like a dragon." The spear then lunged at Lu Yu in rapid succession, its speed creating the illusion of multiple spears striking simultaneously. Chapter 30. The sword's might as Lu Yu observed the oncoming thrusts of Su's spear. He found himself unable to discern the genuine from the illusory due to his lack of mastery in ocular techniques. Swiftly, he wielded his sword, parrying both the real and the false strikes. Su, astonished that his spear had been thwarted, was aware that most opponents could not withstand his spear technique. In desperation, Su resorted to his most secretive techniques, yet Lu Yu effortlessly deflected them as well. As time passed, Su felt his spiritual energy dwindle to nearly half, and his anxiety intensified. Through their exchanges, Lu Yu gained insight into his own formidable abilities. Having been transformed by the Earth's heart milk, he sensed his newfound strength, although he had yet to grasp its extent due to a lack of combat experience. This competition illuminated his capacity to keenly perceive the trajectory of Su's weapon, allowing him to easily block the attacks. Upon introspection, Lu Yu discovered that his spiritual energy remained abundant, with barely a fraction expended, while Su's attack speed had noticeably diminished, indicating a depletion of over half of his own energy. Thus, Lu Yu realized that, having been enhanced by the Earth's heart milk, he need not fear opponents below the foundation-building stage. Observers below the arena were astonished to witness a fierce contest, with Su seemingly at a disadvantage. Can it be true? A late-stage Qi practitioner from the inner sect cannot best a mid-stage Qi practitioner from the outer sect? Is this highest? Indeed, how can an outer sect disciple hold their own against an inner sect disciple? Surely, they must be deceiving us. The crowd buzzed with disbelief, glancing at the disciple who had initiated the betting, whose grin only deepened, intensifying their suspicions. Are you conspiring to swindle our spirit stones? Someone accused him fiercely. No, I do not even know that outer sect disciple. Why would I conspire to deceive you? He protested. Moreover, senior brother Su would never consent to such a notion. Consider the implications of losing to an outer sect disciple in full view of the assembly. It would be an insurmountable embarrassment for him in the future. As this realization dawned, one individual promptly stepped forward to elucidate the matter. The crowd, upon hearing this, found the reasoning convincing. After all, senior brother Su was an inner sect disciple with a promising future, and it would be unthinkable for him to jeopardize that for a mere handful of spirit stones. Yet, this only served to deepen their discomfort, as it implied that most of them had misjudged the situation and that the outer sect disciple was indeed a prodigy. They had initially believed that senior brother Su would triumph in this contest and had wagered their own spirit stones on him. Now, a loss would mean a month devoid of resources for cultivation. Conversely, those who had bet on Lu Yu were elated, for they had unexpectedly guessed correctly, earning a substantial return based on the 1 of 5 odds. With a resounding clash, as senior brother Su's spear met Lu Yu's sword, the spear shattered under the impact, leaving Lu Yu's sword unimpeded as it surged towards senior brother Su. In that moment, senior brother Su, propelled by inertia and unable to evade, was struck with fear and closed his eyes. However, after a brief pause, he felt no pain. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Lu Yu had halted his sword just in time. With a sigh of relief, senior brother Su realized the gravity of his situation. You have lost, Lu Yu declared, retracting his sword. Gritting his teeth, senior brother Su retorted, had it not been for my spear breaking from overuse, you would never have won. Indeed, he believed that the spear had developed a flaw from regular use, fortuitously breaking at this critical moment rather than being severed by Lu Yu's strike. Even those observing from below shared this sentiment, as senior brother Su had previously proclaimed his spear to be a medium grade within the yellow tier. To break it would require at least a weapon of high-grade yellow tier or above. Given their own circumstances, they could not conceive that an outer sect disciple could afford a weapon costing hundreds or thousands of spirit stones, thus attributing Lu Yu's victory to mere luck. Stop! Senior brother Su, unwilling to accept his defeat, attempted to strike again but was restrained by the referee. A loss was a loss. If one could retaliate after losing, what purpose would the referee serve? The referee first handed the essence pill from senior brother Su to Lu Yu before bending down to retrieve the broken spear. A flicker of astonishment crossed the referee's eyes as he observed that the break was caused by a sharp weapon, not the concealed flaw that had been speculated, indicating that Lu Yu wielded a sword of medium grade or higher within the yellow tier. This youth was indeed remarkable, the referee mused. It was rare for an outer sect disciple to possess such strength. If not for innate talent, it must be due to extraordinary fortune. Lu Yu noted the referee's actions and realized he had discerned something from the shattered spear. However, he found it peculiar that the referee chose not to disclose the truth. Descending from the platform, Lu Yu took the essence pill and handed it to Wen Yao. Let us depart, he said, not wishing to linger in the aftermath of such an event. Indeed, Wen Yao replied, accepting the essence pill and following Lu Yu away from the scene. She was aware of Lu Yu's mysterious nature and his abundant resources. A single bottle of essence pill was insignificant to him. In truth, she did not place much value on a pill worth several hundred spirit stones, especially since her storage bag contained over 10,000 spirit stones gifted by Lu Yu previously. What she truly valued was Lu Yu's actions, as this incident would surely prevent similar occurrences in the future. Senior brother Su watched in dismay as Lu Yu casually handed the essence pill to the woman beside him. He felt a profound sense of loss, for he possessed only that single bottle, and losing several hundred spirit stones was a burden he could scarcely bear. However, he dared not act recklessly in front of the referee, should he attempt to retaliate against Lu Yu. The referee had the authority to intervene and could even hand him over to the enforcement team. The enforcement team, led by the Elder of Punishments, was responsible for managing disciples who erred within the sect. Minor infractions resulted in fines of spirit stones, while severe offenses could lead to the forfeiture of cultivation and expulsion from a sect. Thus, senior brother Su could only watch helplessly as Lu Yu departed, having not only lost a bottle of essence pill worth 500 spirit stones, but also having done so in front of a crowd, losing face in the process. The spectators below the arena lamented their losses, having wagered all their spirit stones on what they believed would be a guaranteed victory, only to end up with nothing. Useless. Can't even defeat an outer sect disciple. What disgrace. You've cost us all our spirit stones. They shouted angrily at senior brother Su. Realizing he had incurred the wrath of the crowd, he hastily leaped down from the arena and left in shame. This indeed proved the adage that not gambling is akin to winning. Chapter 31. The idea of establishing a trading association after Lu Yu and his companion departed. They returned directly to their cave dwelling. Wen Yao observed Lu Yu sitting silently to the side, lost in thought, and approached him from behind to massage his shoulders. While she worked, she said, "Don't dwell on what happened earlier. It's not worth your concern." Sensing Wen Yao's care, Lu Yu grasped her hand and drew her into his embrace. He held her waist and remarked, "I'm not troubled by what transpired. Rather, I'm contemplating the establishment of a trading association." "A trading association?" Wen Yao exclaimed, surprised. "Yes, although we are not currently lacking in resources. I am considering the future and plan to create a trading association to generate cultivation resources," Lu Yu explained. While earning spirit stones was indeed one of his motivations, a more significant reason was his desire to acquire shards of the world through the association. Over the past few days, he had found no channels to obtain these shards, and if this continued, the probability of acquiring them was exceedingly low. Without them, he knew not when he would see Linger awaken. Thus, the idea of establishing a trading association emerged, aiming to extend its reach to gather world shards from other regions. But we lack the strength here. Even if we establish a trading association, it would be difficult to develop. Wen Yao quickly pointed out the challenge. Indeed, for now, Lu Yu did not lack cultivation resources. The current resources were sufficient for their group to cultivate beyond the gold core stage, and the small world continuously produced spiritual herbs. What Lu Yu lacks is formidable combat strength. Only by possessing a certain level of power can he safeguard the merchant association and ensure its stable development. Lu Yu expressed, "I have indeed contemplated this issue. My idea is to apply for an external assignment and become a station disciple, relying on the protection of the sect in the initial stages of the merchant association." Station disciple? Wen Yao inquired with a furrowed brow. A station disciple is also a type of sect duty, which can be categorized into appointed locations and requested locations. The influence of a sect can vary significantly. Major sects have extensive territories. Take the Qingyun sect, for instance, whose dominion spans over hundreds of thousands of miles. Theoretically, this entire area falls under the protection of the Qingyun sect, which is responsible for providing a certain level of safeguard, while other powers within this range must submit a portion of their resources to the sect. A part of the resources of the Qingyun sect is derived from here. Otherwise, sustaining tens of thousands of disciples would be untenable. To reap rewards, one must inevitably make sacrifices, and the Qingyun sect's contribution is to send disciples to guard various locations. This serves a dual purpose, providing protection for the station sites and gathering intelligence from different regions. Intelligence is a crucial component of sect's development. If all disciples remain within the sect for cultivation, utterly ignorant of the outside world, they would be oblivious to any incoming threats. Therefore, gathering intelligence is also one of the responsibilities of station disciples. Lu Yu's intention is to apply to become a station disciple and utilize his identity as a Qingyun sect disciple to protect the merchant association. As his cultivation level rises, he plans to gradually extend the reach of the merchant association, alleviating concerns about its growth in due time. Upon hearing this, Wen Yao comprehended Lu Yu's perspective and, after careful consideration, found it to be quite feasible. However, two challenges still loom ahead: the selection of a location and the requirements for cultivation level. Regarding the choice of location, Lu Yu believes that current cultivation resources are sufficient. There is no need to select a place abundant in resources, but rather a somewhat remote area. Such locations often lack ample cultivation resources and station disciples, and Lu Yu can provide a wealth of spiritual herbs, making it easier to develop. The primary issue that remains is the cultivation level, as one must possess at least a late-stage qi refinement level to apply to become a station disciple. Currently, Lu Yu is only at the 5th level of qi refinement, still some distance from the late stage. After much contemplation, Lu Yu stated, "I will first elevate my cultivation level while simultaneously preparing for the matters concerning the merchant association. When the time comes, we can all go together, and I believe the merchant association will flourish. What is crucial now is to enhance our cultivation level." As Lu Yu spoke, he began to ascend. "Wait, it is still daytime," Wen Yao protested, biting her lip. "Daytime cultivation is more efficient," Lu Yu asserted emphatically. "We need to break through to the late stage of qi refinement as soon as possible." The following day, after his morning exercises, Lu Yu emerged feeling invigorated. He ventured into the sect's plantation for the first time, observing that the surrounding hills were adorned with an array of spiritual plants, extending beyond the horizon. Beneath lies a small spiritual vein, a place abundant in spiritual energy, capable of sustaining the growth of numerous spiritual plants. Each hilltop here is safeguarded by formations, rendering entry impossible without the proper tokens. Lu Yu has ventured to this location because it is also home to spiritual grains, which yield spiritual rice. He observes that amidst the hills ahead lies a flat expanse, cultivated with vast fields of spiritual grains. Indeed, one of Lu Yu's ambitions is to cultivate these grains, for their yield in the Qingyun Continent is rather meager. He intends to enhance production through hybridization techniques, envisioning the potential of spiritual rice to unlock commercial opportunities. Spiritual rice holds significant value for low-level cultivators and affluent mortals alike. Low-level cultivators, prior to establishing their foundation, still require sustenance. Spiritual rice is relatively affordable and devoid of harmful impurities, making it their optimal choice. For wealthy mortals, lacking spiritual roots and the ability to cultivate, consuming spiritual plants can extend their lifespan. The consumption of such plants mitigates the accumulation of impurities within their bodies, and over time, they may even amass a small reserve of spiritual energy, fostering vitality and resilience against ailments while prolonging their lives. Consequently, affluent mortals strive to incorporate spiritual plants into their diets, with even ordinary varieties holding considerable value. Thus, the more economical spiritual rice becomes their preferred option. "Stop! Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering," a voice called out, interrupting Lu Yu's intent to proceed further. He beheld a middle-aged cultivator, his cultivation level inscrutable, likely a senior in the foundational stage. "Which sect do you belong to?" "The plantation is a sacred ground. Entry is forbidden for non-staff members," the middle-aged foundational cultivator stated. Lu Yu clasped his hands respectfully, replying, "I am an outer disciple. I heard the sect is recruiting management disciples for the plantation, hence my visit." Indeed, Lu Yu's purpose was to infiltrate the sect's plantation. Management disciples are tasked with overseeing the spiritual plants, granting them access to a plethora of flora. However, to prevent disciples from secretly consuming or harvesting spiritual plants, the sect enforces strict regulations prohibiting management disciples from bringing storage-type magical artifacts inside. Furthermore, upon exiting, foundational cultivators will inspect the disciples for any fluctuations in their spiritual energy. Should a management disciple attempt to pilfer spiritual herbs, it would be evident, as the energy would remain undigested for a considerable period. The repercussions for such theft are severe. One may face fines amounting to several times the value of the stolen spiritual plants, or even expulsion from the sect. Thus, management disciples dare not entertain any notions of misappropriation. Yet, Lu Yu is different. He possesses a small world, allowing him to conceal spiritual plants within its confines, undetectable by others. Chapter 32. The Sect Plantation. The middle-aged foundational cultivator's interest was piqued upon learning of Lu Yu's intention to apply as a management disciple for the plantation. Given that management disciples oversee various spiritual plants, a comprehensive understanding of their cultivation is imperative. Due to the stringent regulations of the sect, the supervision of disciples not only yielded little benefit, but also posed the risk of punishment should any issues arise with the spiritual plants under their care. Consequently, there was a notable scarcity of disciples willing to oversee the plantations. A middle-aged cultivator in the foundation establishment stage pondered that, given the shortage of personnel, it would be worthwhile to give this disciple a chance. Otherwise, even he as a deacon elder might find himself relegated to the role of a mere caretaker. Thus, he inquired about various aspects of the spiritual plants, only to be pleasantly surprised by Lu Yu's responses. Due to his studies in alchemy, Lu Yu was well-versed in numerous spiritual herbs and could answer most of the questions posed. The middle-aged cultivator, elated by this revelation, immediately agreed to accept Lu Yu as a supervising disciple. He introduced himself as Chang Sheng, the deacon elder responsible for the plantation. He instructed Lu Yu to visit every 3 to 5 days to oversee the spiritual plants on several mountain peaks, while other peaks were already under supervision. As he spoke, the middle-aged cultivator handed Lu Yu a jade slip containing the responsibilities of a supervising disciple along with various cultivation methods for spiritual plants. Lu Yu accepted the jade slip, storing it away. Although he felt a twinge of regret for being restricted to a few mountain peaks, the opportunity to become a supervising disciple was indeed a commendable beginning. He then expressed to Elder Lin his intention to return in 3 days after reviewing the jade slip. Upon returning to his cave abode, Lu Yu examined the jade slip, which detailed a plethora of spiritual plants, including their cultivation methods and behavioral characteristics, with remarkable thoroughness. Over the next 2 days, he assimilated all the information contained within the slip, becoming intimately familiar with the various spiritual plants. During this time, he also took the opportunity to locate several wild spirit grains and cultivate them within his small world. After 2 days of nurturing, these wild spirit grains had already undergone several generations of growth. As their numbers increased, Lu Yu designated a specific area for their cultivation, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to crossbreed them with the spirit grains nurtured by the sect. On the 3rd day, Lu Yu arrived at the plantation and greeted Elder Lin. He approached Elder Lin Chang Sheng, who instructed him to follow along for a brief tour. "Come, I will show you around," Elder Lin said, handing Lu Yu a token as they proceeded towards the mountain peaks ahead. "This is the formation token. With it, you may access these mountains, but no other areas. Your duties involve overseeing the spiritual plants on these peaks, including watering, weeding, and fertilizing. Should any issues arise, report them to me promptly. As a supervising disciple, you will earn 1 sect point each month, equivalent to 30 low-grade spirit stones. This is the small rain technique. Once mastered, you will be able to water extensively." After finishing, Elder Lin presented Lu Yu with another jade slip. Upon examining the slip, Lu Yu discovered it indeed contained instructions for the small rain technique, which was straightforward and easily learned. Elder Lin guided Lu Yu around, imparting essential instructions before taking his leave. Lu Yu remained behind to clear the weeds. "Goodness, why are these weeds so difficult to pull?" Lu Yu noted that while the weeds in the herbal field were sparse, they were quite stubborn, requiring considerable effort to uproot. After 2 hours of labor, he finally removed the last weed, collapsing in exhaustion. It seemed that earning this 1 point was no simple task. Lu Yu sighed inwardly, originally believing that earning 30 spirit stones a month would be rather satisfactory. However, he soon realized the task was far from simple. Fortunately, the cleaning occurred only every few days, translating to just a few visits in a month. Had it been a daily obligation, it would have been quite burdensome. As Lu Yu surveyed the surrounding spiritual herbs, a sense of longing stirred within him, yet he refrained from making any moves, suspecting that Lin Changsheng was observing him from a distance. His suspicion proved accurate, for Lin Changsheng was indeed watching, and upon noticing Lu Yu diligently weeding without further actions, he felt a sense of relief. Unfamiliar with Lu Yu, Lin Changsheng initially felt compelled to monitor his every action to prevent any temptation to secretly harvest the spiritual herbs. However, it appeared that Lu Yu was able to adhere to the sect's regulations and diligently fulfill his responsibilities. After a brief rest, Lu Yu stood up, brushed off his trousers, and handed the array token to Elder Lin before exiting the plantation. He contemplated that he could not act hastily, only with the passage of time. Once Lin Changsheng lowered his guard, would he find an opportunity? Indeed, Lu Yu had no intention of transplanting the spiritual plants. Rather, he aimed to select some special seeds. While it might seem feasible to casually transplant a few spiritual plants without detection, to Lu Yu, there was little distinction between the plants and their seeds, though obtaining a couple of seeds would ensure greater safety. Ordinary spiritual plants did not pique Lu Yu's interest, and he found no need to exert himself to steal such commonplace specimens when they could be readily purchased outside. His focus lay on rare spiritual plants unavailable for purchase, such as the sect's superior spiritual grains, the primary ingredient for foundation establishment pills, blue spirit flowers, and the main ingredient for youth-retaining pills, which were inaccessible in the outside market. The sect's exceptional spiritual grains were not sold externally. What was available were already shed and unplantable spiritual rice. Similarly, spiritual herbs like the foundation establishment pill and youth-retaining pill were primarily consumed internally by the sect, with scarce quantities ever reaching the outside. And even the ones sold were unplantable. Thus, Lu Yu's attention turned to the sect's plantation. If he could procure a single seed, he could cultivate a multitude in his small world. A month later, as the spiritual grains matured, the sect dispatched dedicated personnel to collect them. Lu Yu observed that most of the spiritual grains were ordinary, save for a special 100 acres. The plants in this area had significantly larger roots and stems compared to ordinary spiritual grains, yet yielded only about 1/5 of the typical harvest. This was the sect's unique fragrant spiritual grain, as Elder Lin explained. Throughout the past month, Lu Yu's conduct had earned Elder Lin's trust. Through Elder Lin's introduction, Lu Yu learned that the spiritual energy contained within the fragrant spiritual grain was over 20 times that of ordinary grains, which explained the limited yield. The fragrant spiritual grain required an abundance of spiritual energy to achieve such results, and specifically, a gathering array was established underground to meet its needs. Lu Yu was astonished. He had not realized that spiritual grains also necessitated a gathering array. Why then were there so few of the fragrant spiritual grains planted? Lu Yu inquired, filled with curiosity. Elder Lin smiled and remarked, "Do not be misled by its substantial profits. It is not exclusive to the Qingyun sect. Other factions possess similar spirit valleys as well. Moreover, the benefits these valleys offer to cultivators are not as significant as one might imagine. Consuming them merely results in a slight increase in spiritual energy, which is hardly sufficient for a day's consumption, rendering the enhancement rather limited." It became clear that while the fragrant spirit valley could yield more spiritual energy than ordinary ones, its production was considerably lower, and it required a substantial amount of spiritual power from gathering formations. Thus, it was not particularly advantageous for the sect. If all disciples were to consume the fragrant spirit valley, it would necessitate vast tracts of land for cultivation and also incur the expense of spirit stones for the formations. The sect would certainly refrain from such an approach. Who, then, benefits from these fragrant spirit valleys? Lu Yu inquired. Elder Lin pondered briefly before responding. A portion is reserved for entertaining guests, while another segment is allocated for the descendants of the sect's higher-ups who are unable to cultivate. Chapter 33. Cultivating Spirit Valleys. Warm-hearted returned Lu Yu had set his sights on these fragrant spirit valleys. Despite their various issues, they posed little concern for him. By crossbreeding them with wild spirit valleys and nurturing them through several generations, he believed he could cultivate a superior variety of spirit valley. The pressing question remained: How could he procure an unshucked fragrant spirit valley seed? Soon, Lu Yu discovered an opportunity. He noticed a few scattered fragrant spirit valley seeds had fallen into the soil, unnoticed by those collecting the spirit valleys. Once all the fragrant spirit valleys were gathered, the collectors departed with their bounty. Elder Lin escorted Lu Yu to the spirit field and instructed him to dispose of the roots of the fragrant spirit valleys before leaving. After ensuring that Elder Lin had completely departed, Lu Yu commenced the cleanup of the spirit field. When he reached the area where the fragrant spirit valleys had fallen, he discreetly collected the few seeds into a small world while bending down. By the time Lu Yu finished tidying the spirit field, it was already afternoon. He exchanged a quick greeting with Elder Lin and eagerly returned to his cave dwelling. Upon entering his small world, Lu Yu retrieved the fragrant spirit valleys and, after counting, discovered there were a total of 6 seeds. He observed that the grains of the fragrant spirit valleys were approximately twice the size of ordinary spirit valley seeds, each one plump and full. Lu Yu then prepared a slightly smaller spirit field beside the one designated for wild spirit valleys, planting the 6 fragrant spirit valley seeds and watering them with a bit of spiritual spring water. Through his recent explorations, he had discovered that the spiritual spring could significantly accelerate the growth of spirit plants, far more so than without it. However, he only applied a limited amount, as the spring was finite. A few days later, the fragrant spirit valleys had borne fruit several times, and Lu Yu had harvested a substantial quantity. He commenced his research on the hybridization of fragrant spirit valleys and wild spirit valleys. Lu Yu established several small spirit fields, intermixing the fragrant and wild spirit valleys, allowing them to cross-pollinate, hoping to achieve superior genetics. When Lu Yu entered the small world again, he observed that a batch of spirit valleys produced had some variations. Although each grain was still quite plump, they were slightly smaller than the fragrant spirit valleys. Lu Yu collected this batch of spiritual grains and recorded the experimental data before leaving the small world. Shortly after his exit, a transmission talisman flew in. Wanna? Lu Yu recognized it to be a message from Wan, inviting him to partake in a hot pot meal. Indeed, hot pot existed in this world, albeit lacking the myriad variations. Their version resembled boiled dishes, devoid of the rich array of broth bases. Since Lu Yu had invested effort into creating several hot pot bases, it had transformed the two women's perceptions of this culinary delight, leading them to indulge in hot pot every few days. Lu Yu thought nothing of it, assuming it was just another ordinary occasion. However, upon arriving at Wan's place, he noticed the absence of Wan Yao and keenly observed that Wan had adorned herself with light makeup. "Please, have a seat. It will be ready shortly," Wan said with a smile. She then presented several types of finely sliced spiritual beast meat and finally produced a bottle of spiritual wine. This wine, brewed from various spiritual plants, contained the essence of their spiritual power, offering certain benefits to the body when consumed. Lu Yu found Wan's demeanor somewhat unusual. She typically did not behave this way. Nonetheless, he chose to remain silent, curious about her intentions. Once the dishes were served, the two sat down to enjoy the hot pot, during which Wan poured several cups of spiritual wine for Lu Yu. They engaged in conversation as they dined, and by the time they finished, it was already midnight. Although Lu Yu had consumed a few cups of spiritual wine, he remained sober, opting not to expel the effects with his spiritual energy as he relished the sensation. He believed that using spiritual energy to dispel the alcohol would negate the very purpose of drinking. When Wan had also indulged in a bit of spiritual wine, her cheeks flushed, presenting a stark contrast to her usual elegant demeanor, which caught Lu Yu's attention. Just as he prepared to rise and leave, she called out to him, "Stay the night," when Wan whispered softly. Lu Yu had advanced to the 6th level of qi refinement, making significant progress toward the later stages, while Wan had successfully broken through to the 5th level. Immersed in the joy of her breakthrough, she had finally advanced after so long at the 4th level. "Thank you, Lu Yu," Wan said, her voice choked with emotion. "What is there to thank me for?" Lu Yu gently caressed her delicate face. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how long it would take me to break through." "Yaoer is almost at the 6th level," she replied. "What does it matter? We are family. There is no need for such distinctions." The following day, he ventured to the market to purchase a spiritual chicken to prepare a soup. Once the chicken soup was ready, he first served a generous bowl to Wen Yao next door, then carried the remaining soup to Wen Wan. "You're awake." Lu Yu noticed when Wan had risen, sitting on the bed wrapped in her blanket, lost in thought. Upon realizing Lu Yu's absence upon waking, she had felt a twinge of discomfort, which dissipated the moment he presented the chicken soup. "I made chicken soup. Come and have a taste," Lu Yu said. When Wan, upon hearing the words, realized she had misjudged Lu Yu, he had, in fact, risen early to prepare chicken soup for her. As she savored the warm broth, a profound sense of happiness enveloped her, filling her heart with warmth. In a world where many men exhibit a certain degree of machismo, it is rare for one to treat his woman with such tenderness, let alone rise at dawn to brew soup for her. "Why are you crying?" Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Wen Wan smiled and replied, "These are tears of joy," as she gently wiped away her tears. Chapter 34. The sect competition and the secret realm quota. In the days that followed, Lu Yu found himself oscillating between Wen Yao and Wen Wan, scarcely returning to his own abode. Wen Wan, after her initial attempts, clearly perceived that dual cultivation expedited her progress far more than solitary practice, leading her to embrace this new experience. Lu Yu had firmly consolidated his cultivation at the 6th level of qi refinement, and his capacity for spiritual energy had significantly expanded. Over the past few days, he had consumed several small bottles of Heart of Earth essence, feeling his constitution markedly strengthen and his cultivation speed notably increase, suggesting an improvement in his spiritual roots. Upon entering his small world, Lu Yu discovered that the spirit valley he had nurtured had evolved over several generations into a superior variant. The seeds produced by this new spirit valley were slightly smaller than those of the fragrant spirit valley, yet their yield surpassed that of the ordinary spirit valley by more than double, while the spiritual energy contained within was no less potent. Lu Yu designated this new type as Spirit Valley No. 2. Through a series of experiments, he found that Spirit Valley No. 2 had eliminated the shortcomings of the fragrant Spirit Valley, proving cultivable in typical spirit fields with a stable yield. Consequently, Lu Yu began to cultivate this new Spirit Valley in abundance, storing the harvested spirit grains in preparation for future trade fairs. With the assurance of the Spirit Valley supply, Lu Yu felt a sense of relief, deciding that the spirit grain sold at the fair would be fully matured, refraining from selling the seeds to ensure an exclusive market for Spirit Valley No. 2. Thus, Lu Yu spent a tranquil month, alternating between Wen Yao and Wen Wan for cultivation, while occasionally visiting the planting grounds. However, one day, the arrival of his portly friend disrupted this serenity. "Lu Gu, something significant has occurred." He received a message from his friend. It had been several months since he last saw his friend after their return from the Spirit Communication Gorge, indicating that something truly important must have transpired to prompt such a visit. Upon exiting his abode, Lu Yu encountered his friend, who appeared much the same, but had indeed grown taller. "What has happened?" Lu Yu inquired. "Lu Gu, the sect will hold a grand competition in 1 month, and all Qi refinement disciples must participate, while Foundation establishment disciples can choose to join or abstain," his friend elucidated. "The sect organizes this grand competition annually to select outstanding disciples, with those ranked highly receiving rewards. But why make such a fuss about it? It seems unnecessary to seek glory," Lu Yu questioned, perplexed. "This competition is different. I have heard that the top 10 will earn a chance at a secret realm," his friend quickly replied. Curious, Lu Yu asked, "What secret realm?" Through the explanation provided by the stout fellow, it was revealed that a few days ago, an elder of the Golden Core stage brought back news of an ancient secret realm discovered within the southern domain. However, due to the instability of this realm, it could only accommodate cultivators at the Qi refinement stage. Upon learning this news, various factions engaged in fierce competition, ultimately deciding to allocate entry quotas based on their respective strengths, with the Xintian sect securing 10 slots. This news, conveyed by the elder of the Golden Core stage, was significant. It is worth noting that within the Xintian sect, some Foundation establishment cultivators also hold the title of elder, though they are merely deacon elders, possessing a status slightly higher than that of ordinary Foundation establishment disciples. Only those elders at the golden core stage and above are deemed true elders. Lu Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you suggesting that these 10 slots will be determined by this upcoming grand competition?" "Indeed," the stout fellow explained. "The sect has issued an announcement. It cannot be false." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu fell into deep contemplation, recognizing that the ancient secret realm would undoubtedly harbor valuable treasures. He realized he must strive to secure a slot. He turned to the stout fellow and said, "Let us go and take a look." Responding to his words, the stout fellow led Lu Yu to the notice board. Upon arrival, Lu Yu observed a throng of individuals gathered around the board, engaged in lively discussions about the secret realm quotas. He and the stout fellow managed to push their way to the front, where they indeed found the sect's announcement, which largely echoed what the stout fellow had relayed. 10 slots would be allocated among the Qi refinement disciples. Given that the grand competition was imminent, it was decided that the top 10 participants would each receive a quota for entry into the secret realm. Seeing the excitement radiating from the crowd, Lu Yu surmised that the competition would be fiercely contested. With that, he and the stout fellow departed, retracing their steps along the path. Suddenly, a cacophony of insults interrupted Lu Yu's thoughts. "You foolish child, you foolish child. Please do not scold me." As he passed a street corner, Lu Yu turned to investigate the commotion, discovering several servant disciples berating a little girl who appeared to be around 10 years old. Observing the girl's tear-streaked face, he was reminded of his own childhood as an orphan on Earth, recalling how he would retreat to a corner to cry silently when bullied. Initially believing he had embarked on a new life in this world, having formed bonds with Wen Yao and Wen Wan, Lu Yu thought he had left the past behind. Yet this little girl had stirred memories he thought long forgotten. He stepped forward and scolded, "What are you doing?" The servant disciples turned to see 2 sect disciples and stammered, "In nothing." Observing their frightened demeanor, Lu Yu lost interest in reprimanding them and waved them away. Noticing the little girl struggling to rise from the ground, he hurriedly knelt beside her and helped her to her feet. "Are you all right?" Lu Yu inquired gently. "I am fine," the girl replied, tears still glistening on her cheeks, her eyes sparkling as she answered. "Are you also a servant disciple here? Where are your parents?" Lu Yu asked softly, as if afraid that speaking too loudly might frighten her. "My mommy and daddy were killed by bandits. I was fortunate to meet a kind sister who brought me here to be a servant disciple." The little girl choked out, remembering her slain parents and breaking into tears once more. There, do not cry. Things will get better," Lu Yu reassured her. Seeing the girl in tears, Lu Yu quickly offered her comfort. As he observed the little girl crying inconsolably, he was reminded of her orphan status, having lost her parents, which weighed heavily on his heart. "Look, brother's also an orphan. I will take care of you from now on, all right?" Lu Yu said gently. "Brother?" The girl's brows quivered with tears. Lu Yu smiled. "Yes, from now on, brother will protect you, so you need not fear anyone bullying you again. I have a brother now," the little girl exclaimed joyfully. Fatty, watching Lu Yu console the girl, felt an even deeper appreciation for him, recognizing that he was indeed a person of great affection. "My name is Lu Yu. What is yours?" he inquired. "I am Tang Duo. My parents used to call me Duo," she replied. "Then I shall call you Duo from now on, if that pleases you." "Yes." Seeing Lu Yu leading Tang Duo away, Fatty quickly followed. Lu Yu brought Duo to the quarters of the servant disciples, where he found the elder steward in charge of managing them. After explaining the situation, he presented the elder with 30 low-grade spirit stones. Upon consulting Duo, the elder agreed to allow Lu Yu to take her, stating publicly that she was being transferred to serve as a disciple under him. Chapter 35. The New Beginning of Tang Duo. The lecture hall commences upon learning that Lu Yu had returned with a little girl. Wen Yao and Wen Wan rushed out. Lu Yu introduced, "This is your sister Yao, and this is your sister Wan." "Hello, Sister Yao." "Hello, Sister Wan." Tang Duo greeted eagerly. "Her name is Tang Duo. You may call her Duo. Lu Yu continued with the introductions. Duo is so adorable. She will surely grow into a beauty." The 2 sisters expressed their delight at having a charming younger sister. Miju. Fatty chimed in from behind. Lu Yu advised Duo, "You need not mind him. Just call him Fatty from now on." "Hello, brother Fatty," Duo said. eliciting laughter from everyone present. The arrival of Duo infused new vitality into the group. To help her acclimate to her new surroundings, Lu Yu arranged for her to stay in Wan Yao's cave dwelling, encouraging the two sisters to look after her closely. One day after a check, Lu Yu discovered that Duo possessed a mixed spiritual root of 5 attributes, indicating a low quality that justified her status as a servant disciple. However, this posed no challenge for Lu Yu. With sufficient earth heart spirit milk, he could refine her spiritual root quality. Therefore, he instructed Duo to take a drop of the milk every few days, wary of giving her too much at once. "Brother Yu, what is this?" she asked curiously. "This will enhance your spiritual root, allowing you to cultivate in the future." "Really?" "Indeed, but you must not speak of it to anyone. Rest assured, Brother Yu, I will keep it a secret." Since Duo's arrival, she had radiated newfound vitality, finding joy not only in Brother Yu's presence, but also in the company of 2 beautiful sisters, making this her happiest time since joining the Qingyun sect. One day, Fatty brought exciting news. The lecture hall was opening, with classes scheduled to last a month. The lecture hall resembles a classroom, where foundational elders impart knowledge and resolve doubts. Catering to all disciples of the sect, the Zhuangtiangong adopts a free-range approach to the cultivation of ordinary disciples, unlike the direct guidance received by personal disciples. Instead, it holds lectures intermittently. This method of instruction allows disciples to discover their own paths. For instance, some possess a natural talent for alchemy, while others excel in formations. Such an undirected teaching approach enables each individual to uncover their strengths, ensuring that most disciples of Zhuangtiangong master some form of skill. When Lu Yu first arrived at Zhuangtiangong, he was puzzled by the absence of direct guidance for cultivation, wondering if self-study was the expectation. He later learned about the sporadic lectures that functioned similarly to elective courses for disciples. After the departure of his chubby companion, Lu Yu shared this revelation with Wan Yao and Wan Wan, encouraging them to attend and learn as much as they could. The following day, Lu Yu and his companions arrived at the lecture hall, which resembled a classroom, featuring dozens of spacious rooms capable of accommodating thousands. Upon their arrival, they discovered many attendees. Observing the scene, Lu Yu noted that most present were at the Qi refinement stage, with few at the foundation establishment stage. This was understandable, as those who reached the foundation establishment stage could typically cultivate independently, needing little guidance. After a brief survey, they found over 20 foundation establishment cultivators simultaneously conducting classes, with the number of attending disciples nearing 10,000. They entered one room focused on cultivation guidance, where a middle-aged woman was lecturing. Practicing cultivation is inherently a defiance of the heavens. Our ancestors unearthed a method of cultivation during ancient times. The cultivation levels are classified as Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and transcendence. Upon overcoming the tribulation, one may ascend to the celestial realm. "Teacher, are there really immortals?" a student inquired. The ears of the audience perked up. They were all Qi refinement disciples, feeling lost in their pursuit of longevity and in need of guidance. "Though I have never encountered an immortal, nor have I seen any cultivator beyond the divine transformation stage, I can assure you that immortals do indeed exist." The middle-aged woman responded. "According to ancient texts, there have been individuals on the Qingyun Continent who have cultivated to the point of transcending and ascending to the celestial realm, and they are not solitary in this achievement." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Truly, there are immortals. It was akin to a drowning person, aware of the existence of land, yet unable to see any glimmer of hope while adrift in the water. If someone were to tell them that land lay just 100 meters ahead, they would undoubtedly be filled with a fervent desire to survive. Observing the fervor among the crowd, the middle-aged woman refrained from sharing the more sobering truth, reluctant to shatter their hopes. The path to transcending and ascending is fraught with challenges. Throughout the millennia, it is uncertain if even a single individual has successfully cultivated to become an immortal. Lu Yu felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. To become an immortal, who among the practitioners does not yearn for such an achievement? Years later, as a fully realized immortal, Liu Yu may wonder if he would still recall the aspirations he held when he first stepped into the realm of cultivation. In the days that followed, inquiries arose regarding various cultivation matters, and the foundational instructor addressed each question, enlightening the audience with newfound clarity. In the afternoon, when the group reconvened, they discovered that a different teacher had taken the helm. It soon became evident that instruction was not confined to a single mentor. Rather, various instructors imparted their wisdom. Each individual's perspective varied, as did the insights offered by different teachers. The sect aimed to broaden the horizons of its disciples through this approach, planting a seed of knowledge in their hearts, hopeful that this seed would flourish into a towering tree of wisdom. Over the subsequent days, Liu Yu and his companions immersed themselves in the study of cultivation. It was not that Liu Yu lacked interest in other subjects. Rather, he perceived cultivation as paramount, for it is through cultivation that one attains longevity. While other courses merely serve as adjuncts to this pursuit, through the diverse teachings of the various instructors, Liu Yu gleaned profound insights, deepening his understanding of cultivation. In summary, 3 key points emerged. First, one must discover their own path. Second, the cultivation techniques employed. And third, to remain true to one's original aspirations to achieve a fulfilling end. Discovering one's path implies recognizing one's journey and establishing clear life goals. Understanding what one truly desires rather than drifting aimlessly. The cultivation techniques are of utmost importance for any practitioner. The quality of these techniques determines the pinnacle of one's cultivation, as a well-crafted method can elevate a cultivator to greatness. Remaining steadfast in one's original intentions speaks to the myriad temptations encountered along the cultivation journey. Only those who adhere to their true self can ascend to the zenith of the immortal realm. These ideas took root in Liu Yu's mind, destined to sprout and grow into a magnificent tree. Chapter 36. The Path of Alchemy. One evening, as Liu Yu and his companions shared a meal, when Wan suggested, "Tomorrow, Yao and I plan to study talismans together, so we want to be joining you." When Yao added, "We wish to acquire a new skill. We cannot rely on you for everything. Besides, when the trading association is established, we can sell talismans." Liu Yu responded with a warm smile. "It is wonderful that you have found something that interests you. Just remember, do not feel pressured. I will always be your steadfast support." The 2 women sighed in relief upon hearing his words. "I want to join too," Dodo exclaimed, raising her small hand. In recent days, Dodo had thrived in this nourishing environment, gaining a bit of weight and vitality. She had never felt such ease. Previously, her impoverished home required her to toil endlessly. Even upon arriving at the Qingyun sect as a servant disciple, she had to perform numerous menial tasks. It was only after Liu Yu brought her here that she truly felt happiness. Consequently, she cherished this bond and often took the initiative to assist with tasks within her capability, such as helping in the kitchen or washing dishes after meals. At the outset, Wen Yao and her sister were reluctant to allow her to partake in these activities, deeming them the affairs of adults. It was only after Liu Yu interjected that the 2 sisters consented, permitting Duo to engage in tasks within her capabilities. Through keen observation of Duoduo's expressions, Liu Yu discerned her emotional state. Being in an unfamiliar environment and being barred from participation would undoubtedly induce discomfort. Thus, he encouraged Duo to assist with various tasks, believing this would facilitate her integration into their midst. Indeed, before long, Duo adapted to her new surroundings, her face brightening with smiles and her spirit brimming with vitality. Noticing Duo gazing at him with eager intent, he pondered for a moment before acquiescing to her silent plea to join him. After all, a mere glance would do no harm. Upon seeing his agreement, Duo beamed with delight. That evening, Liu Yu and the others engaged in their cultivation practice. "What posture?" When Wan queried, momentarily taken aback. However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized the implications of Liu Yu's reference to posture. Previously, he had suggested a change in posture, but she had immediately rejected the notion, mortified by the thought. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "I refuse. Where did you learn such indecent things?" "Indecent?" It is merely a means to enhance marital harmony, Lu Yu lamented with a hint of disappointment. Nonetheless, Wen remained obstinate, leaving him with no choice but to relent. The following day, the group ventured to the lecture hall. Wen Yao and Wen attended a class on talisman crafting, while Lu Yu escorted Duo to a session on alchemy. The instructor, an elderly gentleman, began by elucidating the methods of alchemy, detailing the selection of materials and the intricate process involved. Lu Yu listened intently, drawing comparisons between the lecture's content and his own experiences in alchemy. He noted that while certain techniques varied, the ultimate outcomes were largely consistent. This indicated that even if there were discrepancies in alchemical methods, as long as the properties of the herbs were compatible, the resulting elixirs would be successful, albeit with some variations in efficacy. Inspired by this revelation, Lu Yu recognized that even if he could not procure every specific herb, he could substitute with those possessing similar properties. Once he achieved success with one batch, he could replicate the process on a larger scale. The more he contemplated this approach, the more feasible it appeared. It seemed he need not fixate on rare herbs. Instead, he could cultivate a variety of herbs with akin properties in his small world, even if the potency was not entirely sufficient. As long as he enhanced the age of the herbs, the resulting elixirs would not differ significantly. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Yu noticed Duo beginning to doze off, her attentiveness waning. It was understandable. She had never been exposed to alchemy and possessed no foundational knowledge. Duo, perhaps we should return, he suggested softly. No, Duo wants to stay with you, she promptly replied, refusing to leave. She had observed Lu Yu's earnest engagement and thought that her presence was meant to assist, not hinder. Embarrassed by her earlier demeanor, she quickly adopted a serious expression, indicating her commitment to attentively listen. Lu Yu gazed at the adorable Duo and chuckled, noticing her insistence to stay. He refrained from further protest and turned his attention back to the lecture. Soon, it was time for questions, and the numerous disciples eagerly awaited guidance, each voicing the queries that had been troubling them. Senior, may I inquire why my alchemical concoctions often explode? One disciple asked. Regarding the issue of explosions, the elder explained. Typically, this occurs when the timing of your medicinal properties fusion is incorrect or when your control over the flame is inadequate. Excuse me, Senior. How can I effectively merge the herbs? Is there perhaps a secret? I often encounter problems during the fusion process. Another disciple rose to ask. This disciple poses an excellent question. When first embarking on the path of alchemy, fusion can indeed be a significant challenge for many. Consider this. To achieve the harmonious blending of herbs, one must sequentially add them according to the prescribed formula, the elder remarked, pausing momentarily. The crowd reflected on whether they had adhered to this method during their own alchemical practices. The elder continued, if you do not strictly follow the formula, it will be exceedingly difficult to achieve a successful fusion. The recipe is not arbitrarily composed. It has been crafted by predecessors through rigorous validation, and each step carries profound significance. Observing the contemplative expressions of his audience, the elder nodded in acknowledgement. Another factor that affects herbal fusion is your insufficient mastery over spiritual energy due to your lower cultivation level. This instability can cause fluctuations during the merging process, which can be fatal and lead to catastrophic failure. Listening intently, Lu Yu recalled his own early failures in the fusion process. Although he now possessed ample spiritual energy, he had struggled with maintaining a stable output. While he had made significant progress since then, external influences still occasionally disrupted his alchemical endeavors, indicating a need for further enhancement of his spiritual control. After addressing the queries, the elder waved for the questioners to take their seats and subsequently answered several more inquiries. Lu Yu left the session enriched with knowledge. By noon, as the elder concluded his lecture, the disciples remained absorbed in his teachings. Chapter 37. The refinement of elixirs. After Wen and the two women emerged, Lu Yu and Duo returned to the cave dwelling together. Upon their return, he forewent even a meal and directly informed the two women of his intention to refine elixirs, stating that if he had not emerged by afternoon, they need not wait for him. The women, recognizing the rarity of such determination in Lu Yu, refrained from further questioning, sensing that he had experienced a moment of enlightenment. After conveying his intentions, Lu Yu retreated to his own cave. Once he ensured the door was securely closed, he activated a formation to isolate himself from external sounds, preventing any disturbances. Taking a deep breath, he waited until he felt calm before summoning an alchemical furnace from his storage bag and retrieving several ingredients for refining the essence cultivating pill from his small world. With all preparations complete, Lu Yu positioned the furnace over the ground fire. This ground fire was a standard feature in every cave, summoned by the sect's means to every dwelling. However, this earthly fire is merely an ordinary one, suitable only for concocting basic elixirs. To forge alchemical creations of a higher grade, one must venture to the alchemical chambers of their sect. Otherwise, success remains unattainable. The sect's alchemical chambers are meticulously established, where the earthly fire, enhanced by intricate formations, can consistently emit flames of elevated temperatures. In contrast, the earthly fire found in places like Lu Yu's cave dwelling can sometimes be unstable, necessitating the user's spiritual energy to maintain control. Less fluctuations in the fire lead to failure in the alchemical process. The fire within the sect's chambers, however, is remarkably stable, alleviating concerns regarding temperature variations. Lu Yu positioned the alchemical furnace above the earthly fire, cautiously wielding his spiritual energy to regulate the temperature. Once it reached the requisite heat, he methodically added the herbal ingredients into the furnace. Having brewed the Yuan cultivation pill many times before, he was thoroughly familiar with this process, ensuring no errors occurred until all the ingredients were added. Gradually, the herbs began to meld together. A surge of excitement coursed through Lu Yu as he recognized they had entered the fusion stage. With unwavering focus, he fixated on the flames, meticulously gauging their temperature. Suddenly, he intentionally paused his flow of spiritual energy, causing a slight fluctuation in the earthly fire, which resulted in a burnt odor emanating from the fusing herbs. Rather than feeling disheartened, Lu Yu chuckled. Was he mad to laugh at a failed alchemical attempt? Not at all. He sought to validate his earlier observation that fluctuations during the fusion process could lead to failure. This experiment confirmed his hypothesis. A stable temperature is imperative during the fusion phase, as any variation could disrupt the process and culminate in failure. Realizing this, Lu Yu cleaned the residue from the furnace and repositioned it over the earthly fire, resuming his alchemical work. This time, he meticulously controlled his spiritual energy to maintain a constant temperature, allowing the herbs to fuse successfully, ultimately producing 10 Yuan cultivation pills. Lu Yu grasped one of the pills, examining it closely and confirming it was flawless, akin to those he had previously crafted. Tossing it into his mouth, it dissolved instantly, transforming into a pure essence of spiritual energy, which he carefully assessed and found satisfactory. From his storage pouch, Lu Yu retrieved a jade vial, placing the remaining Yuan cultivation pills within and setting it aside. He then procured several types of spiritual herbs, their properties closely resembling those of the ingredients used in the previous Yuan cultivation pills. After calming his mind, he embarked on another round of crafting. This time, with a twist, he intended to substitute one of the original ingredients with a similarly potent herb. Indeed, he aimed to test his hypothesis. Could he successfully replace an ingredient in the original formula with a herb of similar properties? And how would the resultant pill compare to the original? He once again commenced the process of refining the Peiyuan pill, adhering to the previous sequence, yet substituting the original honeysuckle with rootless grass. The medicinal properties of honeysuckle and rootless grass bore striking similarities, leading Lu Yu to believe they could be interchanged. However, shortly after introducing the rootless grass into the alchemical furnace, a charred aroma wafted forth, indicating a failed concoction. How could this be? Lu Yu found this outcome somewhat unacceptable. It should not have happened. Unyielding in his resolve, he embarked on the refining process anew. Yet the result remained unchanged: failure. Grasping his hair in frustration, he pondered the source of the problem without resolution. Suddenly, he recalled that the medicinal potency of rootless grass was slightly inferior to that of honeysuckle. Slightly inferior? Could that be the crux of the issue? Lu Yu resumed the refining process, meticulously placing the ingredients in order. When it came time to add the rootless grass, he deliberately introduced it a moment earlier. After placing the rootless grass inside, he intently observed the alchemical furnace. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Just when Lu Yu thought success was imminent, the furnace emitted that familiar burnt scent once more. How could fusion fail after such perseverance? Was the timing still amiss? Thus, he adjusted the timing for the introduction of the rootless grass once again. The first attempt failed. The second attempt failed. By the third attempt, the fusion proceeded without issue, successfully producing 8 pills. Haha, success! Lu Yu leaped with joy, holding the pills in his hands. Finally, he had triumphed. It had not been an easy feat after a considerable while. Lu Yu calmed himself. He scrutinized the pills before him, noting their size and color were comparable to that of the Peiyuan pill. He lifted one to his nose and detected a similar fragrance. After a moment's contemplation, he placed a pill in his mouth, where it dissolved instantly. Closing his eyes, he attentively sensed the shifts in his internal spiritual energy. After some time, Lu Yu opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this time he had succeeded. Although the Peiyuan pill refined with rootless grass possessed slightly less spiritual energy, the difference was negligible. This discovery validated his hypothesis. He need not strictly adhere to the original formula to achieve results. By identifying suitable ingredients and methods, he could produce elixirs just as effectively. Even if the resulting pills differed somewhat from the original, he need not be concerned, for he possessed a small world, a realm capable of rapidly generating ample spiritual herbs, allowing him to compensate for quality through quantity. With this realization, Lu Yu set about refining the Peiyuan pill once more. Ultimately, he successfully crafted 50 Peiyuan pills, and, as he gazed at the collection before him, a broad smile spread across his face. His path was truly becoming ever more expansive. Haha. Chapter 38. The two women surprised Lu Yu tidied up briefly before exiting the cave dwelling. Upon emerging, he discovered that night had fallen, and Wen Yao and the others had returned from the lecture hall. "You're back," the two women exclaimed with delight. Lu Yu raised his chin slightly, expressing a hint of excitement as he spoke. "Indeed, there's been some progress." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 bottles of the refined Pei Yuan Dan and handed one to each of the 2 women. Upon receiving the bottles, they found nothing particularly unusual and exchanged puzzled glances with Lu Yu. Observing their inquisitive expressions, Lu Yu chose not to prolong the suspense and directly revealed the circumstances surrounding the recent alchemical process. "Really? You have altered the formula?" The 2 women exclaimed in astonishment. It is well known that a formula is the result of countless experiments conducted by its creator to identify the appropriate spiritual herbs. Yet Lu Yu had approached the matter from an alternative perspective, employing herbs with similar properties. Perhaps the original creator had indeed experimented with such herbs, but found them inadequate and opted for others instead. Lu Yu's approach could be likened to seeking a breakthrough based on the existing formula, identifying substitute materials. Although the elixirs he concocted may not possess the same efficacy as those produced from the original formula, as Lu Yu asserted, a sufficient quantity could indeed lead to a qualitative transformation. Wen, curious, inquired, "How did you conceive of this method?" Noticing their intrigue, Lu Yu shared the inspiration that had struck him during a recent lecture. He explained that there are numerous spiritual herbs with similar properties, each exhibiting distinct differences. And to his surprise, the first substitution proved successful. The 3 then engaged in further conversation about the matters discussed in the lecture hall. "Humph. Did you have this plan all along?" Wen said, playfully pinching Lu Yu's waist in mock indignation, realizing that her image in Wen Yao's eyes had likely been tarnished. For the sake of future harmony among the trio, Lu Yu dared not admit to having had prior intentions, hastily weaving a benevolent falsehood. "I assure you, it is not the case," he protested. "How could I resist your charms? I have always helped the elderly cross the street, and back in elementary school, when I found money on the ground, I picked it up and took it to the store for fear it would be blown away by the wind. It was even more so in middle school, when one was not easily swayed by Lu Yu's playful fabrications. However, in this realm of cultivation, it is common for capable individuals to have multiple partners, and her family had encountered such situations frequently. Thus, she was not entirely averse to the idea, though she feared Lu Yu might forget the old in favor of the new. Ultimately, after Lu Yu offered numerous reassurances, the matter was smoothed over. The conversation then shifted to other topics, including discussions about future generations. As cultivation levels rise, the likelihood of conception diminishes, resulting in few offspring among higher-tier cultivators. Additionally, female cultivators can refine their essence, thereby preventing pregnancy. She and Wen Yao had privately deliberated this issue and speculated that Lu Yu's essence, imbued with traces of the earth core divine milk, might be the reason for his abundant spiritual energy. Upon hearing their thoughts, Lu Yu fell into contemplation. The earth core divine milk is known to enhance one's physique, increase spiritual capacity, and even improve one's innate root quality upon reaching physical limits. With such myriad benefits, it is conceivable that there remain undiscovered mysteries associated with the earth core divine milk, making it unsurprising that he harbors its potent essence. Chapter 39. Lu Yu's contemplation. After several days of study, Lu Yu's understanding of alchemy deepened considerably. However, he found himself lacking in experience when it came to concocting advanced elixirs. He possessed several esteemed formulas obtained from the esteemed master of color. Yet the creation of such high-level potions required superior cultivation and rare herbs, which he currently lacked. That night, Lu Yu reclined in a self-crafted chair. Gazing at the starry sky, his thoughts adrift. He reminisced about his life on Earth, pondering how, had he not met an untimely demise, he would likely still be toiling away at work or languishing in a rented room. Memories, long buried, surged forth, each scene from Earth replaying in his mind like a distant observer watching a film. After a considerable time, he reflected on his current existence in the realm of cultivation, the Qingyun Continent. He recalled his early days as a blacksmith and his initial encounters with the path of cultivation. Uncertainty clouded his mind. Was this all real, or merely an illusion? Was he still lying in that rental room on Earth, awakening to find all of this a mere dream? After much contemplation, he arrived at no conclusive answer. Perhaps only by reaching the pinnacle of cultivation would he uncover the truth. Returning to the present, Lu Yu assessed his own cultivation level. Although he was no longer a mere mortal, he recognized his current weakness. It was evident that he needed to hasten his progress. He remained far too feeble. With a sigh, he lay quietly through the night. The following morning, when Tang Duo awoke and saw Lu Yu lying there, she was startled. But relief washed over her when she realized it was him. "Brother Yu, why are you lying here? Did you have a quarrel with the two sisters?" she inquired. Stepping closer, Lu Yu turned to see Duo beside him and replied, "Ah, Duo, we did not argue. I was merely pondering the essence of life." At merely 10 years of age, Duo struggled to grasp why Lu Yu would spend a night in contemplation. She simply sensed that her brother seemed somewhat transformed, perhaps even more handsome than before. She mused silently. The group made their way to the lecture hall, where Wen Yao and Wen Wan continued their studies in talisman crafting. After days of learning, they had begun to attempt drawing some simple talismans, though their skills were still quite unrefined. Today, Lu Yu accompanied Duo not to the alchemy lecture, but to the adjacent room, where the teachings focused on the art of formations. Shortly after their arrival, a remarkably handsome young man entered, surprising everyone as he took to the stage. "What a strikingly handsome lecturer!" exclaimed one enamored girl, her eyes sparkling. "He looks so youthful," sighed a bystander. The disciples, witnessing such a captivating instructor for the first time, found some of the female students utterly besotted. Standing confidently on the platform, the handsome man tossed his hair back and introduced himself with a smile. "I am Chun Kai, a cultivator at the initial stage of the golden elixir, and I shall be your instructor today." With that, he unleashed a wave of golden elixir pressure, causing the audience to feel a weight upon them, some struggling to breathe, though the oppressive aura dissipated swiftly. "Wow, a golden elixir cultivator," gasped another onlooker, astonished. "Have there always been only foundation establishment stage cultivators? Why is there a golden core stage cultivator delivering a lecture today?" pondered a bystander. The crowd was astounded. It was well known that only foundation establishment cultivators had been teaching, and they had never witnessed a golden core stage cultivator address the assembly. Wasn't he out training? How could he return so swiftly? A Foundation establishment disciple inquired in confusion. Do you recognize that esteemed elder on the stage? The voice of the Foundation establishment disciple caught the attention of several Qi refinement stage disciples nearby, prompting them to ask eagerly. The Foundation establishment disciple responded amiably, showing no disdain for the Qi refinement disciples as he began to share. It turned out that when this Foundation establishment cultivator entered the Qingyun sect, he had already heard of Chun Kai's illustrious reputation. He had joined the sect a few years prior. During his time in the sect, he learned that Chun Kai was a prodigy, possessing a superior quality metal attribute spiritual root with an astonishing cultivation speed. When he was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, Chun Kai had already reached the 8th level. Unexpectedly, over 30 years had passed, and while he remained at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, Chun Kai had ascended to the ranks of a golden core expert. Lu Yu, not far from the group, overheard their conversation. He was surprised to see how youthful Chun Kai appeared. He presumed the man was still under 40. A golden core cultivator at 40 years of age exemplified the terrifying efficiency of cultivating with a superior quality spiritual root. It was well known that as one progressed in cultivation, the difficulty of advancement increased exponentially, demanding ever more time. Lu Yu contemplated his own journey. He had arrived in this world at just over 16 years old, spent half a year prior to joining the Qingyun sect, and now had been in the sect for nearly another 6 months. His physical age had nearly reached 18. When compared, the disparity felt immense. However, Lu Yu reminded himself that he had achieved the 6th level of Qi refinement in less than a year since he began cultivating, which brought him some solace. It was worth noting that his friend, the corpulent one, was still at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Despite having originated from a minor cultivation family and having started his training from a young age, Lu Yu had already surpassed him in cultivation level. Silence enveloped the hall. Observing the murmurs among the crowd, Chun Kai interrupted their discussions. His voice, imbued with the authority of a golden core cultivator, commanded immediate attention. The audience ceased their chatter and turned their gazes toward the stage. Originally, it was junior brother Huang who was scheduled to deliver today's lecture, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he could not attend. I had just returned from my training outside, and the sect leader summoned me to substitute for him. Before we commence with the lecture, I would like to first discuss the current state of the cultivation world. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he continued, "You might believe that the Qingyun sect is powerful, boasting tens of thousands of disciples, but I must inform you that in the grand scheme of the Qingyun Continent, it is merely a drop in the ocean, hardly worth mentioning." The disciples below gasped in astonishment at Chun Kai's candid remarks, not anticipating such a view of the Qingyun sect. Observing their reactions, Chun Kai smiled wryly. "Perhaps some of you recognize me, a golden core stage cultivator under 40, and think of me as an undeniable genius. I too once believed I was exceptional, even harboring a sense of pride. However, this recent training expedition has thoroughly shattered my arrogance. It was at this moment that I realized the world beyond was far grander than I had ever imagined. I had previously been like a frog confined to the bottom of a well, oblivious to the boundaries of existence. Chun Kai, akin to a wounded beast, loud a low, mournful cry." Chapter 40. The rift in the clouds. The assembly could scarcely fathom the magnitude of the blow that could elicit such sentiments from a cultivator at the golden core stage. In their minds, the golden core stage was an unattainable realm. Many among them possessed only inferior spiritual roots, destined to remain at the Foundation establishment stage throughout their lives, let alone aspire to the golden core stage above. From Chun Kai's account, they learned that the sect recognized his immense potential, believing that his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass the golden core stage. He might become a prodigious disciple, following in the footsteps of the 23rd sect leader, Hai, with hopes of attaining the nascent soul stage. Therefore, they planned to send him to the rift in the clouds for training. The rift in the clouds serves as a connection between the Qingyun Continent and the outside world. Numerous locations on the Qingyun Continent are linked to the rift, theoretically allowing passage to realms beyond. However, due to the vastness of the rift, which might encompass a greater expanse than the entire Qingyun Continent itself. No one has ever been known to truly exit the Qingyun Continent via the rift. The dangers within the rift are exceedingly high, with the presence of extraterritorial demons, fierce winds, and spatial rifts. This was the first time the Assembly had heard of the rift's existence. It was a revelation that one could leave the Qingyun Continent not solely through tribulation and ascension. Curiosity arose among them. If the rift was so perilous, why would the sect send Chun Kai to train there? Chun Kai's subsequent words illuminated their doubts. The rift is divided into two sections: the outer region, which is stable due to its connection to the Qingyun Continent, and the inner region, which is highly unstable, hence the fierce winds and spatial rifts. As the saying goes, risk and opportunity coexist. Within the rift lie various treasures and resources absent from the Qingyun Continent, and perhaps even artifacts that have fallen from the celestial realm, which explains their fervent quest for riches within the rift. Wouldn't many individuals seek treasures in the rift? A female disciple inquired. Indeed, given the abundance of rare materials within the rift, one would expect numerous treasure seekers. Yet, why had they never heard of the rift's existence before? Chun Kai took a deep breath and continued. Although there are myriad treasures in the rift, not everyone can enter. One must be at least at the golden core stage to gain access. It turns out that while the outer region of the rift lacks fierce winds and spatial rifts, it is characterized by sparse spiritual energy, and due to its proximity to the Qingyun Continent, the gravitational pull there is exceptionally strong, making it nearly impossible for cultivators below the golden core stage to endure for long. He had initially believed he could acquire some treasures in the outer region of the rift, but circumstances did not unfold as he had hoped. Although he had finally managed to find a void flower, it was snatched away by another, leaving him injured. Initially, he intended to wait until his wounds had healed before embarking on further treasure hunts, only to encounter an otherworldly demon. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have surely lost his life. Consequently, he hurriedly exited the rift of clouds and returned to the sect. On his way back, he fortuitously learned of secret realm and, upon returning, reported this information to the sect leader. It was only then that Lu Yu realized this crucial news had been brought back by Chun Kai, a golden core cultivator. However, Lu Yu was intrigued as to why Chun Kai, despite being a practitioner of the golden core stage, would divulge his misfortune of being robbed and injured. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, Chun Kai had originally intended to keep this embarrassment to himself, as it was indeed a shameful affair. He could only imagine the gossip that would ensue if others learned of his misfortune. The self-proclaimed genius could not afford such disgrace. It was the words of the sect leader that shifted Chun Kai's perspective. He still vividly recalled Zhang Xuani's admonition. Chun Kai, I recognize your rapid cultivation progress, yet sometimes your realm does not equate to your true strength. This experience was meant to sharpen you, to help you understand your current capabilities. I may not know what you faced in the rift of clouds, but remember this. Only by courageously confronting your true self can you progress further. Otherwise, inner demons will arise. This counsel led him to this resolution. Losing was not terrifying, but the fear of confronting that loss was. In that instance, one could potentially lose their very courage. Meanwhile, Chun Kai and the others were unaware that this entire scene had been closely observed by Zhang Xuani and several elders of the Xintian sect. Elder Xingfa spoke up. Addressing the sect leader, Master, the Xintian mirror truly lives up to its reputation as a superior Earth-grade artifact, for it can clearly reveal distant scenes. Does that mean the entire sect is within our view? Observing the envy on their faces, Zhang Xuani shook his head and replied, It is not as simple as that. The true power of the Xintian mirror lies in its ability to reflect attacks. It is not adept at long-range projections and can only project over short distances. Moreover, if obstructed by formations, its effectiveness is lost. Upon concluding his remarks, an unnoticed sigh of relief escaped Elder Xingfa. The medicine master took a swig from the gourd at his waist, savoring the taste before exclaiming, It seems Chun Kai has endured quite a setback this time. Meanwhile, the talisman master, Xiao Rou, believed that this lesson would undoubtedly propel Chun Kai to further heights. With his superior spiritual root, he might soon surpass several of them. Zhang Shuani nodded with a smile and stated, "Indeed, after this incident, I am confident he will grow rapidly. Our Xintian sect may once again witness the emergence of a nascent soul cultivator, restoring its former glory." The thought of revitalizing the sect under his leadership filled Zhang Shuani with joy, eliciting a hearty laugh. At that very moment, while the discussion continued, Chen Kai in the lecture hall began to impart knowledge about formations. The art of formations is multifaceted, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. It not only aids in cultivation, but also facilitates transportation, exemplifying its extensive utility. The essence of formations lies in the intricate patterns, each possessing distinct functions. Thus, the meticulous depiction of these patterns is paramount. The selection of materials for formations is equally critical, necessitating a careful alignment with the specific formation, which tests one's knowledge of the craft. Lu Yu observed with interest that Duo seemed to harbor a keen fascination for formations, listening intently, completely different from her usual drowsiness in alchemy classes. Upon returning in the afternoon, Lu Yu noticed a significant increase in attendees, likely drawn by the word of a golden core practitioner imparting knowledge. However, after the following day, Chen Kai ceased to appear, confirming his earlier assertion that he would only teach for a single day. In the subsequent days, Lu Yu found that the teachings from the other Foundation establishment practitioners lacked the depth of Chen Kai's, yet they sufficed for beginners. As the days unfolded, Lu Yu, through careful observation of Duo, discerned her remarkable talent in formations. Areas that puzzled him were effortlessly understood by her, even allowing her to draw parallels. It appeared that her aptitude for formations exceeded his expectations. Chapter 41. The Ancient Moon Crisis. In the evening, Lu Yu and his companions ventured into the market. He walked at the center, flanked by the two young women, with Duo holding hands with Wen Yao, creating the appearance of a family enjoying a leisurely outing. The handsome young man and the radiant young women attracted envious glances from passers-by, who yearned for such exquisite companions. Wen Wan, noticing Lu Yu proudly meeting the gazes of onlookers, felt a tinge of amusement as she remarked, "With 3 beautiful ladies accompanying you, your heart must be elated." Wen Yao and Duo exchanged knowing smiles, eager to hear his response. Feigning a sense of grievance, Lu Yu sighed and replied, "How could I be happy? My heart is burdened. With 3 mouths to feed at home, I am so impoverished I can scarcely afford a meal." The 3 women burst into laughter at his comedic display. After spending so much time together, they all knew he was far from destitute, possessing heaps of spirit stones for his cultivation. Duo chimed in with a laugh. "Brother Yu, that's quite disingenuous. You hardly resemble someone in such dire straits." Seeing their laughter, Lu Yu joined in, reveling in the carefree and unrestrained life he cherished. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Let us go. Tonight's expenditures shall be on me." The trio erupted in joyful laughter. Due to various considerations, the sect has stipulated that other factions may only establish shops outside the sect, prohibiting them from setting up within. Thus, all establishments in the sect's market are operated by its disciples. However, it remains uncertain whether other factions might engage in collaboration with disciples of the Zhantiang sect to trade within the market. In a quaint shop, Lu Yu and his companions discovered their objective for the day, Sister Gu. Suddenly, Duo dashed toward a woman who, it appeared, also recognized her and embraced the rushing Tang Duo. As Lu Yu approached, he was captivated by the woman's beauty. She possessed an elegant oval face and was adorned in a breathtaking emerald-hued ancient-style gown. What particularly drew attention was her ample bosom, the most impressive Lu Yu had ever encountered. "Sister Gu, where have you been these days? I searched for you several times and thought something had happened." Sister Gu promptly inquired. "I've been with Brother Yu and the others. I forgot to inform you," Duo replied with a smile, pointing toward Lu Yu. Yu observed the striking ensemble of Lu Yu and his companions. Although their attire was not ostentatious, it radiated an unusual charm, leading her to speculate about their identities. "Brother Yu, this is Sister Yu, the one who rescued me from the bandits," Duo introduced, grasping Yu's hand. She then introduced Lu Yu and the 2 ladies to Yu, who finally realized that Duo had been with Lu Yu all this time. explaining her absence when Gu Yu sought her. "Hello, I am Lu Yu," he greeted, admiring Gu Yu's enchanting visage, marveling once more at the presence of yet another beauty. "I am Gu Yu," she replied, though their unfamiliarity limited her to a brief response. "Isn't she lovely?" Wenwan whispered into Lu Yu's ear. Observing Gu Yu's ancient attire, Lu Yu found her increasingly captivating and could not resist nodding in agreement. Upon realizing the implications of his words, Lu Yu quickly clarified. "Please don't misunderstand. I meant that she is beautiful." Wenwan pinched the soft flesh at Lu Yu's waist, twisting it playfully as she remarked, "Isn't it enough with me, and Yao? Do you wish to collect beauties like trophies?" "No, not at all. I merely wanted to greet her as she is Duo's savior," Lu Yu protested, feigning pain despite Wenwan's gentle grip. At that moment, a man and woman entered from outside, their expressions turning malevolent upon spotting Gu Yu. "Oh, the stunning Gu is here. I thought you had fled," the woman sneered. "Debts must be repaid. It's only just Gu Yu. When will you return our money?" The man eyed Gu Yu's exquisite beauty with a lecherous glint in his gaze. Furious, Gu Yu retorted, "What is the meaning of this? Isn't it still too soon?" Lu Yu and his companions ceased their banter, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. The man narrowed his eyes, his tone darkening. "We're in a tight spot financially. We need to collect the spirit stones. We want to even demand interest. Indeed, you borrowed 500 spirit stones. We only want the principal back, and we want to leave until you do," the woman added with a sharp, cutting tone. Gu Yu, witnessing their quarrel attracting the attention of others, felt a surge of irritation. She suppressed her anger and remarked, "Did we not agree that I would borrow 500 spirit stones, with repayment beginning in the second month, and a monthly installment of 52 stones?" Gu Yu, while speaking, produced a promissory note, pointing to the date inscribed upon it. "It has barely been a month since then, and you are already demanding the full repayment. How could I possibly have that many spirit stones to return to you?" The man, appearing indifferent, replied, "The money we lent can be demanded back at any time we choose. We have already been quite lenient, merely asking for the principal. Otherwise, we shall block your way daily until you repay your debt." Gu Yu's fury intensified at his words. She had used the spirit stones to purchase pills to save her brother, leaving her with nothing now. She toiled daily at this shop solely to accumulate spirit stones and repay the debt, yet the audacity of her creditors, intent on lingering here, was appalling. Such an obstruction would undoubtedly disrupt the shop's business, and she feared she would be cast out by the owner. The thought filled her with indignation, and she felt a strong urge to strike the man, but she restrained herself after a moment's contemplation. Taking a deep breath to calm her inner turmoil, she addressed them. "I currently possess no spirit stones. What do you wish to do?" The man, observing the tumult of emotions on Gu Yu's face, seemed to conjure a wicked smile as he suggested, "If you lack spirit stones, there are other means of repayment." His gaze fixated on Gu Yu, making her feel utterly repulsed. It dawned on her that their intent in lending her money had never been honorable. With a fierce retort, she declared, "Dream on. You were scheming when you lent me the money, and you should abandon that notion. With this promissory note, I fear no confrontation with the enforcement team." The man laughed maliciously. "If you do not repay the spirit stones, we shall remain here. Let us see who else dares to shop here." Duo. "Please assist Sister Gu," she heard as Duo, noticing Gu Yu's speechlessness from indignation, urgently turned to Lu Yu. "Do not worry. Even without your prompting, I shall intervene. Such individuals are truly shameless," Lu Yu said, gently ruffling Duo's hair. Chapter 42. I have repaid her debt. I have repaid her debt. Lu Yu stepped forward and proclaimed. The man and woman were taken aback at his words, but upon turning to face him, they burst into laughter upon realizing he was merely a Qi refinement stage 6 disciple. "I thought you were an inner disciple. Turns out you're just an outer disciple at Qi refinement stage 6. Does your family know about your audacity?" The man taunted. "Do you know how many spirit stones she owes us?" "A full 500 spirit stones. Do you think it's just a handful? What do you intend to repay us with?" "You speak so easily," the woman chimed in. After a moment of observing Lu Yu and then glancing at Gu Yu, she added, "You rushed out here so eagerly. Could it be you or her paramour?" Gu Yu, upon hearing this, felt a deep embarrassment. She had only just met Lu Yu today, and such a relationship was utterly unfounded. Not only do others doubt it, but even Gu Yu harbors some skepticism. 500 spirit stones is no trifling sum. Even an ordinary inner sect disciple would struggle to produce such an amount, let alone an outer sect disciple. Furrowing her brows, Gu Yu addressed Lu Yu. This is not a small sum. You need not involve yourself. If it comes to that, I shall simply leave this establishment and undertake sect missions instead. Older sister Gu. Brother Yu's offer to help signifies he possesses the spirit stones. You need not worry, Tang Duo interjected, tugging at Gu Yu's hand and shaking it reassuringly. Lu Yu took a few steps forward and assured Gu Yu, rest assured, Miss Gu, I may lack in many aspects, but my greatest virtue is my honesty. I do not make idle boasts. Once I commit to something, I deliver. Others refer to me as the honest young lord. Wen Yao, overhearing Lu Yu's earnest declaration, whispered to her sister Wen Wan, have you ever heard anyone call him the honest young lord? I have yet to witness such a title. Wen Wan looked at her sister with a mix of exasperation and concern, realizing that Wen Yao had fallen prey to Lu Yu's casual words, which were clearly a ploy to impress. She sighed deeply and said, oh, you poor thing. With his demeanor, he is hardly the honest young lord. I could just as easily claim to be a pure maiden. Instead of refuting, Wen Yao nodded in agreement, replying, sister, you are indeed a pure maiden. There is no fault in that statement. Wen Wan could only shake her head in resignation, letting out a sigh of despair. Seeing the doubt in their eyes regarding his capabilities, Lu Yu decided to forego further words and directly produced 500 spirit stones from his storage bag, placing them upon the table. For Lu Yu, 500 spirit stones were a mere trifle within his small world. He possessed over 1 million low-grade spirit stones obtained from the lecherous master of colors, alongside over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones and 8 high-grade ones. Truly a wealthy heir. The onlookers, a man and a woman, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Lu Yu actually produce 500 low-grade spirit stones. They began to speculate on his identity. Could he possibly be a wealthy second-generation heir? Delighted by their astonishment, Lu Yu, feeling quite pleased with himself, addressed the man and woman. Please bring forth the IOU. These spirit stones are to settle your debt. The man, captivated by the beauty of Gu Yu before him, felt a mix of reluctance and despair as the opportunity he had anticipated slipped away. However, faced with the spirit stones, he reluctantly handed over the IOU to Lu Yu. At that moment, he could not fathom Lu Yu's true nature. An ordinary disciple could not possibly possess such wealth, leading him to speculate that Lu Yu must belong to a prominent family. Little did he know that Lu Yu was, in fact, an orphan. After securing the spirit stones, Lu Yu departed alongside the woman, leaving the two in his wake. Gu Yu sighed in relief upon their exit. Had they continued their ruckus, who could say what chaos might have ensued? Reflecting on Lu Yu's actions in taking in Duo, Gu Yu believed him to be a good person. With the IOU now in his possession, her mind felt considerably at ease. Thank you. Although I cannot repay these spirit stones immediately, I promise to return them gradually once I am able. Gu Yu expressed to Lu Yu. There's no need for gratitude. I too find such individuals intolerable, believing they can act with impunity simply because they possess a modicum of spirit stones. Lu Yu extended the promissory note in his hand, stating, you need not repay the spirit stones, especially since you have saved Duo's life. That is unacceptable. A debt must be settled as it stands. I believe anyone who encountered Duo would have come to her aid. I shall gradually repay you the spirit stones you have lent. Gu Yu promptly declined, as she was not someone who sought rewards. Seeing her refusal to accept the note, Lu Yu tore it in half with decisive motion. Gu Yu was taken aback. She had not anticipated Lu Yu's bold action. Without the promissory note, she could forego repayment without fear of consequence, indicating that he genuinely intended to absolve her of the debt. As she gazed at the fragments of the note fluttering to the ground, her fondness for Lu Yu increased significantly. Very well, let us select some materials. Lu Yu addressed the group. He did not dwell on the matter. For him, 500 low-grade spirit stones were inconsequential. Observing Gu Yu's grateful gaze, he mused that it had been worthwhile. Wen Wan turned to Wen Yao and Duo, saying, "Let us aim to choose the more expensive items. We shall not skimp on spirit stones for others. If 500 spirit stones are dismissed, then so be it." Wen Yao and Duo exchanged glances, stifling their laughter at Wen Wan's jealousy, and nodded in agreement. The two followed Wen Wan as they perused the items within the shop. Their abilities in talisman crafting had significantly improved, and their previous supplies had run low, prompting them to procure a new batch. "Sister, do you want this talisman paper?" Wen Yao inquired. Wen Wan glanced at the price, frowning as she replied, "No. This is far too cheap. We must have that more expensive one over there." "Wan Jia, what about this one?" Duo pointed to a set of talisman brushes on the shelf. "I desire this complete set of talisman tools. It is pricier and superior," Wen Wan responded. While the women were occupied selecting materials, Lu Yu busied himself with the intention of purchasing items for a spirit-gathering formation of practice. He inquired of Gu Yu, "Miss Gu, where can I find the materials for setting up a spirit-gathering formation?" "Lu Yu, you are a formation master?" Gu Yu asked, astonished. Formation techniques are immensely practical, manifesting in various aspects of life. However, entry into this field is quite challenging due to its complexity, making it difficult for the average person to master. "I am merely beginning my studies in formations, hoping to practice with the spirit-gathering formation," Lu Yu replied candidly, refraining from claiming the title of formation master lest he later be found out. Gu Yu, understanding, did not press further. She recommended the materials for the spirit-gathering formation that others had purchased before, cautioning Lu Yu that she had observed some individuals returning to buy certain materials repeatedly, speculating that those items might be prone to damage, and advised him to be vigilant. As Lu Yu watched Gu Yu diligently managing the shop and earning spirit stones, he thought about how she single-handedly maintained order within the establishment and pondered the possibility of establishing a business partnership with her. "Have you finished your purchases?" Lu Yu asked, observing the three women cradling an abundance of talisman materials, his expression one of amusement. It was not that he was unwilling to spend spirit stones, but rather that he felt somewhat speechless upon seeing the sly smiles of a few individuals, all while they clutched a plethora of materials. This was clearly a manifestation of their dissatisfaction regarding his previous act of tearing up the IOU. Before Wen Wan and the other two could speak, Duo eagerly chimed in, "Brother Yu, we have already made the purchase." As she spoke, she pointed with her chin towards the materials in their arms, casting furtive glances at Lu Yu, indicating that Wen Wan was quite upset. Lu Yu, noticing Wen Wan's demeanor, understood that he would need to employ some disciplinary measures this evening to make her aware of his authority. This was not a burden she could bear alone. He walked ahead and paid with spirit stones, while the others stowed the items into their storage bags. When Lu Yu departed, he did not greet Gu Yu, mindful of the jealous glare from Wen Wan. However, Duo did mention to Gu Yu that they would visit her again when they had the chance. By the time the group exited the shop, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, as this world lacked electric lights, plunging the night into inky blackness. Yet, it was not that people were helpless in the face of the night. They had fortuitously discovered a type of luminous stone that appeared unremarkable during the day, but emitted a faint glow at night. Thus, they mined it and placed it in various locations for illumination after dusk. As a prominent sect, Xiantian sect also utilized these luminous stones at their entrance, though their dim light only illuminated a limited area. The group strolled beneath the starry sky, gliding gracefully through the night air, captivated by the twinkling stars above. Upon returning to their cave abode, Lu Yu called out to Duo and, after examining her with his spiritual power, discovered that her 5 elements spiritual roots had begun to show signs of improvement. Although she had yet to reach the level of inferior spiritual roots, she was not far from it. Lu Yu then spoke to Tang Duo, "Your spiritual root aptitude has improved somewhat. From today onward, I shall teach you the art of cultivation." "Really?" Tang Duo exclaimed joyfully, thrilled at the prospect of finally embarking on her cultivation journey. No longer just an ordinary mortal, Lu Yu produced a jade slip and handed it to Duo. This slip had been found within the storage ring of the lustful sovereign and contained the teachings of a cultivation method known as the 5 elements spiritual technique. Such a technique, worthy of collection by late-stage Yuanian cultivators, was undoubtedly extraordinary. The 5 elements spiritual technique could only be cultivated by those possessing 5 types of spiritual roots, making it perfectly tailored for Duo's unique attributes. The advantages and disadvantages of the 5-element spiritual technique were quite evident. Its strengths lay in its formidable power post-cultivation, allowing practitioners to battle above their level, and its ability to absorb and convert the 5 elemental spiritual energies. However, the drawbacks included a slower cultivation speed and a significantly higher resource expenditure compared to conventional methods. After explaining the situation clearly to Duo, Lu Yu inquired, "Are you willing to learn this technique? If not, I can assist you in finding another." "I am willing," Duo responded with enthusiasm, understanding that although the technique seemed to progress slowly, its compatibility with her 5-element spiritual roots would certainly render her stronger than those practicing single attribute methods. She grasped the jade slip tightly in her hands, reminiscing about the days when she was bullied, vowing that she would never again be called a little fool. With a slight quiver in her voice, she said, "Brother Yu, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would still be a servant disciple. Why dwell on such matters? The days to come will only improve," Lu Yu replied, gently stroking Duo's head. "Come, I shall teach you the art of cultivation. While master may open the door, it is the disciple who must walk through. My intention in teaching you today is to ensure you grow stronger in the future." Some may argue that cultivation does not guarantee a life superior to that of a mortal. Indeed, some are content to remain ordinary. However, I personally believe that cultivation is preferable, as I prefer to hold my destiny in my own hands. "Brother Yu, I don't want you to be my master." Duo pouted defiantly. Lu Yu was taken aback, then chuckled. "Who said I'm going to be your master? I am merely guiding you through the basics. I will always be your brother." At this moment, Lu Yu was no longer the novice he once was. He had developed his own perspective on cultivation. Drawing from his experiences, he explained in detail the various challenges one might encounter during the cultivation process to Duo. Seeing her eager expression, he recalled his own beginnings and remarked, "First, I will teach you how to read the contents of a jade slip. However, do not rush into cultivation just yet, as it can lead to complications. For tonight, focus on memorizing what is within, and tomorrow I will instruct you on how to cultivate." He instructed Duo to press the jade slip to her forehead, clear her mind, and enter a meditative state. Although he could have facilitated her entry into meditation by channeling spiritual energy to her, he refrained from doing so. He believed that cultivation is not an instantaneous process. Especially for beginners, excessive interference could hinder their initial experience. It is essential for them to explore at their own pace to truly grasp the challenges of cultivation. If he were to intervene directly, while it might enable her to enter the meditative state more easily, it would rob her of the spirit of exploration, which is vital for her future practice. Lu Yu observed Duo in silence as she attempted to meditate. When he noticed her awakening, he realized that she had not yet achieved the meditative state. Duo frowned and, with a hint of frustration, said, "Brother Yu, I couldn't read the contents of the jade slip." Lu Yu, upon hearing this, refrained from reprimanding her. He understood that what she needed at that moment was encouragement, not criticism, as rebuke would only dampen her confidence and hinder her cultivation. Entering a meditative state is not an easy task for a novice. I took a considerable amount of time to achieve it myself at the beginning. Do not blame yourself. This is quite normal. Indeed, Duo felt a wave of relief after hearing his words, and she closed her eyes once more to meditate. After a while, Lu Yu sensed that this time she had succeeded. A smile graced his face. A quarter of an hour later, Duo slowly opened her eyes, her face alight with excitement. "I did it, Brother Yu. I succeeded. I saw the contents of the jade slip." Lu Yu felt a surge of joy. Her success in meditation indicated that she had taken her first step toward cultivation. "Congratulations, Duo. You have succeeded. This evening, it is imperative that you familiarize yourself with the cultivation method, for only through a thorough understanding can one progress smoothly in their practice. Should you find yourself unacquainted with the method, becoming ensnared midway could prove perilous. Remember, In the initial stages, it is crucial not to practice alone. The early phases are fraught with potential mishaps, necessitating a guardian by your side to provide assistance should complications arise. The consequences of unmonitored practice could be dire. Lu Yu sought out Wen Yao to apprise her of the situation, cautioning her to ensure Duo becomes well-versed in the method, and to keep a vigilant watch over her tonight, forbidding her from practicing alone to avert any issues. Upon receiving Wen Yao's assurance, Lu Yu departed with a sense of relief. He had to visit Wen Wan to employ familial techniques to appease her jealousy. Chapter 44. Engraving the formation patterns after leaving. Lu Yu proceeded directly to Wen Wan's location. "Wana, what are you pondering?" he inquired, noticing her lost in thought upon a nearby stool. Glancing at him without uttering a word, Wen Wan remained silent. Observing her exquisite visage, Lu Yu remarked, "Still grappling with jealousy? Cease dwelling on trivial matters. My assistance to Gu Yu was solely for Duo's sake. The following morning, brother Yu, you have finally emerged. I've been waiting for you all day," came Duo's voice. Turning towards the sound, Lu Yu spotted Duo and Wen Yao not far from his right. As soon as Duo saw him, she dashed over. With a pout, she complained, "Brother Yu, did you not promise to practice with me today? I've been waiting since morning, and it's nearly noon." Wen Yao interjected, Duo has been eager to begin her practice. She rose early this morning. Lu Yu glanced at the time and realized it was indeed late. "Gulme, let us commence your training," he said to Duo. Guiding her to the training room, Lu Yu outlined the essential precautions for cultivation before allowing Duo to begin. As he perused the jade tablets, he discovered that the 5-element spirit technique is a precious method capable of advancing to the nascent soul stage. It is crucial to note that the higher the upper limit of a cultivation method, the more valuable it becomes. Its operational pathway diverges from that of Lu Yu's fire refinement technique, uniquely allowing the simultaneous absorption of spiritual energy from the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, ultimately culminating in the formation of 5 golden cores. After a night of diligent study, Duo had memorized the first layer of the 5-element spirit technique. With Lu Yu's guidance, she began to calm her mind and attune herself to the external spiritual energies. Lu Yu settled beside her, retrieving a jade tablet from his storage pouch, which contained a simplified spirit gathering formation, an acquisition from his recent lessons. Having reviewed the formation multiple times over the past few days, he had grasped the majority of its content. Only practical application remained. After reviewing the pertinent details once more, he stowed the jade tablet away and produced the materials he had purchased for the formation. As this was a simplified version of the spirit gathering formation, its efficacy was only about 20 to 30% of a standard formation, requiring minimal materials, namely a few centuries-old Qingyun wood pieces for crafting the formation flags. There exists a myriad of materials suitable for crafting formation flags. Through experimentation, practitioners have discerned that various formations necessitate distinct materials, and the efficacy of the formations varies according to the individual who arranges them. Qingyun wood, a commonplace material for formation flags, is abundantly available in numerous locations, rendering it easily accessible. The older the Qingyun wood used, the more pronounced the results achieved. Typically, formation flags for the gathering spirit formation are fashioned from wood aged over a millennium. However, as Lu Yu is creating a simplified version of the formation, wood aged a century suffices. Lu Yu picked up a piece of Qingyun wood and scrutinized it for a while before taking a carving knife to inscribe the formation patterns upon it. The carving knife, forged from the exceptionally hard Qi Jing stone, aids formation masters in etching patterns onto resilient materials. Yet, for those masters with profound skills, such tools are unnecessary. Their control over spiritual energy is so refined that they can effortlessly inscribe patterns onto formation flags with a mere wave of their hand. Lu Yu, however, has not yet attained such mastery. His cultivation and control over spiritual energy are insufficient for spontaneous inscription. Thus, he must diligently use the carving knife to create the formation flag. It appears that inscribing formation patterns is not as straightforward as he had imagined. After a mishap that resulted in the ruin of the pattern, Lu Yu realized he had rendered the piece of wood unusable. leading him to conclude that acquiring additional Qingling wood was a prudent decision. Chapter 45. Crafting the Gathering Spirit Formation Rising. Lu Yu glanced at Duo, finding her in good condition, with the surrounding elemental spiritual energy coalescing nearby. However, the amount of energy she absorbed into her body was minimal, likely due to her inferior spiritual root quality. Observing her for a while, and confirming she had entered a state of cultivation, he returned to his previous position to continue inscribing the patterns. Learning from earlier mistakes, Lu Yu slowed his pace, no longer striving for perfection in a single attempt. Instead, he focused on familiarizing himself with the patterns, ensuring each was meticulously carved. Over time, his errors diminished, and his comprehension of the patterns deepened. After the unfortunate loss of 7 pieces of Qingling wood, he finally succeeded in crafting a complete formation flag. Holding the newly crafted flag, Lu Yu examined it closely and noted the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations, despite Qingling would typically emitting a faint spiritual aura. To validate his hypothesis, he retrieved an earlier purchased flag from the 5 Elements formation. It appeared that the flag possessed the ability to obscure its own spiritual energy. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu grasped the reasoning behind this phenomenon. If the flag were to emit spiritual energy fluctuations, an adversary could ascertain its location and, upon its destruction, the formation would inevitably collapse. With this understanding, he set the flag aside and resumed his carving on a fresh piece of Qingling wood. Throughout this process, he periodically checked on Duo's progress, confirming her stability. Eventually, after a lengthy endeavor, Lu Yu set down his carving knife, having successfully inscribed all 5 flags for the Gathering Spirit Formation. As he gazed upon the array of flags before him, a profound sense of joy and unprecedented accomplishment surged within him. He rose and surveyed his surroundings, ultimately focusing on the vacant space ahead. Lu Yu waved his hand to position the formation flags according to their designated directions on the ground. Next, he placed 10 low-grade spirit stones at the formation's center to activate it. Stepping into the formation, he closed his eyes to attune himself to its energies. After a moment, he opened his eyes and discovered that the formation contained 2 additional layers of spiritual energy compared to the outside. Success! Lu Yu retrieved the spirit stones and collected the flags, returning to his previous position to reflect on his experience. Due to his inexperience with crafting the formation flags, he had wasted over a dozen pieces of azure spirit wood, resulting in a loss equivalent to 5 spirit stones. Lu Yu cherished the practice of reflection after completing a task, believing that by reviewing his gains and losses, he could learn anew, a commendable habit, in his view. Duo slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lu Yu nearby, exclaimed, "Brother Yu, I succeeded. I have drawn the spiritual energy into my body and have circulated it through 3 complete cycles of the Great Zhou Tian." Lu Yu roused from his contemplation and approached Duo, gently taking her hand to sense her spiritual energy, discovering a small amount present within her. He smiled and said, Duo, you have successfully drawn energy into your body. You are now a cultivator." Noticing her elation, he paused before adding, "Given your current progress, as long as you continue to consume the heart of the earth essence, I believe that within 3 months, the quality of your spiritual root will reach the low-grade level, significantly accelerating your cultivation speed." Duo beamed with joy upon hearing this. "Here, this is for you." Lu Yu presented her with a storage bag. "This is a storage bag." Duo was familiar with storage bags, having often seen Lu Yu and others use them. However, she had been unable to utilize one due to her lack of spiritual energy. Now, with her newfound abilities, things had changed. Lu Yu chuckled. "You can use the storage bag as long as you possess spiritual energy. Give it a try." Duo accepted the storage bag, summoning her meager reserves of spiritual energy. And to her delight, she successfully opened it. "Wow, there are so many items inside," she exclaimed. Inside the storage bag, Lu Yu had placed 500 low-grade spirit stones, along with several bottles of vitality-enhancing pills and essence cultivation pills. Duo, since anyone can open storage bag, and most Qi refinement disciples cannot even afford one, you must be cautious and avoid exposing it in public to prevent attracting unwanted attention. Lu Yu advised earnestly. Duo nodded in agreement, reassuring him, "Brother Yu, don't worry, I will be careful." Lu Yu clarified the use of the spirit stones and pills, instructing her to ask him or Wen Yao and Wen Wan if she had any questions. Remembering the two women, he recalled that they each possessed protective magical treasures, which generally could withstand attacks from ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, alleviating his concerns for her safety. He gazed at Duo, contemplating the necessity of acquiring a set of defensive magical treasures for her. Previously, few had taken notice of her, but with the possession of a storage bag, she might attract unwanted attention. With that thought, Lu Yu spoke resolutely. "Since we won TB attending classes today, let's explore the marketplace outside the sect." "All right," she replied enthusiastically. The two individuals arrived outside the sect. Lu Yu opted for the marketplace beyond the sect rather than the one within, considering that procuring defensive magical artifacts of at least the profound level suitable for those in the Foundation establishment stage and above necessitated a degree of caution within the sect itself. In the marketplace, Lu Yu selected two mid-grade profound artifacts for Duo. One was the exquisite Linglong armor, capable of withstanding 3 attacks from cultivators at the mid-Foundation establishment stage. It could adapt to the wearer's body size, and, provided it was not directly destroyed, could self-repair. The other was the Starry Sky bracelet, which served as an ornament but could unleash a full-force attack equivalent to that of a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator when assaulted, capable of retaliating up to 3 times before requiring a replenishment of spiritual energy for subsequent use. Taking into account his current circumstances, Lu Yu prudently acquired 2 artifacts for himself as well, one for offense and the other for defense. The offensive artifact was a paralyzing ring, appearing as an ordinary ring, but capable of launching a mental attack at the late Foundation establishment stage upon being struck, incapacitating the assailant's consciousness for 2 breaths. This rare mental attack artifact was valued at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The defensive artifact, named the Spirit Link Armor, was crafted from celestial silkworm silk, thin as a cicada's wing, and conformed closely to the skin without hindering the wearer's movements. It could withstand a full-force strike from a late Foundation establishment cultivator and similarly bore a considerable cost, amounting to 4,000 spirit stones. After purchasing the artifacts, the two did not return to the sect. Lu Yu intended to sell some spiritual herbs. During this time, the spiritual herbs in his small world had ripened 4 or 5 times, and he had yet to tend to them, resulting in a substantial accumulation, particularly a small hill of spiritual grains. Lu Yu instructed Duo to dine at a nearby restaurant while he ventured alone to sell the herbs. He selected several shops located at a distance from one another, ultimately selling nearly 100 spiritual herbs and acquiring over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 46. The Two-Tailed Spirit Fox. After selling the herbs, Lu Yu purchased some high-value spiritual herb seeds from a shop. On his return, he passed an intersection where a sorrowful wail caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it emanated from a stall selling spiritual beasts. The vendor, a disheveled old Taoist, had 7 or 8 cages, each containing a spiritual beast. Noticing Lu Yu's interest, the old man quickly exclaimed, "Esteemed friend, please do not leave just yet. These spiritual beasts are fine specimens. Why not take a closer look? You may find one that captures your fancy." Lu Yu scanned the area and noticed that the source of the sound was a fox, its once snow-white fur now sullied with dirt from confinement, with traces of blood on its front paws, indicating it had been injured. What drew Lu Yu's attention most was the fox's 2 tails. At that moment, the spirit fox gazed up at Lu Yu with tearful eyes, seemingly pleading for rescue. Lu Yu felt a peculiar connection, as if he could comprehend the fox's silent entreaty. The old Taoist priest observed that Lu Yu was not gazing at the fierce tiger beside him, but rather fixated on the ethereal fox. He began to introduce this companion, stating that it was a 2-tailed spiritual fox. Despite its current cultivation level of merely the 2nd tier of Qi refinement, it likely possessed the bloodline of a 9-tailed fox. It is worth noting that a fully matured 9-tailed fox is indeed formidable. Seeing Lu Yu remain silent, the old Taoist continued to extol its virtues. suggesting that parading around with a nine-tailed fox would be immensely impressive, making Lu Yu the most striking figure on the street. Lu Yu, observing the old man's enthusiastic thumbs up, as if to emphasize the fox's exceptional qualities, could not help but be amused, reminiscent of a scene from a sales pitch. The two-tailed, spiritual fox, with its intelligent gaze fixed upon him, appeared to fear his departure, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. He interrupted the old Taoist, inquiring about the fox's price. 200 spirit stones. For just 200 spirit stones, you can take it home, the old man replied. Lu Yu chuckled in disbelief. A mere second-tier Qi refinement fox was being offered for 200 spirit stones. Why not just steal it? He thought. If there were city management in this world, he would certainly call them over to teach the old Taoist a lesson about disrupting market order. Do I look like someone who possesses 200 spirit stones? He retorted. In response to Lu Yu's challenge, the old Taoist maintained a serious demeanor, asserting, I see that you possess a noble bearing and an impressive presence. You are clearly not an ordinary individual. A mere 200 spirit stones should be a trivial matter for you. As for you, dear reader, whether you believe this or not, Lu Yu certainly did not. He typically preferred a low profile, eschewing flamboyant attire. Aside from his handsome appearance, he appeared quite ordinary, contrary to the old man's exaggerated claims. With narrowed eyes, Lu Yu impatiently remarked, All right, I know I am handsome. You need not harp on about it. What is your final offer in spirit stones? If it does not suit me, I shall take my leave. Do consider your words carefully. The old Taoist, sensing Lu Yu's indifference, furrowed his brow in internal conflict. He indeed wished to sell at a high price, yet the other party appeared discerning. If he set an inappropriate price, Lu Yu might genuinely walk away. Lu Yu stood quietly, providing no urgency, aware that this would undoubtedly exert pressure on the old man, preventing him from making exorbitant demands. As anticipated, the old Taoist, noticing Lu Yu's calm demeanor, felt uncertain. If Lu Yu had seemed anxious, he might have raised the price, but the latter's nonchalant attitude rendered it difficult to gauge. After contemplating several thoughts, the old Taoist cautiously remarked, How about 80? Suddenly, seeing Lu Yu frown, he quickly corrected himself. No, let be 50, just 50 low-grade spirit stones. Deal, Lu Yu responded. He retrieved 50 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to the old Taoist, subsequently placing the two-tailed fox into a spirit beast bag without any resistance from the fox, which quietly allowed itself to be secured. As Lu Yu departed, the old Taoist gazed at the 50 low-grade spirit stones before him, murmuring to himself, indeed, a fixed price with no bargaining. When Lu Yu discovered Duo, he found her staring blankly at the meal before her, which was still steaming and untouched. Approaching her, he realized she had been waiting for his return. With a twinge of concern, he gently said, Duo, you need not wait for me. You can start eating. Hearing his voice, Duo snapped back to reality and smiled. Brother Yu, you're back. I thought it would be more delightful to eat together. Lu Yu took a seat beside her, encouraging, hurry and eat. Otherwise, it will get cold. He picked up his chopsticks and served her a piece of fine beef while he began to eat as well. The beef, true to its reputation as a delicacy from a magical beast, was rich yet not greasy, tender yet not mushy, and quite flavorful. Lu Yu enjoyed the meal heartily, setting down his chopsticks after feeling satiated. He rubbed his belly and asked Duo, are you full? Yes, I'm full, Duo replied, patting her stomach. Seeing her contentment, Lu Yu settled the bill and packed 2 additional meals to take back for the 2 women. By the time they returned to their abode, evening had already fallen. Lu Yu lamented that he must learn sword flight techniques by the late stages of Qi training, as walking was far too slow. The thought of flying on a sword had long captivated him. What boy has not dreamed of soaring through the skies, wielding a sword? While others might only aspire to such dreams, Lu Yu felt he was not far from achieving this. He presented the packed meals to the 2 women and, while they dined, he retreated to his own abode and entered the small world within. Lacking any world fragments, he could only invest 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for absorption by the small world, but progress was slow and the effects were not remarkable. Upon inspection, he discovered that roughly half of the spirit stones remained unabsorbed. The small world still spanned over 1,000 square meters, yet it now boasted a plethora of spiritual herbs and grains. Due to his limited time for maintenance, he could only harvest intermittently, which hindered optimal utilization. Noticing the spiritual grains had matured, he collected them without threshing, simply storing them in his storage ring. He had 4 storage rings at his side, one of which he had taken from the seductive master, the largest among them. The other 3 had been found within this largest ring. Although these 3 rings were not as expansive as the first, each still had a space equivalent to that of a basketball court. Given that his storage pouch was rather small and could not hold much, Lu Yu opted to use the storage rings for his spiritual grains. After replanting the spiritual grain seeds, he proceeded to the spiritual herb section. He divided the herbs into 2 main areas, one for less valuable varieties and another for those of higher worth. The reason he did not plant exclusively high-value herbs was that he required the more ordinary varieties for alchemy. It would be impractical to have to venture out to purchase low-value herbs each time he needed them for his concoctions. Chapter 47. The Master-Servant Pact. After Lu Yu had finished attending to the spiritual herbs within the small world, he emerged, his thoughts drifting to the 2-tailed spirit fox contained in his spirit beast pouch. However, he did not release it immediately. In his hand, he held a jade slip, an artifact acquired from the dark-clad cultivator they had slain during their return from the Spirit Communication Gorge to the Qingyun sect. Among the spoils obtained from vanquishing the black-clad figure, this jade slip held significant value to Lu Yu, while the other items failed to capture his interest. The jade slip contained knowledge of beast taming, and Lu Yu was particularly drawn to the various forbidden techniques inscribed within, one of which was the Master-Servant Pact. This method allowed for the binding of a spirit beast through a master-servant contract, ensuring that while the death of the spirit beast would not harm its master, if the master perished, the spirit beast would follow suit, thus guaranteeing the beast's loyalty. After diligently studying the Master-Servant Pact from the jade slip multiple times, Lu Yu finally mastered it. He then retrieved the spirit beast pouch and released the 2-tailed spirit fox. The fox, possessing a high degree of intelligence, initially exhibited caution upon emerging into an unfamiliar environment. However, upon recognizing Lu Yu, it relaxed, understanding that he was the one who had rescued it from the old Taoist. Lu Yu noted the fox's remarkable intellect, a stark contrast to the lesser beasts, and he realized that it harbored many secrets that must not be disclosed. Therefore, it was imperative to establish the Master-Servant Pact with it. He beckoned the spirit fox to approach. Initially hesitant, the fox cautiously moved closer after assessing the lack of threat. As Lu Yu gently stroked its fur, he found it surprisingly soft, despite being slightly soiled from its previous confinement. Although you are quite clever, we must still formalize the Master-Servant Pact. Otherwise, I cannot assure my peace of mind, Lu Yu stated. At his words, the 2-tailed spirit fox fluffed its fur in alarm and attempted to flee. Yet, it was no match for Lu Yu's speed, who swiftly grasped its neck, preventing its escape. The fox struggled to break free, but Lu Yu seized the opportunity to finalize the Master-Servant Pact. After the pact was established, the spirit fox lay despondently on the ground, its demeanor reflecting a profound sense of despair. After all, its fate now lay in the hands of another. How could it not feel disheartened? Lu Yu placed 2 spiritual herbs upon the ground, noticing the fox's nose twitching as it caught the scent. Upon discovering the herbs, it sprang into action, eagerly devouring them. Once the 2-tailed spirit fox had finished its meal, it fixed its lively gaze upon Lu Yu, silently requesting more. "Ah, such a glutton," Lu Yu remarked. "Behave well, and there will be more herbs for you in the future." Seeing it nod enthusiastically, with an adorably eager expression, he could not resist offering a few more herbs. However, when the fox sought additional helpings after finishing them, Lu Yu firmly declined. "You are merely at the 2nd level of qi cultivation. Consuming too much will be detrimental to your digestion. Do you still wish to argue?" With a teasing tone, he added, "If you continue this way, you might not receive any herbs in the future." Lu Yu gazed at the dried bloodstains on its leg and inspected the wound, finding it had healed. However, seeing its filthy appearance, he decided to give it a bath. He fetched a large basin filled with water and called out to the 2-tailed spirit fox, "Come here. You are far too dirty. I shall cleanse you." To Lu Yu's surprise, The spirit fox was startled by his words, as if confronted by something terrifying, and darted away from him. What is the fuss? It's merely a bath. Come here and look at yourself. You are in such a state. How can you remain unclean? Nevertheless, no matter what Lu Yu said, the spirit fox refused to approach. Seeing this, Lu Yu rushed forward and seized it by the scruff of its neck, unceremoniously tossing it into the basin. The spirit fox thrashed about in the water, splashing everywhere. Exasperated, Lu Yu declared, "If you keep moving, I shall have to discipline you." Noting that the spirit fox paid no heed to his warning and continued to struggle. Splattering water all over him, he restrained its body and delivered 2 sharp slaps to its rear. The impact left the two-tailed spirit fox momentarily dazed. With the creature no longer resisting, Lu Yu proceeded to wash it, all the while murmuring, "Scrub-a-dub, scrub-a-dub. Oh, so you're a female." As he turned it over, he realized it was a female fox, which explained its vehement refusal of his assistance. The previously dazed spirit fox snapped back to reality upon hearing Lu Yu's words, realizing he had released her. With a swift leap, she bounded out of the basin and fled a considerable distance. Lu Yu, witnessing this, chose not to pursue her and awkwardly murmured, "Well, that's about as clean as it'll get." He departed from the cave, not concerning himself further with the two-tailed spirit fox. Having established a master-servant bond, he could sense her location and had no worries about her wandering off. Upon exiting, Lu Yu noticed Wen Yao and another woman had finished their meal and were engaged in conversation. He inquired, "Where's Duo? She has gone to cultivate." Wen Yao replied, Duo had just begun her cultivation journey and could feel herself growing stronger. Reveling in this phase of novelty and seizing every moment to enhance her skills, Lu Yu refrained from mentioning Duo again, and instead asked the 2 women, "How is your study of talismans progressing?" For some time, they've been focused on learning talismans, though he had not paid close attention to their mastery. Seeing the abundance of materials they had procured, it seemed they had made some progress, prompting his inquiry. "We can currently only draw low-grade yellow talismans. We have not yet mastered anything beyond that," Wen Yao responded, retrieving several talismans from her storage bag and handing them to Lu Yu. Upon receiving them, Lu Yu discovered 2 fireball talismans and 3 ice arrow talismans. Observing them closely, he noted the symbols were not very fluid, indicating the women had yet to achieve the skill of creating talismans in one stroke. He activated one of the fireball talismans and tossed it into the air, where it ignited and burned for 5 breaths before extinguishing. Lu Yu then activated an ice arrow talisman, and 3 ice arrows shot forth, striking the ground with precision. He discovered that the ice arrow penetrated the ground by 3 inches. It seemed that if it struck directly upon the body, it would indeed possess considerable lethality. Lu Yu understood that the 2 had only recently begun their studies of talismans, and thus had a limited repertoire. He encouraged them, stating that the efficacy of their talismans was commendable, and as they practiced more, their proficiency would naturally enhance. "I am confident that in the future, you will produce even more exquisite talismans." The 2 women were aware of their own abilities. The talismans they crafted could only be deemed average. However, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, they felt a surge of joy in their hearts. Sometimes, one may be uncertain about their own performance, feeling a sense of anxiety. Yet, when others affirm your efforts, it brings forth positive reinforcement, igniting a spirit of determination. Chapter 48. Elder Lin takes disciples as night fell. Lu Yu had initially planned for the 3 of them to journey together, but alas. The following day, he visited the plantation. Upon arrival, he found Elder Lin reclining in a chair, leisurely swaying back and forth. "Greetings, Elder Lin." "Oh, Lu Yu, you have arrived. Have you gleaned any insights from the lecture hall recently?" Elder Lin, aware of Lu Yu's attendance at the lectures, had graciously relaxed the frequency of his visits to the plantation, allowing Lu Yu to come at his convenience. Lu Yu held a favorable impression of Elder Lin, and their interactions had been quite harmonious, with Elder Lin being rather lenient towards him. Lu Yu replied with a smile, "Not bad. I've just begun exploring formations." "Oh, the realm of formations is no trifling matter. The law emerges from the formation, and the formation reflects the individual," Elder Lin exclaimed, astonished. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu sensed that Elder Lin's words contained profound wisdom, yet he found himself unable to fully comprehend their meaning after a moment of reflection. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Elder Lin, do you also study formations?" He had always assumed that Elder Lin was well-versed in spiritual herbs, suspecting him to be an alchemist. But he never anticipated that Elder Lin also possessed knowledge in the domain of formations. Elder Lin chuckled and replied, "I wouldn't call it research. I merely possess a rudimentary understanding. Come, let us go inside for some tea." He gestured towards a nearby thatched cottage. Lu Yu noticed that Elder Lin spent most of his time in this cottage, rarely venturing outside. Since his arrival at the plantation, he had yet to enter this abode. Peering through the open door, he saw that the interior contained little more than a bed and a table, upon which rested a tea set. Considering that the time was still early, he thought that entering for a cup of tea would not be a significant delay, and thus he followed Elder Lin into the cottage. To his surprise, Lu Yu found the spiritual energy within the cottage to be remarkably dense, even more so than when utilizing a gathering formation. He looked around, but did not observe anything particularly extraordinary. Curiously, he asked Elder Lin, "How can the spiritual energy be so abundant in here?" "Ha!" Elder Lin replied as he sat at the table, brewing tea. "There are two reasons for this. Firstly, this place is situated above a spiritual vein, naturally imbued with more spiritual energy than other locations. Secondly, I have arranged a gathering formation here." "A gathering formation?" "Even with such a formation, it should not achieve this level of effect. Lu Yu has now embarked on the study of formations and has successfully arranged a rudimentary spirit gathering array. He possesses a basic understanding of the array, which typically amplifies the spiritual energy within its confines to approximately 3 to 5 times that of the outside world. Here, however, the spiritual energy is at least 5 times greater than that of the external environment." Elder Lin remarked that this is no ordinary spirit gathering array. It is an enhanced version. Lu Yu was only aware of the basic variant and had never before heard of an upgraded version. Could it be that a spirit gathering array can be layered upon another? Elder Lin offered no further explanation, instead sliding a cup of brewed tea toward Lu Yu and inviting him to enjoy a cup. "Wow, it smells delightful." Lu Yu was captivated by the aroma wafting from the cup. He picked it up, noticing the tea was a rich brown, with 2 tea leaves floating atop. Taking a deep whiff, he was overwhelmed by its fragrance. Unable to resist, he took a sip, and, as the liquid coursed down his throat, a surge of pure spiritual energy radiated through him, lifting his spirit. After a considerable time, Lu Yu regained his composure and, feeling his body intently, turned to Elder Lin with astonishment. This single sip of tea was equivalent to a day's worth of arduous cultivation. "This tea is remarkable," Lu Yu exclaimed. Although he had sampled various teas, none had ever imparted such an enchanting experience, leaving him yearning for more. "How does it taste?" Elder Lin inquired with a smile. "I have never tasted such exquisite tea, truly," Lu Yu replied excitedly. "It evokes an indescribable sensation, akin to the feeling of transcending to immortality." Elder Lin let out a hearty laugh and declared, "I call this tea drunken solitude, though it is not wine. It induces a state of intoxication that surpasses even the finest of spirits." "But how does this tea enhance spiritual energy?" Lu Yu asked, intrigued. "This tea can be referred to as spirit tea. Consuming it greatly benefits one as cultivation and is something I procured from the Rift of Cloud Void," Elder Lin explained solemnly. Lu Yu was taken aback. "The Rift of Cloud Void? No wonder it is so extraordinary. Oh, you are aware of the Rift of Cloud Void?" Elder Lin was even more astonished to learn that an outer disciple in the Qi refining stage would possess such knowledge. Lu Yu then recounted the events that had transpired in the lecture hall, and Elder Lin finally understood the context. Recalling Chun Kai's earlier words that only golden core cultivators ventured into the rift, Lu Yu exclaimed, "Elder Lin, you are a golden core master." Seeing Lu Yu's astonishment, Elder Lin humorously replied, "I never claimed otherwise." Lu Yu had always assumed that Elder Lin was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, only to discover he was indeed a golden core practitioner. Thankfully, he had refrained from pilfering spirit herbs from the plantation, or he might have been caught. The range of spiritual consciousness for a foundation establishment cultivator is typically around 200 meters, while that of a golden core cultivator exceeds that, reaching over 500 meters. Generally, Qi refining cultivators have a spiritual consciousness range of less than 100 meters. However, due to the heart of the Earth's milk, Lu Yu's physique has been enhanced, granting him a consciousness range of 150 meters. Previously, Lu Yu believed that the opponent was merely a foundation establishment cultivator with a consciousness not significantly different from his own, which led him to entertain thoughts of stealing spirit herbs from the plantation. Had he known that his adversary was a golden core cultivator, he would certainly have abandoned such notions. The disparity between the Qi refinement and golden core stages is immense, given the current circumstances. Lu Yu would have been utterly oblivious to the presence of his opponent if they were more than 150 meters away. Elder Lin, since this tea is so precious, why would you allow your disciples to drink it? Lu Yu inquired, perplexed. It is worth noting that their relationship was ostensibly one of superior and subordinate, and they typically had little interaction. Lu Yu could not fathom why a golden core cultivator would extend the courtesy of such exquisite tea to him. Elder Lin, upon hearing this, erupted into hearty laughter. Lu Yu, you underestimate me greatly. This tea may be invaluable to others, but to me, it is of little consequence. What? Lu Yu was astonished. This tea could enhance one's cultivation, far surpassing the speed of meditative practice. How could it be considered inconsequential? Elder Lin, perceiving Lu Yu's bewilderment, chuckled and clarified. You think I merely plucked a few tea leaves? In truth, I have brought forth the entire tea tree. Ah, Lu Yu was left speechless. Does that mean the tea tree will continuously yield tea leaves? Before he could fully recover from his astonishment, Elder Lin's next statement dropped like a bombshell. Lu Yu, would you be willing to take me as your master? Chapter 49. Becoming a disciple of Lin Chongsheng. Elder Lin's words left Lu Yu utterly flabbergasted. A golden core cultivator wishes to take me as a disciple? Who am I? Where am I? Elder Lin, Lu Yu stammered, utterly confused. He could not fathom why Elder Lin would suddenly propose to accept him as an apprentice, especially since he had not distinguished himself in front of the elder. With so many disciples at his disposal, why would he choose him? Elder Lin's voice grew solemn as he explained, Lu Yu, the truth is, I am afflicted by a deadly poison and have little time left. Hence, I seek to take a personal disciple to ensure that my lineage does not come to an end. Afflicted by poison? Lu Yu was taken aback. Elder Lin did not appear to be suffering from any ailment, but he quickly dismissed the notion that the elder would jest about such a grave matter. Elder Lin, poison can be treated. As a golden core cultivator, the sect will surely find a solution, Lu Yu urged hastily. It is futile. I am afflicted by the 1,000 machine poison, which is incurable, Elder Lin replied, a note of despair in his voice. The 1,000 machine poison is triggered by spiritual energy and is often undetectable until it is too late. By then, the toxin has already permeated the body through the spiritual pathways, rendering it impossible to remedy. Elder Lin had discovered his affliction 2 years prior. After realizing he was poisoned, he sought help from several major sects, hoping to find a glimmer of hope, but to no avail. The consensus was that it was beyond salvation. Initially, he could hardly believe that a distinguished golden core cultivator like himself could fall victim to such a toxin. He had attempted every possible means to expel the 1,000 machine poison from his body, but the toxin had spread throughout him, seemingly endless, and no matter his efforts. He could not rid himself of it. As time gradually wore on, despair took root within him. He could distinctly sense the toxins slowly sapping away his vitality, marking the onset of a countdown to his life's end. Days passed in a monotonous cycle, and after countless attempts to fight against his fate, he resigned himself to this grim reality, seeking permission from the sect to reside in the plantation for the remainder of his days. Within his humble abode, he arranged an enhanced gathering array, rarely venturing outside, all in an effort to suppress the toxins coursing through him. Yet, despite his best efforts, he felt his life force dwindling, sensing that he could barely hold on for another 6 months. It was then that Lu Yu understood why a golden core cultivator would find themselves in a plantation. After all, the number of golden core practitioners in the Xuantiangong sect did not exceed 20. Elder Lin took a deep breath and slowly remarked that he had been observing Lu Yu over the past few days. He noted Lu Yu's diligence, his integrity, and his lack of ulterior motives towards the spirit herbs in the plantation, suggesting a commendable character. Is that so? I was unaware I possessed such virtues, Lu Yu responded, somewhat sheepishly, relieved that his concealed intentions had gone unnoticed. It was not that he lacked the desire to act, but rather that he found the lower-grade spirit herbs unworthy of his effort. Become my disciple, and I shall impart to you the knowledge of formations. Furthermore, after my departure, this tea tree shall also belong to you, Elder Lin proposed. Acknowledging that Lu Yu was currently studying formations, he understood that having a golden core cultivator as a mentor would undoubtedly make a difference, and he deliberately dangled the allure of the tea tree, confident it would pique Lu Yu's interest. Really? Lu Yu exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Upon lifting his gaze, he found Elder Lin regarding him with a bemused expression, prompting him to quickly add, ahem. The significance of the tea tree pales in comparison to ensuring your legacy is not left unpassed down. I shall wholeheartedly accept this formidable and vital task. Elder Lin, bemused by Lu Yu's earnestness, chose not to reveal the absurdity of his claims, instead adopting a serious demeanor. Are you still calling me Elder Lin? At the elder's words, Lu Yu solemnly performed a customary bow of apprenticeship and then poured a cup of tea, proclaiming, Master, please enjoy this tea. Elder Lin studied Lu Yu intently before accepting the cup and taking a sip. He then addressed Lu Yu. My birth name is Lin Changsheng. I hail from a modest cultivation family, and my name reflects my parents' high hopes for me. I did not disappoint them, achieving the golden core stage before the age of 60. My future was once bright, but alas, Lin Changsheng trailed off, leaving the unspoken words hanging in the air. However, Lu Yu surmised that the elder referred to his affliction with 1,000 machine poison, which had turned his once promising future into mere vapor. With a sigh, Lin Changsheng continued, Let us not dwell on the past. As you have become my disciple, I shall present you with a gift. He produced a piece of spiritual armor, explaining, This is a defensive armor that can withstand the full force of a foundation establishment cultivator strike. It shall serve as a meager defensive artifact for you. Lu Yu refrained from disclosing that he already wore a piece of spiritual armor with equivalent protective qualities. He considered the nascent bond of teacher and student, recognizing that their relationship was still shallow. He also pondered that should the elder learn of his existing armor, he might speculate about other capabilities Lu Yu possessed. After all, an artifact capable of withstanding the full might of a foundation establishment cultivator was undoubtedly valuable. The one Lu Yu currently wore had cost him 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. The precious armor gifted by the other party must not be of insignificant value, which subtly indicates Lin Changsheng's favorable regard for Lu Yu. 4,000 spirit stones constitute a substantial sum. Thank you, Master. To avoid arousing suspicion, Lu Yu joyfully accepted the armor. Lin Changsheng, surprised that an outer sect disciple in the Qi refinement stage would possess such valuable spiritual armor, presented Lu Yu with a jade slip. This time, Lu Yu noticed that Lin Changsheng wore a storage ring, from which he retrieved the items, suggesting that his master was quite affluent, as one would not utilize a storage ring without substantial means. Upon seeing Lu Yu accept the jade slip, Lin Changsheng spoke, explaining that the slip contained the true understanding of formations, which was far from the commonplace knowledge available outside. It was ancient wisdom handed down from bygone eras, far more precious than anything encountered in the world today. Lu Yu was thrilled, for the formations of antiquity were significantly more potent than those of the present. It seemed that having a golden core stage master was indeed advantageous. Lu Yu refrained from hastily examining the jade slip, as he had only recently begun his exploration of formations and was still in a state of partial comprehension. He knew he would not grasp the ancient formations instantly. With a smile, Lu Yu expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master. I will certainly dedicate myself to studying formations. His words were genuine. He truly intended to delve deeply into the study of formations. This was not akin to the educational pursuits on Earth, where good performance merely resulted in higher test scores. In the realm of cultivation, mastering formations could be a matter of life and death, at critical junctures. Lin Changsheng, satisfied, nodded approvingly and stated, "You may take the true understanding of formations back with you. In the days to come, you need not attend the lecture hall. Come directly to me, and I shall elucidate the path of formations for you." Lu Yu's heart leaped with joy at this prospect of specialized instruction. However, he soon recalled Duo and felt a twinge of concern about her attending the lecture hall alone. Noticing Lu Yu's initial delight followed by a hint of distress, Lin Changsheng inquired, "Is there something troubling you?" Lu Yu then explained Duoduo's situation. "Haha, I was wondering what the matter was. She is merely a 10-year-old girl. If she truly possesses a talent for formations, I see no reason why I should not take her on as a registered disciple." Chapter 50. The True Understanding of Formations. After bidding farewell to Lin Changsheng, Lu Yu visited the plantation, where he patrolled the mountains he was responsible for, removing weeds and watering the plants with a little rain technique. Through this period of training, Lu Yu had significantly reduced the time required to complete these tasks. What once took 2 hours could now be accomplished in less than 1. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he found several young women present and shared the news of having taken Lin Changsheng as his master. "Really, brother Yu, is he truly a golden core stage cultivator?" Wen Yao, Wen Wan, and Duo rejoiced for Lu Yu. In the Xintian sect, it was generally the case that unless one possessed exceptionally high spiritual roots or was valued after becoming an inner sect disciple, one would not be accepted as a direct disciple by a golden core stage cultivator. Lu Fei and Feng Qianqian had only been accepted as such due to their superior spiritual roots when they first entered the Xintian sect. Others were not afforded the same privilege. Lu Yu refrained from disclosing Lin Changsheng's limited lifespan of merely 6 months, fearing it might cause undue concern among a few. As he strolled a few paces, hands clasped behind his back, he turned to Duo and said, "Tomorrow, you shall accompany me. Master has permitted you to join." "Really? I can go too?" Duo exclaimed in astonishment. It was well known that Lin Changsheng had taken Lu Yu as his direct disciple, and the teachings imparted were undoubtedly of utmost significance. Typically, it would be inconceivable to allow an outsider to partake in such privileged knowledge. Wen Yao and the other girl gazed at Lu Yu in disbelief, equally astonished. After all, the treatment afforded to a direct disciple far surpassed that of an ordinary disciple. Would this not elevate Duo to a status akin to that of a direct disciple? Lu Yu chose not to mention that should Lin Changsheng recognize Duo's talent in formations, he might accept her as a nominal disciple. This matter was fraught with uncertainty. In revealing, it would undoubtedly place immense pressure on Duo, potentially hindering her performance. "Perhaps my personal charm has captivated Master. Otherwise, it remains inexplicable," Lu Yu proclaimed with an audacious bravado. The three were taken aback by Lu Yu's unabashed declaration. How had they failed to notice this facet of his character? "Oh, look, there's a fox." Suddenly, Duo exclaimed. Wen Wan and the other girl followed the direction of her pointing finger and indeed spotted a pure white fox in the distance, which turned its gaze towards them, revealing 2 tails behind it. "That is a 2-tailed spirit fox," Wen Yao remarked, recalling descriptions she had previously encountered in miscellaneous texts. The fox's appearance matched the account perfectly. Lu Yu turned towards the fox, recognizing it as the very 2-tailed spirit fox with whom he had forged a master-servant contract. "Come here," he beckoned. "I wish to introduce you to someone." However, to his surprise, the 2-tailed spirit fox, rather than responding, sulked and turned its head away. This left Lu Yu feeling somewhat embarrassed. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the 3 girls, he raised his voice in irritation. "If you do not come over, I shall sweat you." The 2-tailed spirit fox, recalling the rather humiliating incident during its bath, hurriedly approached Lu Yu in an aggrieved manner, clearly reluctant yet compelled to comply. "Brother Yu, is it your spirit companion? It's so snow-white," Duo exclaimed. Wen Yao, enchanted by the fox's innocent gaze, chimed in with excitement. "Wow, it's so adorable." Duo, captivated by its snowy coat, reached out to touch it, but the fox deftly evaded her grasp. Lu Yu noted that even when Wan was intently observing the fox, seemingly tempted to reach out as well, it appeared that even the frosty, aloof beauty was not impervious to the charm of the two-tailed spirit fox. "Little White, come here," Lu Yu called, inspired by its pristine, snow-like appearance to bestow upon it the name Little White. Though they had yet to converse verbally due to their newly established contract, Lu Yu could sense the fox's emotional fluctuations, and at that moment, it was clear that Little White disdained the name. "Is Little White its name? I think Little Cutie would suit it better, given its adorableness," Duo suggested enthusiastically. "I think Little Snow sounds better," another voice chimed in. It would be simpler to refer to the two-tailed spirit fox as the White Fox. A few individuals engaged in fervent discussions regarding the name of the two-tailed spirit fox, entirely disregarding the opinions of the fox itself, which was energetically bounding about nearby. It was ultimately decided to call it Little White, a name both simple and easy to nurture. Lu Yu firmly declared that the name Little White was fitting and rich in connotation. He presented a few ordinary spirit herbs to Little White, who, upon receiving them, became too preoccupied with eating to care about its name. Observing that it had finished the herbs in no time, Lu Yu remarked that it was fortunate for the fox to have encountered him. Had it met others, it would not have received such a bounty of spirit herbs. These herbs were worth at least 5 or 6 spirit stones, amounting to nearly 20 stones a day, which totals 600 low-grade spirit stones a month. The rate at which it consumed spirit stones was even swifter than that of a human. Upon hearing Lu Yu's admonitions, Little White's ears drooped sadly, appearing quite pitiful. "Brother Yu, please refrain from scolding it. Just look at how it is," Duo interjected, feeling a pang of sympathy for the forlorn creature. Lu Yu cautioned, "You must not wander off carelessly in the future. This is the Xintian sect, where many cultivators reside. If you venture out and are mistaken for a beast, it could lead to trouble." Noticing that Little White absorbed his words, he decided against putting it in the spirit beast pouch. Though it could cultivate within, he saw that the others were fond of Little White and preferred it to stay outside with them. As the three gathered around Little White, Lu Yu turned and retreated to his cave dwelling, retrieving the array true solution given to him by Lin Chongsheng. Upon examining it with his spiritual sense, he discovered that the array knowledge contained within was indeed extraordinary. Its principles utilized the natural forces of the world, harnessing the energy of nature for one's own use. Truly, it was an ancient array, remarkable in its complexity. The content of the true solution was rather obscure, and Lu Yu could comprehend only a fraction of it. The remaining portions would require guidance from his master the following day. Thus, he marked the sections he found challenging, setting them aside to focus on what he could understand. Time passed swiftly, and when Lu Yu returned to his senses, he realized that night had fallen. Rubbing his throbbing head, he sighed, acknowledging that he would need to devote more thought to arrays. Their applications were boundless, aiding in cultivation, combat against foes, and even escape. Truly, arrays were ubiquitous. The teleportation array described in the true solution tantalized Lu Yu greatly. It not only detailed short-distance teleportation, but also large-scale long-distance arrays. He mused that mastering the teleportation array would provide excellent options for travel or escape, leading to a delightful experience. However, he knew that such an array was exceedingly intricate, and the materials required were quite precious. Given his current understanding of arrays, he could not fathom when he would be able to master the teleportation array techniques. Sighing, he decided to set aside these thoughts and seek out his 2 companions for dual cultivation. Chapter 51. Lin Chongsheng's Teachings. Lu Yu stepped outside, heading straight for his cave dwelling. The following day, Lu Yu, feeling invigorated, arrived at the plantation with Duo. Before he could utter a word, the door of the thatched hut swung open, and the voice of Lin Chongsheng beckoned them inside. Lu Yu exchanged a glance with Duo. They were not surprised, for it was only natural that a cultivator at the Golden Core stage possessed a keen perception to detect their arrival. As they entered the hut, they found Lin Chongsheng seated on the bed, immersed in meditation. Upon their entrance, he slowly opened his eyes. "Disciple pays respects to the master," Lu Yu said, bowing respectfully to Lin Chongsheng. Behind him, Duo nervously clasped her hands. Although Lu Yu had reassured her not to be overly anxious, her heart raced uncontrollably. Cautiously, she glanced up and saw a middle-aged cultivator before her, an invisible aura seemingly encircling him. Realizing he was a golden core practitioner, she quickly lowered her gaze and, imitating Lu Yu's demeanor, said, Tang Duo pays respects to the elder. Noticing their respectful stance, Lin Chongsheng waved his hand, saying, Relax. There is no need for such formalities here. Please take a seat. After they sat down, Lin Chongsheng scrutinized Tang Duo, observing that although she was young, she possessed the potential for beauty. However, his primary concern was her innate talent for formations, and he believed the truth of her abilities would soon reveal itself. Without further ado, he commenced his discourse on the art of formations, explaining that it was the utilization of the forces of heaven and earth for one's own purposes. Lu Yu found Lin Chongsheng's understanding of formations to be profound. He articulated the principles of formations, the intricacies of array inscriptions, and the essential points of layout with remarkable clarity, as if he had recited this knowledge countless times. Duo shared a similar impression. She felt that this golden core practitioner conveyed the material far more effectively than the lectures in the academy, with many details articulated clearly, in stark contrast to the superficial treatment by others, showcasing his exceptional mastery of the craft. After concluding his explanation, Lin Chongsheng inquired, Are there any points of confusion? Lu Yu, seizing the moment, promptly raised the issues he had struggled with the previous day. This was no time for false modesty. The knowledge acquired belonged to him, and few had the opportunity to learn directly from a golden core practitioner. Due to the plethora of questions, he refrained from presenting more complex inquiries, opting instead for those he could currently grasp. These questions posed no challenge to Lin Chongsheng, who swiftly addressed each one. Noticing Lu Yu deep in thought, Lin Chongsheng refrained from further inquiries and turned his attention to Tang Duo, asking, Duo, do you understand? Do you have any doubts? Observing her youth and the fact that her cultivation had yet to reach the first stage of qi refinement, he initially held little hope for her. However, the questions she posed quickly dispelled his earlier assumptions. After a moment of contemplation, Duo spoke, Senior, regarding the ancient arrays you mentioned earlier. Could it be that the perceived discontinuity in their inheritance is not due to a break in transmission, but rather because the abundance of spiritual energy in ancient times allowed for the utilization of superior materials compared to what we have now? Currently, the scarcity of spiritual energy results in a significant decline in the quality of the materials available, thus rendering the efficacy of the arrays considerably inferior. Lin Chongsheng, upon hearing this, found a semblance of truth in her words. He furrowed his brow, lost in thought. At this moment, Lu Yu was also deep in contemplation, while Duo sat in silence beside them, enveloping the humble cottage in a profound stillness. Before long, Lu Yu regained his focus, having clarified his earlier question. What remained was the necessity of accumulating experience through practice. Observing Lin Chongsheng in deep thought, Lu Yu chose not to disturb him, instead quietly reflecting on his own matters. He was but a step away from the 7th level of qi training, and through dual cultivation with Wen Yao and Wen Wan, he was confident of a swift breakthrough. His thoughts then shifted to the impending concerns regarding the outer disciples. He recalled that the sect's grand competition was merely days away, where the top 10 would earn a coveted spot in the secret realm. He resolved to vie for one of these places, mindful not to rank too high to avoid drawing undue attention from the higher echelons of Xintian's sect. Suddenly, a hearty laugh broke Lu Yu from his reverie. Looking up, he saw Lin Chongsheng, who appeared to have had an epiphany. Lin turned to Lu Yu and Duo, chuckling, Duo, your insights are indeed profound. Upon reflection, it is evident that the disparity between ancient times and the present is vast, and the potency of the arrays must have changed significantly. Moreover, arrays are likely to adapt to the circumstances of their times. He paused momentarily before continuing. We should not relentlessly pursue sheer power in our arrays, but rather attune ourselves to the times and employ appropriate arrays in accordance with the conditions at hand. In the subsequent days, Lu Yu and Duo frequented Lin Chongsheng's teachings on array formations and the etching of array patterns. Lu Yu noted that Lin seemed to recognize Duo's innate talent for arrays, often seeking her opinions. The patterns they practiced were merely for honing skills and not intended for actual arrays, Thus they utilized century-old Qingling wood as their etching material. For Lu Yu, carving the array patterns was relatively effortless. Yet for Duo, who had yet to reach the first level of Qi training, it proved quite challenging. Nonetheless, she persevered, never once uttering a word of fatigue. Time swiftly passed, and soon the day of the sect's grand competition arrived. Chapter 52. The commencement of the sect competition. The day of the sect competition dawned quickly. Early in the morning, the portly youth sought out Lu Yu, stating that they were to gather at Lingxiao Square. Just as Lu Yu and the others were about to leave, the portly youth called out to them. Pointing to his attire, he informed them, "Lu Gu, we must don the robes issued by the sect. Today, the sect master and several elders will be in attendance. So we are required to wear the disciple garments given upon entering the sect." Lu Yu then noticed that the plump fellow was dressed in a disciple's robe today, and he appeared considerably more spirited. Lu Yu reflected that since he had received the attire of a sect disciple, he had yet to don it, having merely left it tucked away in his storage pouch. Thus, the group returned to change their garments before setting off towards Lingxiao Square. Lingxiao Square is a significant locale within Zhentiangong, sprawling over a vast area where most of the sect's collective activities are held. By the time Lu Yu and his companions arrived, a considerable crowd had already gathered, chattering in clusters, creating a veritable sea of people with no end in sight. Have you heard? The rankings for the Immortal Maiden list have been updated. Oh, which maiden has made the list this time? It's the newcomers Feng Qianqian and Lin Yueru. Feng Qianqian is an ice-cold beauty, while Lin Yueru embodies the grace of a refined lady. Both are exceptionally lovely, securing the 5th and 6th positions respectively. As Lu Yu listened to the myriad discussions around him, he gleaned several crucial pieces of information. Lu Fei and Feng Qianqian, who entered the sect alongside him, had already reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, and a few past participants who had achieved full mastery in Qi refinement would also be competing in this grand tournament. It seemed the strength of the opponents should not be underestimated. There were already numerous formidable challengers on the surface, not to mention those whose powers remained concealed. Securing a spot among the top 10 would indeed be a formidable challenge. Ding, ding, ding. As the sound of 9 chimes resonated, the crowd at Lingxiao Square fell silent, signaling the commencement of the sect's grand competition. Indeed, figures from the upper echelons of Zhentiangong emerged ahead, led by the sect master, Zhang Xuani, followed closely by 5 elders, an assembly of the sect's leadership. On the high platform, Master Zhang stood at the center, flanked by the elders on either side. Gazing down at the disciples of Zhentiangong, he mused that they represented the future of the sect. Esteemed disciples, he began, today marks the day of our grand competition. I trust you are all aware that the top 10 in the Qi refinement stage will not only receive rewards from the sect, but also earn a coveted spot in a secret realm trial. The disciples erupted in excitement. Many among them had participated in several previous competitions. While past rewards had been commendable, none were as precious as the opportunity to enter the secret realm, especially one as ancient as this. Oh, what a blunder. If only I had known to rush my foundation establishment breakthrough a few months ago, I would not have missed this opportunity. A disciple, who had only recently advanced to the foundation establishment stage, lamented, smiting his thigh in regret. Just as he had begun to revel in his recent breakthrough, he learned that 10 individuals would be selected from the Qi refinement stage to enter the secret realm, and his earlier excitement had swiftly dissipated. It is worth noting that had he not advanced to the foundation establishment stage, his mastery at the peak of Qi refinement would undoubtedly have secured him a spot in this competition. The ancient secret realm. Most individuals may never encounter it in their lifetimes, and the treasures within are assuredly far superior to those found in ordinary realms. With a stroke of luck, one might even stumble upon an artifact that could alter the course of their destiny. As the esteemed Master Zhang Xian, he observed that his disciples had absorbed the weight of his words. He continued to elucidate the purpose of the sect's grand tournament, which is to enhance everyone's combat prowess, emphasizing that camaraderie should take precedence over competition. He cautioned them against allowing the desire for rankings to overshadow their bonds of brotherhood, urging them not to resort to lethal measures against their fellow disciples. He then proceeded to articulate the rules of the tournament. The disciples in the Qi refinement stage would compete separately from those in the foundation establishment stage, with their rankings calculated independently. To ensure fairness, the tournament would employ a lottery system, where each number had a duplicate, and those who drew the same number would face off in battle, with the victors advancing to the next round. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian, he declared the commencement of the great tournament. As the announcement reverberated through the assembly, participants eagerly approached the drawing stations. Given the large number of contestants, the sect had established 30 drawing points, each manned by individuals tasked with recording the drawn numbers to prevent any deceitful practices. Come, let us draw our numbers, Lu Yu urged his companions. They opted for the nearest drawing point, where a queue of approximately 200 individuals awaited their turn. I drew number 360, one announced. I am number 99, another chimed in. Who among you has number 578? That would be me, came the reply. As time passed, it finally came to Lu Yu and his companions' turn to draw. Approaching the wooden lottery box, which bore the inscription for the lottery, Lu Yu noted that the opening could accommodate only a single hand. He reached inside, attempting to use his spiritual sense to discern the contents. However, as his consciousness approached the box, it was thwarted by a barrier, rendering it impossible to glean any insights. It seems the sect has anticipated such attempts, Lu Yu mused, recognizing that the box was imbued with a formation to shield against any form of cheating. Thus, he randomly extracted a slip of paper and gradually unfolded it to reveal the number 89. Soon after, his companions began to draw as well. Wen Yao drew number 150, while Wen Wan obtained number 580, and the portly one drew 235. Due to Duodwa's previous status as a menial disciple, despite beginning her cultivation journey with Lu Yu's assistance, her identity remained unchanged, thus she would not partake in this grand tournament. In a short while, all the numbers had been drawn, and the martial platforms began to rise from the ground, manipulated by the formation masters, halting at a height of about 1 meter above the earth. Wow! Who designed these platforms? They are magnificent! One exclaimed. Indeed, I assumed we would compete right here, not realizing the platforms were concealed beneath the surface, another remarked. Hey, don't you find this surprising? Asked a newcomer. Surprised? Hardly. I participated in 3 of these tournaments already, came the seasoned reply. Newcomers tend to overreact. Just look at the veterans. None of them seem fazed. The newcomer glanced around and noticed that indeed, only a few were astonished, while most others bore expressions of indifference. Reflecting on his own earlier astonishment, he felt a wave of embarrassment and swiftly excused himself. Before long, the first matches on the various platforms commenced. Brother Lu, since our turn has yet to arrive, let us observe the prowess of others, the portly one suggested. Lu Yu observed the ongoing matches on the competition stage and nodded thoughtfully, remarking that understanding both oneself and one's opponent is crucial for achieving victory. He suggested they watch the techniques of others to better prepare themselves. Chapter 53. Lu Yu takes the stage. Brother Lu, these contestants appear rather mediocre, remarked a stout companion after they had watched a few matches from below the arena. Lu Yu glanced at him and noted that he had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, his aura stable, indicating that he had been at this level for some time. The abilities of their opponents seemed to hover around the 4th or 5th level of Qi refinement, and their performance indicated that they were primarily ordinary disciples wielding merely inferior yellow-grade weapons. However, Lu Yu cautioned his companion not to underestimate anyone, lest they face an unexpected defeat. He noticed that most of the Qi refinement disciples did not possess high cultivation levels and were clearly ordinary disciples, lacking even storage bags, with their weapons carried at their sides. Yet, a small number of disciples exhibited significantly stronger abilities, reaching the late stages of Qi refinement and adorned with storage bags, signifying their affluent backgrounds. Wow, Brother Lu's heavenly horse meteor hammer is impressive, exclaimed one observer. Haha, Sister Lu's swordplay isn't bad either, another added. The crowd below was keenly engaged in commentary, contrasting the simpler techniques of the Qi refinement stage disciples with the more flamboyant and varied skills displayed by the foundation establishment stage disciples, whose battles were infused with fervor and excitement. Lu Yu and his companions were drawn to the lively scene. where the Foundation establishment disciples were surrounded by fellow Qingyun sect members, all eyes glued to the stage, eager not to miss any thrilling moments. On the stage, a burly man wielded a hefty iron hammer, while across from him stood a graceful young woman, both at the early stages of Foundation establishment, locked in a closely matched contest. Wow, Brother Liu is unleashing a powerful move. Sister Liu is soaring. Liu Yu observed intently, hoping to glean some combat techniques from the match. However, he felt a subtle dissonance in the surrounding discussions. Sister Liu, unable to match the man's brute strength, relied on her agility to evade his blows. Despite the man's hammers carrying immense weight, his flexibility paled in comparison to hers. As he struggled to recover from yet another miss, leaning heavily on his 300-pound inferior black-grade Haotian hammer, he gasped, "I can't go on. I'm utterly exhausted." In contrast, Sister Liu stood a short distance away, seemingly untroubled, suggesting that the scales of victory were tipping in her favor. Brother Liu, a man must not admit defeat. Encourage the crowd. Indeed, Brother Liu, stand strong. We must not allow the female disciples to look down upon us, even if we foam at the mouth. We must declare that we are still capable. They laughed, cheering him on, regardless of the support from the crowd. The strength-oriented brother, Liu, ultimately succumbed to Sister Liu's superior agility. After his defeat and descent from the stage, one of his junior disciples questioned, "Brother Liu, why did you concede? Indeed, if you persist a little longer, perhaps Sister Liu will be captivated by your charm," echoed those nearby. Brother Liu, casting a disapproving glance at his unscrupulous peers, retorted, "What absurdity! How can I, a practitioner of strength, hope to engage in combat with one who excels in speed? If my opponent avoids direct confrontation, victory will remain unattainable." Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Having observed several matches among the Foundation establishment disciples, Liu Yu discerned the disparity. The spiritual energy and techniques of Foundation establishment cultivators far surpassed those of Qi refinement practitioners. It was akin to a tussle between an adult and a child, entirely unequal in prowess. Although his own physique had been significantly enhanced by the earth heart milk, placing him above peers of the same stage, he realized he still lacked the odds against Foundation establishment cultivators and needed to elevate his cultivation further. Liu Yu, designated as Contestant 89, prepared to compete against Zhuge Tian on the 7th combat platform. As the referee called for the match to commence, Liu Yu swiftly made his way from the designated area for Foundation establishment disciples. Upon reaching the 7th platform, he noticed his opponent already poised for battle, prompting him to leap onto the stage with vigor. The referee, appearing to be in his 30s and a Foundation establishment cultivator himself, noted both competitors were present and declared the match officially begun. Zhuge Tian, a young man at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, scrutinized Liu Yu just as Liu Yu assessed him. Noticing Liu Yu's advancement to the 6th layer, Zhuge Tian felt a twinge of confidence, believing that the gap between them would not be substantial unless one reached the latter stages of Qi refinement. Unaware that Liu Yu was no ordinary practitioner of the 6th layer, brandishing his sword, Zhuge Tian called out, "Brother, please be prepared. I am coming." With that, he charged at Liu Yu, sword in hand. In response, Liu Yu tapped his storage bag, retrieving a sword of medium-grade yellow tier, named Qing Xuan. Recently acquired after his previous duel with Brother Su, Liu Yu felt that presenting a broken sword, with its inferior sharpness, would hardly be formidable enough to withstand a few blows. Unbeknownst to him, his actions weighed heavily on the heart of the approaching Zhuge Tian. The sight of Liu Yu producing a sword seemingly from thin air revealed to Zhuge Tian that his opponent possessed a storage bag, a rarity among Qi refinement practitioners, indicative of exceptional status. Zhuge Tian recalled that even a bag of the smallest size would cost hundreds of spirit stones, not to mention those of greater capacity. He, with great effort, had managed to save up 40 spirit stones for a mediocre yellow tier sword. Receiving merely 5 low-grade spirit stones and half a vial of enhancement pills monthly from the Lingbao Pavilion, alongside occasional missions to accumulate more, the realization struck him. Despite Liu Yu's youth, appearing barely 20, his entire wealth paled in comparison to a fraction of Lu Yu's resources, hinting at a lineage steeped in the cultivation of immortality. Zhuge Tian reflected on his humble origins as a commoner, and how he had only managed to join the Xintian sect after discovering his spiritual roots. The scarcity of cultivation resources had significantly hampered his progress, despite his relentless efforts yielding little result. In stark contrast, the offspring of esteemed cultivation families had ample spirit stones at their disposal, rendering the situation exceedingly unfair. The more he pondered, the more his indignation surged. He felt compelled to unleash his frustrations. Grasping his sword, he launched a frenzied assault on Lu Yu. Lu Yu, utterly bewildered, was at a loss to comprehend how a mere storage bag could incite such madness in his opponent. Just moments ago, everything had seemed perfectly normal. Now, it appeared as though Zhuge Tian had succumbed to a fit of madness, as if wielding a deranged sword technique. While defending against the onslaught, Lu Yu muttered to himself in confusion. Observers in the audience, engrossed by the fierce exchange on the contest stage, occasionally offered commentary, completely unaware that Lu Yu was intentionally feigning weakness. Ultimately, Lu Yu emerged victorious, albeit with great difficulty. The winner is Lu Yu, the referee declared. Chapter 54. Farewell to Gu Yu. Not long after Lu Yu concluded his match, the sky began to darken. The day's competitions had come to an end, with more contests scheduled for the following day. Brother Lu, your performance today was not reflective of your usual caliber, the rotund companion remarked on their way back. Wen Yao and Wen also cast curious glances, sensing that Lu Yu had not performed at his normal level during the match. Noticing the puzzled expressions of his friends, Lu Yu sighed and explained, I was merely feigning weakness. Sometimes, it is not advantageous to stand out excessively. For instance, if I had excelled too greatly in the contest, my opponent would have taken note and prepared accordingly, making it even more challenging for me to secure victory later. Seeing their realization, Lu Yu continued, at times, one must learn to conceal their strengths. A person who appears unremarkable may avoid attracting undue attention, and perhaps even save themselves in a moment of crisis. The rotund companion nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. It seems I must also learn to hold back. Revealing all my cards too early could lead to trouble later on. As the rotund companion parted ways with Lu Yu and the others, he returned alone to his dwelling while Lu Yu and his companions continued together. Dodo, why do you seem so listless today? Lu Yu inquired. He had noticed that Dodo had hardly spoken throughout the day, appearing devoid of energy, even in response to the thrilling competitions. After a moment of silence, Dodo quietly replied, It's nothing. I just feel inadequate after witnessing everyone else's prowess. She had observed the impressive abilities displayed on the contest stage, and, reflecting on her own extended period of cultivation without even reaching the first level of Qi training, felt a profound sense of disappointment. With her current pace, she wondered how much longer it would take to achieve a breakthrough. Lu Yu burst into laughter upon hearing her words, initially expecting a more serious concern, only to discover it was merely her reaction to others' cultivation levels. Brother Yu, while I am troubled by this matter, instead of comforting me, you choose to mock me. Dodo replied with dissatisfaction. Lu Yu's laughter subsided, and he explained, Dodo, although your mixed elemental spiritual root has yet to reach even the lowest tier, I firmly believe that with your continued consumption of Earth Heart Spirit Milk, you will soon attain that level. He gazed at Duo with a hint of disbelief and continued, Moreover, your cultivation of the 5-element spirit decision is remarkable, capable of absorbing and transforming 5 different attributes of spiritual energy simultaneously. Once you mature, you will undoubtedly become an extraordinary entity. Really? Although Duo felt a tinge of doubt at Lu Yu's earnest declaration, she found herself believing him to a considerable extent. Honestly, would I ever deceive you? Lu Yu chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Upon hearing this, Duo felt a sense of reassurance, eagerly anticipating the day when she could assist Brother Yu, rather than being a burden as she felt at present. That night, within the warm confines of the cave, the 3 concluded their training. He addressed the 2 women, saying, Tomorrow, it should be Yao Air's turn to compete. However, You must exercise caution regarding your defensive and offensive artifacts. Do not activate them carelessly, or you will draw too much attention. The two women, upon hearing this, touched the magical jewelry Lu Yu had procured for them. Each possessed an artifact for both defense and offense, capable of withstanding the attacks of Foundation establishment stage cultivators. Should they activate their defensive artifacts during the sect competition, their opponents would be unable to breach their defenses in front of a multitude of disciples, undoubtedly attracting widespread attention. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down their spines. Should they garner unwanted attention, their outings would become quite unsettling. Then we can simply refrain from wearing them during the competition, Wen Yao suggested, lying back. Wen Wan beside her nodded in agreement. No, you must wear them. Lu Yu quickly interjected, halting their train of thought. Meeting their puzzled gazes, he elaborated, as long as you do not trigger them recklessly, there should be no issue. If the artifacts activate automatically, it would indicate a life-threatening situation. I worry for your safety if you do not wear them. Lu Yu expressed his concern. I would rather attract attention than see you in danger. The two women felt the depth of Lu Yu's affection, their hearts deeply touched. Thus, the following day, the group arrived at Lingxiao Square, their faces aglow with excitement. Look at Sister Yu, Duo exclaimed, pointing ahead. Upon closer inspection, they indeed saw Gu Yu standing on the martial arts platform, her disciple uniform failing to conceal her striking figure, commanding the attention of all. How fierce! Lu Yu thought to himself, astonished at her imposing presence, which he doubted could be concealed by even both hands. He noticed that the majority of the male disciples gathered around the platform were drooling over Gu Yu's impressive physique. Go, Sister Yu! Go, Sister Yu! Duo, unable to push through the crowd, jumped and shouted from the periphery of the platform. Gu Yu, upon hearing her name called, glanced in the direction of the voice. Recognizing Duo cheering for her, with Lu Yu and the others by her side. As the competition was about to commence, she smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. She felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lu Yu, who had generously provided her with 500 spirit stones to extricate her from a predicament. Initially, she had assumed he too had ulterior motives, but she later realized that since that incident, Lu Yu had not approached her at all, leading her to understand the misunderstanding she had harbored. Gu Yu's opponent was an unremarkable male disciple, possessing a cultivation level of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. As he gazed at the beautiful woman before him, he could not help but swallow nervously. When he heard the referee announce the commencement of the match, he stammered, Sister, please. The crowd erupted in laughter at the male disciple's display of awkwardness. Junior brother, please, Gu Yu replied, noticing his embarrassment without mocking him. Focus, junior brother. With that, she brandished her sword and charged at him. The young man, flustered, struggled to defend against Gu Yu's onslaught, finding himself in a perilous situation. Clang, junior brother. You have lost. Gu Yu, with her 5th layer of Qi refinement, easily bested him, taking advantage of his lost opportunity. Big Sister Yu, you are incredible. Duo exclaimed as she rushed over to Gu Yu after she descended from the arena. Oh, it's just luck on my part, Gu Yu replied, waving her hand dismissively. Although she held a higher level, she acknowledged that had her opponent not faltered, victory would not have come so easily. Hello, Miss Gu, Lu Yu greeted her. Chapter 55. The lightning 7 whips. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yu observed the grandeur of Gu Yu, noticing the fabric of her attire trembled with her breath, making it difficult to imagine what lay beneath. Surely, one cannot see their feet from this angle, he thought, quickly averting his gaze when Gu Yu looked his way, not wishing to be misconstrued as a rogue in her presence. Congratulations on your advancement, Miss Gu, Wen Yao said with a smile, noticing Gu Yu was alone and inviting her to watch the contest together. Big Sister Yu, let us go together. Duo joyfully tugged at Gu Yu's arm. Very well, Gu Yu replied, unable to refuse Duo's exuberance. Yay, let's go. Duo exclaimed, leading Gu Yu ahead. On the high platform, the sect leader Zhang Xian observed Lu Fei on the arena and turned to Elder Xing Fa, smiling as he remarked, Junior brother, Lu Fei is performing admirably. He has already reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement. It won't be long before he establishes his foundation. Haha, indeed. It is primarily due to Lu Fei's diligence in cultivation, as he practices consistently every day. Elder Xing Fa acknowledged, feeling pride for his disciple. Zhang Xian then addressed Cheng Lingsu. Sister Cheng, I have heard that your disciple has also reached the 8th layer of qi refinement. I wonder how she will perform. Qian Qian will not disappoint us. Cheng Lingsu replied, her smile reflecting the image of Feng Qianqian diligently practicing in her mind. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Xian paused, captivated by Cheng Lingsu's beauty as she smiled. He quickly regained his composure, observing the matches below, sighing as he noted, while a few have performed decently, they're still far from the caliber of our era. The elders, hearing this, reminisced about their own initiation into the Xintian sect, a time when prodigious talents flourished and the sect was at its zenith. In contrast, the current state of the Xintian sect fell short, both in terms of the number and quality of disciples. A profound silence enveloped Zhang Xian and the 5 elders as they contemplated this disparity. Beneath the arena where the foundational disciples engaged in competition, Duo turned to Gu Yu and inquired, Sister Yu, those 2 ruffians did not trouble you again, did they? No. They have not returned since that day, Gu Yu replied, her mind drifting back to the moment when Lu Yu had generously returned 500 spirit stones to her. Gratitude welled within her as she cast a glance towards him. She observed Lu Yu animatedly conversing with Wen Yao and Wen Wan, and unable to contain her curiosity, she quietly asked Duo, are the 2 ladies beside Lu Yu his companions? Indeed, Duo responded. Sisters Wen Yao and Wen Wan are not only beautiful, but also exceedingly kind to me. However, Duo noticed Gu Yu's incredulous expression and added with a smile, Brother Yu is truly a good person. He treats both sisters well and even teaches me how to cultivate. Cultivation, Gu Yu exclaimed, gripping Duoduo's hand and using her spiritual energy to explore. To her astonishment, she discovered the presence of spiritual energy within Duo, albeit in modest quantity, confirming her cultivation progress. How is this possible? Gu Yu pondered. When she had brought Duo to the Xintian sect, she had meticulously examined her spiritual roots and found them to be not only muddled, but of inferior quality. How could she possibly cultivate? Moreover, the sect had also verified Duoduo's lack of aptitude for cultivation, leaving Gu Yu no choice but to assign her the role of a servant disciple within the sect. Spiritual roots. Gu Yu thought, re-examining Duoduo's roots, only to find that they had nearly reached the lowest tier of quality. She was taken aback. No wonder Duo was able to cultivate. Duo, did Liu assist you? Gu Yu inquired. Duo hesitated, about to utter Lu Yu's name, but suddenly recalled his instructions to keep it a secret to avoid trouble. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Deep in thought, she realized that although Sister Yu was not a stranger, she could not divulge anything without Brother Yu's consent. He had been so kind to her, and she did not wish to bring him any trouble. Thus, she lowered her hand, glanced at Lu Yu, and said to Gu Yu, Sister Yu, I promise to keep it a secret, so I cannot disclose anything. That's perfectly fine. I shall not press further. It is wonderful that you can cultivate, Gu Yu replied, observing Duoduo's demeanor, which led her to surmise that Lu Yu had indeed aided Duo in transforming her spiritual roots, though she chose not to disclose her thoughts. Reflecting on Lu Yu's earlier generosity in returning her spirit stones without expecting repayment, she began to wonder about the abundance of spirit stones he must possess. Initially, she had given it little thought, but now, connected with Duoduo's situation, she was intrigued by how an outer disciple could possess such abilities to alter one's spiritual roots. Little did she know, curiosity often leads to one's downfall. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained oblivious to Gu Yu's burgeoning interest in him as he engaged in a friendly wager with Wen Yao and Wen Wan regarding the outcome of the duel taking place in the arena. I believe the woman wielding the sword will prevail, Wen Wan declared, pointing towards the combatant with the blade. What do you think, Yao? Lu Yu asked, turning his gaze to Wen Yao. Well, I predict the one with the long whip will emerge victorious, Wen Yao replied, scrutinizing the 2 duelists before settling on her choice. Haha. I share the same opinion as Yao. I too believe that the woman wielding the long whip shall emerge victorious. Lu Yu observed that the 2 combatants on stage were evenly matched, yet he noticed that the whip-wielding woman seemed to be holding back a bit. leading him to surmise that her chances of winning were somewhat greater. The loser must acquiesce to a request from the winner. Let us not forget, if one loses, there shall be no dishonesty, Lu Yu reminded Wen Wan. Since he and Wen Yao had chosen the same contender, a victory would mean triumph for both, while defeat would see them both falter. I shall not lose, Wen Wan declared, gazing at Lu Yu, who appeared exceedingly confident. Her heart swelled with defiance as she tilted her chin, speaking with a haughty tone. Soon, the stalemate on the martial stage was shattered. The woman with the long whip deliberately feigned a weakness, prompting the sword-wielding woman to charge forward, oblivious to the ruse. The whip-wielder executed a rapid three-strike whip maneuver, striking the sword maiden's hand, causing her to drop her sword in pain. The whip-wielder then swiftly ensnared the sword maiden's retreat, leaving her no escape, ultimately binding her with a deft flick of the whip. You have lost, the whip-wielder stated, gazing at the immobilized sword maiden. I concede my defeat with full acknowledgement. I wish to know the name of this technique and a master who crafted such an extraordinary whip style, the sword maiden replied, lowering her head. This technique is called the Lightning 7 Whip, comprising 7 distinct strikes, taught to me by a master who goes by the name of Master Ma. The whip wielder reminisced about her training days. Lightning 7, what a splendid name. It seems my defeat is well-deserved, the sword maiden murmured. Chapter 56. Wen Yao's victory. As Lu Yu witnessed the conclusion of the match, a smile crept upon his lips, filling him with a joy that surpassed even that of his own victory. Wen Wan, where are you off to? Lu Yu called out, halting Wen Wan, who was attempting to sneak away. Upon realizing she had been discovered, Wen Wan paused, embarrassment washing over her, and sheepishly replied, I was merely going to the restroom. Yes. To the restroom. You've already lost. Do not think of being dishonest afterward. Right, Yao? Lu Yu reminded. MHM. Wen Yao nodded in agreement. At this, Wen Wan felt as though she had been cornered, defiantly retorting, who is being dishonest? It is merely one request, a trivial matter. Do I seem like someone who cannot accept defeat? Lu Yu simply smiled, observing Wen Wan in silence. Contestant 150, Qingyun versus Wen Yao. The referee's voice rang out suddenly, causing Wen Wan to breathe a sigh of relief. Let's proceed. The contest is about to commence. Lu Yu and the others made their way to the arena below. Wow, what a stunning beauty. Why is this person not on the immortal rankings? That seems wrong. Could there have been an error? Such beauty cannot be overlooked. The crowd murmured, captivated by Wen Yao on stage, clad in disciple attire. Her exquisite visage and alluring figure drew a throng of admirers gathered below the martial platform. Her opponent, Qingyun, a male disciple at the 6th level of Qi cultivation, found his heart racing as he beheld the enchanting Wen Yao across from him. As the match began, with both sides prepared, the referee declared the contest to commence. Observing Wen Yao with her sword in her right hand and a talisman in her left, Qingyun hurriedly retrieved several formation flags from his pocket and planted them around him. This is not good. My opponent is a formation master. As Wen Yao observed her opponent embedding the array flags around, she realized he was a formation master. She understood that she could not afford to grant him any further time to complete his arrangement. Otherwise, the completed formation would undoubtedly turn the situation to her detriment. With determination, she infused her spiritual energy into the fireball talisman in her hand, igniting it and hurling it towards him while simultaneously charging forward with her sword. The fireball blazed fiercely in the air, raising the surrounding temperature significantly. Qingyun, who was in the midst of arranging the formation, noticed the approaching fireball and quickly ceased his work, sidestepping to evade the fiery projectile. Just as he intended to resume his arrangement, he caught a glimpse of Wen Yao advancing towards him with her long sword drawn, prompting him to hastily draw his own sword from his back. One hand wielded his sword to deflect Wen Yao's assault, while the other intermittently retrieved array flags from his pocket to embed into the ground. This cannot continue. Taking a deep breath, Wen Yao recognized that although she currently held the upper hand, her opponent was still setting up the formation. Should he complete it, the tides would surely turn against her. Utilizing her family's signature sword technique, the flowing cloud sword art, she executed the moves with grace. This technique, accessible to all capable disciples within her clan, consisted of 5 tiers, of which she had only mastered the second. This is bad. Qingyun felt the immense force of her sword pressing down on him, gritting his teeth to endure. Almost there, as he observed Wen Yao's sword approaching. He leaned back slightly while executing the final placement of his array flag. With a hiss, her sword grazed his body, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Noticing her opponent had been injured, Wen Yao sought to capitalize on this advantage. However, a sudden radiance enveloped her, and she felt her speed diminish. It was a gravity array. Those watching below recognized the formation Qingyun had deployed. What is a gravity array? Someone inquired. A gravity array is a relatively simple formation to master, capable of exerting gravitational pull on those within its confines. However, it requires a certain amount of time to set up, which explained why Qingyun had taken so long. Indeed, upon completing the formation, Qingyun observed Wen Yao's speed dwindling and retreated to assess his injuries. Hissing, he looked down to find a gash across his chest. Fortunately, he had managed to evade most of the blow, or else the wound would have been far more severe. He quickly retrieved a hemostatic pill from his pocket and consumed it, followed by another pill to replenish his spiritual energy. Oh no! Yao's speed has been hindered by the formation, Wen Wan exclaimed anxiously. Do not fret. The situation is not as dire as it seems, Liu Yu reassured, though he too was somewhat concerned. Yet, he noticed that Wen Yao's expression remained relatively composed. Indeed, although she felt a sudden heaviness enveloping her, she swiftly regained her composure. Her opponent had already sustained injuries, and as long as she could keep him occupied, victory was not out of reach. From her storage bag, she drew 5 ice arrow talismans, infusing them with spiritual energy before casting them forth. These 5 talismans transformed into ice arrows, which, albeit slowed by the gravity array, still hurtled towards Qingyun with a piercing speed. Damn it! How does he still have ice arrow talismans? Qingyun cursed inwardly. He initially intended for his opponent to gradually exhaust their spiritual energy within the gravity array while he maneuvered around, confident that victory would ultimately be his. Unexpectedly, he discovered that the adversary possessed additional talismans. Furthermore, he noted that the talismans were drawn from a storage pouch, which indicated that someone capable of possessing such an item during the Qi refinement stage would undoubtedly have more than just a few talismans at their disposal. He realized a swift resolution was imperative. Otherwise, if the opponent continued to unleash talismans, he would be unable to outlast them. After narrowly evading 5 icy arrows, Qingyun gritted his teeth and charged forward. Why is he rushing in? Wouldn't it be wiser for him to evade and exhaust the opponent instead? Inquired a disciple at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Did you not see the storage pouch on the ferry? Qingyun must have perceived this and wishes to conclude the battle quickly. He knows he cannot outlast her, replied a disciple at the late stage of Qi refinement. Ah, now I understand. A glimmer of hope sparked within Liu Yu as he observed Qingyun anxiously brandishing his sword and dashing toward Wen Yao. On the stage, Wen Yao retrieved 5 icy arrow talismans from her storage pouch and, with a swift motion, dispersed them into the air, the arrows soaring forth like untamed steeds. Ah! This time, the icy arrows were not fired in a concentrated manner, but rather scattered chaotically, catching Qingyun off guard as one struck his calf. It seems Qingyun is destined to lose, remarked the late-stage disciple, shaking his head, fully aware that Qingyun's endurance was waning. Indeed, it was not long before he was struck down again by Wen Yao's icy arrows, collapsing to the ground. You have lost, Wen Yao declared, pointing her sword at Qingyun. I refuse to accept this. I sacrificed my own injuries for but a moment to set up the formation. Yet I never anticipated my opponent would possess so many talismans. Qingyun shouted from the ground. Witnessing this scene, Liu Yu felt no sense of injustice. Such was the nature of the world, where strength reigned supreme. There was no notion that the weak deserved preferential treatment. Rather, weakness itself was a transgression. He reflected on the disparity between the privileged offspring of the wealthy and the common folk on earth, recognizing that they were never on the same starting line. And the chasm between them could not be bridged by mere notions of fairness. Strength was paramount, and one must relentlessly strive for improvement, Liu Yu thought. for he did not wish to find himself one day, like Qingyun, sprawled upon the ground, powerless and howling. When Yao emerges victorious, the judge announced. Chapter 57. The top 20 revealed in the subsequent matches. The portly disciple, possessing a cultivation level of the 4th stage of Qi refinement, triumphed over an equally ranked opponent, earning his qualification to advance. However, Lu Yu discerned that the portly disciple's abilities were rather mediocre, and he would not progress far in the competition. The disciple was self-aware, recognizing his own limitations, and did not harbor extravagant hopes of achieving a commendable ranking. He merely sought to hone his skills through the tournament. That night, within Wenwan's cave dwelling, is it not possible to alter the terms? What, are you having second thoughts? Did you not claim you would agree to any request? Why retract your words now? But this, Wenwan gazed at Lu Yu, who appeared resolute, feeling deep regret. Had she known it would come to this, she would not have wagered with him. At that moment, Lu Yu showed no inclination towards compassion. Yaoer, could you perhaps intercede on my behalf? Wenwan implored, casting a hopeful glance at Wen Yao, seated beside Lu Yu, wishing for her assistance. To lose is to face the consequences. One must stand tall when receiving punishment. As Lu Yu spoke, he effectively cut off all retreat for Wenwan. Witnessing her last glimmer of hope extinguished, a tumult of emotions surged within her. Yet she ultimately resolved to press on. In the ensuing days, the portly youth encountered ill fortune, facing an opponent at the 7th level of Qi refinement, resulting in his immediate elimination. Shortly thereafter, both Wen Yao and Wenwan found themselves falling short of the top 100. On the combat stage, Lu Yu leaned upon his sword, steadfast in his stance, while his opponent, Lu Fei, lay defeated upon the ground. I concede, senior brother Lu Yu remarked, gazing down at Lu Fei, who shared the same cohort as Lu Yu when they entered the Qingyun sect, blessed with a superior spiritual root. At this moment, Lu Fei appeared markedly different from the confident figure he was before, having exhausted his spiritual energy, his face a mask of frustration and despair. Indeed, he was unwilling to accept that he, a disciple of the inner sect with an 8th level spiritual root, had fallen to a mere outer sect disciple at the 6th level. Reflecting on the earlier banter, where he had boasted that they were of the same generation and assured that his opponent would not suffer a humiliating defeat, he now lay vanquished, a swift slap in the face he had not anticipated. Struggling to his feet, he staggered off the combat stage, casting a backward glance at Lu Yu, defiantly declaring, "Next time, I will surely not lose again." With this victory, Lu Yu secured his place among the top 20. Throughout his arduous journey, he emerged as the most remarkable contender among the 20, for his cultivation was the lowest at the 6th level of Qi refinement. All others in the top 20 were practitioners of the later stages of Qi refinement, while Lu Yu stood alone in the mid-stage, drawing particular attention due to his status as an outer sect disciple. His previous opponents were perplexed. Having witnessed Lu Yu engage in a fiercely contested battle with his last adversary, narrowly winning with a mere strike, they had believed themselves superior. Yet, upon facing Lu Yu, they found him substantially stronger than before, although many attributed Lu Yu's success to sheer luck. The discerning eyes of the Qingyun sect's master and the 5 elders were not so easily deceived. Elder Xingfa, he squinted, observing Lu Yu's hard-fought victory once more, and remarked to Zhang Xuani, "Master, this Lu Yu is no ordinary individual." Zhang Xuani, upon hearing this, fixed his gaze upon Lu Yu on the stage, chuckling. "I find this Lu Yu quite intriguing. An outer sect disciple advancing to the top 20 is not to be underestimated." Elder Xingfa, sensing that the master did not fully grasp his implication, hastily added, "I suspect this individual may be a spy from a rival faction." Zhang Xuani paused momentarily, then shook his head, asserting impossible. If he were indeed a traitor, he would never reveal himself in such a manner. Such an obvious truth would not escape his notice. Reflecting on his disciple Lu Fei's defeat at the hands of Lu Yu and the consequent loss of his opportunity to enter the secret realm, Elder Xingfa, he felt deeply unsettled and retorted, "But enough," the master interjected. "Let us refrain from unfounded speculation in the absence of evidence." The leader, Zhang Xian, abruptly interrupted Elder He Chang's forthcoming words. As the head of the Xintian sect, He would not hastily cast doubt on his disciples based on mere speculation. Xiao Rou, being one of the 5 elders of the Xintian sect and a master of talisman crafting, naturally possessed keen insight. After overhearing their conversation, she pondered thoughtfully, casting her beautiful gaze towards Lu Yu on the stage. Chapter 58. The Might of the Sword Technique the following day, at Lingxiao Square. Hey, I heard this year's top 10 battle among Qi refinement disciples will be quite spectacular. Of course, just look at the preciousness of the ancient secret realm slots. Did you know? There's even an outer sect disciple among the top 20. Is that true? Lu Gu, you're going to be famous now. The plump boy noticed the crowd's distant gazes directed at Lu Yu. Seeing this, Lu Yu furrowed his brows and retorted with annoyance, I do not desire fame. Unaware of Lu Yu's intention to develop discreetly and his wish to avoid the spotlight, the plump boy exclaimed, there's no choice. To secure a slot in the ancient secret realm, one must place in the top 10, or this opportunity will slip away. It seems I'll have to aim for the 10th place. If I win another match, I might truly become famous, Lu Yu secretly contemplated. Before long, the draw for the top 20 was announced, and Lu Yu drew number 1, facing a young man at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Ha! I drew the one with the lowest cultivation. The young man laughed heartily. Others, witnessing this, lamented their misfortune, wishing they could be grouped with Lu Yu, as it would guarantee their victory. Come, don't miss out. The odds are 10 to 1. If you miss this, you'll regret it. Someone initiated a wager, with Lu Yu's odds reaching 10 to 1, the highest among the competitors, yet the number of bets placed on him remained minimal. I bet on Lu Yu to win, 500 inferior spirit stones. Wow, are you sure you're betting on Lu Yu to win and not lose? The bookmaker inquired, puzzled. Absolutely. The bookmaker, observing the conviction in the man's eyes, confidently replied, very well, I accept. Please provide your name, and I will note it on the receipt. Chen Yufei. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, Chen Yufei had wagered 500 inferior spirit stones on his victory. At that moment, Lu Yu stood atop the competition stage, preparing for the duel. The referee stood at the edge of the stage, addressing the 2 contestants, Dong Zhuo and Lu Yu. Are you both ready? If so, we shall commence. Ready. Very well, let the match begin, declared the referee. Dong Zhuo, looking at Lu Yu, who was 3 levels below him, felt that fortune smiled upon him. Smiling, he said, Junior brother Lu, please. After you, Lu Yu replied with a courteous nod, wielding his mid-grade yellow tier sword, the Qing Shuang, intently focused on Dong's movements. Neither party made the first move, instead sizing each other up. 2 minutes have passed. Why aren't they making a move? I might wither before this match starts. Let us end this quickly. Most onlookers had placed their bets on Dong Zhuo, eagerly anticipating his victory over Lu Yu to claim their rewards. Suddenly, Lu Yu made his move. In a flash, he wielded the Qing Shuang sword with a speed akin to lightning, directing it towards Dong Zhuo before the latter could even comprehend the situation. What? Dong Zhuo stared in bewilderment at the blade poised against his neck, grappling with his identity and surroundings. Below the arena, the disciples watching were struck with astonishment, having failed to catch Lu Yu's swift action before realizing Dong Zhuo had already been defeated. My spirit stones. A chorus of lamentations drew everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. Indeed, with Dong Zhuo's loss, their own spirit stones seemed to have vanished into thin air. Instantly, the crowd erupted in despair, with little time to ponder how Lu Yu had bested Dong Zhuo. What? Elder Xingfa He, seated on the high platform, was equally stunned as he gazed at Lu Yu on the stage, having just entertained thoughts of Dong Zhuo avenging his disciple Lu Fei, only to witness the latter's defeat moments later. Instant movement combined with sword-drawing technique. Zhang Xuani, the sect leader, inhaled deeply. What? The Taoist physician, who had been reclining languidly in his chair, immediately sat upright upon hearing Zhang Xuani's words. The other elders perked up their ears in intrigue. The Taoist physician questioned, Isn't the ancient sword-drawing technique rarely mastered by many? I am certain of it. It was indeed the sword-drawing technique. He wasn't merely fixated on Dong Zhuo. He must have been gathering energy. Zhang Xuani reflected on the earlier scene and conveyed this to the others. The sword-drawing technique necessitates a buildup of energy to unleash its full potential. The longer the buildup, the greater the force. However, how could an outer disciple possess such an ancient skill? Elder Xingfa, he pondered in confusion. Haha, each individual has their own fortune. Why must we delve too deeply into its origins? Observing the puzzled expressions of his peers, Zhang Xuanyi laughed heartily. Indeed, who among us does not harbor their own secrets? Why scrutinize excessively? It appears our Zvantiang sect has gained another remarkable disciple. Zhang Xuanyi remarked, his gaze fixed on Lu Yu on the arena. Xiaorou had just witnessed Lu Yu's instantaneous movement, followed by a rapid sword draw that swiftly subdued his opponent. As a master in the Golden Core stage, she recognized the potency of such a combination technique. Even a typical foundation establishment cultivator could falter if caught off guard. A thought crossed her mind, and a satisfied smile graced her lips, her exquisite visage blooming like a flower. Unfortunately, all eyes were on the arena, and no one beheld this beautiful moment. As Lu Yu descended from the arena, the crowd parted to grant him passage. They now understood that Lu Yu had not arrived at this point merely by fortune. Had they faced him, they too would have fallen victim to his earlier maneuver. The weak are oppressed, while the strong earn respect. Observing Dong's despondent state, the other contestants felt an overwhelming sense of relief, grateful they had not drawn Lu Yu. Otherwise, they too might have succumbed to his prowess without caution. Lu Yu, aware of the gazes upon him, could only sigh in resignation. He had not intended to achieve victory in such a conspicuous manner. He had previously observed the matches between Dongzhou and others, understanding that Dongzhou seemed to have mastered a technique for restoring spiritual energy, particularly excelling in prolonged combat. If he could not defeat him at the first opportunity, it would demand significantly greater effort later. Brother Yu, you are truly amazing, Duo exclaimed, rushing over to grasp Lu Yu's arm. Indeed, Brother Lu, that move you executed just now was incredibly impressive. The spectators were left in awe. The chubby man remarked with a grin. He cheerfully patted the storage pouch hanging at his waist, recounting how he had wagered 500 low-grade spirit stones on Lu Yu. Wow, so now you have 15000 low-grade spirit stones, Brother Chubby, Duo exclaimed in astonishment. A sum of 5000 low-grade spirit stones is quite considerable. Even an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator would not possess such wealth. Ha! You have no idea how the dealer looked when I went to collect the spirit stones. He nearly wept, the chubby man recounted, describing the dealer's pale face after losing such a significant amount. Let's go. Later we shall indulge in a fine meal at the market outside the sect, he said, patting his storage pouch. It is worth noting that those 500 spirit stones were part of the 3000 Lu Yu had given him previously. He had spent 500 on cultivation and purchasing equipment, leaving him with 500 spirit stones. Now, having won an additional 5000 low-grade spirit stones, he was undeniably a tycoon. All right, let us go to the rich folks' place. Lu Yu replied with a smile upon witnessing the scene. Chapter 59. The Battle of the Top 10. Lu Yu and his companions arrived at the market outside Xintian's sect, selecting a restaurant named Mangxianjuan. The decor here is quite lovely, Wen Yao remarked, observing the layout of the second floor. It's rather average, nothing extraordinary, Lu Yu responded, having seen many establishments in his past life and feeling no particular awe for this one. Esteemed guest, our restaurant has been specially designed by a master. Many patrons have praised it, the young waitress interjected, a hint of defiance in her tone upon hearing Lu Yu's critique. Lu Yu turned to the waitress, discovering she was a striking young woman with a round face, currently pouting at him. Oh, if I could articulate my thoughts, how would I express them? He teased, captivated by her round visage. Humph, if you can truly articulate a reason, I shall treat you to a cup of spirit wine. If not, you must retract your previous statement, the young woman challenged. Intrigued by her boldness, Lu Yu was amused that a mere waitress would speak so assertively. Ying, what brings you here? An elderly man ascended the stairs and recognized the young woman. Grandfather, I came to help since I saw everyone else was overwhelmed, she replied. Upon seeing her support arrive, Ying pointed at Lu Yu and recounted the earlier incident, stating, this customer claimed our decor was merely average. Haha, the customer's opinion is undoubtedly valid. Why should you be concerned about its merits? The old man responded, his laughter ringing out rather than displaying any anger. When the elder appeared, Lu Yu immediately sensed a profound aura emanating from him, indicating his substantial spiritual power and light-footed demeanor, suggesting he was a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Dear friends, I'm a proprietor here. My granddaughter has acted thoughtlessly, and I hope you will be understanding. The elder addressed Lu Yu and his companions. Senior, I was merely joking with her and did not hold any grievance, Lu Yu replied, rising to speak with the elder. Ha! There is no need for such formality, young friend. If you have any suitable suggestions, please feel free to share. We shall accept them with an open mind. The elder responded, conversing with Lu Yu in a manner that belied his formidable cultivation, appearing as an ordinary old man. Seeing that the elder was not angered, but rather humbly seeking his counsel, Lu Yu offered several ideas, such as designing a reception area, revising the menu layout, and establishing unique private dining rooms. Splendid, splendid, the elder exclaimed. Having managed the tavern for many years, he immediately recognized the high feasibility of Lu Yu's suggestions. Unable to contain his admiration, noticing her grandfather's praise for Lu Yu, Ying felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head, hurriedly fetching a jug of spirit wine. I'm truly sorry. I misjudged you, Ying said, her face flushed. Lu Yu, finding her round face adorably red, graciously replied, It's quite all right. I do not take offense. In fact, I appreciate your genuine nature. Ying, upon hearing his words, felt her cheeks grow even warmer, thinking him quite charming. Not only handsome, but also eloquent. The elder chuckled, observing the interaction. After the dishes arrived, he took Ying and departed. Wow, these dishes are delicious, Duo exclaimed, savoring every bite. Indeed, the flavors are exquisite, Wen Yao and Wen Wan concurred. Truly, this was the finest meal Lu Yu had enjoyed since arriving in this world. No wonder the tavern was so popular. The meal lasted about half an hour, and when the hefty friend went to settle the bill, it amounted to over 100 low-grade spirit stones. How expensive, Wen Yao lamented. Expensive things have their reasons. Not only is the taste exceptional, but the spiritual materials used are also quite considerable, Lu Yu reflected, assessing the spiritual energy within him. This meal was worth at least 2 days of arduous cultivation. However, for the impoverished, such expenditures were indeed prohibitive, as even the cheapest dish required several low-grade spirit stones. After their meal, Lu Yu and his companions returned to Lingxiao Square, where the top 10 rankings had been announced. The loudest cheers were for He Donglai, who had achieved the peak of Qi refinement, Zqingxia, and Lu Yu, who was at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. He Donglai had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement a year prior, but had deliberately restrained his cultivation to solidify his foundation establishment. Foundation establishment comes in various levels. Those with superior spiritual roots possess greater strength upon establishing their foundation, while those of average aptitude have slightly lesser power. There exists a method known as perfect foundation establishment, wherein a cultivator reaches the apex of Qi refinement and continually suppresses their cultivation to solidify their base, until they can no longer restrain themselves and inevitably break through to the foundation establishment stage. In this manner, the cultivation strength of practitioners who reach the foundation establishment stage will surpass that of individuals with equivalent spiritual root aptitude by considerable margin. Nevertheless, those who opt for this method of breakthrough are quite few. A significant drawback lies in the fact that solidifying one's foundation is no trivial endeavor. Some individuals possess a remarkably firm foundation and may achieve a successful and complete foundation establishment in merely 1 to 2 months. Conversely, the majority tend to have a weaker foundation, necessitating an extensive amount of time, often spanning 1 to 2 years, and in some cases, even 5 to 10 years, to attain this realm. Some may never achieve it throughout their lifetime. The lifespan of practitioners in the Qi refinement stage is but a little over a century, only slightly longer than that of ordinary mortals. One must ponder how many Qi refinement practitioners are willing to devote such an extensive amount of time to perfecting their foundation. Cultivating immortality is inherently a struggle against others, oneself, and fate. A single misstep could result in the loss of one's life. Thus, the majority of Qi refinement practitioners choose to rely on external means to break through to the foundation establishment stage, foregoing the path of perfecting their foundation. Qingyun, similarly at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, ranks 8th on the fairy list. Adorned in her beloved purple attire, she is affectionately referred to as the Purple Fairy. As a direct disciple of Elder Qingyun, she possesses not only remarkable talent in formations, but also formidable strength. Although Lu Yu is merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement, the lowest among his peers, his previous victory over Dong has garnered him respect, and no one dares to underestimate him any longer. Consequently, many have listed Lu Yu as a potential contender for the championship. With the ringing of the bell, the competition among the top 10 officially commences. The contestants are all exceptionally strong. Indeed, the higher one ranks, the more precious the rewards, prompting everyone to strive earnestly. It must be said, the Purple Fairy is truly stunning. Given the significance of the championship battle, numerous disciples have gathered to watch. Not only the spectators at the foot of the arena, but also the sect leader and elders on the high platform are intently focused on the contest. Junior Sister Cheng. Both of your disciples have made it into the top 10, remarked sect leader Zhang Xian, observing Qingyun on the arena and Feng Qianqian awaiting her turn below. This is a testament to their hard work, and Cheng Lingsu feels a swell of joy for her two disciples. In stark contrast to Cheng Lingsu's elation, Elder Xingfa, he wears a long face, as all his disciples have been eliminated. However, upon seeing He Donglai, his mood brightens considerably. His nephew exhibits immense potential, and his performance in the competition is quite remarkable. Soon, it is Lu Yu's turn to take the stage, and his opponent is Feng Qianqian. Chapter 60. Lu Yu feigns injury. Lu Yu and Feng Qianqian stand upon the arena. As the contest commences, Lu Yu notices that the protective barrier of the arena has been activated. A thought crosses his mind. The barrier serves to prevent any spells or damages from affecting the audience below. Additionally, it has the function of shielding one's spiritual sense, rendering outsiders incapable of probing or attacking with their consciousness. After evading Feng Qianqian's assault, Lu Yu sends a mental message to her. Sister Feng, attack my chest area. Although they both entered the Xintian sect in the same cohort, her cultivation level surpasses his, hence he addresses her as sister. Feng Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. She was uncertain of Lu Yu's intentions. Did he wish to? Although her cultivation was 2 levels higher than his, she lacked absolute confidence, particularly since he had already defeated Dongzhou, who was at the 9th level of Qi training. Initially, she intended to disregard Lu Yu, yet, compelled by an inexplicable force, she thrust her sword toward his chest. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced Lu Yu's chest, crimson blood oozing from the wound. Witnessing this scene, Feng Qianqian felt a jolt of shock. She realized that he could have evaded the strike. She had clearly seen him deliberately slow his movements just moments ago. I have lost. Lu Yu spoke with a hint of despondency. What a disappointment. I thought he was formidable. Now I've lost my spirit stones, came the murmurs from the crowd. Same here. I believed he would win. Who knew he would perform so poorly? The onlookers were astonished, taken aback by how swiftly Lu Yu had succumbed. They had witnessed him effortlessly subdue Dongzhou, a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi training, and had anticipated an easy victory against someone at the 8th level. They had all wagered their spirit stones on Lu Yu's triumph, only to witness such a dismal defeat. Injured, Lu Yu lifted his gaze to Feng Qianqian, offering her a faint smile before clutching his wound and unsteadily descending from the competition platform. Feng Qianqian's beautiful eyes followed Lu Yu's retreating figure, her mind swirling with thoughts. Did he deliberately lose to her, perhaps in pursuit of her affection? The sight of him smiling despite his injury made her wonder if he was trying to convey that he would risk everything for her. Although many sought her favor, none had ever demonstrated such devotion as Lu Yu. Lu Yu, how are you hurt? Brother Yu, you're injured. Upon his descent, when Wan and others rushed over, anxiously inquiring about his condition. It's nothing. Let us return, Lu Yu replied, attempting to appear more convincing, enlisting the help of the stout fellow to support him as they walked. Once they reached their dwelling, Lu Yu straightened up and revealed the blood-soaked cloth he had concealed. "What is this, Brother Lu?" The group stared at him, bewildered by his actions. Observing their astonishment, Lu Yu adjusted his attire and smiled. "I am not injured. As you can see, I merely fainted." "Why would you do that? You could have simply conceded," the stout fellow questioned, perplexed. "I am not without the strength to fight. If I had surrendered outright, what would others think of me?" As the group pondered his words, he added, "If I were to lose in the competition, they would have no grounds for criticism." "Ah, now I understand," they exclaimed in unison. "Why choose to lose to a stunning beauty? Do you have feelings for her?" One interjected suddenly. Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat. Earlier on the competition platform, he could have refrained from communicating with Feng Qianqian. His physique, enhanced by the earth heart milk, afforded him superior strength and perception compared to others. He could have easily lost without her being aware. Yet, he had allowed his personal feelings to influence him, deliberately reaching out to her. Previously, I had no inkling of who I would be competing against. Regardless of whom I drew, I was destined to be bested, Lu Yu remarked. Indeed, he had long prepared himself to lose, no matter whom he faced in the competition. It was merely a coincidence that he had drawn Feng Qianqian. Upon witnessing this harrowing scene, the rotund fellow hastily excused himself. As he made his way back to Lingxiao Square, he flicked his hair back, shuddering at the earlier spectacle, murmuring to himself how fearsome women could be, relieved that he was alone. "Women merely hinder my speed in drawing my blade." His silhouette stretched long beneath the sun's rays. Lu Yu, gazing at his garments stained with beastly blood, felt a sticky discomfort enveloping him. He turned to Wen Yao and said, "Yaoer, could you please fill a tub for me? I wish to take a bath." Wen Yao possessed a low-grade water spirit root, endowing her with a natural affinity for water, making it a simple task to provide. In truth, Lu Yu's minor rain technique was quite convenient as well, yet he preferred not to exert himself. There is a certain pleasure in letting another do the work. After shedding his blood-soaked attire, Lu Yu comfortably reclined in the bath, quietly observing Wen Yao as she filled the tub. After a brief interval, the water was finally ready. Just as Wen Yao intended to leave, Lu Yu seized her hand. "Ah," she exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. "Did you not feel any jealousy when Wanner was envious?" Wen Yao replied thoughtfully, "Of course, I felt a twinge of discomfort. However, I understand you are destined for greater things. It is inevitable that there will be more than just Wanner and me in your life. I only hope you will not neglect us in the future." Lu Yu, deeply moved by her words, reflected on how since being with Wen Yao, she had never interfered with him but had always considered his feelings. He embraced her tightly, assuring, "Rest assured, Yaoer, you and Wanner are my first and second women. Regardless of what the future holds, I shall never forsake either of you." Wen Yao responded, returning his embrace with equal fervor. Chapter 61. The conclusion of the set competition. By the time Lu Yu and Wen Yao emerged from their bath, an entire hour had elapsed. Upon stepping out, Lu Yu noticed Wen diligently crafting talismans and chose not to interrupt her. "Wu!" Xiao Bai scampered to Lu Yu, calling out eagerly. Lu Yu looked down to find Xiao Bai had grown somewhat larger since their last encounter. Noticing its expectant gaze, he understood that Xiao Bai was yearning for spirit herbs. Throughout the days, Lu Yu had routinely provided Xiao Bai with spirit herbs and occasionally a few drops of earth heart milk. He discovered that Xiao Bai had a particular fondness for the milk, as it would often scamper off to refine its energy after consuming it. Now, its cultivation was on the verge of breaking through to the third level of Qi training. Lu Yu affectionately ruffled Xiao Bai's pristine fur and retrieved several fresh spirit herbs from his storage bag, offering them forth. "Here, take these." "Woo-woo." Xiao Bai shook its disheveled fur, shot Lu Yu an indignant look, and scampered away with the herbs. "Hey, what's wrong with a little ruffling? Are you shy?" Lu Yu chuckled, knowing that despite Xiao Bai's displeasure at his affectionate gesture, he would always indulge in a few playful ruffles before presenting the spirit herbs. At the outset, Xiao Bai was reluctant to allow Lu Yu to cultivate, but soon realized that the lack of spiritual herbs impeded its progress, compelling it to yield to Lu Yu. The cunning elder. Once Wen Yao emerged, Lu Yu also ventured to practice talismans. He retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag. which contained the formula for a medicinal pill. During the past days, he had either been studying formations with Lin Changsheng or participating in the Sex Grand Competition, and it had been some time since he last refined any pills. Currently, Lu Yu is only capable of concocting rudimentary, yellow-grade, low-tier pills, while higher-tier pills remained beyond his reach. Now that the Sex competition had largely concluded, he wished to explore other pill formulas and analyze the feasibility of substituting different spiritual herbs in place of those specified in the original recipes. Previously, he had successfully replaced honeysuckle with rootless grass to create the cultivation pill. Although the efficacy was somewhat diminished, quantity could certainly compensate for quality. The cultivation pill is utilized by practitioners in the early stages of qi refining. Upon consumption, it transforms into a gentle spiritual energy that nourishes the body, gradually enhancing the cultivation speed. This time, Liu is studying the enhancement pill, which serves to bolster and stabilize the cultivation of practitioners in the early to mid stages of qi refining. Both he and Wen Yao were currently using the enhancement pill, which Liu had crafted himself. He had previously compared his concocted enhancement pill with those purchased externally, and found their aroma and efficacy to be quite similar. Thus he felt assured in its use. With this thought in mind, he took out a vial of his own refined enhancement pills from his storage bag. Lu Yu uncorked the vial, poured out one pill, and placed it in his mouth to savor it, noting its slight bitterness intermingled with a hint of the herb's fragrance. As the pill dissolved, a stream of pure spiritual power coursed through his meridians. After some time, Lu Yu furrowed his brow. He realized that the spiritual power supplied by the enhancement pill was becoming less beneficial to him, and the increase in his cultivation was becoming less pronounced. Previously, he and T felt this way, but as his cultivation progressed, the enhancement pill's efficacy diminished. It seemed he would need to consume the essence pill. Lu Yu mused to himself. The essence pill provides the greatest benefit to practitioners in the mid to late stages of qi refining. It is a potent pill designed for rapid cultivation enhancement. The essence pill is classified as a high-grade yellow pill. Not only is it challenging to refine, but it also costs 100 low-grade spirit stones each, making it unaffordable for ordinary qi refining practitioners who must resort to cheaper alternatives. It is no mere saying that wealth, companions, techniques, and land are essential. Without a solid material foundation, the path of cultivation becomes exceedingly arduous. This disparity is what sets family cultivators apart from ordinary practitioners. Those without resources or connections find it nearly impossible to compete with those from resource-rich families. Just as Liu pondered where to acquire the essence pill, a sound transmission talisman wafted in. Lu Gu, the competition has concluded, and I am here to discuss its details with you, came the voice of the chubby one. Lu Yu's train of thought was interrupted as he flipped his hand, stowing away the jade slip, and rose to exit his cave abode. Outside, the chubby one was seated in Lu Yu's reclining chair, swaying gently with its motion. Upon seeing the cave door open and Lu Yu emerge, he immediately sprang to his feet. Brother Lu, the grand competition has just concluded, and he Donglai emerged as the champion. The plump fellow recounted the events of the competition. After Lu Yu feigned injury and departed, the contest continued unabated, and it has now fully drawn to a close. Lu Yu is not surprised. He Donglai had achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement a year prior, and a year later, his prowess could only be more formidable. From the plump fellow's account, the second place was taken by Zikingxia, while the third was secured by the qi refinement adept Su Li. Lu Yu placed ninth. Brother Lu, I believe if you truly exert yourself, claiming the championship is within your grasp, the plump fellow added. Haha, rankings hold little significance for me. Maintaining a degree of strength for pivotal moments is far more advantageous. Lu Yu chuckled. The first prize was a low-grade mysterious tear sword, a reward he would have fiercely contested in the past. Such a sword would fetch no less than 700 or 800 spirit stones outside, a fortune for a qi refinement practitioner. However, Lu Yu now regarded such a sum with indifference. To expose his strength for a trivial amount of spirit stones, thereby placing himself in peril, struck him as exceedingly unwise. His aspiration was to secure a position in the top 10 to gain entry into an ancient secret realm, which had already drawn the attention of many. Should he At the sixth level of Qi refinement, sees the first place, it would not only attract the gaze of those from the Xuanianzong, but also that of other sects, inevitably laying him bare before prying eyes. The mere thought sent a shiver down Lu Yu's spine. Such a scenario was daunting. At that point, safeguarding the secrets of a small world would become impossible. Is there a set departure date for the ancient secret realm? Lu Yu inquired. I nearly forgot to mention it. The sect leader announced that we shall depart in 3 days, led by Chun Kai, who brought news from the secret realm, along with Elder Xingfa, the plump fellow exclaimed, slapping his forehead. It seemed the sect placed considerable importance on this exploration of the secret realm. Lu Yu had initially thought it sufficient to have 1 golden core practitioner leading, yet unexpectedly, 2 were dispatched. I wonder what treasures lie within the secret realm. The plump fellow mused, stroking his chin. This was Lu Yu's first venture into such a realm, and he had no knowledge of what awaited him. There must be treasures aplenty, Lu Yu remarked, acknowledging that risk and opportunity often coexist. The greater the risk, the greater the potential reward. Brother Lu, do take care. Members from other sects will also enter, and competition will surely be fierce. The plump fellow expressed his concerns. Fear not. I shall exercise caution, Lu Yu replied, smiling at the plump fellow's worried demeanor. Only Qi refinement practitioners could enter the secret realm, which provided Lu Yu with a significant advantage. Chapter 62. Farewell that evening. Lu Yu shared the news of their impending journey to the ancient secret realm in 3 days with the 2 women. So soon, they exclaimed, astonished by the brevity of the preparation time. You must be careful, Wen Yao said with evident concern. Be wary of others in the secret realm. They may resort to violence for treasure. Wen Wan cautioned Lu Yu. Rest assured, I value safety above all. You have witnessed my capabilities. Lu Yu reassured them. Lu Yu observed the worried expressions of the 2 women and could not help but exclaim, What is it? I am speaking to you earnestly. The 2 women, upon hearing his words, felt a wave of shyness wash over them, caught off guard by the sudden shift in Lu Yu's tone. The following day, it was not until noon that Lu Yu emerged from his cave dwelling. He made his way to the plantation and sought out Lin Changsheng. Master, he called. Lin Changsheng scrutinized Lu Yu for a moment before responding. You arrived just in time. I know you'll be entering the secret realm in a couple of days. Here, take this. As he spoke, he handed Lu Yu a storage bag. Lu Yu realized that Lin Changsheng had been keeping a watchful eye on him, as he would not have known about Lu Yu's impending journey otherwise. Upon inspecting the contents of the storage bag with his spiritual sense, Lu Yu was taken aback to find it filled with numerous spirit stones and materials. Master, what is this? He inquired. Lin Changsheng turned to gaze at the thatched cottage, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he replied, As you know, my time is limited. Keeping these serves no purpose. It is better to leave them to you. You must diligently study the formations recorded in the jade slips. Before Lu Yu could respond, Lin Changsheng continued, I plan to venture into the rift of clouds. There may still be a glimmer of hope there. Lu Yu, momentarily at a loss for words, felt a surge of emotions. Lin Changsheng had been afflicted by the 1,000 mechanism poison and had little time left. The rift of clouds was a connection to the outside world from the Qingyun Continent, and perhaps a remedy for his affliction could be discovered there. I wish you success in finding a cure. Master, Lu Yu finally said after a pause. He understood that with so much time having passed without a solution, this opportunity might be fleeting. It could very well be their last encounter. As sadness enveloped him, Lu Yu reflected on the brief period he had been a disciple. Yet, Lin Changsheng had imparted all his knowledge of formations to him. Lin Changsheng, noticing Lu Yu's sorrowful demeanor, felt a pang of sadness himself, realizing that this farewell might indeed be permanent. Before I depart, I will inform the sect leader of our relationship, so that you will not be bullied in the Xintian sect. Take care of yourself, he instructed. Master, Lu Yu murmured, lost in thought, as he returned to his cave dwelling, remaining solitary for a considerable time until evening fell. Lu Yu, what troubles you? Wenwan noticed his listless appearance and expressed her concern. Haha, what could possibly be wrong? I merely feel a bit down at the thought of not seeing both of you for a while, Lu Yu replied, choosing not to disclose Lin Changsheng's circumstances to them, knowing that sharing such news would only bring them sadness without altering the reality of the situation. He had come to understand that the tears of the weak could not change their fate. Only by growing stronger could one resolve their issues. Within his cave, Lu Yu opened the storage bag gifted by Lin Changsheng and, after counting, discovered a staggering 15,000 low-grade spirit stones, 100 mid-grade spirit stones, along with various formation materials and 2 jade slips. The first jade slip contained Lin Changsheng's compilation of formation knowledge, encapsulating his understanding and insights. The second slip bore his message to Lu Yu, advising him that if he were to achieve success in the future, he should lend a hand to the younger members of Lin Changsheng's family. The jade slip ultimately revealed to Lu Yu the location of the divine tea, as well as the method to deactivate the defensive formation. Master, thank you. Lu Yu silently expressed his gratitude. In terms of cultivation, it was Brother Wang who guided him onto the path of practice, and, aside from him, it was Lin Changsheng who assisted Lu Yu in mastering the knowledge of formations. Lu Yu quietly reminded himself never to forget their kindness. During these 3 days, through the relentless efforts of the three, Lu Yu finally broke through to the 7th level of qi refinement. He discovered that after the breakthrough, his spiritual power had doubled compared to before, which explained why the 7th level of qi refinement is considered a watershed in the qi refinement stage. Some individuals may spend their entire lives without achieving such a breakthrough. After his advancement, all fatigue vanished. The next day, Lu Yu rose early, and upon seeing the two still fast asleep, he gently kissed their foreheads. After meticulously checking his storage bag and ensuring everything was in order, he secured it at his waist and exited the cave dwelling. Little White, Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the little creature before him. Typically, it would only seek him out around noon, yet today it was waiting for him bright and early. In the coming days, go to your 2 sisters for the spiritual herbs. I will be entering the secret realm, he instructed. What, you're going in as well? Lu Yu asked, perplexed. Through the master-servant contract, Lu Yu had established a connection with Little White. Although it could not speak, it could communicate with Lu Yu through their shared consciousness. You mentioned you have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Can you assist me? Lu Yu observed closely and confirmed that Little White had indeed broken through to the 3rd level, and its stature appeared to have grown considerably. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed to let Little White accompany him, recognizing that as a 2-tailed spirit fox, it would surely be superior to him in detecting danger. Then you should enter the spirit beast pouch first. I will let you out once we are inside, Lu Yu instructed, placing Little White into the pouch. Before departing, he made a special visit to the plantation, only to find that Lin Changsheng had already left and the cottage was empty. Meanwhile, in the Wuji Hall, the sect leader and several elders were discussing matters concerning the secret realm. Shortly thereafter, the 10 individuals selected to enter the secret realm gradually assembled. Sect leader Zhang Xian looked at the 10 before him and solemnly stated, "The journey ahead is fraught with risks and opportunities. You must unite within the secret realm to ensure your safety." After detailing the precautions, Zhang Xian turned to elders Xingfa and Chun Kai, saying, "I entrust these individuals to your care. Be cautious on the journey. Rest assured, sect leader, we will travel by flying vessel. We should reach the secret realm in about 3 days. With our protection, there will be no issues along the way." Elder Xingfa replied confidently, patting his chest. Chapter 63. Journey to the Ancient Secret Realm. This was Lu Yu's first experience aboard a flying vessel, and he found everything about it quite fascinating. At that moment, Elder Xingfa was seated at the front of the vessel, skillfully controlling its flight, while Chun Kai sat beside him in meditation, with the remaining 10 individuals dispersed throughout the vessel. The flying vessel was a magical artifact powered by spirit stones. It could be shrunk for convenience, and when needed, would return to its normal size with the input of spiritual energy. Lu Yu gently touched the flying vessel, discovering that it was crafted from an unknown material, resembling dark iron in appearance, but lacking the metallic feel of iron. At that moment, the murmurs of the others drew Lu Yu's attention. "Senior brother, do you have any news from the secret realm?" asked one. "Indeed, your uncle is Elder He. Do you have any exclusive information to share with us?" Another chimed in. Several individuals gathered around He Dong, eager to inquire. The others perked up, for He Dong being the nephew of the punishment elder, would surely be privy to any insider information. Dong glanced at the group surrounding him, and then turned his gaze towards Qingyun. Upon realizing she was not looking his way, he felt a pang of disappointment and turned back to the others. I don't possess much information about the secret realm, Dong replied. After all, it is a newly discovered ancient secret realm, and no one has ventured inside yet. Observing the despondent expressions of his companions, he added, "It is precisely because this is our first exploration that the treasures within remain unsearched by others, thus increasing the likelihood of finding more valuable items." The crowd instantly perked up at this revelation. Indeed, since this is our inaugural entry, no one knows what awaits us inside. However, after such a lengthy period, even a single spiritual herb would be considered treasure. Senior brother, there will be members from other sects. We must unite. Another exclaimed, "Yes, senior brother, your cultivation level is the highest. We shall follow your lead." Seeing the group's enthusiastic agreement filled Dong's vanity with immense satisfaction. Noticing that Qingyun and Lu Yu remained silent, he could not help but ask, "Junior sisters, what about you?" Qingyun exchanged glances with Feng Qianqian before responding. "My sister and I will not join you. Too many individuals may inadvertently reveal our positions. However, my sister and I have our own means of self-protection. You need not worry," she concluded firmly. Just as Dong was about to persuade the two women further, Feng Qianqian decisively interrupted, stifling his words. Dong turned to Lu Yu and inquired, "Junior brother Lu, do you intend to join us, or?" Lu Yu met Dong's gaze and, after a sigh, replied, "I share the same sentiment as senior sister Z. A larger group may inadvertently expose our location. I can remain discreet on my own without attracting undue attention." "Very well. Since you wish to act independently, I shall not insist. You're always welcome to return," Dong said solemnly. In truth, Dong had hoped to team up with Lu Yu. Prior to their departure, his uncle had privately instructed him to keep an eye on Lu Yu. If Lu Yu stayed with them, Dong could monitor his every move. However, since Lu Yu was unwilling to team up, he could not force him. After all, he needed to maintain the facade of being a caring senior in front of Qingyun. Relieved that Dong did not press further after his refusal, Lu Yu felt a sense of ease. He had been concerned about being invited to join their group. He preferred to act alone, having his own thoughts on the matter. With his capabilities, there was no need for a team, and having more people would complicate the distribution of any treasures found. As evening approached, the group halted in a cultivation marketplace. Elder Xingfa, he instructed the group to secure the flying boat and announced that they would rest for the night in the market. Departing the following morning, the news elicited great joy among the group. Although it was their first experience aboard a flying boat and initially intriguing, the prolonged journey soon rendered it rather tedious. They spent the remaining time largely engaged in meditation and cultivation. The prospect of resting in the cultivation market delighted everyone. "Junior sister, shall we find something to eat?" Qingyun suggested to Feng Qianqian. "Absolutely. I haven't eaten all day, and I'm quite hungry," Feng Qianqian replied with a nod. Others also sought out food, as they were still in the qi refinement stage and could not fast. At noon, they had relied on fasting pills to stave off hunger. Elder Xingfa, he observed that all 10 qi refinement disciples had departed and turned to Chun Kai beside him, saying, "Let's find an end to rest." Both were golden core cultivators who had already fasted and could sustain their bodies through spiritual energy, rendering food unnecessary for them. Although Elder Xingfa, he had piloted the flying boat all day, he felt merely fatigued rather than in dire need of rest. He primarily considered that there was ample time before the secret realm opened, making nighttime travel unnecessary. As Liu walked along the street, he noticed that the number of pedestrians was sparse, predominantly consisting of qi refinement cultivators, with only a few mortals. Scattered stalls lined the sides of the street, and the vendors called out loudly as passers-by approached. "Come take a look. Don't miss out as you walk by. Fellow cultivator, come see if you need any talismans." Lu Yu, not in want of pills or talismans, continued directly to an inn, ordering some spiritual food to be delivered to his room. After the attendant set down the meal and departed, Lu Yu opened his spirit beast pouch to release Xiaobai. "Woo," Xiaobai called out to Lu Yu. "All right, I'll let you out now. Haven Ti?" For the next few days, you'll stay in the spirit beast pouch until we enter the secret realm, Lu Yu reassured. He chose not to release Xiao Bai earlier, concerned about how others might perceive the situation. Lu Yu had researched that typically demon beasts develop intelligence around the foundation establishment stage. Those of the golden core stage possess intelligence akin to a child, while those of the nascent soul stage and above exhibit intelligence comparable to that of an adult. However, these were general cases. Some demon beasts with powerful bloodlines may acquire intelligence shortly after birth, with some even inheriting extraordinary abilities. The two-tailed spirit fox, of which Xiao Bai was a member, is known to possess greater strength with an increasing number of tails. Legend has it that a nine-tailed spirit fox could attain the power of the tribulation stage and ascend to immortality after overcoming the thunder tribulation. When Lu Yu encountered Xiao Bai, it was a two-tailed spirit fox at the second level of Qi refinement. Theoretically, a two-tailed spirit fox would not possess significant intelligence. Yet Lu Yu found Xiao Bai's intelligence remarkably high, leading him to suspect a powerful bloodline. The stronger the bloodline of a spirit beast, the greater its potential. Once the spirit beast matures, it undoubtedly becomes a formidable ally. Some individuals specialize in cultivating demonic beasts or slaying formidable ones to seize their offspring for training. Lu Yu observed that Xiao Bai consumed little beyond spiritual herbs, and his digestion of these herbs was remarkably swift, making it quite costly for an ordinary person to care for. He presented a few spiritual herbs to Xiao Bai before partaking in the meal laid out before him. After dining, Lu Yu settled into a meditative posture to continue his cultivation. Chapter 64. Entering the secret realm at the break of dawn the next day. Lu Yu opened his eyes from his meditation. He surveyed the surroundings and spotted Xiao Bai comfortably asleep not far away. He promptly stored Xiao Bai in the spirit beast pouch and tossed in some spiritual herbs. Once he had gathered his belongings, he departed from the inn and made his way toward the market outside. Upon reaching the location where he had disembarked the previous day, he discovered that most others had arrived as well. Shortly thereafter, once everyone was assembled, Elder Xingfa produced the flying vessel. The vessel soared swiftly under Elder Xingfa's command. Over the next 2 days, they encountered no other cultivation markets, spending their nights in the wilderness. During this time, a few reckless demonic beasts at the Qi refinement stage approached, only to be served up for dinner by the group. On the morning of the 4th day, the group finally reached the entrance to the secret realm. So many people. Look, those individuals are from the upper 3 sects. Brother what are the upper 3 sects? Someone inquired curiously. He Donglai glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, before quietly replying, the upper 3 sects refer to Tai sect, King Kong sect, and Huoming sect. They are far more powerful than the Mo Tian sect, Xin Tian sect, Shuihua sect, and Xiangjia sect. Is that true? Suddenly, a disciple from Xin Tian sect gasped. Why are you shouting? He Donglai admonished. This is only my second encounter with individuals from the upper 3 sects. You will soon understand their formidable strength. Are they stronger than you, brother? The previously astonished disciple whispered. While I may appear impressive within Xin Tian's sect, I still fall short compared to some of them. He Donglai conceded with a nod. Lu Yu overheard He Donglai's words and curiously glanced at the group across from him. Noticing over 30 individuals, among which 30 were cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, he discerned that these 30 were all at the peak of their cultivation. Their overall strength indeed surpassing that of the surrounding sects by a considerable margin. I wonder if Brother Wang has broken through to the golden core stage. Lu Yu contemplated to himself. He vividly remembered his days in Qingyun town, where Wang Chun had guided him onto the path of cultivation. Perhaps he might inquire with someone from that group about Brother Wang's whereabouts. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. The current situation was unclear, and it was best not to complicate matters. Wow, fairy! Where? Truly breathtaking. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. A group of women approached, each more beautiful than the last, captivating Lu Yu's attention. Although he had encountered many stunning individuals before, witnessing such a multitude of enchanting ladies at once was a first. They are members of the Snowflake sect. Chen Kai remarked that this is an entirely female sect, yet one must not underestimate them, lest they find themselves unaware of their own demise. A sense of unease settled among the crowd. Indeed, it is no small feat for women to survive in the realm of cultivation. And the continued prosperity of the snowflake sect indicates that they are not to be trifled with. Why does everyone gaze at us so intently? Do they fancy one of us? The leading woman of the snowflake sect chuckled, addressing the assembly. The disciples at the Qi refining stage stared wide-eyed at this tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful mature woman. Oof. The cultivators leading various sects unleashed their auras to rouse their disciples from their stupor. The techniques of the snowflake sect are unique, accessible solely to women, and upon cultivation, they possess a mesmerizing illusionary effect. Those with wavering wills may find themselves ensnared in a dreamlike state. The crowd broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Some had indeed fallen into an illusion without realizing it, had it not been for their elders awakening them. Who knows what calamity might have befallen them? Thus, the members of the snowflake sect were no longer perceived as alluring women, but rather as formidable entities capable of ensnaring others in their terrifying illusions. Enough of this commotion. Since everyone is present, let us open the secret realm together. Spoke an elder from the homing sect. The Qi refining disciples were assembled, comprising 10 representatives, each from the top 3 sects and the 4 major sects, along with 10 from smaller sects, totaling 80 individuals entering the secret realm. Indeed, entering the secret realm is of utmost importance. Others nodded in agreement. Their mission was to explore the ancient secret realm, and they were reluctant to squander time here. Had they not discovered that only disciples at the Qi refining stage could enter, they would have ventured in independently long ago. Let each sect designate one representative to jointly unlock the secret realm. While the disciples within shall rely on their own fortunes, they concurred enthusiastically. Swiftly, the representatives from the top 3 sects, the 4 major sects, and the smaller sects, 8 individuals in total, positioned themselves to collectively unleash their powers upon the secret realm entrance. With a resounding boom, the space ahead distorted, revealing a pitch-black void. Quickly enter. We shall reopen the secret realm in 10 days, at which point you may emerge. The 8 urged, as their spiritual energy quickly waned, and they could not sustain the effort for long. Upon hearing this, the crowd surged forward, and with a sensation of weightlessness, they vanished. The 8 individuals outside, witnessing everyone's entry, immediately withdrew their spiritual energy, and the secret realm closed accordingly. Now, we shall await 10 days before reopening the secret realm. The rest is left to their own fortunes, an elder declared, settling down to meditate. The others followed suit, seeking a cool spot to sit and cultivate, preparing to rise again in 10 days. Upon entering the secret realm, Lu Yu was immediately enveloped in darkness, accompanied by a disorienting sensation of weightlessness. He quickly endeavored to stabilize his body and maintain his balance. Before long, a glimmer of light appeared before him, gradually intensifying until he found himself amidst a primordial forest. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was utterly alone, with no trace of other individuals in sight. It was likely a random teleportation, he surmised. Had it been a fixed-point teleportation, everyone would have arrived in the same location, rather than him being the sole occupant of this place. The prospect of forming a party for joint endeavors now seemed precarious. He recalled He Donglai and the others expressing their desire to team up. In light of the current situation, it seemed everyone had been randomly transported to disparate locations, making it challenging to regroup for coordinated action. Numerous thoughts raced through Lu Yu's mind as he attentively observed his environment. The area was densely forested, filled with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, and the spiritual energy here was palpably richer than that of the outside world. He patted his spirit beast pouch and released the 2-tailed spirit fox, Xiaobai. Once released, Xiaobai eagerly darted about, taking in the sights. All right, Xiaobai. Our immediate priority is to explore the secret realm. We are here to seek treasures, not for leisure, Lu Yu instructed. Understanding his intent, Xiaobai paused and began to sniff the air with keen attention. Lu Yu noticed Xiaobai calling out to him, seemingly drawn to something in a particular direction. Let us investigate, he urged. Without hesitation, Xiaobai dashed ahead. After approximately 5 minutes, Xiao by came to a halt, and Lu Yu stood in awe at the sight before him. Before him lay a long-abandoned medicinal field where, despite the passage of countless years, some resilient spiritual herbs had managed to endure. This is the nourishing fruit, and over there, the blue spirit flower, Lu Yu exclaimed. The nourishing fruit serves as a vital ingredient for the creation of the ageless pill, a rarity in the outside world, commanding exorbitant prices. Consuming the ageless pill allows one to retain their current appearance, a coveted elixir among female cultivators. While breakthroughs in cultivation can also yield some degree of youthful preservation, stagnation inevitably leads to gradual aging, falling short of the everlasting effects promised by the ageless pill. Who wouldn't desire to maintain their beauty at its zenith? Hence, many female cultivators dream of acquiring even a single ageless pill. Although the ageless pill is classified as a low-grade earth pill and is not particularly difficult to concoct, its creation necessitates the nourishing fruit as a key ingredient. The nourishing fruit takes over a millennium to mature, making it exceedingly rare and seldom available in the market. Consequently, whenever an ageless pill is auctioned, it fetches astronomical prices. The blue spirit flower is a principal material for crafting the foundation establishment pill, predominantly monopolized by various sections. The blue spirit flowers cultivated within sects rarely make their way outside, as they are usually refined into foundation establishment pills and sold at high prices. In order for a solitary cultivator to obtain a foundation-building pill, there are typically two avenues available. One can either venture into the wild to locate the blue spirit flower and enlist the aid of an alchemist to refine the pill, or one can spend a hefty sum to purchase a foundation-building pill that has been circulated from a sect. Presently, in the marketplace, a standard foundation-building pill commands a price exceeding 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, while those inscribed with pill patterns are astronomically priced. Lu Yu counted and discovered that there were 2 beauty fruit trees, each bearing 7 or 8 ripe beauty fruits, and there were more than 10 blue spirit flowers. Jackpot! Lu Yu exclaimed joyfully. Little White, upon spotting the spiritual herbs, dashed forward in excitement, only to be thrown back. A defensive array. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, recognizing it as the protective formation of the medicinal field. Unless he could dismantle the array, he would be unable to acquire the spiritual herbs. With a resounding thud, Lu Yu unleashed a fireball, which collided with the array, creating a series of violent ripples. There's hope. Lu Yu rejoiced upon seeing this, as the array, weathered by time, had evidently weakened significantly and should be surmountable. He retrieved 5 array flags from his storage bag, a gift from Lin Changsheng, known as the 5 elements breaking array flags. Each flag corresponded to one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, capable of dismantling ordinary formations. Swiftly, the 5 flags were embedded into the ground. Before long, a popping sound echoed, signaling the array's dissolution. Haha! The 5 elements breaking array flags given by my master are indeed effective. Lu Yu laughed heartily upon witnessing the array's collapse. Little White, seeing the formation vanish, bolted inside. Stop! Lu Yu called out as he noticed Little White, mouth agape, eager to bite into the beauty fruit. He promptly intervened. Consuming the beauty fruit raw would not yield any rejuvenating effects. Only by refining it into a beauty pill would it be effective. Little White, go feast on other spiritual herbs, but do not touch the beauty fruit, Lu Yu instructed. Afterward, Lu Yu took out a medicinal hoe and began to dig, intending to transplant the 2 beauty fruit trees and the blue spirit flowers into his small world. Although the cultivation speed within the small world was slightly accelerated compared to the outside, the growth rate of the spiritual herbs there was exponentially faster, potentially hundreds of times greater. If nourished with spiritual spring water, their growth rate would increase even further. Once these 2 types of spiritual herbs were transplanted and allowed to proliferate, he would have a continuous supply of beauty pills and foundation-building pills. In no time, Lu Yu unearthed the beauty fruit trees and blue spirit flowers, then feigned placing them into a storage bag, when in reality, he was transferring them into the small world. Discreetly, he touched the small vial at his chest before continuing to excavate other spiritual herbs. While these herbs were not exceedingly valuable on their own, Their substantial quantity represented a considerable fortune. Half an hour later, Lu Yu had finally excavated all the spiritual herbs, totaling 53 in number. He glanced upward at the sky, noting the absence of the sun, but surmised that it was likely around 12 noon. Let us proceed to the next location. Lu Yu beckoned Little White to set off. With this newfound experience, he was confident in Little White's keen sense of smell to locate more spiritual herbs. Suddenly, Little White, racing ahead, halted abruptly, fur bristling, emitting a warning growl. Danger! Lu Yu immediately became alert, drawing forth the Qing Shuang sword to position it defensively before him. Although he had yet to detect the presence of an adversary, he firmly believed that spirit beasts possess a keener sense of danger than humans. Indeed, subtle sounds emerged from the thicket ahead, and soon a vibrant serpent slithered forth. A complete mastery of Qi cultivation, Lu Yu gazed in astonishment at the resplendent serpent, which raised its formidable head, fixating intently upon him and his fox companion. We cannot confront it directly. It will come my way soon. Lu Yu communicated to Xiao Bai through their master-servant contract. The vibrant serpent, known for its gregarious nature, typically hunts in packs. Thus, the appearance of one indicates that others are likely nearby. Lu Yu felt unperturbed by a solitary serpent of such prowess, as its primary form of attack relied on its physical strength. However, a coalition of vibrant serpents would pose a significant threat. Seizing the opportunity while the serpent was still assessing its prey, Lu Yu made a hasty retreat. Run, he urged. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai sprinted toward him. Lu Yu swiftly caught hold of Xiao Bai, placing her safely into his spirit beast pouch before turning to flee. The vibrant serpent, enraged by the sudden loss of its quarry, emitted a series of hissing sounds and coiled its body to pursue. This is troubling. It is summoning its companions. Lu Yu quickly retrieved 2 movement talismans from his storage pouch, slapping them onto himself, which instantly augmented his speed. The rustling of branches echoed around him as nearby vibrant serpents, alerted by the signal, began to encircle him. Hearing this, Lu Yu's expression tightened. The consequences of being surrounded by a pack of vibrant serpents were dire. He could not afford to be complacent and applied 2 more movement talismans, further enhancing his velocity. At long last, after sprinting at breakneck speed for a quarter of an hour, Lu Yu finally escaped the encirclement of the vibrant serpents. He leaned against a grand tree, gasping for breath while cautiously surveying his surroundings. Chapter 66. A timely rescue. After a moment of focused observation, Lu Yu detected no immediate danger and thus released Xiao Bai. Having learned from her previous encounter, Xiao Bai refrained from making unnecessary noise, instead perking up her fuzzy ears to listen attentively to the sound around them. It seems we are temporarily safe. I should eat something. Lu Yu had yet to consume any food that day, and his stomach was already grumbling. He retrieved a roasted chicken from his storage pouch, which he had purchased on the first night at the cultivation market. Aware that time would be scarce for meals once in the secret realm, and unwilling to resort to tasteless fasting pills, he had deliberately procured some cooked meat for emergencies. Not bad at all, Lu Yu thought as he tore off a chicken leg to taste. I should make some fried chicken when I have the chance. He found himself reminiscing about the flavor of fried chicken, and the mere thought of it made him swallow a mouthful of saliva. I believe that as you read this, you too may find yourself salivating just like Lu Yu. After finishing his roasted chicken, Lu Yu employed the rain of small steps technique to cleanse his grease-stained hands, subsequently using his spiritual energy to evaporate any lingering moisture. Rejuvenated, Lu Yu rose to his feet, instructing Xiao Bai to continue the search for spiritual herbs. In the afternoon, thanks to Xiao Bai's keen sense of smell, they discovered over 30 spiritual herbs, among which was a rare and ancient purple ginseng. During this time, Lu Yu encountered other demon beasts, yet he chose to circumvent them, avoiding any entanglement. He noted that the demon beasts in this area possessed relatively high cultivation levels, predominantly at the late stage of Qi refinement. This realization filled Lu Yu with concern, although he had not observed any beasts of foundation establishment or higher. The innate strength of demon beasts surpassed that of humans. The repercussions of being besieged would be dire. Considering the day's events, He speculated that since the secret realm was unstable and could not permit individuals of high cultivation to enter, it was unlikely that any Foundation establishment beasts would be present within. Caution was imperative, Lu Yu mused. As evening descended, Lu Yu discovered a cave. Upon entering, he found it to be approximately 20 square meters in size, devoid of any signs of demon beasts, and decided to spend his first night in the secret realm there. He set up a 5 elements formation at the cave's entrance, ensuring protection against any intruding beasts. The night passed uneventfully. Over the next 2 days, Lu Yu ventured out with Xiao Bai during the day to explore, returning to the cave at night to meditate and refine his skills. During this period, he encountered a disciple from another sect who appeared injured, with blood-soaked clothing. However, Lu Yu refrained from revealing himself or seizing the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. On the third night, while Lu Yu was in the midst of meditation, he was startled awake by the sounds of a scuffle. Peering through the cave's entrance, he witnessed 2 disciples clad in the garb of the Demon Heaven sect attacking a disciple from the Snowflake sect. The woman from the Snowflake sect was clearly injured, her complete mastery of Qi refinement being overwhelmed by the 2 Demon Heaven sect disciples, each at the 9th level of Qi refinement. "You can't escape. It would be wise to surrender your storage bag," shouted the portly disciple in dark clothing. "Senior brother, look at how beautiful she is. Should we?" The slender disciple chuckled lewdly. The portly disciple scrutinized the woman before him, a cryptic smile creeping across his lips. "Ah, so you're the one with ideas." Bai Ling, overhearing their conversation, understood their nefarious intentions. She assessed the pain in her back, feeling a surge of urgency as the toxins within her spread rapidly, her spiritual energy becoming increasingly difficult to manipulate. Enduring the agony, Bai Ling mustered her resolve, addressing her assailants, esteemed friends, to preserve our harmonious relations. "I am willing to relinquish my storage bag. Let's part ways amicably." "Ha, senior brother, look, she's pleading for mercy. Should we let her go?" The slender disciple laughed. Turning to his companion, the portly disciple replied curtly, "Isn't that obvious? We cannot allow her to leave alive. Otherwise, neither of us will enjoy the spoils." The slender man in black spoke to Bai Ling with a foreboding tone. "Beautiful lady, you have heard our conversation. Should you choose to leave and seek revenge, we would be in dire straits. However, if you obediently serve my brother and me, we might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Rest assured, my fellow cultivators, I have no intention of seeking vengeance against you." "I shall leave my storage bag here," Bai Ling replied coolly, tossing her storage bag to the ground and slowly retreating. "Attempting to leave? Not a chance. Stay and let us indulge ourselves," the rotund man in black declared as he lunged towards Bai Ling with a knife. "Despicable and shameless," Bai Ling retorted angrily. The rotund man merely laughed. "Oh, you have yet to see the depths of depravity we can reach." Clang! Bai Ling reluctantly raised her sword to engage, but the poison coursing through her veins rapidly sapped her strength. With a resounding crack, her sword was knocked from her grasp, and she collapsed helplessly to the ground. "Huh, it seems you are incapable of continuing. Now, I shall see if the taste of someone at the peak of Qi refinement is equally weak," the rotund man proclaimed, sheathing his knife as he approached, beginning to disrobe. "Fear not, my skills are unparalleled. I will ensure your comfort. I will haunt you even in death." Bai Ling uttered despairingly as the poison overwhelmed her senses, causing her to lose consciousness. "Brother, she won't die, will she? We have yet to enjoy ourselves." The slender man expressed concern. Even if she did perish, I would still indulge while she is warm. I have never experienced one with a higher cultivation than mine," the rotund man replied eagerly. "Then hurry up. I wish to partake as well," the slender man laughed. "Go below and enjoy yourselves," a voice admonished from the trees. "Who goes there?" the 2 men in black exclaimed, their demeanor shifting to anxiety. The rotund man hastily donned his clothing. Lu Yu emerged with a composed expression. "Brother, it is merely a Qi refinement 7th layer novice." The slender man relaxed upon seeing Lu Yu's apparent weakness. "I thought we were up against a formidable opponent, only to find a fledgling at the late stage of Qi refinement," the rotund man guffawed. "Boy, With your meager cultivation, you dare compete with me for a woman? You must be tired of living. Junior brother, deal with him. We have business to attend to, the rotund man instructed the slender man. Understood. The slender man charged at Lu Yu with his knife. However, contrary to his expectations of swiftly defeating Lu Yu, he collided headfirst with an invisible barrier. Ouch! The impact contorted his face, and he cried out in pain. A formation, the rotund man exclaimed, his tone shifting to alarm. Immediately, both men in black became tense. Realizing that Lu Yu had set up a formation, they attempted to navigate their way out, but found themselves trapped within its confines. The corpulent man clad in black wore a smile as he addressed Lu Yu. My dear fellow, since we have entered this secret realm together, there is no need for violence. How about you dismantle the formation? Indeed, if you release us, we shall leave this woman to you. The lean man in black quickly chimed in. Oh, is that so? Lu Yu turned his gaze towards the two. Sensing his hesitation, the two black-clad figures believed he might relent and eagerly nodded in agreement. Once I am free, you shall suffer for your audacity. Do you think you can snatch food from my grandfather? The corpulent man thought bitterly to himself. Rest assured, my friend, we have not laid a finger on this girl from the snowflake sect. From my experience, I can assure you she is still untouched, guaranteeing your utmost satisfaction. The rotund man said with a grin. Then, Lu Yu hesitated. The two black-clad men instantly brightened, thinking him a fool. However, Lu Yu's next words plunged them into despair. I shall send you on your way. What? The smiles of the two black-clad men froze in an instant. You little rascal. Are you toying with us? The corpulent man spat angrily. Brother, let us fight him. I refuse to believe his formation is that formidable, the lean man declared, seeing Lu Yu's refusal to release them. Very well, let us strike at the same point. That should increase our chances of breaking through, the corpulent man said, launching into his most powerful attack. Yet, despite their strategy, the 5 elements formation was designed to ensnare even foundational stage cultivators, and their blows inflicted little damage upon it. Lu Yu approached Bai Ling, placing his hand on hers, only to discover her internal spiritual energy was in disarray. Without prompt intervention, the consequences would be dire. Kill! Lu Yu commanded the 5 elements formation to unleash its assault upon the two black-clad men, sending a flurry of flying swords hurtling toward them. Ah! The lean man barely had time to scream before the blade pierced through him. Junior brother, the corpulent man, hearing his companion's cry, turned only to find his disciple had met a tragic end. I will fight you to the bitter end, he bellowed, knowing he had no hope of escape alone. The corpulent man resorted to the technique of demonic disintegration. This technique temporarily enhances one's cultivation, but comes with grave drawbacks. It could lead to a significant reduction in power or even the severing of one's meridians. Therefore, it was rarely employed unless absolutely necessary. Before long, the corpulent man felt his cultivation surge dramatically after invoking the technique. Peak Chi refinement. Half-step foundation establishment, he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the vast energy coursing through him. Feeling invincible. He charged towards Lu Yu with his massive blade, striking the formation's barrier. The formation quivered violently, as if on the verge of shattering. Seeing this, the corpulent man raised his blade once more and continued his assault. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Seeing the fluctuations in the formation grow increasingly intense, Lu Yu realized he could no longer afford to wait. Otherwise, it was entirely possible that the adversary would break free. He hurled an explosive talisman worth 500 low-grade spirit stones. With a resounding boom, a humanoid figure was blasted away, crashing heavily onto the ground 20 meters distant. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yu recognized it to be the corpulent figure clad in black. The once formidable figure now lay motionless, emitting wisps of white smoke. After confirming both assailants had perished, Lu Yu swiftly stripped them of their storage bags and incinerated their bodies, unwilling to leave any potential threats behind. He retracted the flags of the 5 elements formation and, ensuring no traces remained, approached Bai Ling and lifted her into his arms. Within the cave, Lu Yu set up the 5 elements formation at the entrance, ensuring that no light would seep outside, and kindled a fire. As the flames illuminated Bai Ling's face, He finally had a clear view of her features. Both her appearance and figure were exquisite. Almost forgetting the pressing matter at hand, Lu Yu chastised himself for being distracted, realizing he had neglected her injuries. After a thorough examination, he discovered a dart embedded in her back, its ominous glow indicating it was laced with a potent toxin. Unsure of the dart's specific poison, he resolved to extract the venom before it could spread further. First, he consumed a universal detoxification pill, and then, gently prying open Bai Ling's crimson lips, placed another into her mouth. Supporting her upright, he turned her back to him and carefully tore the fabric around her wound. Grasping the dart with a cloth, he inhaled deeply and pulled it out in one swift motion. Bai Ling emitted an involuntary cry of pain, yet remained unconscious due to the toxin's insidious grip. Noticing the dark blood oozing from the wound, Lu Yu hesitated momentarily before leaning in. After several attempts, he found the blood had normalized and ceased his efforts. He sprinkled a hemostatic powder onto the wound, wrapped it thrice with a bandage, and secured it with a neat bow. With the crisis addressed, he grasped her arm, attempting to channel his spiritual energy into her. Finding no resistance, he continued to infuse her with energy, aiding her in activating her healing techniques. After a quarter of an hour, her energy began to flow autonomously, prompting Lu Yu to release his hold and wipe the sweat from his brow. Finally, it was done. He positioned Bai Ling on her side to prevent any pressure on the wound that might cause it to reopen. Once she awoke, she must express her gratitude. After all, he had invested so much for her sake. Gazing at Bai Ling's delicate visage, Lu Yu rubbed his slightly stiffened lips. The night had deepened, and after tossing a few thick logs onto the fire, he settled down beside it to meditate and cultivate. The following day, a piercing scream echoed from within the cave. "Stop it!" Lu Yu exclaimed, covering his ears, addressing a figure huddled in a corner. Another scream pierced the air. "Enough noise!" Lu Yu shouted. This time the clamor ceased, as Bai Ling discerned that the voice did not belong to the two men in black from the previous night. "Who are you?" Bai Ling inquired cautiously. "Me? I am your man," Lu Yu replied, pointing at himself. "Preposterous! How could you be mine?" Bai Ling retorted indignantly. "Do you not remember? Last night, you were pursued by two men in black, and I saved you. You claimed you could repay me only by offering yourself. Have you forgotten?" Lu Yu teased. Bai Ling recalled, just before she lost consciousness, seeing a portly figure approaching her while undressing. The thought sent her into a flurry as she hastily looked down to inspect her body. "Rest assured, I arrived just in time to save you. Otherwise, you would not be a pure maiden now." Lu Yu's voice was melodious as it reached Bai Ling's ears. Chapter 68. Chicken Soup. Bai Ling meticulously examined her body and, as Lu Yu had stated, found herself still innocent. She exhaled in relief and turned her attention back to Lu Yu. His refined features and a hint of charm formed her first impression of him. "My name is Bai Ling. What is yours?" Lu Yu, Lu as in the surname, and Yu as in feather. Bai Ling felt somewhat weak, yet believed a brief rest would suffice. Just as she attempted to rise, she noticed remnants of her dress scattered on the ground. How familiar, she thought. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed her own dress, and a sudden realization struck her. "Ah, what are you screaming about now?" Lu Yu was startled by her sudden outburst. "What have you done to me?" Bai Ling trembled, clutching herself and pointing at the tattered fabric on the floor. You were struck by a dart, and without tearing it, how could I remove it?" Lu Yu regarded her with a bemused expression. But Bai Ling stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. She understood the necessity of removing the dart, and Lu Yu's actions seemed justified. However, it was her most cherished piece of yellow-gray attire. "Isn't it just a yellow-gray garment? I will compensate you." Lu Yu assumed she was merely upset over her attire. He rummaged through his storage bag and produced a beautiful dress of low-grade mystic quality, tossing it to her. He had bought it for 1 yao and 1 won. The magical garment could adjust its size according to the wearer, ensuring it would fit perfectly. "What is this?" Bai Ling asked, puzzled as she caught the dress. "Pervert." Upon realizing it was an exquisite gown adorned with defensive runes, she found it far more appealing than her previous attire. Yet, Bai Ling was not focused on its beauty. Rather, she was taken aback that a grown man would carry a woman's dress with him. Was that not peculiar? She hurriedly tossed the dress back as if it were scalding to the touch, retreating several steps away from Lu Yu. Lu Yu gazed at the flustered Bai Ling, then glanced down at the dress in his hand, feeling as if he were branded with a label of a pervert. What on earth are you thinking? This was a gift for my partner. If I were truly a pervert, would you still be an innocent maiden? Bai Ling pondered for a moment. Realizing that Lu Yu was indeed correct, she had misjudged him. Lowering her gaze to the ground, she sheepishly apologized. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Lu Yu waved his hand in dismissal, feeling it unnecessary to be upset over such a trivial matter. He presented the dress before her once more, a hint of irritation in his tone. Now, do you want it or not? If not, I shall take it back. Bai Ling, captivated by the beauty of the dress and recalling her own torn attire, quickly reached out to accept it. However, she had no intention of changing immediately. Firstly, Lu Yu was still present, and secondly, her wound on the back had yet to heal, making her apprehensive about soiling it. What is this? Bai Ling inquired, flipping open the dress to discover an unusual item concealed within. Curiously, she held it aloft. Lu Yu glanced at it and realized it was the lingerie he had custom-made for Wen Yao and Wen Wan. Observing Bai Ling's puzzled expression, he awkwardly explained, "This is a garment for you girls." He gestured towards himself to illustrate. What is it? Bai Ling had never encountered such a thing and was completely oblivious to its purpose. Seeing that Bai Ling remained confused, Lu Yu, somewhat reluctantly, clarified. It's the undergarment that you wear. What? Bai Ling exclaimed, staring at Lu Yu in shock. Although she did not vocalize it, Lu Yu felt her incredulous gaze seem to say, "Look at you. You can't deny you're a pervert." He gestured towards the item, explaining, "Don't underestimate it. Wearing undergarments can sometimes be quite inconvenient, but with this, you need not worry about such issues." Noticing Bai Ling was processing his words, he added, "I specifically invented this for my partner. It not only facilitates comfort for women, but also has shaping effects. Others have never seen such a thing." Realizing Bai Ling was fixated on the garment and oblivious to his presence, he hastily exited the cave, seeking to escape the awkward situation. "I truly have a heart." Outside the cave, Lu Yu approached the site of the previous night's battle, noting the remnants of the skirmish still lingered. However, the two assailants cloaked in black had been reduced to ashes, unrecognizable even to his own father. He lingered outside for a while before returning. At that moment, he held a spiritual chicken, freshly caught from the woods and cleaned by the riverbank. Entering the cave, he set a large pot over the fire, placing the chicken inside along with an array of ingredients. Lu Yu stole a glance at Bai Ling, who had already tucked away her clothes and was now meditating to heal her wounds. Half an hour later, "How fragrant! I had no idea you possessed such culinary skills." Unbeknownst to her, Bai Ling had already arrived beside the cauldron. Her face lit with hunger as she inhaled the enticing aroma wafting from within. "Do not fret, it shall be ready shortly," Lu Yu reassured her. After 5 more minutes, he lifted the lid, and a robust fragrance surged forth, filling the air. From his storage pouch, he retrieved 2 bowls, shredded the spirit chicken, and filled one bowl with half the chicken and the other with broth. "Here, this is for you," he said, handing a bowl to Bai Ling. "Thank you," she replied. Having been pursued by the 2 disciples of the Demon Heaven sect the previous day, she had gone an entire day without food and was wounded. Her stomach now demanded sustenance. As she accepted the bowl, she eagerly began to eat the chicken, finding the broth to be the most delightful she had ever tasted. Lu Yu also served himself a bowl of the broth. Enhanced by several types of spirit herbs, it was fragrant and warming, enveloping him in a comforting warmth as it settled in his belly. "Delicious. Here, have another bowl. You're injured. You should drink more broth," Lu Yu offered, filling another bowl for Bai Ling. She gazed at him as he served her, momentarily lost in thought, for no man had ever treated her this way. "Snap out of it. What are you staring at? Don't fall for me. I already have a partner. We can be brothers," Lu Yu teased, grinning as he presented her with the bowl. "Dream on. Who would ever take a liking to you?" Bai Ling retorted, rolling her eyes at Lu Yu before accepting the bowl of broth. "Ha!" Lu Yu laughed heartily, raising his bowl to her. "To my elder brother. I toast you with this bowl." "You are quite amusing," Bai Ling chuckled, unable to resist his joviality. She mirrored his gesture, clinking her bowl against his. Ha! Chapter 69. Elder Brother, may I sleep beside you? After Lu Yu and Bai Ling had their fill, he tidied up the area, leaning against the cave wall. He found a comfortable spot to recline and curiously inquired, "How did those two cloaked figures come to pursue you? Aren't you stronger than them?" Bai Ling regarded him for a moment before responding slowly. "I discovered a cave abode and intended to explore it, but unexpectedly, they ambushed me with darts, forcing me to flee." A cave abode? Lu Yu's interest piqued. For days, he and Bai Ling had been gathering spirit herbs in the vicinity, and although he had observed the vastness of the secret realm, he had yet to encounter any such structures. "Indeed, I have not entered yet, but it is evident that the cave abode is substantial," Bai Ling explained. Lu Yu's mind raced at the thought. The larger the abode, the greater the power of its original owner, and within the ancient secret realm, there were surely many treasures to be found. Though your wound is minor, the toxins will not dissipate swiftly. What are your plans now? Lu Yu pondered, gazing into Bai Ling's eyes. Since those two disciples of the Demon Heaven sect are aware of the cave's location, it is possible that, while pursuing me, they have already divulged its whereabouts to others. If we delay, we may find nothing left, Lu Yu reasoned. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Initially, she had planned to explore the cave with others from the Snowflower sect, but now it seemed they could not afford to wait. "Shall I accompany you inside?" Bai Ling inquired, gazing at Lu Yu. "All right, but let us set off tomorrow morning. You should first recuperate today," Lu Yu responded, casting a glance at her injury. Although she could move without issue, the prospect of encountering danger while still unwell was concerning. Bai Ling felt a warmth in her heart. She understood that Lu Yu was looking out for her. Otherwise, the others would have hurried them to embark upon the journey to the ancient secret realm. Curiously, she studied Lu Yu's handsome visage and asked, "Aren't you afraid this might be a trap, a deliberate deception on my part?" Lu Yu met her gaze earnestly and said, "I trust you, and I trust my own judgment." He paused, then added, "Elder brother, you wouldn't wish for your younger brother to have a difficult life, would you? My future hinges on you. Since you call me elder brother, I shall accept you as my younger brother. I will ensure you enjoy the finest delights." Bai Ling jested in response to Lu Yu's playful remark. Lu Yu turned his attention to Bai Ling's back and teased, "Elder brother, should I assist in checking the progress of your wound? It would be unfortunate if it affects our expedition tomorrow." "Go away. The farther, the better," she retorted. "Very well. Then, elder brother, you may focus on healing while I take my leave," Lu Yu replied as he exited the cave, releasing Xiao Bai from the spirit beast pouch. "Xiao Bai, let's continue our search for spiritual herbs today." With a soft whimper, Xiao Bai followed Lu Yu as they traversed several kilometers, discovering a cluster of spiritual herbs in a valley, among which were 3 golden osmanthus flowers. These flowers were essential for concocting the condensation infant pill, taking 3,000 years to mature. They were exceedingly rare in the outside world, as the pill could enhance the likelihood of breaking through to the Yuaning stage by 20%. 1, 2, 3. Lu Yu counted, noting that there were a total of 9 leaves. A fully matured golden osmanthus would possess 10 leaves and would gain an additional leaf every 300 years, indicating that these specimens required another 300 years to reach maturity. Lu Yu had no intention of waiting for them to ripen. By then, it would be far too late. Instead, he carefully uprooted them for transplantation into his small world. Calculating in his mind, he realized that within his realm, they would mature in a mere 3 years instead of 300. After an hour, Lu Yu successfully excavated all the spiritual herbs, leaving 14 for transplantation into his small world, after setting aside 2 for Xiao Bai. "It's time to return," he declared, glancing at the sky. Though it was still early, the journey back to the cave would take over an hour, and he needed to make his way back. "Come along." He beckoned to Xiao Bai. As evening fell, Lu Yu and Xiao Bai returned to the cave. Bai Ling greeted him. "Where have you been all day?" "I hadn't seen you." "Searching for spiritual herbs," Lu Yu replied casually. "Oh, how adorable," Bai Ling exclaimed upon noticing the snow-white two-tailed spirit fox trailing behind Lu Yu. "Is it your spirit pet?" She reached out to stroke Xiao Bai's fur. "Yes, it's called Xiao Bai," Lu Yu responded, focused on roasting deer meat over the fire. Not turning to face her, Since Xiao Bai would be aiding him in finding herbs in the days to come, he did not mind Bai Ling knowing of its existence. Little White, will you follow your sister? I have delicious treats for you. Bai Ling placed a sprig of spirit herb, freshly gathered a couple of days prior, before Little White. Woo-woo. Little White opened its mouth and began to munch on the herb eagerly. Did you agree? Bai Ling exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Little White consume her spirit herb. She had never raised a spirit pet before and had never encountered a creature as adorable as Little White. Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Bai Ling inquired, puzzled. As Lu Yu rotated the roasted deer meat, he replied, it just said that you touched it, and by eating one of your spirit herbs, it has settled the score. Well, I didn't expect you to be such a materialistic Little White. Is it true that without spirit herbs, you won't let me touch you? Bai Ling retorted, feigning annoyance. To her surprise, Little White nodded, as if affirming her words. Wow, it's so perceptive. How about you let me have it? Bai Ling pouted playfully. Her heart melted. Where could she find such a charming and clever spirit pet? As long as it is willing to follow you, I have no objections. That's settled then, but do not go back on your word. Bai Ling, upon receiving confirmation, began to circle around Little White, enticing it with promises and sweet talk. Lu Yu focused on roasting the deer meat, unperturbed by the thought of Little White abandoning him for Bai Ling. As long as the master-servant contract was in place, Little White would remain by his side. Gulme, it's time to eat the roasted meat. Half an hour later, Lu Yu sliced the perfectly roasted deer meat. Wow, your culinary skills are truly impressive. Not only can you make soup, but you can also roast meat, and it tastes so good. Bai Ling exclaimed while nibbling on the roasted meat. Haha, big brother. You don't plan on following me just to mooch off my food, do you? Lu Yu laughed heartily. Bai Ling wrinkled her delicate nose, expressing her dissatisfaction. What do you mean? I'm eating your food out of courtesy. Are you not welcoming me? Of course I welcome you. I just fear my companion might get jealous. Lu Yu raised the piece of roasted meat in his hand. We are brothers. How could she possibly be jealous? It's clearly your cooking that needs improvement. Yes. It's my fault. By the way, big brother, I'm quite scared to sleep alone tonight. May I sleep with you? Get lost, trying to take advantage of me. We are brothers. How could I take advantage of you? I merely wish to deepen our bond. Chapter 70. An unexpected kiss the next morning. Lu Yu looked at Bai Ling and asked, Are you certain your body is fine? We don't know what dangers we might encounter ahead. Rest assured, I'm almost fully recovered. As long as we are cautious, there shouldn't be any issues. Bai Ling waved her hand dismissively. Then let us set off. Together. Lu Yu and Bai Ling exited the cave, heading towards the cavern Bai Ling had discovered. Along the way, they carefully avoided any lurking beasts, their goal being to reach the cavern before anyone else, lest they lose their chance to enter. Is this truly the right path? Lu Yu observed that they had circled back to their original entrance. I don't remember clearly either. It was late that day, and, in my haste to escape, I lost track of the route, Bai Ling confessed, looking into Lu Yu's eyes with a hint of guilt. Xiao Bai, please take a look and see if you can detect the lingering scent from earlier. I hope we can find something. For now, we can only hope that the fragrance left by Bai Ling has not completely dissipated. After all, the secret realm is vast, and locating a hidden cave within it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. 5 minutes later, when both had begun to lose hope, Xiao Bai suddenly exclaimed, I found it. Woo! Lu Yu responded with delight. Xiao Bai, follow the scent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai pursued the trail of the lingering aroma, with Lu Yu and Bai Ling closely behind. After traversing approximately 5 kilometers, Bai Ling excitedly remarked, I remember this spot. If we head 10 kilometers to the right, we'll arrive. Consequently, the two ventured along the path to the right. Wait, Lu Yu suddenly interjected. What's wrong? Bai Ling asked, puzzled. Lu Yu's expression grew serious as he gazed ahead, stating, There are people up ahead. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling immediately released her spiritual consciousness to investigate. However, she found no signs of life within 100 meters. Are you mistaken? There's no one here, Bai Ling retorted, somewhat irritated, as she suspected Lu Yu might be deceiving her. Yet, after advancing 50 meters, she was astonished to spot 3 individuals 100 meters away, harvesting spirit herbs. She turned to Lu Yu in shock, realizing he had indeed spoken the truth. Bailing suddenly perceived Lu Yu as enigmatic. It was worth noting that Lu Yu was merely at the 7th level of qi refinement, while she had achieved a complete mastery of the same, surpassing him by 3 levels. The fact that Lu Yu could detect their presence before her indicated that his spiritual awareness exceeded hers. Her own consciousness reached only 100 meters, while his must extend at least 150. She refrained from questioning him, as in the realm of cultivation, prying into another's secrets is deemed highly inappropriate. Initially, Bailing had considered Lu Yu to be beneath her, given his lower cultivation level and his habit of calling her big sister. However, her perspective shifted, realizing that he might even surpass her capabilities. Let us circumvent them, Bailing suggested. Lu Yu, unaware of the change in Bailing's perception of him, nodded in agreement. The two cautiously skirted around the trio, harvesting spirit herbs, and, after more than an hour, finally arrived at the cave. This cave was remarkably concealed, nestled amidst dense foliage. One would scarcely notice it without careful observation. After meticulously examining their surroundings, they found no signs of prior visitors. Wonderful! It seems no one has entered, Bailing exclaimed. Her spirits lifted, believing their worries had been unfounded. Do not celebrate too soon. This cave is not so simple, Lu Yu cautioned, dousing her excitement. He noted that the defensive array of the cave was still operational, and even after this time, it appeared to have lost little of its potency. Bailing's exhilaration evaporated upon hearing Lu Yu's explanation. If they could not breach the array, they would not even be able to enter. She observed Lu Yu, deep in thought before the cave entrance, not daring to interrupt him. Lacking any knowledge of arrays, she could only place her hopes entirely on Lu Yu. She gazed at Lu Yu, who was furrowing his brow, and suddenly found him to be irresistibly attractive. Unable to tear her eyes away from him as her cheeks gradually flushed. Oh dear, Bai Ling, what are you thinking? The awakened Bai Ling touched her heated face with her hand, feeling a flush of embarrassment at her earlier thoughts, especially since he already had a partner. After a considerable wait, she finally saw Lu Yu open his eyes, and she eagerly inquired if he had come up with a solution. Only by attempting can we ascertain, he replied. Lu Yu noted that this formation bore a striking resemblance to one described in Lin Chongqing's True Explanation of Formations. This formation, known as the Qingyun Formation, had the remarkable ability to automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish the energy consumed by its operation. Thus, as long as the surrounding spiritual energy was abundant, it could function continuously. Moreover, if the formation was interrupted, as long as the spiritual stones within its core remained unexhausted, it would automatically reactivate upon the presence of spiritual energy. It was a favored formation from ancient times, when spiritual energy was plentiful and concerns over its scarcity were non-existent. However, it had a notable flaw. It required maintenance by an individual. Otherwise, it could easily be dismantled by someone knowledgeable about such formations. The Qingyun formation was arranged according to the 8 trigrams, with its focal points being the 8 cardinal directions. When someone maintained the formation, they would constantly shift the positions of its focal points. Under skilled control, it was a formidable formation. If left unattended, however, one could simply test the 8 positions sequentially to locate the focal point and dismantle the formation. Lu Yu attempted to assess the situation and realized that the formation was operating autonomously without any manipulation. A weight lifted from his heart. It made sense. Considering this secret realm had likely existed for countless years, and anyone who might have been present would have long since transcended. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Yu successfully dismantled the formation. Bai Ling watched as the formation vanished before her eyes, realizing that Lu Yu had succeeded. Wow, Lu Yu, you are incredible, she exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him, unable to contain herself as she planted a kiss on his cheek. However, it was only after she kissed him that she realized they were not within the sect. She had always kissed her senior sisters before, and now she had kissed a man. Feeling shy, she attempted to pull away, but Lu Yu caught her in his arms. To be honest, Lu Yu was momentarily stunned when Bai Ling kissed him. As he regained his senses and noticed her desire to leave, he couldn't resist wrapping his arms around her slender waist, captivated by her enchanting beauty. The more he looked at Bai Ling, the more alluring she became. prompting him to lean in closer. At that moment, Bai Ling's mind went blank. She had never experienced anything like this before, feeling as though she were floating in a dream. It wasn't until Lu Yu began to kiss her deeply that she snapped back to reality. Oh heavens! What was she doing? Her first kiss had been taken by a man. Bai Ling felt herself melting. Yet, guided by her reason, she still pushed against Lu Yu's chest. Sensing her resistance, Lu Yu also became aware again, and as their lips parted, a sound escaped him. Two individuals found themselves in an awkward silence, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Blushing, Bai Ling firmly pushed Lu Yu away, severing the delicate thread of connection between them. In a fluster, she turned away, her mind in disarray, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 71. The Woman in the Coffin. Ultimately, it was Lu Yu who regained his composure first. Astonished that he had succumbed to the impulse of kissing Bai Ling, he gazed at her back, a flicker of concern stirring within him. Surely she must be furious. Yet, after a considerable pause, when Bai Ling finally turned around, her cheeks still tinted with crimson, she uttered nothing. She lowered her gaze to the ground and urged him to enter quickly, for it would be troublesome if someone were to arrive. Lu Yu scrutinized Bai Ling intently, unable to suppress himself as he began to speak of what had just transpired. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Bai Ling interrupted him, insisting that they must hurry inside before it was too late. With that, she stepped toward the entrance of the cave. Lu Yu watched her retreating figure, his mouth opening slightly, yet he refrained from continuing his thoughts. Since she chose not to address the matter, he decided it unnecessary to dwell on it further. Thus, he too stepped into the cave. As the formation continued to function, the cave was not only well lit, but also well ventilated. Upon entering, they discovered a vast space adorned with exquisite decorations on the walls, indicating that the original owner of the cave was a person of refinement. Lu Yu examined the murals suspended on the walls, his mind racing with speculation. The two ventured down the corridor into the grand hall, where the layout further confirmed that the cave's master was no low-ranking cultivator. Let us separate and search for anything of interest, Bai Ling suggested, glancing around the chambers. Be careful, Lu Yu replied, his eyes filled with concern as he looked into hers. Bai Ling responded softly, sensing his protective gaze. They then parted ways, each heading towards adjacent chambers. Lu Yu pushed against the stone door before him, finding it unyielding, so he exerted half of his strength. With a resounding thud, the door finally responded, slowly creaking open. Upon entering, he discovered a pill refining chamber, approximately 50 square meters in size, devoid of any stored elixirs, likely taken by its former owner. Approaching the ground fire, Lu Yu scrutinized it closely and discerned its high grade, though the surrounding temperature was not particularly elevated. He tested it with a piece of black iron, which melted upon contact. Hiss! Lu Yu gasped, realizing that the temperature required to melt black iron exceeds 3,000 degrees. Achieving such temperatures externally is no simple task, underscoring the incredible heat of this ground fire. After a thorough examination, he found only remnants of herbs scattered on the floor, with no elixirs to be had, prompting his disappointment as he exited. What a pity! The elixirs that could be refined with this ground fire would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Alas! To find nothing at all, he lamented as he left the room and proceeded to push open the adjacent stone door. Upon doing so, Lu Yu immediately sensed something amiss. A wave of pure, spiritual energy surged toward him. Is that an egg? He gazed in astonishment at the colossal egg before him. In the center of the room stood a towering 3-meter-high egg, surrounded by a plethora of shattered spirit stones, with a spirit-gathering formation slowly operating. Lu Yu stepped closer and looked up at the egg, noticing peculiar patterns adorning its surface, indicative of its extraordinary nature. He then glanced down at the fragments of spirit stones scattered on the ground, speculating whether they had attempted to incubate this egg, yet failed. Curiously, he reached out to touch it, discovering the shell to be remarkably hard and still warm to the touch. Could it be that this egg was alive? The thought startled Lu Yu. If this egg had existed for countless ages and was still living, how terrifying that would be. Lu Yu, come quickly. At that moment, Bai Ling's urgent voice called from outside. Fearing for her safety, he did not hesitate. He waved his hand, drawing the giant egg into his small world. and hurriedly rushed out. What is this? Upon reaching Bai Ling's side, he found her unharmed, her gaze fixated ahead. Intrigued, he leaned closer to see what captivated her attention. What he beheld was astonishing. A transparent coffin lay before them, within which rested a remarkably beautiful woman. She was adorned in splendid attire, her eyes closed, and her exquisite features were clearly visible, appearing not as a corpse, but rather as a woman in a deep slumber. What is happening? Lu Yu inquired, perplexed. Bai Ling took a step back to stand beside him, explaining, when I entered, I discovered this was a woman's chamber. I intended to search for treasures, but upon entering the inner room, I found her. Lu Yu surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, it was a woman's boudoir, decorated in shades of pink, complemented by various feminine items. Could she possibly be alive? He pondered, recalling the earlier colossal egg, which seemed to possess life. How could that be? After all this time, it is impossible for her to be alive. Despite the appearance of the woman lying in the coffin, seemingly asleep, Bai Ling remained skeptical of her vitality. Have you finished searching over there? Bai Ling asked. There are still 2 rooms left to explore, Lu Yu replied, having rushed over upon hearing her call, leaving 2 rooms unexamined. Just as Bai Ling was about to respond, she noticed a change in Lu Yu's expression and quickly asked, What is it? Someone is coming. And there are many of them outside the cave, Lu Yu said, furrowing his brow. The warning formation he had set outside had been triggered. The warning formation was simple in its layout but effective in its concealment, serving solely as an alert system. Once activated, the creator would be immediately informed. What shall we do? We haven't finished searching yet, Bai Ling said, discontented. There is no time, Lu Yu replied, though the Qingyun formation is still operational. It lacks a controller. I cannot ascertain how long it will hold them off. We must leave at once. If the individuals outside entered and saw the 2 of them, they would undoubtedly suspect they had taken everything from within. If they were trapped here, no amount of lives would suffice. Grasping Bai Ling's hand, he urged her to flee. But as they reached the hall, he suddenly recalled something. Wait for me a moment, he said. Suddenly, Lu Yu recalled the woman within the coffin. He dashed back inside, waving his hand to draw the coffin into his small world. Let's go. After emerging, Lu Yu grasped Bai Ling's hand, and although she noticed, she merely cast her gaze downward without uttering a word. This way there's a back door. While deciphering the Qingyun formation earlier, Lu Yu discovered a hidden rear exit, prompting him to lead Bai Ling in that direction. As Lu Yu and Bai Ling exited the cave through the back door, he extended his divine sense and noted 6 disciples from the Emotion sect attempting to breach the formation at the front entrance. Those 2 disciples had indeed sent out their location. Observing this scene, Lu Yu silently contemplated, noticing that no one was paying attention to them. He carefully retreated into the woods with Bai Ling. After an hour of cautious movement, they safely returned to the cave. Lu Yu exhaled in relief, and as he turned to share his findings from within the cave with Bai Ling, he realized he was still holding her hand, their fingers intertwined. Chapter 72. Bai Ling's thoughts. Lu Yu glanced at Bai Ling and found her blushing and silent. Upon realizing he was looking at her, she quickly lowered her head. Even with his sluggish perception, Lu Yu understood that she likely harbored feelings for him. As a man, he felt it was inappropriate to wait for her to speak first. Therefore, he turned to face Bai Ling and embraced her. Gazing in her flushed face, Lu Yu spoke earnestly, Bai Ling, if you do not mind that I have a partner, I am willing to care for you for a lifetime, never to part. Bai Ling shivered slightly, but did not raise her head to respond. Realizing her feelings, Lu Yu gently cupped her warm, delicate face. As their eyes met, Bai Ling instinctively closed hers at the intensity of Lu Yu's gaze. They both trembled simultaneously, experiencing a profound connection of souls. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Emotion sect finally breached the Qingyun formation and rushed inside. What is this? Why is it all empty? The leader exclaimed in fury. The first room they entered was meant for storing giant eggs, and they found only scattered spirit stone shards and a hollowed-out pit, indicating something had once occupied that space. Search. We must unearth everything within this cave, commanded the leader. Yes, Senior Brother Ian, the other disciples quickly replied. However, after scouring the entire cave multiple times, they only uncovered a few high-grade swords. Unbeknownst to them, the two rooms Lu Yu had not yet explored included one that was empty, while the other was a forging room. This room contained no high-grade magical artifacts, only a few high-grade swords seemingly used for testing. Utterly useless. Senior brother Ian exclaimed as he tossed the sword handed to him onto the ground, while the others dared not approach, fearing his wrath. Could it be that someone came before us and took all the treasures? One of them whispered, "Do you think I am unaware?" It is evident that the initial discoverers of the cave must have visited. Is there still no news regarding the two portly individuals? Brother Ian was exceedingly irate, fully cognizant that someone had gotten ahead of him. His suspicions fell upon those who first unearthed the cave. However, in their haste to pursue Bai Ling, the stout man in black had not disclosed their identities, leaving only an address for the cave. Thus, they remained in ignorance about who had entered the cave before them. The only way to uncover the truth was to locate the stout man in black and the lean man in black. Brother Ian, there is still no word on the two portly individuals. I fear the worst. What incompetence! Brother Ian understood well that the two might be in grave danger, for their quarry had managed to return and enter the cave, while the two of them had vanished without a trace. Yet, the absence of their corpses allowed him to cling to a sliver of hope. Inside the cave, gazing at Bai Ling's innocent yet alluring demeanor, he ultimately summoned the strength to suppress his impulses. How delightful, Lu Yu remarked, unable to resist teasing her as her bashfulness contrasted sharply with her earlier demeanor. You dare say that? Bai Ling playfully pinched Lu Yu's waist. He embraced her tightly, allowing her to rest against his chest, whispering in her ear, "Trust me, I shall never betray your faith." A tremor coursed through Bai Ling's heart. She recognized this as his promise to her. Nestled against Lu Yu's sturdy chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, she felt an overwhelming wave of happiness. "Yes, I believe in you. What discoveries did you make inside the cave?" Bai Ling inquired. "I found this." Lu Yu revealed the enormous egg. "Wow, such a colossal egg!" Bai Ling exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the egg that nearly filled the entire cave. "It may still be alive," Lu Yu continued. "What?" Bai Ling was utterly astounded. She had presumed it to be a lifeless egg, but now realized it was indeed alive. The egg is truly alive. If it were dead, it would not emit such warmth. Only a living egg could exude this gentle sensation. "What do you intend to do?" Bai Ling gazed intently into Lu Yu's eyes. "I wish to see if it can be hatched, though it is likely to be quite challenging." Lu Yu scrutinized the giant egg before him, recalling the myriad shards of spirit stones in the cave. After such a long time, he wondered if hatching was even feasible. If it could be hatched, it would surely be extraordinary. Bai Ling envisioned the moment the egg hatched, picturing herself and Lu Yu soaring through the skies atop it. "What discoveries have you made?" Lu Yu's voice interrupted Bai Ling's reverie. "I found a medicinal field inside, where 2 spirit herbs were cultivated," Bai Ling replied, pulling them from her storage pouch. "Good heavens! This is a 10,000-year-old zhu fruit and a phoenix tree," Lu Yu exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the zhu fruit and the phoenix tree. He understood that these two items had practically become extinct in the outside world, their rarity beyond measure. The 10,000-year-old zhu fruit could be consumed directly, enhancing one's cultivation, particularly during breakthroughs, significantly increasing the chances of success. The phoenix tree is truly remarkable. Cultivating beneath its branches enhances one's comprehension and shields one from the torment of inner demons, rendering it an invaluable treasure for advanced practitioners. "Are they truly that precious?" Bai Ling inquired, her curiosity piqued. She was unfamiliar with these 2 spiritual herbs, yet their alluring fragrance had led her to suspect their extraordinary nature, prompting her to uproot them. "Not merely precious, they are priceless. Should others become aware of their existence, it would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed," Lu Yu elucidated. "Then I shall gift them to you," Bai Ling declared, observing Lu Yu's excitement and knowing that they would serve a greater purpose in his hands. "What? You recognize their worth, and yet are willing to bestow them upon me?" Lu Yu exclaimed in disbelief. In the realm of cultivation, it was not uncommon for even soulmates to resort to deadly measures for coveted treasures. Yet Bai Ling was willing to relinquish them to him. Indeed, Bai Ling nodded. Lu Yu rushed forward to embrace her, wrapping his arms around her tightly, feeling an overwhelming desire to do anything for this foolish girl. "Fool," he murmured, resting his forehead against hers and gazing deeply into her eyes before slowly lowering his head. Chapter 73. Bamboo Tube, Rice. Ultimately, Lu Yu accepted the millennia-old vermilion fruit and the phoenix tree. The vermilion fruit plant had reached maturity, bearing 5 deep red fruits. After plucking them, Lu Yu carefully sealed each one in a jade box to preserve their medicinal properties. "Take these 4, he said, offering the boxes to Bai Ling while keeping one for himself. "You should keep them," Bai Ling replied, hesitating to accept the jade boxes. "Obey me. 1 is sufficient for my needs. The remaining 4 belong to you. To use as you wish," he insisted, placing the fruits into her hands. Reluctantly, Bai Ling accepted the 4 vermilion fruits due to Lu Yu's earnest insistence. Lu Yu then turned his gaze to the phoenix tree, a sapling barely over a meter tall, not yet matured. However, its age was deceptive. Despite its height, the growth cycle of a phoenix tree is exceedingly long, and this specimen was at least 10,000 years old. Though not fully grown, it still offered the benefits of enhancing comprehension and warding off inner demons, albeit to a lesser degree. Lu Yu stored both the vermilion fruit tree and the phoenix tree in a small world, allowing them to continue thriving since they had been uprooted. Raising his eyes, Lu Yu noted the approach of evening and set about preparing dinner. This time, he decided on bamboo tube rice, using bamboo that he had harvested from outside the cave, filled with the second-grade spiritual grain he had developed through hybrid techniques. "What is this?" Bai Ling asked, seated beside Lu Yu, her curiosity evident as she eyed the bamboo tube. "This is bamboo tube rice. It's quite delicious. You shall taste it shortly," Lu Yu explained. After half an hour, the bamboo tube rice was finally ready. The bamboo tube rice is served. Lu Yu crafted a total of 4 bamboo tubes, 2 for each person. Upon opening the tubes, a fragrant aroma of spiritual rice wafted out. "Wow, it smells divine." Bai Ling inhaled the delightful scent emanating from the tubes, her mouth watering, and she could not resist the urge to take a bite with her chopsticks. The spiritual rice had a delightful texture, bursting with fragrance upon entering her mouth, and as she swallowed, it transformed into ethereal energy absorbed by her body. Unable to contain herself, Bai Ling indulged in hearty bites, only to realize, when she set down the empty bamboo tube, that Lu Yu was gazing at her intently. "What are you staring at?" she asked, shyly lowering the tube. Lu Yu reached out and gently brushed away a grain of spiritual rice from the corner of her mouth. Chuckling as he replied, "I'm just admiring you. I could gaze at you endlessly. How annoying. You just know how to make people happy. Earlier, you called me big brother. Is this how you treat your elder?" Bai Ling felt a twinge of irritation at the memory of Lu Yu repeatedly addressing her as big brother. "I see you as a little brother. Yet you wish to sleep with your big brother," she teased. "Ha ha. Isn't this quite irresistible?" Lu Yu laughed awkwardly, not anticipating the conversation to take such a turn. "Did you notice how this spiritual rice differs from what you've eaten before?" Lu Yu skillfully diverted the topic. Indeed, Bai Ling shifted her focus upon hearing this. Reflecting on her previous experiences with spiritual rice, she responded, "The flavor of this rice is far superior to what I've had before, and it contains much more spiritual energy. This is a variety I have improved. I call it spiritual grain number 2, Lu Yu said with a hint of pride. "Really?" Bai Ling exclaimed, astonished. She knew that her own sect, the Snowflake sect, cultivated their own spiritual grains, but none compared to Lu Yu's. Her curiosity about him deepened. Not only was he exceptionally powerful, but he also excelled in arrays, agriculture, and cooking. She wondered what other talents he possessed. "I wonder if I'll be able to savor your culinary creations in the future," Bai Ling mused, suddenly aware that after their outing, they would part ways. And she did not know when they would meet again. Lu Yu paused, comprehending that given the current circumstances, there was still a journey ahead before he could remain with Bai Ling. He took her hand, guiding her to sit beside him, and reassured her, "Do not worry. I will strive to enhance my abilities swiftly. When the time comes, I will come to the Snowflake sect and take you away openly." Bai Ling leaned against Lu Yu's shoulder, silently contemplating the future. The cave fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by the crackling of the fire. The next morning, Lu Yu opened his eyes and turned to see Bai Ling peacefully asleep against his shoulder, and he watched her quietly. Why didn't you wake me? Bai Ling said, feeling a bit embarrassed upon realizing she had spent the night resting on Lu Yu's shoulder. I simply enjoy watching you. You may sleep as long as you wish. Lu Yu replied affectionately. After sharing a few more words, Lu Yu began to silently formulate his plans. Today marked the 6th day in the secret realm. With only 4 days remaining to explore, let us continue to explore the secret realm. Today is the 6th day, Lu Yu said to Bai Ling. She nodded, finishing her preparations before stepping out of the cave alongside him. Lu Yu released Xiao Bai from the spirit beast pouch, instructing it to follow the scent in search of spiritual herbs. Let us proceed. He gestured for Bai Ling to accompany him. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Bai had uncovered 3 ancient wild ginseng plants. Xiao Bai is truly remarkable, Bai Ling exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. In the preceding days, she had ventured alone to seek spiritual herbs, achieving little in terms of efficiency, a stark contrast to Xiao Bai's swiftness. I only recently discovered its innate talent. It seems having a spirit companion is indeed a wonderful advantage, Lu Yu reflected, previously believing Xiao Bai was merely a consumer of spiritual herbs, not recognizing its prowess in locating them. Once I venture out, I too shall raise a spirit beast, Bai Ling mused, inspired by Xiao Bai's capabilities, envisioning a companion who could assist her in her endeavors. Xiao Bai, wait a moment, Lu Yu suddenly called to the ahead Xiao Bai. What is it? Xiao Bai queried, puzzled by Lu Yu's abrupt summons. Is this a trap? Bai Ling observed as Lu Yu approached, clearing away fallen leaves to reveal a deep pit filled with sharp spikes. Had Lu Yu not intervened in time, Xiao Bai could have fallen into it. Trembling at the sight of the spikes, Xiao Bai scurried to Lu Yu's feet, expressing gratitude for its narrow escape. Lu Yu gently stroked its fur, cautioning, be vigilant. The secret realm is fraught with peril. Is this trap designed for beasts? Bai Ling remarked uncertainly, noting that it appeared to have been recently excavated. Lu Yu furrowed his brow and replied gravely, it is more likely aimed at people. After all, there is no need for them to target beasts. The beasts within the secret realm were formidable, typically at the later stages of Qi cultivation. Although the disciples entering the realm were elite from various sects, they might not stand a chance against the beasts in one-on-one confrontations. Their objective was to explore the secret realm, and there was no necessity for a life-and-death struggle with the beasts. The real threat was likely to be the competition for resources held by the sect disciples. Having contemplated this, Lu Yu became more cautious. He was unafraid of direct combat, but wary of ambushes that could catch one off guard. The trio continued onward for another 300 meters, where signs of conflict became evident, with several dismembered corpses strewn across the ground. Bai Ling gasped at the gruesome sight. Lu Yu felt a wave of nausea wash over him, taking a deep breath to suppress his discomfort. Surveying the area with his spiritual sense, he confirmed the absence of immediate danger before advancing slowly. Despite his unease, he examined the bodies, discovering that most had fallen victim to hidden weapons, and their storage bags were missing. It was clear that someone had been killing for treasure. Indeed, it seems there are those who commit murder for loot, Lu Yu surmised. Recognizing the situation, it must be those from the minor sects, Bai Ling observed, relieved upon identifying their attire, fearing the deceased might have belonged to the Xiuhua sect. Let us depart. It is unwise to linger here, Lu Yu advised. Should anyone pass by at this moment, they might mistakenly believe that it was they who had committed these murders, and no amount of explanation would suffice. Indeed, it is imperative that we depart from this place swiftly. With Lu Yu's reminder, Bai Ling comprehended the gravity of the situation and realized that lingering here was unwise. Thus, they hastily made their exit. As they journeyed, a silence enveloped them. Neither had anticipated that someone would dare to commit such heinous acts in this location. Given the multitude of sects present within the secret realm, should anyone escape, the perpetrator would undoubtedly face severe consequences once exposed. This indicated that their assailant either possessed overwhelming strength or was utterly deranged. However, it was certain that this individual was not alone. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to eliminate 4 or 5 people in such a brief span of time. During their subsequent travels, the duo discovered over 20 more spirit herbs. Yet their spirits remained notably subdued. By evening, they returned safely to their cave. You should rest for a while. I will call you once I've finished preparing the meal. Lu Yu said, his heart aching at the sight of Bai Ling's weary visage. Bai Ling understood her inability to assist and chose to sit quietly, observing Lu Yu. Once they had finished their meal, the darkness of night enveloped them, and they sat by the fire, reflecting on the day's events. Suddenly, Lu Yu noticed a flicker of light deep within the cave. He sprang to his feet. "What's wrong?" Bai Ling asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Without responding, Lu Yu approached the back of the cave to inspect it closely, but found nothing, as if the light had been a mere figment of his imagination. Nonetheless, he refused to believe he had been mistaken. Consequently, he drew his Qingyun sword and struck at the stone. Clang! To his astonishment, the stone proved far more resilient than he had anticipated. No matter how vigorously he struck, he could not chip away even a fraction of it. Unyielding, Lu Yu sheathed his Qingyun sword and retrieved his broken sword. Crack! Finally, the stone yielded to the blows, revealing the superiority of the earth-grade broken sword. Lu Yu continued to swing the broken sword, and after a quarter of an hour, he had carved out an entrance large enough for a person to enter and exit. Upon glimpsing what lay inside, he was utterly astounded. A fragment of the world. Chapter 75, The Blue Lotus. Lu Yu stared in awe at the world fragment before him, rendered speechless. This fragment measured a remarkable 3 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and nearly 1 meter in height. A true monolith. The largest fragments he had previously encountered were no bigger than a basketball. He had never witnessed such a colossal piece of the world. There's a blue lotus. Suddenly, Bai Ling's astonished voice broke through his reverie. Lu Yu focused his gaze and discovered a blue lotus flourishing beside the world fragment, adorned with 2 seed pods that emanated a gentle glow. "What a wondrous blue lotus!" Bai Ling exclaimed, stepping closer to observe the radiant light from the seed pods. It was her first encounter with such a specimen. Lu Yu joined Bai Ling, examining the lotus closely, though he too was unfamiliar with its specific type. Yet, he could ascertain that this blue lotus was indeed extraordinary. "It seems the seeds have yet to mature," Lu Yu noted as he inspected the seed pods. Realizing that the seeds were not ripe, it appears they must be transplanted into the small world, he contemplated inwardly. He realized that in just a few days he would be departing, and it was uncertain whether he would have another opportunity to return. He would undoubtedly miss the moment when the lotus seeds ripened, so he resolved to transplant the green lotus into the small world. Without hesitation, he took out his medicinal hoe and began to dig. After a quarter of an hour, he finally unearthed the green lotus. Gazing at it, he waved his hand, drawing it into the small world. Could there be other treasures hidden here? Bai Ling pondered, considering the secluded nature of this place. Perhaps there were more wonders to discover. However, despite their diligent search, they found nothing else. Ultimately, Lu Yu stood before the immense fragment of the world. He contemplated the shard, speculating that it might induce a transformation within the small world. Yet he remained uncertain if it would be sufficient to awaken Linger. The world fragment was absorbed into the small realm by Lu Yu. Immersed in focus, he noted that the small world began to expand once more. The fog enveloping its boundaries gradually dissipated, revealing a vast expanse of land. Linger, are you awake?" Lu Yu called out. Yet, no matter how fervently he invoked her name, there was no response. It appeared that Linger had not yet awakened. He knew he must continue searching for world fragments. One day, he would undoubtedly bring her back to consciousness. Feeling a profound sense of disappointment, Lu Yu had hoped that such a substantial shard would rouse Linger, only to find no reaction whatsoever. "Lu Yu, what troubles you?" Bai Ling inquired, noticing his despondence as he removed a large stone nearby. "I am fine," he replied, catching sight of Bai Ling's concerned gaze, which stirred feelings of guilt within him. "Let's go outside." Taking her hand, he led her to the fire pit, where the flames illuminated her beauty, stirring emotions within him. In the next moment, he produced 2 jade vials. "What is this?" Bai Ling asked curiously, examining the palm-sized vial in her hand. "This is a type of spiritual milk, exceedingly precious. Consuming it can enhance one's physique." Lu Yu refrained from mentioning the name of the earth core spiritual milk, not out of distrust towards Bai Ling, but for her safety. It was well known that even high-ranking cultivators coveted such a treasure, If Bai Ling inadvertently revealed it to others, her life could be in peril. You must keep this safe and never disclose it to anyone, or it may endanger your life, he urged earnestly. Though Bai Ling did not understand the reason behind the secrecy, she trusted Lu Yu's intentions and solemnly agreed. Try a little. You need not drink too much at once. Lu Yu helped her uncork the vial. I feel as though a surge of energy is flowing through my body, Bai Ling remarked after taking a small sip. Before long, she sensed her body becoming lighter, and her strength increased significantly. Incredible, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the spiritual milk in the vial. Ever since she reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, she had noticed her progress stagnating. Realizing that only a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage would bring about a dramatic transformation, she had not anticipated that this miraculous milk could significantly enhance her strength. At that moment, she finally understood why Lu Yu had repeatedly urged her to keep it a secret from others. Such an extraordinary treasure, if discovered by anyone else, would surely incite attempts to seize it, leading to considerable trouble. Thank you, Bai Ling said to Lu Yu. And how will you express your gratitude? Perhaps a kiss? Lu Yu remarked, unable to resist gazing at her charming face. Bai Ling's cheeks flushed crimson. She had not expected Lu Yu to suggest such a thing. After a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip, her face aflame, and closed her eyes as she leaned in to kiss Lu Yu's face. Upon making contact, Bai Ling realized something was amiss. When she opened her eyes, she discovered that Lu Yu had turned his head, and she had inadvertently kissed him on the lips. Ah, she exclaimed, feeling shy and wanting to retreat, but Lu Yu swiftly embraced her and kissed her back. After a lengthy moment, Bai Ling felt breathless and quickly pushed Lu Yu away. I have received your gratitude, Lu Yu remarked with a smirk. I intended to kiss your cheek. Who told you to turn your head? Bai Ling said, touching her flushed lips, her face still burning. Chapter 76. Playful banner on the seventh day in the secret realm. Lu Yu awoke from his meditation. He opened his eyes to find Bai Ling gazing at him intently, which reminded him of the passionate kiss they had shared the previous night. Noticing Lu Yu had stirred, Bai Ling quickly averted her gaze, pretending to have just awakened. Lu Yu found her feigned innocence amusing, yet he chose not to expose her act, instead pretending he had not noticed. Brother, I'm feeling a bit thirsty. Look, my lips are chapped, he said to Bai Ling. Just drink some water if you're thirsty, Bai Ling replied, exasperated. What did her thirst have to do with her speaking to him? There was water available. Lu Yu looked at her intently and explained, ordinary water doesn't quench thirst. I need to drink imported water. What is imported water? Bai Ling asked, puzzled. Come, let me show you. First, take a sip of water, and then I'll tell you what to do next. Bai Ling, unsuspecting of his intentions, took a mouthful of water and looked at Lu Yu. He observed her puffed cheeks and the playful blinking of her bright eyes, reminiscent of a cute little squirrel. Yes, just like that. The next step is Bai Ling, coming back to her senses, finally understood what Lu Yu meant by imported water. What is wrong with your mind? She said, feeling shy from his antics. She couldn't fathom how Lu Yu could come up with such tricks. Imported water is indeed different. Look, my lips are perfectly fine now, Lu Yu said earnestly, pointing to his lips, which had been unaffected all along. Come, let me give you a taste of imported water and see if it truly works wonders. With that, Lu Yu took a mouthful of water and approached Bai Ling. However, now that she comprehended the nature of the imported water, Bai Ling deftly sidestepped him. Ugh! Lu Yu exclaimed, chasing after her with water in his mouth. Ha! Bai Ling couldn't help but burst into laughter at Lu Yu's comical demeanor. Oh dear! In a moment of exuberance turned tragic, Bai Ling found herself captured by Lu Yu, who subsequently compelled her to experience the taste of imported water. As she attempted to push him away and chastise him for his unprincipled actions, she realized she was ensnared in his embrace, unable to break free. She distinctly sensed Lu Yu's mischief within her mouth, and, feeling a surge of defiance, decided to reciprocate by extending her tongue towards him. Suddenly, Lu Yu's eyes widened in surprise as he felt Bai Ling reciprocate, leading him to believe that she had undergone a revelation, and they became entwined. 5 minutes later, Bai Ling abruptly felt a chill course through her body, instantly awakening her senses. A peculiar tingling sensation enveloped her, one she had never encountered before, captivating her unwittingly. Not yet, Bai Ling uttered as she released her grip. Her cheeks flushed as she feared Lu Yu might misunderstand. She hastily explained, "The techniques of the snowflake sect are unique. I cannot break my purity before establishing my foundation, or my cultivation will regress." Lu Yu was taken aback, glancing at Bai Ling and then down at himself. "What shall we do?" he lamented. Bai Ling shyly averted her gaze, feeling embarrassed as it was her first time encountering such a situation. The severity of Lu Yu's words sparked a flurry of thoughts in her mind, leaving her momentarily at a loss. "Perhaps you could assist me," Lu Yu pressed, observing her conflicted expression. "But I cannot break my purity before establishing my foundation." "I cannot help you," Bai Ling replied, her voice tinged with guilt, fearing Lu Yu had seen her body. "You can help me in this way," he suggested, guiding her in detoxification. After a quarter of an hour, Bai Ling successfully dispelled the poison from Lu Yu. At this point, feeling rejuvenated, he donned his clothing and, noticing Bai Ling had also prepared herself, they exited the cave together. Throughout the journey, Bai Ling appeared somewhat distracted, as the earlier scene replayed in her mind. Suddenly, a joyous exclamation broke the silence, rousing them from their reverie. "Junior sister." Bai Ling turned to see 9 senior sisters approaching, her heart lifting in delight. "Sister," she called out, her face radiant. "Junior sister, it's wonderful to see you're unharmed." The group, disciples of the Snowflake sect, appeared somewhat disheveled, but seemingly uninjured. "Junior sister, who is he?" The lead sister, Zhao Min, inquired warily, glancing at Lu Yu. Bai Ling's cheeks flushed again as she introduced him. "This is Lu Yu, a disciple of the Qingyun sect. He saved my life. Are you all right?" The others quickly asked with concern. "I'm fine," Bai Ling reassured them. Zhao Min sighed in relief upon learning that Lu Yu had rescued her, though her gaze remained fixed on him. "Thank you for saving our junior sister. We will take it from here," she said to Lu Yu. "By the way, we've discovered a spirit stone mine ahead where disciples from various sects have gathered. You may wish to seek your fellow disciples there," Zhao Min kindly advised, acknowledging Lu Yu's role in Bai Ling's rescue. "Sister, can we not bring him along?" Bai Ling implored, glancing at Lu Yu with hope. "Nonsense. A man following us is utterly absurd, especially since his fellow disciples are present ahead," Zhao Min admonished. "Bai Ling, you should accompany your senior sisters." "I am perfectly fine," Lu Yu interjected, noticing Bai Ling's distressed expression. It would be imprudent to allow Bai Ling to remain with him, as the multitude of her companions could undoubtedly safeguard her. "Do take care," Bai Ling urged. Lu Yu reassured her. "Fear not. You have witnessed my prowess before." Bai Ling's cheeks flushed, her thoughts drifting back to the events of the past quarter hour. As Lu Yu watched their retreating figures, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. However, he quickly rallied, recalling Zhao Min's mention of a spirit stone mine ahead where all sects had converged, and he proceeded forth. Chapter 77. The Spirit Stone Mine. After traversing for the better part of an hour, Lu Yu finally beheld the spirit stone mine that Zhao Min had described. Before him loomed a vast cavern entrance, flanked by disciples from various sections. Observing closely, he noted that many bore wounds, and the number present appeared significantly diminished since their arrival, leaving him to wonder whether some had yet to arrive or had met with misfortune. "Junior brother Lu, you have arrived," He Donglai exclaimed upon spotting Lu Yu, eagerly gesturing for him to approach. "Senior brother what has transpired?" Lu Yu inquired, noticing that only 5 members of the Xuantiangong were present, with neither Feng Qianqian nor Zixingxia in sight. "About 4 days ago, we gathered here, but we were ambushed by ferocious beasts along the way, resulting in the tragic loss of 2 of our junior brothers," He Donglai lamented. "And the others?" Lu Yu asked, puzzled by the small number of them. Sister Z and her companion ventured into the mine to scout ahead. A fellow disciple of Xuantiangong informed him. "What?" Lu Yu's ire surged upon hearing this. It was outrageous for a group of men to send 2 women into the depths of danger. Resolute, he strode towards the cave entrance, unwilling to linger with this assembly. "Where are you headed, junior brother Lu?" He Donglai called after him. Without glancing back, Lu Yu replied, "I'm going in search of my senior sisters." "Huh, what pretense?" "Look at him, his attire is spotless, clearly someone who has been hiding away in some corner." A disciple of Xuantiangong muttered under his breath. As others overheard, they scrutinized Lu Yu and indeed noted the stark cleanliness of his garments compared to their own disheveled appearances, leading to a collective disdain for him. Though he Donglai believed Lu Yu's abilities should prevent him from hiding, he recalled his own struggles against the beasts within the secret realm, and thus refrained from defending him. Someone has entered. They have been scouting for quite some time. Perhaps they have begun mining for spirit stones. One speculated. Very likely. Let us venture in as well, others from the various sects remarked, following Lu Yu into the cavern. Lu Yu entered the cave and was astonished to discover its unexpectedly vast expanse, adorned with signs of excavation, suggesting it had been mined long ago. The spiritual energy in the air was abundant. As he absorbed the surrounding essence, it became evident that this was indeed a spirit stone mine, though he pondered how many stones remained. As he ventured deeper, numerous forks appeared, leaving Lu Yu momentarily at a loss as to which path to take. Just then, he seemed to hear Feng Qianqian's voice calling out, "Senior sister, this way." Without hesitation, Lu Yu rushed towards the sound, and after approximately 3 minutes, he finally spotted Feng Qianqian and Zi Qingxia. At that moment, the two were obstructed by 2 ghost-faced spiders. Although they were not in immediate peril, the situation was far from optimistic. "Junior sister, why not hold them off while you go for help?" Zi Qingxia suggested to Feng Qianqian. "No. Even dealing with one of them each is quite challenging. If I leave, you could be in danger." Feng Qianqian quickly declined. "Senior sister, I'm here," Lu Yu shouted as he charged forward. "It's junior brother Lu." The 2 women exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him approach. They were aware of Lu Yu's abilities. Although he was the least skilled among them, no one dared to underestimate him, especially Feng Qianqian, who understood that he had intentionally conceded to allow her a chance. With Lu Yu's arrival, the 2 women felt a sense of relief. They coordinated their attacks on one spider while Lu Yu faced the other. Lu Yu struck at the spider's long leg with his sword, yet merely emitted a flash without inflicting any harm. "Be careful, junior brother. Their legs are heavily fortified. Attacking their abdomen might prove more effective," Zi Qingxia cautioned, having already discerned the toughness of the spider's legs. Lu Yu observed the ghost-faced spider, towering over 2 meters, its abdomen securely shielded by its iron-like legs, making an assault on its underbelly no easy feat despite several attempts. He found himself unable to penetrate the spider's defenses. Its 8 legs formed an impenetrable barrier, and a reckless assault would surely result in injury. He resolved to see if his broken sword could breach its defenses. As he retreated, Lu Yu drew forth the broken sword and struck the spider's leg. This time, he succeeded in injuring it, green blood oozing from the wound, causing the creature to emit a painful screech. "It works," Lu Yu exclaimed with exhilaration. He charged forward once more, but the ghost-faced spider was no fool. Realizing that this sword could inflict pain, it refrained from direct confrontation, opting instead to attack other parts of Lu Yu's body while he targeted its legs, compelling him to hold back. Nonetheless, after 5 minutes, Lu Yu managed to land several blows, the spider's green blood pooling on the ground, and it appeared to be struggling to remain upright. Seeing this, Lu Yu felt a surge of joy. If he could defeat this one, the remaining ghost-faced spider would be no threat. Suddenly, the spider attacking the 2 women emitted a piercing shriek, followed by a plume of yellow smoke erupting from its abdomen, aimed directly at them. "Junior sister, be careful." Upon witnessing this, Qingxia hurriedly pushed Feng Qianqian away, but she was caught off guard and sprayed directly. "Senior sister, what is wrong with you?" Feng Qianqian exclaimed as she looked at the fallen Qingxia. Lu Yu, noticing the situation, disregarded the ghost-faced spider and rushed towards the 2 women. He observed that Qingxia appeared unharmed, yet her face was unusually flushed, her eyes exuding a seductive allure, reminiscent of Wan Yao when she had fallen victim to the enchanting potion. He shifted his gaze back to the ghost-faced spider, only to realize that it had taken advantage of their distraction and fled. "Consider yourselves fortunate," Lu Yu muttered, opting not to pursue, fearing that danger might arise if he left, putting the 2 women at risk. There was a commotion up ahead. "Let us go investigate," a voice echoed from a distance, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. "Someone is coming. The ghost-faced spider will surely not return," Feng Qianqian said, her spirits lifted. We must leave this place. Zikingxia suddenly whispered. Why? Feng Qianqian asked, puzzled. Hurry, Zikingxia urged, staggering forward. Seeing this, Feng Qianqian quickly moved to support her, confused as to why her senior sister wished to avoid the approaching individuals. Lu Yu, observing Zikingxia's retreating figure, appeared contemplative, seemingly grasping the underlying reason, and promptly followed suit. How strange, where did it go? Someone exclaimed. Look, there's green blood on the ground. Forget about that. We should seize the opportunity to mine spirit stones. Time is of the essence, and someone just found a mid-grade spirit stone. The group exclaimed with renewed enthusiasm, quickly abandoning their previous concerns to rush towards the spirit stones. Chapter 78. I am willing at the turn of the road's end. Zikingxia sighed with relief upon hearing the distant footsteps fade away. She felt a warmth coursing through her body, realizing that the yellow gas sprayed by the ghost-faced spider must have been problematic. Lifting her gaze, she saw Lu Yu, and he appeared extraordinarily handsome to her, igniting an impulse within her to leap into his arms. Senior sister, what's wrong? At this moment, Feng Qianqian also noticed something amiss in Zikingxia's demeanor. She observed that Zikingxia's face was vividly flushed, her gaze revealing an alluring charm as she fixated intently on Lu Yu. Though Zikingxia's mind remained exceptionally clear, she found herself unable to control her body. She could hear her junior sister's voice, yearning to respond, yet her words eluded her. It seems senior sister has been affected by the drug, Lu Yu remarked helplessly. Impossible, senior sister. Feng Qianqian initially dismissed the notion, but as she spoke, she recalled how her senior sister had been engulfed by the yellow mist from the ghost-faced spider while trying to save her. What should we do now? Feng Qianqian said, flustered. For now, we can only hope she endures or find someone to assist her. Lu Yu observed Zikingxia beginning to stir in Feng Qianqian's embrace, tugging at her skirt, revealing a glimpse of her form. He quickly turned away and said to Feng Qianqian, senior sister, please assist Zikingxia from behind. I will stay here to guard against anyone else approaching. But I don't know how, she replied, anxious. Feng Qianqian watched as her senior sister, Zishiji, incessantly tugged at her dress, panic rising within her. As an innocent young woman, she had no idea how to assist her sister. Why don't you help, junior brother? Feng Qianqian said in a flustered tone. Zikingxia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Although she could not control her body, she was acutely aware of her surroundings. If she were to ask her junior brother for help, how could she ever face him again? This was utterly unacceptable. I am not in a romantic relationship with Zishiji. It would be inappropriate to treat her in such a manner. Quickly, assist Zishiji, or if she survives, she may end up as a fool, Lu Yu urged from behind. What should I do? Feng Qianqian asked helplessly. Lu Yu explained, you should do this first, then that, and finally this. After giving his instructions, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He soon heard a commotion and surmised that Feng Qianqian was attempting to help with the detoxification. Suddenly startled by Zikingxia's voice, Lu Yu feared that if her cries were to escape, it would attract unwanted attention. Thus, he hurriedly set up a protective array to contain the sound. After 10 minutes, when Zishiji's voice finally ceased, Lu Yu assumed the poison had been neutralized. However, he was taken aback when he suddenly heard Feng Qianqian weeping behind him. Junior brother, Zishiji has not been detoxified, and her condition is deteriorating. You must help her. Feng Qianqian cried. This cannot be. I am willing to be your Dao partner, and I will not hold it against you. Feng Qianqian interjected abruptly. Lu Yu was utterly bewildered. What was happening? He merely intended to assist Zishiji with her detoxification, fearing that she would blame him later. Noticing his silence, Feng Qianqian assumed he was still hesitant. I know you have feelings for me. Otherwise, you would not have deliberately lost to me during the competition, she said, her voice trembling. I understand you fear that helping Zishiji will lead to my reproach and that this will deter you from pursuing me. I now agree to be your Dao partner. Please, save my sister. I will not blame you. Feng Qianqian realized that it was her sister who had sacrificed herself to protect her. Had it not been for that, she would be the one afflicted. If anything were to happen to her sister, she could never forgive herself. Lu Yu was now thoroughly confused. Why had he ever pursued Feng Qianqian? He was unaware of such sentiments. Meanwhile, Feng Qianqian, seeing that Lu Yu had not entered, assumed he was merely shy. She took Zi Qingxia into her arms and approached him. Suddenly, Lu Yu was enveloped by a fragrant breeze as he found himself holding a delicate figure. Please, help my sister with the detoxification. I keep my promises. My intention to be your Tao partner remains unchanged. Feng Qianqian, worried that a delay would leave her sister irreparably harmed, urged him while placing her sister in his embrace. Noticing the alarming heat radiating from Zi Shiji's body, Lu Yu realized that if he did not act quickly, her life could be in jeopardy. He exchanged a glance with Feng Qianqian and steeled himself, carrying Zi Shiji to the back. Feng Qianqian, interpreting his gaze as concern over her promise, offered him an encouraging nod. Had Lu Yu understood her thoughts, he would have been both amused and exasperated. Lu Yu held the fiery figure of Zi Qingxia in his arms, aware that he could no longer afford to delay. He spoke to her gently. Senior sister, I am only doing this to save you. Please do not hold it against me afterward. He could not shake the feeling that her complexion had grown even more flushed. Yet, he swiftly refocused on the urgent task at hand and commenced the detoxification process. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he continued his efforts. Chapter 79. The embarrassment of Zi Qingxia. 5 minutes later, Lu Yu noticed her condition and quickly inquired, Senior sister Zi, are you feeling all right? It should be better now, she replied softly. Once Zi Qingxia regained her composure, he said, I will step out for a moment and call Sister Feng to look after you. All right. After ensuring she was settled, Lu Yu exited the room. Junior brother, how is senior sister? Feng Qianqian, who had been pacing anxiously, rushed forward upon seeing Lu Yu emerge. The poison in senior sister Zi has been resolved, but she appears quite weakened. You should go in and tend to her, Lu Yu advised, observing the weariness etched on Feng Qianqian's face. Thank you, junior brother. Feng Qianqian exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over her at the news of Zi Qingxia's recovery. Without further ado, she hurried inside. Senior sister, are you all right? She asked, her concern palpable as she approached her frail mentor. How could you let junior brother Lu assist with your detoxification? Now, how am I to face him? The thought of Lu Yu conducting the detoxification filled Zi Qingxia with acute embarrassment. I had no choice. I was unable to detoxify myself, Feng Qianqian replied, a hint of guilt in her voice. Is there anyone outside? Zi Qingxia asked, her heart racing. No, there is no one. Junior brother Lu must have set up a barrier to muffle the sounds, Feng Qianqian explained. Hearing this, Zi Qingxia felt a wave of relief. It was fortunate that her junior brother had been so considerate, for she truly did not know how she would manage otherwise. By the way, senior sister, I noticed earlier that you transformed into the white tiger, Feng Qianqian ventured, her curiosity piqued. At first, Zi Qingxia was unsure of what her junior sister meant, but upon noticing Feng Qianqian's gaze, she quickly understood. How can you ask such a question without any shame? She chided, playfully swatting at Feng Qianqian. After persistent inquiries from Feng Qianqian, Zi Qingxia reluctantly confessed, that is simply how I was born. I've always been this way since childhood. Now enough of this. I have rested long enough and feel nearly recovered. Let's be on our way. With that, she slowly rose and made her way toward the exit. Senior sister, are you truly all right? Lu Yu asked as he spotted the two women emerging. Yes, I feel much better now. Thank you for your help earlier, Zi Qingxia replied, unable to meet his gaze, speaking with her head bowed. This was the first time Lu Yu had seen Zi Qingxia in such a state. She had always carried herself with grace and confidence in their previous encounters, unlike her current bashfulness. Feng Qianqian observed the somewhat awkward demeanor of the two individuals and swiftly suggested, let us step outside to inform senior brother he and the others. Indeed, my sister and I have discovered some spirit stones. No need to concern ourselves with them. They're too timid to venture in, Lu Yu retorted angrily, his frustration palpable at the mere mention of Hedong Lai and his companions. With so many of them refraining from scouting, they allow two women to enter. Had I not arrived in time, who knows what might have transpired? However, Feng Qianqian seemed poised to interject further. There's no need for further discussion. They do not merit your efforts to scout for them. Lu Yu interjected decisively, unable to tolerate their behavior any longer. Feng Qianqian cast a glance at Zixingxia, noticing her sister's silence, and chose not to continue. Chapter 80. Essence of the Spirit Vein. The three of them proceeded along the path, with Lu Yu leading the way and the two women following closely behind. "This is the spot," Feng Qianqian announced, pointing to a small section of spirit stone protruding from the wall. Lu Yu focused his gaze and indeed discerned the traces of spirit stones. After surveying the surrounding walls and feeling the stone's hardness with his hand, he concluded that he would have to employ his broken sword as a makeshift pickaxe. Lacking specialized tools for mining spirit stones, he resorted to the broken sword. "Junior brother, your sword is quite formidable," Feng Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment as Lu Yu effortlessly cleaved a substantial chunk of stone. While she and Zixingxia often needed numerous strikes to yield even a small piece of stone, it was evident how powerful Lu Yu's sword was. Lu Yu, too, recognized that his broken sword was indeed far superior to the high-grade yellow swords wielded by the two women. Narrowing his eyes at the spirit stones embedded in the stone, he instructed, "Sister, I shall strike from the front while you both retrieve the spirit stones from the shattered rock behind me. This arrangement will enhance our efficiency." Certainly, the two women agreed, acknowledging that their speed could not match Lu Yu's, rendering this plan quite sensible. Thus, the two women began to cleave the stones containing spirit stones, extracting the precious gems from their confines. The spirit stones they unearthed were irregular in shape, varying in size, unlike the uniform specimens typically found in the market. Newly mined spirit stones often appeared in such a manner. The uniform sizes available commercially were merely cut and shaped for the sake of convenience in transactions. The spirit stones they had excavated could be utilized for their own purposes, but should they wish to exchange them, they would need to be properly divided. The trio continued their labor until afternoon, surrounded by remnants of shattered stone. "Just how many spirit stones have we gathered?" they mused as they piled all the spirit stones together, ultimately forming a small mound. It appeared that the reserves of spirit stones here were considerable, though the quantity of mid-grade spirit stones remained uncertain. Lu Yu picked up a mid-grade spirit stone, roughly the size of fist, and remarked, "This pile contains only 2 or 3 mid-grade spirit stones. The rest are low-grade. Sister, please collect the spirit stones for now. We shall divide them once we exit," Lu Yu instructed. "Do you truly trust us so readily?" The two women responded in astonishment at the sight of the spirit stones before them. Lu Yu met their gaze earnestly and replied, "If I do not trust you, who else can I rely upon?" Lu Yu, considering that they would be together for the next 2 days, felt it unnecessary to fuss over the distribution of spirit stones, believing that it would be foolish to create rifts over such trivial matters. However, the two women perceived the situation differently. It was a testament to the trust Lu Yu placed in them that he entrusted the spirit stones to their care. They could easily take some for themselves, and he would be none the wiser. Feng Qianqian recalled her prior agreement to become Lu Yu's companion, thinking that it was this very reason that allowed him to feel at ease in handing over the spirit stones. Zixingxia, on the other hand, felt her cheeks flush, lost in her own thoughts. "Let's take a break," Lu Yu suggested, noticing the two women stowing away the spirit stones. After tirelessly excavating spirit stones for most of the day, they were all quite fatigued, despite Lu Yu's body having been enhanced by the earth heart milk. He too felt exhausted from the continuous labor of breaking stone. He took a seat, sensing the tension in the air, and initiated a conversation to alleviate it. "Sister, did you both enter together?" He recalled entering the realm alone. "Not at all. My sister and I were randomly teleported to different locations, though we have sensing bracelets," Feng Qianqian explained, raising her hand. "Ah, I see," Lu Yu remarked, glancing at the identical bracelets on their wrists, realizing that they had reunited through these devices. "And what about you, junior brother?" Zixingxia inquired suddenly. Lu Yu cast a glance at her. She had been silent until now, perhaps finding it difficult to confront whatever had transpired between them. He proceeded to recount the events that had occurred upon entering the secret realm, including the rescue of Bai Ling, yet he omitted any details of their relationship. He chose not to disclose the matter of the cave, as the entities within, the colossal egg and the woman in the coffin, were of significant consequence, The fewer who knew, the safer it would be. After resting, the trio resumed their excavation of spirit stones, continuing this endeavor for an entire day. On the afternoon of the 8th day within the secret realm, Lu Yu's voice rang out with curiosity. Come look at this. Spirit vein essence. Zi Qingxiao exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. What is spirit vein essence? Feng Qianqian asked, intrigued, while Lu Yu directed his gaze toward Zi Qingxia for clarification. Spirit vein essence is the very foundation of a spirit stone mine. Only in the presence of spirit vein essence can spirit stones be formed, and it is exceedingly precious, Zi Qingxia elucidated. Chapter 81. Let me have it. The three of them fixated intently on the spirit vein essence before them. It was a moment of revelation. Spirit vein essence bore some resemblance to spirit stones, yet it possessed the ability to absorb ambient spiritual energy, allowing it to continuously grow in strength. Quick, let's excavate it and see, Feng Qianqian urged, observing just a small portion of the spirit vein essence exposed. All right, Lu Yu agreed, eager to ascertain the true magnitude of the spirit vein essence. He promptly took up his broken sword and began to chip away at the surrounding stone, gradually revealing the complete form of the spirit vein essence. Wow, it's enormous. Zi Qingxia gasped, her mouth agape in awe. Before them lay the essence of the spiritual vein, an entity the size of a human, exuding a semi-transparent aura, within which wisps of mist flowed as if imbued with life. As Lu Yu placed his hand upon it, he could feel the surging spiritual energy emanating from the essence, remarkably pure and potent. The value of such energy could rival that of countless spirit stones. Feng Qianqian also extended her hand to feel it, her astonishment evident as she inquired, such a vast essence of the spiritual vein is exceedingly rare. If a sect were to acquire it, they would typically choose not to utilize it directly, but rather entomb it beneath their grounds. Zi Qingxia elucidated further, indeed. If given sufficient time, it could gradually form into spirit stones. Lu Yu, perplexed, asked, could it truly continue to generate spirit stones? Feng Qianqian, her excitement palpable, exclaimed, if we possess this, wouldn't we be immensely wealthy? Her imagination conjured visions of the essence transforming into an abundance of spirit stones, an inexhaustible fortune. You are overly optimistic, Zi Qingxia interjected, dispelling her daydreams. The formation of spirit stones requires an extensive passage of time. By then, we might not even be here. She clarified that the purpose of burying such treasures was to cultivate a favorable environment for the sect, akin to the effects of a gathering array, albeit far superior. Ah, I see, Feng Qianqian responded, her spirits dampened. She had envisioned a continuous production of spirit stones. However, upon reflection, she realized that if this essence could yield endless stones, the world would be devoid of scarcity. How shall we proceed? Should we surrender it to the sect for contribution points? Absolutely not, Lu Yu interjected suddenly. Noticing the gazes of the two women upon him, he continued, if you intend to offer it to the sect, you might as well relinquish it to me. He contemplated the prospect of entombing it within his small world, envisioning not only an enhancement of that realm, but also an increased likelihood of hatching the colossal egg. Since you desire it, I shall gladly bestow it upon you, Feng Qianqian declared. Me too. You saved my life. So consider this essence of the spiritual vein my token of gratitude, Zi Qingxia added. Lu Yu regarded the two women with deep appreciation. Although they had readily surrendered it to him, he felt it was imperative not to take advantage of their generosity, for the value of the essence was immeasurable. After a moment of contemplation, he produced 2 vials of earth-hard essence and presented them to them. What is this? The two women inquired with curiosity. This will enhance your physical constitution and is a highly precious spiritual liquid. Keep it safe and do not let anyone else know, for it may pose a threat to your lives, Lu Yu stated gravely. Should any cultivator familiar with the essence discover it, not only would the two women be at risk, but he, as the provider, would also be in peril. The seriousness of Lu Yu's demeanor startled the two women. They gazed curiously at the liquid within the vials, and although uncertain of its nature, they heeded Lu Yu's warnings. Feng Qianqian opened a vial, and took a small sip. The liquid melted upon her tongue, initiating an enhancement of her physical form. Observing the expression on Feng Qianqian's face, Zi Qingxia inquired curiously, "Junior sister, how do you feel?" "I feel improving my constitution. My strength has increased." Feng Qianqian replied joyfully. "What?" Zi Qingxia was taken aback. Her discernment far surpassed that of Feng Qianqian, and she had never encountered such a substance before. Hastily, she took a sip, and indeed, as Feng Qianqian had stated, she felt a slight enhancement in her prowess, even experiencing a loosening of her cultivation at the great perfection stage. Astonished, she gazed at Lu Yu, not expecting this spiritual liquid to yield results even better than he had described. Clutching the jade vial, she solemnly declared, "Junior brother, rest assured. I shall keep this secret and not divulge it to anyone." Observing this, Feng Qianqian promptly added, "And I too shall remain silent." Chapter 82. Feng Qianqian's thoughts in the evening. Lu Yu and his companions sought a secluded spot to rest. Lu Yu moved to the side, leaning against the wall as he sat on the ground, his gaze unfocused upon the cave's ceiling. Having been out for 8 days, he began to miss Wen Yao and Wen Wan. He wondered if the two young ladies were thinking of him. Meanwhile, within the Xiantian sect, Tang Duo lay bored upon the table, counting her fingers. She felt it had been an eternity since she last saw Lu Yu. He should return soon. In a couple of days, Wen Yao reassured her. In truth, she too missed Lu Yu immensely. While his presence had been a constant since his departure, she felt an emptiness as if something vital was missing. Wen Wan sat nearby, meditating, yet her thoughts were far from her practice. Listening to Duo and Wen Yao, images of Lu Yu surfaced in her mind. "Junior brother, what are you pondering?" Feng Qianqian's voice jolted Lu Yu from his reverie. He turned to find Feng Qianqian seated beside him, a sudden warmth enveloping his heart. Dressed in a pale yellow gown that clung to her form due to her seated position, her curves were accentuated alluringly. Noticing Lu Yu's gaze fixed upon her, Feng Qianqian felt a rush of bashfulness. "What are you staring at, junior brother?" she asked shyly. Snapping back to reality, Lu Yu replied, "I just noticed that senior sister looks particularly beautiful today, and I couldn't help but gaze a moment longer. Who doesn't relish being complimented?" Feng Qianqian felt a surge of joy at his words, though she masked her delight. She noticed Lu Yu's eyes occasionally darting to her thighs, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper hue. "Senior sister, why are you still awake at this hour?" Lu Yu inquired. "I noticed you lost in thought, and wondered if something troubled you." Feng Qianqian tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Lu Yu displayed a look of exasperation. "Ah, junior brother is somewhat vexed. Speak of it, perhaps I can assist you." Feng Qianqian responded, her gaze fixed on Lu Yu. "There is someone who claims to wish to be my partner, yet there has been no indication of that intention, which leaves me quite troubled." Lu Yu's eyes subtly roamed over Feng Qianqian. "Ah." Feng Qianqian's ears immediately flushed crimson. She understood precisely to whom he referred. Ever since she had consented to be Lu Yu's partner, her heart had been tumultuous, but she endeavored to maintain a facade of normalcy around him. She had thought this matter would pass unspoken, yet here it was, brought to light by Lu Yu. Through these days of observation, she had come to realize that Lu Yu was, indeed, quite remarkable. Not only was he handsome, but he also possessed formidable strength, much like the readers before the screen. Lu Yu treated her exceptionally well, preferring to endure injury himself rather than harm her. Now, he bravely entered the mine for the sake of both of them, rescuing her and her senior sister. "So, what do you think of that person?" Feng Qianqian whispered, her face flushed. "Ah, she is the most beautiful person I have ever seen," Lu Yu thought to himself, adding a few more words in admiration. "Do you like her?" Feng Qianqian inquired again. Lu Yu looked at her and replied, "Of course I like her. Upon seeing her for the first time, I even thought of names for our future children." Hearing this, Feng Qianqian's face turned crimson, her heart racing. "Senior sister, would you be willing to be my partner?" Lu Yu suddenly asked. "I." Feng Qianqian's face was so red it seemed it might bleed, and she stammered, unable to utter a response. Observing her distress, Lu Yu said sadly, "It seems you are unwilling, so let us forget what you said earlier." "Who said that?" "What I said counts," she replied, noticing the sorrow on Lu Yu's face. her heart tightening. But you don't like me. I wouldn't want to force you for the sake of a promise. I want you to be happy every day, not sad. Lu Yu sighed in frustration. Who doesn't tea like you? I actually think you are quite wonderful, Feng Qianqian exclaimed, feeling her head was about to burst from embarrassment. Really? Lu Yu grasped her hand firmly. Yes, but I already have a partner, and I fear you may not accept that. Lu Yu released her hand, feeling troubled. I don't mind, as long as you treat me well. In this world, strength is revered. Those who are powerful can take as many partners as they wish without fear of reproach. The mindset of the people has long been subtly shaped. Feng Qianqian felt a tightening around her waist and suddenly found herself in Lu Yu's embrace. Senior sister, you are truly kind. Please put me down. My senior sister is still here, she whispered, fearful of waking her senior sister and facing the consequences. Do not worry, I know my limits. We can speak quietly. And you wouldn't want Ziqing to find out, would you? Lu Yu refused to let go. She bit her lip and said, Stop it. We'll wake senior sister. And that would be troublesome. I've set up a formation. Sound 1T escape, Lu Yu declared, driving several formation flags into the ground. He indeed established a formation, but its reach extended beyond just a few yards in front of him, enveloping Qingyun as well. Upon hearing he had set up a formation, Feng Qianqian felt less resistance. Since she had decided to accept him as her partner, what was there to lose? She glanced back, relieved to see Qingyun still deeply asleep. Unbeknownst to her, after she turned back, Qingyun had quietly opened a slit of her eyes, observing the two. Chapter 83, Superior Spirit Stone. Qingyun pondered whether she should speak her mind at this moment. Now you're pleased. Feng Qianqian leaned in close to Lu Yu's ear and whispered. Very satisfied, extremely satisfied. I'm ready to give you a 5-star review. Although Feng Qianqian was unaware of what Lu Yu meant by a 5-star review, she grasped the essence of his sentiment. Believing he found her recent performance commendable, Lu Yu, having recovered from his fatigue, chose to abandon any notions of pushing her further, recognizing that it was her first experience and that she could not bear much more. After all, there would always be more opportunities in the future. A sip of the spirit milk can alleviate the pain, he noted, and soon understood the reason behind Feng Qianqian's discomfort. After consuming the spirit milk, Feng Qianqian felt significantly better. Observing her renewed vigor, Lu Yu felt a pang of sympathy and encouraged her to lean against him for added comfort. Rest for the night, and you shall feel well by morning. I will keep watch over you as you sleep. The exhausted Feng Qianqian responded weakly, quickly drifting into slumber. Good night, he whispered, casting a glance at the seemingly slumbering Qingyun, aware of her feigned sleep, but he remained silent and closed his eyes to rest. The cave fell into a serene silence. The following morning, Feng Qianqian awoke early, anxious about being discovered by her senior sister. She hurriedly returned to her designated spot, relieved to see her sister had not noticed her, and pretended to still be asleep. Qingyun. Soon after, Qingyun stirred, stretching lazily before rising to her feet. Concurrently, Lu Yu and Feng Qianqian also awakened. Sister, what is this? Feng Qianqian inquired, pointing at something on the ground with a puzzled expression. It seemed somewhat familiar, yet she could not recall what it was. Qingyun looked down and felt a sudden jolt of realization. All right, let's continue our excavation for spirit stones. Today marks the 9th day, and we shall be exiting tomorrow, Lu Yu interjected, prompting the two women to remember the significance of the day. Let us depart. The group returned to their previous location to resume digging. Sister, you two should take a rest. I will handle the digging, Lu Yu suggested to the women. They did not protest, recognizing their need for rest. In the dimness of the cave, Lu Yu sang as he dug, becoming increasingly engrossed in his task. The two women, seated nearby, listened to his melodious voice, finding it oddly delightful. Qingyun observed Lu Yu, who resembled a diligent little bee, tirelessly at work, and thought that perhaps this was a pleasant way to spend the day. What is happening to me? Wow, a medium-grade spirit stone, Lu Yu suddenly exclaimed. The two women approached, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before them. Lu Yu had unearthed a medium-grade spirit stone, initially expecting only 1 or 2, but as he continued to dig, he discovered more of the same grade. Could the ones further down be medium grade as well? They speculated, their curiosity piqued. Dig. With renewed determination, Lu Yu wielded his broken sword and continued his excavation. Junior brother, you are remarkable, Zi Qingxiao remarked from the side. Clang. Lu Yu's hand faltered, nearly being struck by a falling rock, causing him to leap back in alarm. What is this? He suddenly caught a glimmer of light flashing past. A superior-grade spirit stone. As he discerned the sight before him, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 84. Unearthing a premium spirit stone, striking rich. The two women, upon hearing his words, also turned their gaze forward, and upon seeing the spirit stone ahead, they cried out in unison. It is indeed a premium spirit stone. Although the two women had never personally handled a premium spirit stone, they recognized it from the illustrations they had encountered in texts. Premium spirit stones not only store significantly more spiritual energy than their inferior and intermediate counterparts, but they also possess a distinctive luminescence. This radiance arises from the abundant spiritual energy within, which has begun to mist. The stone before them perfectly matched the characteristics of a premium spirit stone, confirming its true nature. We have struck gold with such a large premium spirit stone, Feng Qianqian exclaimed. The spirit stone before them was roughly the size of a basketball, and when divided, it should yield around 20 pieces of premium spirit stones. Even if shared equally among the three, each would receive 6 or 7 pieces. This is no trifling amount. Consider that 100 inferior stones can be exchanged for a single intermediate stone, and 100 intermediate stones can be traded for 1 premium spirit stone. 1 premium spirit stone can be exchanged for 10,000 inferior stones. Moreover, due to the scarcity of high-grade spirit stones, there is even potential for premium pricing in the black market. Could there be more within? Qingxia remarked, fixating on the stone ahead. Indeed, perhaps there are more inside. Feng Qianqian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Were there S1, there could be 2. The presence of a premium spirit stone here suggests an abundance of spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would not have formed. Without further ado, the two women disregarded their fatigue and joined the excavation efforts. However, to their dismay, after excavating a 30-meter radius around the area, they found no additional premium spirit stones. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. It seems that only that singular large premium spirit stone remains. The two women sat down, their faces etched with disappointment. Observing their demeanor, Lu Yu offered words of consolation, stating that having 1 stone is already quite fortunate. One should not be overly greedy. He maintained a broader perspective, recognizing that this was an unexpected windfall, and there was no need for excessive worry. What is gained is a blessing, what is lost is fate. The two women were stirred by his words. Indeed, they had initially been unaware of the existence of a premium spirit stone here. Their intention was to unearth inferior and intermediate stones, and this premium spirit stone had been an unexpected boon, which they should celebrate. After coming to this realization, the two women ceased their fixation on the premium spirit stone. As evening approached, the three began to tally the spirit stones they had unearthed that day. They should have over 5,000, which, combined with their earlier finds, totaled nearly 20,000 inferior spirit stones. Lu Yu roughly calculated the quantity of spirit stones they had gathered over the past few days. Furthermore, this large premium spirit stone could be divided into 20 pieces of premium spirit stones, Feng Qianqian reminded. Qingxia exclaimed with excitement. Adding this would amount to a total of 220,000 inferior spirit stones. The two women were ultimately astounded by this figure. We have struck it rich. Although they were direct disciples, possessing more wealth than ordinary disciples, they had never encountered such a vast quantity of spirit stones. Their source of spirit stones is limited to a few options, either bestowed by their master or distributed by the sect or acquired through external training or sect missions. Due to their relatively low cultivation levels, the quantity of spirit stones they obtain is generally modest. In contrast, Lu Yu remained composed, for he possessed over 1 million spirit stones obtained from the lustful sovereign, along with an additional 100,000 gifted by his master, Lin Chongsheng. He was accustomed to grand affairs. Observing the pile of spirit stones before him, he addressed the two women, suggesting they take them for the time being to discuss later. Feng Qianqian, upon hearing this, did not express surprise. She had already developed an intimate relationship with Lu Yu, making her role in safeguarding the spirit stones unremarkable. Qingxiao regarded Lu Yu with newfound admiration, while entrusting thousands of spirit stones to them previously seemed inconsequential. She was astonished that he now entrusted them with stones valued at 200,000. As she beheld Lu Yu's delicate features, memories of his robust physique beneath his garments from the previous night flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. Noticing Feng Qianqian's curious gaze upon her, she hastily averted her eyes and stowed the inferior spirit stones into her storage pouch. Was there something she was concealing from her? Otherwise, why would she blush inexplicably? Despite racking her brain, she could not decipher the cause of her fluster. Chapter 85. The uneasy Feng Qianqian as night enveloped the surroundings in silence. The cave echoed only with the rustling sound of the wind. Rather than succumbing to sleep, Feng Qianqian felt invigorated, her heart racing, unable to quell her inner turmoil. Time passed, perhaps a quarter of an hour or even an hour. Noticing that Qingxiao had entered a meditative state, she stealthily approached Lu Yu. Initially, she had no intention of doing so, believing she ought not to indulge herself further. However, inexplicably drawn, she found herself beside him. Upon sensing her proximity, Lu Yu opened his eyes. Recognizing her, he remarked, "You've come." Feng Qianqian replied with a simple "You shouldn't have come. Did you not gesture for me to come over?" "Did I? Perhaps it was just my eyes blinking uncomfortably. Shall I leave then?" "Ah, since you're already here, it would be impolite not to invite you in for a while. Come, allow me to host you properly." Feng Qianqian rolled her eyes, contemplating turning away, disinclined to engage with him. Yet, Lu Yu was quick, grasping her arm before she could depart. Soon, a series of soft rustling sounds filled the air. "Have you set up the formation?" Feng Qianqian suddenly recalled. "Oh, I will do so now." Lu Yu casually tossed out a few formation flags. "Will senior sister notice?" Feng Qianqian inquired anxiously. "Rest assured, she won't. I am well aware," Lu Yu reassured her. "Okay." The following day, Feng Qianqian slowly opened her eyes, only to be struck by a wave of panic. She nudged Lu Yu vigorously, rousing him from slumber, and hastily donned her clothes scattered on the floor. By the time she was dressed, Lu Yu was still languidly rising. In a flurry, she gathered his clothes to assist him in getting dressed as well. Phew! Thankfully, senior sister remained asleep. Otherwise, I would have been too embarrassed to face anyone. I must ensure this does not happen again, she sighed in relief, simultaneously expressing her grievances to Lu Yu. Qingxia pondered whether she had feigned sleep, fearing the discomfort it might cause others. After they had dressed, she gradually opened her eyes. "Sister, you are awake," came the gentle voice of Feng Qianqian. "Indeed," Qingxia replied. Feng Qianqian cautiously inquired, "Sister, did you sleep well last night?" "What happened last night?" Qingxia feigned surprise. "And nothing happened. I was merely concerned about your rest." Feng Qianqian stammered, her guilt palpable. "All right, let us venture outside," Lu Yu suggested to the two women. "Yes, let us go," they replied in unison. The group made their way along the path, and after approximately 15 minutes, a cacophony of voices reached their ears. As they approached, they discovered a gathering of over 20 individuals engaged in animated conversation. Words like toxic mist and humiliation wafted through the air. "Friends, what transpired here?" Lu Yu inquired with curiosity as he stepped forward. "Oh, it's quite the tale. 2 disciples of the Xiangjia sect were caught in a compromising situation last night." One bystander remarked, "Is that unusual?" "There's nothing remarkable about that," Lu Yu replied nonchalantly, having anticipated something more significant. After all, he and Feng Qianqian had shared a similar encounter. So what was the fuss? But the crux of the matter is that both disciples from the Xiangjia sect were male, interjected another onlooker. "What?" Lu Yu and his companions were taken aback. Chapter 86. The trouble caused by the ghost-faced spider. The trio stared incredulously at the bystanders, initially suspecting a misunderstanding. However, upon repeated confirmation, they reluctantly accepted the shocking revelation. "What transpired? How do you know this?" Lu Yu pressed. Incredulity etched on his face, as he could scarcely believe that 2 men would engage in such behavior in front of them. The very thought was unsettling. One would need an exceptionally robust heart for such a display. With a hint of gossip in his tone, the first bystander shared, "This morning, someone passing by witnessed an unforgettable scene. I suspect it has left him with lasting trauma." From a distance, he spotted two bare figures and presumed they were a couple. As he drew closer to glimpse the spectacle, he was horrified to discover they were two men. Ugh! Qingyun and her companion could hardly suppress their retching. Lu Yu wore an expression of utter disbelief, astounded that such openness existed. "Well," the man screamed, attracting a crowd, while the two individuals, utterly exhausted, remained fast asleep. It was only when the disciples from the Xiangjia sect arrived that they were roused. The second bystander remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Not only did those two bring shame upon themselves, but they also tarnished the reputation of the Xiangjia sect. Eventually, it was revealed that the two had encountered a pair of ghost-faced spiders the previous night, becoming ensnared in their noxious fog. Exchanging glances, Lu Yu and his companions recognized the spiders they had encountered earlier. Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had it not been for her junior brother's timely intervention that day, their fate might have been similarly dire. With this thought, she couldn't help but cast a glance at Lu Yu. At that moment, Lu Yu happened to glance over and met his senior sister's grateful gaze, which inevitably reminded him of her pristine whiteness. He shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts. "Brother, please kill us. We can no longer bear to live with this shame." A mournful voice emerged from the crowd, as if it had been trampled countless times, causing an involuntary shiver in those who heard it. Pushing forward, Lu Yu beheld two burly men kneeling nearby, while the individual standing before them was presumably the brother they spoke of. These two were towering figures, their faces adorned with thick beards, likely a result of years spent forging iron, their arms nearly as thick as an average person's thigh. The sight of them sent a chill down Lu Yu's spine. He could hardly fathom how they managed to detoxify together. Who played the dominant role, and who was submissive? Or perhaps they alternated. Could they endure such a fate? Unable to resist, Lu Yu cast a glance at their trousers, only to discover the remnants of bloodstains on the backs of both garments. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, as if he had stumbled upon an unsettling realization. "What are you talking about? Are we from the Xiangjia sect, so fragile?" Their brother admonished. "If you have the guts, go seek revenge on those ghost-faced spiders instead of whining like a bunch of women." "Brother, we will go avenge ourselves," the two hulking men declared, ready to stride forward. "Come back. Are you not afraid of being sprayed by poisonous mist again?" The thought of such a scene made not only the two men shudder, but also caused those gathered around to clench in trepidation. "Today we must venture out. We cannot linger," they insisted. "Yes, we must go first. It would be unfortunate if the elders outside grew impatient." The other disciples of the sect hastily departed, eager to avoid the wrath of the ghost-faced spiders. The suffocating image lingered in the air as only the disciples of the Xiangjia sect remained, exchanging uncertain glances. "Junior brother, thank you," Qingyun expressed to Lu Yu as they made their way outside. "Let bygones be bygones. There's no need for you to dwell on it," Lu Yu replied, walking alongside her. "How could I possibly forget?" Qingyun's cheeks flushed at the memory of Lu Yu aiding her in detoxification. Upon exiting the cave, they found a throng of individuals waiting outside. "Junior sister, are you all right? We haven't seen you these past few days." Hidong approached the two women, concern etched on his face. "We're fine. I have been with my junior sister these days," Qingyun stated flatly, feeling a sense of disdain at the thought of a group of men sending two women to scout ahead. Hidong, observing their indifferent demeanor, felt a pang of disappointment. He noticed Lu Yu emerging alongside the sisters, but lacked the inclination to inquire about his condition. Lu Yu, too, was disinterested in Hidong, his focus instead on searching for Bai Ling's figure. Seeing Bai Ling safe and sound with her fellow sisters brought him a sense of relief. He approached quietly and remarked, "I will come to find you later." Bai Ling felt her cheeks flush as she recalled the moments spent with Lu Yu. "Junior sister, we must take our leave," Zhao Min said, noticing Bai Ling and Lu Yu engaged in hushed conversation, and promptly pulled Bai Ling away. Lu Yu, left with little opportunity to exchange words with Bai Ling, felt a pang of displeasure at Zhao Min's interruption. As he observed Zhao Min's curvaceous figure, he silently vowed not to let her escape his grasp, lest he be compelled to teach her a lesson. Suddenly, Zhao Min sensed a wave of malevolence as she dragged Bai Ling further away, causing her heart to shudder. Boom! At noon, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. In an instant, dust and debris swirled, obscuring the light, and a pitch-black portal materialized before them. The secret realm has opened. Let us depart. The crowd erupted in cheers. During their days within the realm, they had garnered abundant treasures, yet they mourned the loss of several fellow disciples. The prospect of finally escaping filled them with immense relief. Let us go, Lu Yu said, observing the others hastily making their exit. He turned to the two women and beckoned them to follow. Upon hearing his words, the two women joined Lu Yu as they approached the dark portal. After a dizzying whirl, they returned to the spot where they had originally entered the secret realm. How have you fared? What was the situation inside? Where are the other disciples? Various elders from the sects waiting outside began to inquire. Upon learning the circumstances, the elders experienced a mix of joy and concern. They were pleased to discover that the realm indeed harbored numerous resources, including countless valuable spiritual herbs and even a spiritual stone mine. However, they were troubled by the presence of many late-stage qi refinement beasts within the realm, which resulted in the demise of several disciples. It was crucial to note that all participants in this exploration were elite disciples from their respective sects. Each loss represented a significant blow. Where are the disciples of the Elephant Armor sect? Why have we not seen them emerge? Suddenly, a booming voice rang out. The previously bustling scene fell into an abrupt silence, and the expressions of the disciples turned peculiar. Observing their reactions, the elder of the Elephant Armor sect inquired, "What is with your expressions? Can anyone tell me where our disciples have gone?" With a burst of laughter, the crowd began to clarify the situation of the Elephant Armor sect's disciples. Haha! The elders from other sects could not help but laugh heartily upon hearing of the relationship that had developed between two male disciples of the Elephant Armor sect. Damn it! That cursed ghost-faced spider. If I ever cross paths with it again, I shall make it suffer. The elder of the Elephant Armor sect erupted in fury upon receiving this news, his voice echoing with rage. Chapter 87. Return to Qingyun sect. Count the gains after each sect accounted for their numbers. Some were filled with joy while others bore sorrow. Other than the Snowflake sect, which had emerged unscathed, every sect had suffered losses within the secret realm. Particularly, the smaller sects formed into groups, and they bore the greatest losses, with only 5 members ultimately emerging. By evening, once everyone had exited, the disciples from the major sects began to return in succession. 2 days later, at Qingyun sect, I have returned. Lu Yu shouted at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Brother Yu, you're back. The first to rush out was Tang Duo, who dashed over and embraced Lu Yu tightly. Unable to contain her joy. Duo has grown quite a bit, Lu Yu remarked as he gently ruffled Duoduo's hair, noticing her height increase. I've already matured. Yet you still treat me like a child. Duo pouted in complaint. Chuckling at her adorable demeanor, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. You're back. Suddenly, a joyful voice rang from behind him, belonging to Wen Yao. Turning around, Lu Yu beheld Wen Yao in a light green long dress cinched with a dark belt, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him. I've returned, he said, opening his arms wide. Unable to contain herself any longer, Wen Yao lunged forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. He reciprocated her embrace, feeling the warmth radiating from her body and inhaling the fragrance of her hair, his heart finding solace in that moment. Is this the essence of home? Before long, Lu Yu noticed when Wan had also approached. He extended an arm toward her, though she appeared more composed. The rising and falling of her chest revealed the turmoil hidden beneath her calm exterior. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward and embraced Lu Yu, holding both women close. Lu Yu felt akin to a wayward traveler returning home, enveloped in an indescribable sense of peace. The trio remained in their embrace, words unspoken yet resonating louder than any utterance. After a while, Tang Duo observed their lingering hug and, unable to restrain herself, exclaimed, Brother Yu, if you continue holding on like this, it will soon be dark. The two women, upon hearing her, shyly withdrew their arms. "All right, let us head inside," Lu Yu suggested, releasing them as he gestured toward their dwelling. "Brother Yu, why were you outside for so long?" As they settled within the cave, Tang Duo inquired with curiosity. Lu Yu smiled and replied, "The location of the secret realm is quite distant from Xintian's sect. It takes 4 days for a round trip, and I spent 10 days within the realm, so nearly half a month has passed." "Lu Lang, what was the secret realm like?" Wen Yao asked gently, her eyes fixed on him. Lu Yu paused, taken aback. It was the first time Wen Yao had referred to him in such a manner, having previously addressed him by name. "The secret realm." He began, vividly recounting his experiences, painting a picture of the enigmatic ancient realm that captivated the three of them. Of course, his narrative was artfully embellished, with certain details artfully omitted. Had Wen Yao and Wen Wan known that he had found 2 sisters during his excursion, he might have faced a sleepless night. Wow, there's so many resources there. Doesn't that mean everyone would be wealthy beyond measure? Tang Duo exclaimed in astonishment. Not so fast. It's not that simple. The realm is fraught with dangers, and I believe only a small fraction of individuals can amass significant resources. The fate of the majority remains uncertain. Lu Yu, through his observations of the disciples within the secret realm, discerned that a significant number appeared somewhat disheveled, leading him to speculate that their strengths were insufficient, and their harvests were likely meager. However, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility that fortune favored them, granting encounters with invaluable resources. After all, the ancient secret realm had existed for countless ages, shrouded in mystery regarding its hidden treasures. During his exploration, he amassed numerous resources of immeasurable worth. Engaging in conversation with the 3 companions, they exchanged tales of their experiences within the secret realm until they paused for lunch. After their meal, Lu Yu returned to his cave, dwelling alone. In the confines of his small world, he meticulously counted the spoils from his journey into the secret realm. 2 beauty fruit trees for concocting rejuvenation pills, 15 blue spirit flowers for foundation establishment pills, 1 peculiar blue lotus, 1 phoenix tree, 1 everlasting vermilion fruit, along with several hundred other spiritual herbs. He also acquired a substantial fragment of the world, a giant egg, 20,000 inferior spirit stones, and 20 superior spirit stones, which would later be divided among the 3 of them. And then, there's also a coffin. Lu Yu recalled the woman within the coffin. In the urgency of the moment, he had taken the coffin into his small world. Approaching it, he indeed beheld the woman lying serenely within. How beautiful! Lu Yu marveled at her exquisite features, finding her to be the most stunning woman he had ever encountered, even surpassing Wen Yao and Wen Wan. The more he gazed, the more entranced he became, unable to resist lifting the coffin lid. The woman appeared remarkably lifelike, as if she were merely in a deep slumber. Regrettably, upon inspection, he discovered that she bore no heartbeat, indicating she had passed away. What could preserve one's visage from decay? Curiously, he reached out to touch her face, noting the elasticity of her skin, aside from the absence of warmth. She bore no difference from the living. After pondering for a considerable time, without arriving at any conclusions, he reluctantly closed the coffin lid once more. Rising to his feet, Lu Yu surveyed the spiritual herbs strewn across the ground. Although they showed no signs of wilting, he knew they must be planted to facilitate rapid growth and propagation. He allocated separate plots for the beauty fruit, blue spirit flowers, and peculiar blue lotus, while another area was designated for the phoenix tree and vermilion fruit tree, with the remaining herbs planted in yet another distinct section. Once all the herbs were sown, he poured a touch of spiritual spring water over them. Since incorporating the fragment of the world obtained from the secret realm into his small world, its space had expanded to 3,000 square feet. The spiritual spring, however, remained at a cubic size, showing no signs of growth, as if it were destined to remain forever unchanged. Meanwhile, the heart of the earth's essence had increased to produce 50 drops each day. Now, he consumed this essence daily, storing the surplus in jade vials. He could distinctly feel his spiritual root transitioning from a low-grade fire spiritual root to a mid-grade one, manifesting in a significantly accelerated cultivation speed. What once resembled leisurely walking now approached the pace of a slow jog. The quality of spiritual roots is bound to improve, and it is not inconceivable that one may eventually attain superior or even exceptional spiritual roots. With a heart brimming with excitement, Lu Yu departed from the small world. Chapter 88. Redemption of Sect Points. The night was enchanting. Has everything been well at home? Lu Yu inquired as he reclined in the center. Everything is fine, though the days without you have been somewhat dull, Wen Yao replied softly, clutching Lu Yu's hand, although Wen Wan remained silent. Her earlier demeanor clearly indicated her deep yearning for him. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yu expressed, I shall make it a point to accompany you both during my stay. At this juncture, he had already attained the 7th level of Qi cultivation. His initial plan was to return, make the necessary arrangements, and then apply for an external disciple position. However, given the current circumstances, he needed to deliberate thoroughly. The two women had yet to break through to the later stages of Qi cultivation. It seemed he would need to remain for some time longer, waiting until their cultivation levels were more aligned before departing. By then, when he had established himself externally, they would also have progressed to the later stages of Qi cultivation. Lu Yu refrained from voicing his thoughts to the two women. Since he had just returned, he decided to wait for a more opportune moment to share his intentions. The trio lay together, chatting for quite a while, primarily as the two women were eager to hear tales of Lu Yu's adventures within the secret realm. He thus regaled them with some of the more intriguing anecdotes. Really, there were people killing and robbing others within the realm. The next day, Lu Yu, upon observing the two women deep in slumber, chose not to awaken them, rising instead at dawn. Today was the day the sect leader summoned the disciples who had entered the secret realm. Upon arriving at the Wajidian Hall, he found that others were gradually assembling. Aside from 2 disciples who had perished within the realm, the remaining 8 were all present. At the hall's apex, sect leader Zhang Xuani and 5 other elders were in attendance. Zhang Xuani gazed solemnly at the 8 disciples below and remarked, during our recent expedition into the secret realm, our Zong suffered the loss of 2 talented disciples. The path of cultivation is one of relentless competition for resources, and such casualties are unfortunately inevitable. He cast a sweeping glance at the assembly, continuing, I trust that your experiences during this trial have imparted the understanding that only strength holds true significance. Those lacking in power will inevitably be eliminated. The 8 disciples listened with profound realization, having undergone numerous trials in the secret realm that illuminated this very truth. Observing their comprehension, Zhang Xuani nodded with satisfaction, recognizing them as the sect's elite, pillars of strength for the future. Pausing for effect, he added, the items you have brought back from the secret realm will not be questioned by the sect. However, you may submit them to redeem sect points. If they are rare items, your points will increase accordingly. At this announcement, a stir of conversation erupted among the attendees. They had indeed acquired a plethora of treasures from the secret realm, many of which were either unfamiliar or unusable to them. The prospect of exchanging these for sect points was most appealing. Consequently, several individuals began to rummage through their storage bags, producing various spiritual herbs and materials, transforming the grand hall into a lively marketplace. Lu Yu noticed Feng Qianxian and Zi Qingxia casting glances in his direction, seemingly awaiting his guidance. He pondered for a moment before deciding to take out a few relatively common spiritual herbs. After all, not presenting anything would render him somewhat peculiar and draw the attention of others. However, he was certainly unwilling to display rarities like the vermilion fruit. Ultimately, Lu Yu produced around 20 spiritual herbs, which, being not particularly rare, netted him just over 100 points. Observing this, the two women also presented some spiritual herbs to exchange for points, leading to exclamations of earth spirit fruit and diamond. That captured everyone's attention. These cries came from the apothecary Taoist and Elder Lu, the weapon refiner. The apothecary Taoist addressed the crowd's confusion, explaining that the earth spirit fruit was a primary ingredient for crafting the soul-nourishing pill, a high-grade earth-level elixir that nourishes the soul and enhances consciousness. Elder Lu, the weapon refiner, further elaborated that diamonds are exceptionally hard minerals, and incorporating them into weapons significantly amplifies their power, making them exceedingly rare. Once the two elders concluded their explanations, the crowd, turned their gaze towards He Donglai, for these two items were his contribution. Senior brother, he. It seems you can exchange for a substantial number of points. Several disciples remarked enviously at the earth spirit fruit and diamonds on the table. I am merely fortunate, He Donglai replied with a faint smile, for he too was unaware of the true value of these items. Before long, everyone had completed their exchanges, with He Donglai amassing the most points, over 1,000 sec points, much to the envy of the others. After the proceedings, Zhang Xuani offered a few parting words before allowing everyone to leave. Junior brother, wait a moment. Lu Yu was called by Feng Qianqian just as he stepped out of the hall. Chapter 89, Spirit Stones. Feng Qianqian's voice halted Lu Yu, while the other 5 who exited the Wuji Hall paused as well, casting various glances at the trio. Among the crowd, He Donglai noticed Zi Qingxia standing beside Feng Qianqian, smiling and conversing with Lu Yu, which pained him deeply. He had once envisioned such a scene, but alas, Zi Shimi had always regarded him just like any other fellow disciple. Lu Yu frowned, disliking the feeling of being gawked at like a spectacle. Let's find a more secluded place, he suggested. The two women understood that this was not an appropriate setting for conversation and nodded in agreement, following Lu Yu. Senior brother, a disciple beside He Donglai, noticing his displeasure, remarked, should we teach that Lu fellow a lesson? He clearly knows that the fairy Z is the one you pursue, yet remains so close to her, showing utter disregard for you. What do you mean? Am I such a petty person, senior brother? How can I maintain my dignity if this reaches Shimi? He Donglai's expression darkened as he retorted sharply. He glanced at his sweating junior and softened his tone. Your matters with junior brother Lu are none of my concern. I will not involve myself in your disputes. The disciple, initially thinking he had flattered He Donglai, felt a wave of regret wash over him. Upon hearing He Donglai's words, his eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, it is junior brother's fault. My discontent is with that Lu fellow, and has nothing to do with senior brother He. He Donglai nodded in response, casting a glance in the direction where Lu Yu and the others had departed before walking away without a backward glance. No one knew what thoughts were swirling in his mind at that moment. How shameless, to act like a harlot, yet still desire respect. If it weren't for the prospect of reaping some benefits alongside you, I wouldn't bother with you at all. The disciple slowly raised his head, harboring disdain for He Donglai's retreating figure in his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and his companions deliberated extensively, ultimately concluding that the outside world was not sufficiently secure, leading them to seek refuge in Feng Qianqian's cave abode. Though the Xintian sect sprawled across an expansive area of over 100 square kilometers, it was predominantly flat land, with only a handful of mountains, mostly occupied by the elders of various sections. Feng Qianqian and Zi Qingxia's cave abodes were nestled within one of these mountains, a privilege afforded to them as direct disciples of Cheng Lingsu, one of the 5 grand elders, while ordinary disciples were relegated to selecting cave abodes in the plains. The trio flew low on their swords to the foot of a mountain, as none of them were ordinary late-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Their ample spiritual energy made the distance trivial. Lu Yu observed Feng Qianqian retrieving her identity token and waving her hand, causing a faint ripple of spiritual energy to emanate from the mountain before them, indicating the presence of a formation. This was the defensive formation of Qingyun Peak, accessible solely by tokens held by the master and their direct disciples. Feng Qianqian elucidated, pointing to the mountain and adding, not only Qingyun Peak possesses formations. Other peaks or forbidden areas are similarly safeguarded. Lu Yu nodded slightly, understanding the intent behind such measures. Much like his own cave abode, the establishment of defensive formations served to prevent unauthorized access and protect oneself. Upon stepping into Qingyun Peak, Lu Yu was astonished to find that the spiritual energy within was markedly richer than that outside. Is this a gathering formation? Lu Yu inquired, perplexed, as it evidently bore the characteristics of a gathering formation. Yet, what kind of formation could envelop an entire mountain? Indeed, this is a gathering formation orchestrated by our master using the power of the spiritual vein, replied Zi Qingxia with pride, as though she were the architect of the formation, her expression radiating triumph. Now it made sense to Lu Yu. He recalled that the Xintian sect was indeed founded atop a medium-grade spiritual vein, utilizing its power to establish a gathering formation, a truly commendable strategy. He was thoroughly impressed by Cheng Lingsu's proficiency in formations. As he surveyed the entire mountain, he was greeted by a vibrant scene of flourishing life, ancient trees clustering together, and cranes calling melodiously, a picturesque representation of a celestial paradise. After about 10 minutes of walking, Feng Qianqian halted beside a cave abode. She activated the formation and invited Lu Yu and Zi Qingxiao inside. Lu Yu meticulously examined the surroundings and discovered that the cave abode spanned at least 500 square meters, far exceeding his own, a clear indication of the privileges enjoyed by the direct disciples of Golden Core elders. Hey, am I not also a direct disciple of a Golden Core elder? He suddenly recalled that his own master, Lin Changsheng, was indeed at the Golden Core stage. However, he was currently away seeking a remedy for poison, leaving Lu Yu uncertain about whether he would succeed. The memory of his master's parting words, reminiscent of final instructions, left him feeling unsettled. Come and see how many spirit stones we have excavated this time. The excited voices of the two women pulled Lu Yu's thoughts back. The primary reason for summoning Lu Yu was to distribute the spirit stones. The three of them had unearthed quite a few valuable items from the spirit stone mine within the secret realm. Among them, the most precious was the essence of the spiritual vein, followed by high-grade spirit stones, and finally a small quantity of medium-grade stones and a large number of low-grade stones. However, the essence of the spiritual vein had already been given to Lu Yu, and the remaining spirit stones collectively amounted to a value of 220,000 low-grade stones. You two can split these spirit stones. I have already taken the most valuable essence of the spiritual vein, Lu Yu said to the enthusiastic duo. His decision was not out of pretentiousness, but rather because he felt he had already received ample rewards. Moreover, Feng Qianqian was now his woman, and his relationship with Zi Qingxia was ambiguous. Giving the stones to them would not leave him at a disadvantage. How can that be? The two women protested loudly. Zi Qingxiao looked at Lu Yu earnestly and said, "If it weren't for you driving away the ghost-faced spider, we wouldn't have known what would happen to us." As soon as she finished speaking, her cheeks flushed. Yet she persisted. "Besides, without your efforts in mining the spirit stones, Qianqian and I Wuden Ti have been able to collect so many." Exactly, Feng Qianqian chimed in. Indeed, had it not been for Lu Yu wielding the broken sword to mine the spirit stones, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the two women to extract any stones with their yellow-grade weapons, and whether they could even obtain high-grade spirit stones would have remained uncertain. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu observed the stubborn expressions of the two women. He realized that they would certainly not agree if he did not take any spirit stones, so he reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. "All right, I will take 60,000, and each of you can have 80,000 spirit stones." "That's unfair." Zi Qingxia attempted to argue, but was silenced by Lu Yu's gaze. "Well, what kind of relationship do we have? Must we be so meticulous about division?" Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, both women's faces flushed. Feng Qianqian reflected inwardly, thinking that since she was already his, there was indeed no need for such precise division. Zi Qingxia's thoughts were far more complex. What did this mean? Was Lu Yu saying this because of his relationship with Qianqian, or was it due to his assistance in detoxifying her in the cave? Ah, how embarrassing. Lu Yu's words suddenly quelled the previously contentious atmosphere, creating a stark contrast to the earlier scene. "If there are no objections, then it's settled," he pronounced decisively. Looking at the two blushing women, Lu Yu divided the spirit stones into 3 portions, giving the 2 larger shares to the women, while he took the smaller portion. "Sister Zi, you're on the verge of foundation establishment, aren't you?" Lu Yu inquired, observing Zi Qingxia as she stored the spirit stones in her spatial pouch. "Ah, yes. I was originally at the peak of qi refinement. It should not be difficult to break through to the foundation establishment stage now," she replied. Lu Yu did not doubt her words. Zi Qingxia possessed a high-quality spiritual root and had polished her skills at the peak of qi refinement for quite some time, establishing a solid foundation for her breakthrough. With a hand gesture, Lu Yu exaggeratedly proclaimed, "Then allow me to congratulate Sister Zi in advance on becoming a venerable ancestor of the foundation establishment. Am I that old? Ancestor indeed. Zi Qingxiao rolled her eyes at Lu Yu. Ha! Feng Qianqian erupted in laughter at the side. Well, I shall take my leave now. After Lu Yu finished speaking, he departed, casting a knowing glance at Feng Qianqian before leaving. Feng Qianqian understood the implication, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Half an hour later, she pondered the risk of being discovered by her senior sister. Cautiously peering around to ensure no one was in sight, she pulled Lu Yu into the cave entrance. Internally, Lu Yu chuckled, aware that his senior sister, Zi, was already in the know. However, he maintained a facade of innocence, asserting that he had deliberately lingered before arriving. Confident that Zi had already departed. With that, he embraced Feng Qianqian's waist and led her further inside. You think I'm easy to bully? She protested, her words flowing incessantly even as she remained nestled in his arms. Lu Yu, with one hand reaching for a peek and the other producing a jade vial containing 20 drops of heart-of-the-earth milk, caught Feng Qianqian's attention. Her eyes sparkled as she recognized the mysterious liquid that Lu Yu had once shared with her and Zi Qingxia in the secret realm. The enhancement it provided to her physique had left her astonished, and she hadn't anticipated there was more of this precious substance. Is this for me? She inquired. Indeed, Lu Yu replied. As she examined the vial closely, she hesitated momentarily before handing it back. You should use it. Elevate your strength. Lu Yu felt warmth in his heart, surprised that she would decline such a treasure that could amplify her prowess. He tightened his grip on the vial, reassuring her, Don't worry, I have more. Just be discreet about it. All right, Feng Qianqian said, securing the jade vial before embracing Lu Yu tightly, her eyes shimmering with affection. Time omitted, when Lu Yu reappeared. An hour had passed, and the sky had darkened. Duo, why are you still cultivating? Upon returning to Wen Yao's cave, he found Tang Duo engrossed in her training. She completed a full cycle before ceasing her efforts. Lu Yu's expression turned grave as he admonished her. Cultivation requires a gradual approach. The body's capacity is finite, and one cannot force it, having both grown up as orphans. He regarded Duo as a sister and was determined to protect her from harm. Tang Duo rushed over, wrapping her arms around Lu Yu's arm and shaking it playfully. Brother Yu, please don't be upset. I'm only at the first level of Qi training. I just want to improve quickly to assist you. I will be more cautious in my training from now on, she added. Lu Yu's demeanor softened at her words. Though his irritation lingered, he understood the allure of rapid advancement, having experienced it himself. However, his journey through time had endowed him with a maturity and self-discipline far beyond that of a mere 10-year-old child like Duo. Seeing this, Duo cast a pleading glance at Wen Yao, her pitiful expression tugging at the heartstrings. Wen Yao approached and gently took Lu Yu's hand, whispering, Duo realizes her mistake. Please don't stay angry. Lu Yu turned to meet Wen Yao's tender gaze, his annoyance dissipating. With a sigh, he addressed Duo. Cultivation is not something that can be rushed. One must consider every action thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, How about we visit the market in the sect tomorrow? It would be a pleasant distraction. Lu Yu did not advocate for relentless training. Practitioners are human too, and a bit of relaxation is essential. Oh yay, we're going to the market tomorrow, Duo exclaimed, her joy radiating. And so, the night passed in silence. Lu Yu roused the two young women, Wen Yao and Wen Wan, and summoned Duo. The four of them proceeded to the bustling marketplace of Xintian sect. The streets remained as lively as ever, with capable cultivators establishing their shops, while those less fortunate set up stalls along the roadside. The stalls displayed an array of items, including pills, talismans, spiritual herbs, and weapons. Perhaps due to their shared affiliation with the same sect, the calls of vendors were relatively subdued. The four companions meandered through the market, pausing to observe items of interest. Brother Yu, that looks quite exquisite, Duo exclaimed. Brother Yu, this one has a delightful aroma. The three watched Duo's exuberance, feeling their spirits lifted. As Lu Yu observed the passing disciples of the sect, he fell into contemplation. A year had passed since his arrival in this realm, At 17, he had transformed from a blacksmith apprentice into a cultivator of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Although his cultivation level was not particularly high, it surpassed that of many others. Indeed, numerous cultivators would never transcend the late stage of Qi refinement, even unto death. Reflecting on his status at the 7th layer, Lu Yu felt an inkling of something forgotten. What could it be? Ah, he recalled, the intersect disciples. He had yet to register as one, having been preoccupied with matters concerning the ancient secret realm. Yet, he had already fulfilled the requirements to become an inner sect disciple. According to Xintian sect's regulations, outer sect disciples who reach the late stage of Qi refinement, namely the 7th layer, are eligible for admission to the inner sect. Inner sect disciples receive 8 spirit stones and a vial of enhancing yuan pills each month. Although he was not particularly interested in these modest resources, the distinction between inner and outer sect disciples was significant, and he desired that recognition. Those who qualify for inner sect status typically possess superior aptitude and greater potential than their outer sect counterparts, thus attracting more resources from a sect. The probability of inner sect disciples advancing to the foundation establishment stage is considerably higher, as these disciples form the backbone of Xintian sect, while those at the golden core stage represent its elite force. Lu Yu, what are you pondering? Wen Wan's voice pulled him back to reality. Upon focusing, he realized he had fallen significantly behind the trio, who regarded him with curious expressions. Oh, nothing much. I was just contemplating what gifts to buy for you. Gifts? They echoed. Yes, I think it would be nice to bring you something. There's no need. We lack for nothing. Wen Yao and Wen Wan declined. This isn't about need. It's about what you would enjoy, Lu Yu insisted, not affording them the chance to refuse, and continued to wander the marketplace with them. Brother Yu, what kind of gifts are you planning to buy for us? Duo intentionally lagged a few steps behind, whispering to Lu Yu. Don't pry. You won't miss out. After we finish browsing, you can head back first, and I promise to surprise you. Lu Yu chuckled, playfully tapping her on the head. Ouch! Duo pouted, rubbing the spot he had tapped. If you want tea, tell me. I might become dim-witted. With that, she dashed off to catch up with Wen Yao and Wen Wan. The marketplace was vast, and few had managed to explore it in its entirety, having only perused a small fraction. Lu Yu, feeling a twinge of hunger, hastened to catch up with the 3 women and pointed towards a nearby restaurant, suggesting, let's first indulge in a meal before continuing our exploration. Having spent the morning wandering, the 3 women were also famished and nodded in agreement. Lu Yu, now possibly the wealthiest among the members of the Xintian sect, had inherited relics from a late-stage evil cultivator and seducer, as well as a storage bag from his golden core master, Lin Changsheng, alongside the treasures acquired from the ancient secret realm. He lacked for nothing in terms of spirit stones, and thus he ordered lavishly, the meal costing 500 low-grade spirit stones. After dining, Lu Yu inquired, do you wish to continue exploring? Before Tang Duo could respond, Wen Wan interjected, no. Merely stepping out for a breath of fresh air is sufficient. It is time to return. The 3 women had purchased only a few sheets of talisman paper and some vermilion during their morning outing. The rest merely observed without purchase, indicating their prudence. Seeing this, Lu Yu refrained from persuading them further. Consequently, the 3 women departed for home while Lu Yu lingered to procure some gifts. At the spirit tool workshop, Lu Yu addressed the attendant. Do you have long swords suitable for female cultivators? Indeed, our workshop is renowned for its comprehensive selection of weaponry, crafted by esteemed masters. The attendant, a low-level cultivator at the 2nd stage of Qi refining, replied promptly. I desire 3 long swords of the Xian rank. Please lead me to them. The mention of 3 Xian rank swords startled the attendant. Though he had been at the workshop for 2 years, it was his first encounter with a Qi refining disciple seeking to purchase such a quantity of high-tier weaponry. A single Xian rank low-grade weapon typically cost no less than 500 low-grade spirit stones. It was rare for an ordinary Qi refining disciple to save enough to acquire even a mid-grade Huang rank weapon, let alone Xian rank. As the attendant marveled at the wealth of this young master, he gestured towards the stairs, saying, Esteemed guest, the Xian rank weapons are located on the 2nd floor, where specialized staff are on duty. Lu Yu ascended directly to the 2nd floor. The space was approximately 500 square feet, adorned with around 10 shelves, each displaying 7 or 8 weapons, including conventional swords and staffs, as well as uniquely shaped hammers and even fishing rods. In the center of the hall sat a striking woman with flowing waves of hair. Mistaking her for an attendant, Lu Yu called out, "Miss, I seek 3 Xian rank long swords suitable for female cultivators. Do you have any recommendations?" Turning at the sound of his voice, the woman replied with a gentle smile. "Did you call for me?" Chapter 92. Lu Yu was taken aback by the woman's beauty. Her visage, complemented by her figure, was exquisitely harmonious. If 100 represented perfection, he would bestow upon her a score of 98, reserving the remaining 2 points for their hypothetical twin offspring. He had intended to channel his inner poet to enchant her with verse, yet his mind drew a blank, and he reluctantly abandoned this alluring notion. "Could you kindly elaborate on your requirements, so I may assist you in finding the perfect swords?" she inquired after a brief pause, rising to her feet to engage with Lu Yu. Upon rising, Lu Yu discerned that the woman before him was approximately 30 years of age, standing at an impressive height of 175 centimeters. She was adorned in a dress reminiscent of a qipao, a stunning yellow garment that cascaded down to her ankles. The dress featured a side slit that revealed her calves, exuding an alluring charm. "Oh," Lu Yu remarked, regaining his composure as he touched the corner of his mouth. "One sword should cater to the water elemental affinity of a female cultivator, another to the wood elemental affinity, and the final one to the 5 elemental affinity." The woman furrowed her brow slightly, her expression reflecting a hint of difficulty as she replied, "We do have ready-made long swords for the water and wood attributes at our spirit artifact workshop, but alas, we do not possess any swords of the 5 elemental attribute." She produced 2 long swords, placing them on the counter. Both were the mid-tier, mysterious grade, one embodying the water attribute and the other the wood attribute. After a brief pause, she added, "Swords of the 5 elemental attribute are quite rare. However, we can arrange for a custom order, albeit it would require a longer wait and would be considerably more expensive than swords of other attributes." Lu Yu's expression turned slightly troubled. He had just promised Duo a surprise, only to face an immediate setback. "Young master, if you are in a hurry, perhaps you might consider this." The woman, adept at reading the room, retrieved a box from a nearby cabinet. Lu Yu accepted the box and opened it to discover 5 small flags nestled within. "Array flags?" he mused. Indeed, this was a set of low-tier, mysterious-grade array flags known as trap array. Comprising 5 elemental flags, it could serve both offensive and defensive purposes. A practitioner with a 5 elemental affinity could ensnare a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator for the duration of a single incense stick. Against early-stage foundation establishment practitioners, it could lead to their demise. Oh, Lu Yu's interest peaked as he realized the potential of this array, far surpassing his own 5-element array. While his own array consisted of the 5 elemental flags, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, capable of trapping ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, it would certainly falter against those of a late stage. "I'll take it. How many spirit stones for this set of flags?" "Not exorbitantly priced. Merely 4,500 low-tier spirit stones." "Too steep. My dear, considering that I am purchasing 3 mysterious grade weapons at once, could you perhaps offer a discount?" "My dear." The woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "The mid-tier mysterious grade long swords are priced at 1,002 each, totaling 2,004 for 2, along with the array flags, which brings the original total to 6,009. I shall offer you a special price of 6,008 low-tier spirit stones. 6,008 it is." Lu Yu retrieved the spirit stones from his storage bag and placed them on the counter. Upon receiving the stones, the woman handed him a purple card. "What is this?" Lu Yu inquired, perplexed. "This is the VIP card of our spirit artifact workshop. It grants a 95% discount on future purchases." "Can this discount be applied here?" Lu Yu pointed to the 3 boxes on the counter. "Unfortunately, no." "How stingy." Lu Yu placed the boxes into his storage bag. Before departing, he couldn't resist asking, "May I know your name, miss?" "I am Lu Ruyan." Not long after Lu Yu left, a sweet-looking girl dashed in from the other side. her footsteps echoing as she inquired, "Miss, did a customer come by just now?" "Indeed. What about him?" The young girl surveyed her surroundings. But he was nowhere to be seen. "He has departed. TSK. Even his name sounds delightful. Lu Ruyan. Surely, she cannot be the great Ruyan emperor?" As Lu Yu traversed the path home, he found himself ruminating on the recent events. A sudden realization struck him, and he smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting to register as an inner sect disciple. He pivoted and made his way towards the disciple registration office. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yu finally arrived at the registration hall, where he had previously received his identity token and selected his cave, dwelling upon entering the Qingyun sect. At the entrance, Qingfeng and Mingwei were engaged in idle chatter, while the elder in charge of arranging disciples dozed inside the hall. Lu Yu extended his spiritual sense and discerned that both Qingfeng and Mingwei were at the 6th level of qi refinement, which explained why he had been unable to gauge their cultivation levels when they had led him to the cave dwellings. Typically, cultivators in the qi refinement stage can perceive the levels of others who are up to 3 ranks lower than themselves. For instance, a first-level qi refinement cultivator can see through up to the 4th level but cannot discern the 5th. Those above the foundation establishment stage can perceive 2 ranks below them. For example, early foundation establishment cultivators can see through late foundation establishment cultivators but cannot perceive golden core stage cultivators. However, there are exceptions. Cultivators who have mastered eye techniques or probing arts can see through higher levels. Similarly, those who have practiced the concealing qi technique can obscure their true cultivation levels from others. Upon noticing Lu Yu's qi refinement at the 7th level, Qingfeng and Mingwei immediately rose to inquire if the senior brother had come to the registration hall for a specific purpose. At that moment, they failed to recognize Lu Yu as the new disciple who had joined the sect the previous year. Given the vast number of disciples in the Qingyun sect and Lu Yu's unremarkable performance, their recollection of him was faint. Disciples not sharing the same master referred to each other as senior brothers or junior brothers, depending on their cultivation levels. "I have come to register. I have advanced from an outer sect disciple to the 7th level of qi refinement and wish to register as an inner sect disciple," Lu Yu explained. "I see," Qingfeng replied, guiding Lu Yu into the registration hall while calling out to Elder Lin. "A senior brother has come to register as an inner sect disciple." Elder Lin, roused from his slumber by the commotion, stood up with bleary eyes and gazed toward the entrance. Simultaneously, a picture book resting on the table slipped from beneath his hand and fell to the floor. Although he hastily retrieved it, Lu Yu caught a glimpse of the illustrations within, reminiscent of the catalog he had perused at the general store when purchasing seeds. Amused, Lu Yu thought it surprising that the seemingly earnest Elder Lin harbored such hidden inclinations. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Lu Yu presented his identity, jade, token, and respectfully stated, "Elder Lin, I have achieved the 7th level of qi refinement and have come to register as an inner sect disciple." Elder Lin accepted the jade token and extended his spiritual sense, confirming that Lu Yu's cultivation was indeed at the 7th level of qi refinement. "Very well. I recall you are among the newly recruited disciples. It is quite remarkable for one with a low-grade spiritual root to have advanced to the 7th level of qi refinement so swiftly," Elder Lin remarked. His words, while seemingly innocuous, caused a tightening sensation in Lu Yu's heart. It appeared that he had drawn some attention. If he had possessed a medium or high-grade spiritual root, such rapid progress would have been more understandable. However, being of low-grade spiritual root, it was well known that the cultivation speed was considerably sluggish, with most low-grade spiritual root cultivators struggling to reach the foundation establishment stage. Like a corpulent individual, possessing equally inferior spiritual roots upon entering the Qingyun sect, he had already attained the 3rd level of qi refinement, surpassing his own level by a small margin. Now, he had merely just broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement. Chapter 93, Fetal Breathing Technique. Sword Control Technique. Lu Yu received the identity, jade, token handed back by Elder Lin, not daring to linger for even a moment. Fearful that he might reveal something that would draw attention to himself, he hurriedly made his way back. He needed to master the sword control technique. soaring through the skies, was undoubtedly more elegant than running upon the ground. Upon returning to his cave abode, Lu Yu discovered that the three women were present. "Brother Yu, you have returned." The sharp-eyed Tang Duo instantly rushed over upon spotting Lu Yu, her gaze flickering to the empty hands he bore. Then shifting to the storage bag hanging at his waist, Lu Yu looked at Duo's eager expression with a hint of exasperation. Had he not purchased her gift earlier, she would likely have been on the verge of tears. Unable to withstand her yearning gaze any longer, Lu Yu retrieved 3 exquisite boxes from the storage bag. "Wow!" Tang Duo's eyes sparkled as she swiftly reached out to take the box. He then handed the remaining 2 boxes to Wen Yao and Wen Wan. "So beautiful." Upon opening the box, Wen Yao discovered a silver-white, long sword nestled within. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch it, feeling as though she were caressing a smooth piece of jade. Wen Wan gazed at the light green, long sword in her hands, a smile creeping onto her lips as she twirled it with grace. What a splendid sword! Observing her sisters with their long swords, Duo glanced back at the 5 small flags in her own hands, her previously ecstatic expression instantly drooping. Do not underestimate their worth. This set of formation flags could purchase 4 spirit swords, Lu Yu remarked, somewhat exasperated. This set of formation flags is name trap formation. It can both attack and defend. When wielded by someone with 5-element spiritual roots, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator can be ensnared for the duration of an incense stick, Tang Duo exclaimed, her astonishment illuminating her face. Lu Yu, observing Duo's rapid shift in expression akin to a Peking opera performer, cautioned, "Do not celebrate too soon." With your first level of qi refinement, being able to ensnare a late-stage qi refinement cultivator for even an incense's duration is already quite remarkable. That is still impressive. It feels tailor-made for me, Tang Duo replied joyfully. "All right, you all go refine them," Lu Yu said, noticing how enamored they were with their gifts. Before retreating to his cultivation chamber, seated in his chair, Lu Yu contemplated for a moment before entering his small world. At this time, the space of the small world spanned 3,000 square feet, which Lu Yu had divided into several planning zones and a treasure storage area. With no spiritual beast zone established yet, primarily due to the absence of suitable spiritual beasts, he first examined the spiritual herbs he had brought back from the ancient secret realm, pleased to find them thriving, and he watered them with some spiritual spring water. The essence of the spiritual vein had already been buried within the spirit soil, and at this moment, under the probing of his divine sense, he discovered that spiritual energy was continuously converging towards it, enriching the surrounding atmosphere. To his astonishment, the giant egg seemed to emit a faint vitality. Placing his palm against the shell, he could feel a subtle pulsation. Thump, thump. He wondered when it might finally hatch. Lu Yu lingered beside the colossal egg for a moment before turning his gaze towards the adjacent coffin, where the female corpse within retained a remarkably lifelike appearance. Alas! What a pity. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yu arrived at the treasure storage area, a space he had designated for the safekeeping of spirit stones, harvested spiritual herbs, elixirs, and more. The inventory included 120,000 inferior spirit stones, 1,200 medium-grade spirit stones, and 15 superior spirit stones, alongside 1 Yinju fruit, 15 nourishing fruits, various spiritual herbs, elixirs, and talismans, as well as 4 books and 20 jade slips. The primary objective of Lu Yu's visit was the jade slips, which housed the esteemed collection of the Color Demon Sovereign. Previously, he had discovered that one of the slips contained records of a technique known as the fetal breathing art, a method for concealing one's aura. Through the recent registration of inner sect disciples, he realized the necessity of masking his cultivation level to prevent others from noticing his rapid advancement. Currently, the sect was aware that he possessed a cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refinement. Thus, he needed to conceal his prowess further. Where's the fetal breathing art? Not this one. This jade slip is not it either. Found it. This is the one. Lu Yu's expression turned serious as he began to study the technique inscribed within the jade slip. 1 hour later, he set down the slip, marveling at the extraordinary method. Once mastered, the fetal breathing art would allow one to alter their aura. Upon achieving minor proficiency, Only someone 2 major realms higher could perceive one's true essence. And upon reaching major proficiency, only someone 3 major realms higher could discern it. Of course, this alteration only affected one's aura. Once engaged in combat, one's true self would inevitably be revealed. To cultivate is imperative. After comprehending the technique, Lu Yu commenced meditative practice. A quarter of an hour passed. An hour elapsed. Alas, he still could not grasp the method. With a sigh of resignation, Lu Yu opened his eyes, realizing he had yet to enter the threshold. In a flash, he exited the small world. Upon his emergence, Lu Yu suddenly sensed a tremor from the spirit beast pouch. A sweep of his consciousness revealed that Xiao Bai had awakened. Ever since their exit from the ancient secret realm, Lu Yu had noticed Xiao Bai had fallen into a deep slumber and had refrained from disturbing it. As the spirit beast pouch opened, Xiao Bai leaped out eagerly. Woo, it whined. All right, I know you're hungry. Here has some spiritual grass. Lu Yu retrieved 10 mid-grade yellow-tier spiritual herbs from his storage pouch and placed them on the ground. In an instant, Xiao Bai grasped all the herbs in its claws, voraciously devouring them. To his astonishment, Lu Yu noted that Xiao Bai had ascended to the 4th layer of qi refinement, an impressive increase in such a short span. Its speed had doubled compared to before. Reflecting on Xiao Bai's swiftness moments ago, it was nearly on par with the 6th-layer qi refinement cultivator. He reached out to stroke Xiao Bai's pristine fur, which felt increasingly smooth under his touch. Xiao Bai let out a disgruntled growl. All right, take your time eating. Observing that the 10 herbs were nearly consumed in no time, Lu Yu produced another 5 herbs and placed them on the ground. With his identity jade token in hand, he presented it to the elder at the entrance of the method hall. After receiving a nod of acknowledgement, he proceeded inside. On the 1st floor, in the flying technique section, the prize for the sword control technique was 25 points. Lu Yu directly took a jade slip containing the sword control technique, deducting 25 points, leaving him with 100 sec points. Once back in his cave dwelling, Lu Yu extracted the slip and began to study the art of sword control. It turned out that flying with a sword required a specific sequence of movements. First this, then that, and finally the last maneuver to ascend. No wonder one needed to reach the late stage of qi refinement before embarking on the study of sword control. The consumption of spiritual energy was exceedingly rapid, and without the cultivation level of the late qi refinement stage, one could hardly sustain flight for long. Stepping outside his cave, Lu Yu unsheathed the broken sword, and with a mere thought, the sword trembled and launched into the air. Go! Lu Yu commanded, and the broken sword soared diagonally into the distance. Initially aiming to sever a sapling 100 meters away, he inadvertently felled a gnarled, old tree instead. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth twitched as he gazed at the outcome of his endeavor, muttering to himself, if this were to soar into the sky, would I not plummet to my doom? Determined, he declared, once more, I refuse to believe I cannot master this sword control technique. Come forth, sword. Return to me.